Chapter 1, a classic tractor at the start? Guaranteed, don't mess this up. I'm doing it. Sumo's eyes widened as he stared intently at the computer screen in front of him. The screen spun, showing 9 blue and 1 gold. Just as he was about to grab his drink to calm down, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his mind, and his vision went black. The next moment, Sumo felt the ground disappear beneath him. After a sensation of weightlessness, his body collided with the hard ground beneath him. Ouch, damn, where's my chair? Sumo rubbed his sore bottom, confused. Why was his chair gone? Was he seeing things? At least my drink didn't spill. He lifted his head, only to freeze in place. What he saw before him was no longer the familiar room and computer, but a never-ending highway, with bushes and scattered rocks lining both sides. What is this? Where am I? Ding! Welcome to the highway survival world. The players participating in the survival challenge are humans from Blue Star, aged 18 to 65. Humans who are not participating in the survival challenge have been frozen. The survival rules for the highway have been released. Please read carefully. 1. Each player may draw their starting vehicle. Don't worry about how to drive, the system will take care of it. Note, the vehicle is your only guarantee for survival on the highway. Choose carefully. 2. Depending on the vehicle chosen, you will receive different starter kits. If you choose a human-powered vehicle, you will receive extra food and water. 3. Treasure chests may appear randomly on the road. Keep moving forward to gather enough survival supplies. 4. The highway is one way, all players must complete the daily mileage tasks. Those who fail to meet the requirements will be directly eliminated. 5. There will be forks in the road, each offering different opportunities and dangers, but the final destination remains unchanged. Special segments may have other survivors. Sometimes, the most dangerous aren't the beasts. 6. You may encounter special stations along the road. You can choose whether to enter them. The staff at the stations generally cannot attack survivors. 7. The first 5 days are a beginner's protection period. The chances of encountering beasts in treasure chests are reduced. Beasts will not actively enter the road range, and wild beasts won't attack survivors during the day, except for beasts in treasure chests. During the beginner's protection period, vehicles are not allowed to leave the highway. 8. Focus on the survival panel in your mind to open it and select your vehicle. Explore the other functions of the panel on your own. Death on the highway means true death. Don't think you can escape. Moving forward doesn't guarantee survival, but staying in place leads to certain death. If you want to know everything, then push forward. The end of the highway holds all the answers. Now, survivor, begin your journey, and good luck. Did I travel to another world? The sudden change left Sumo stunned for a moment. Feeling the real heat of the sun, the smell of sand in the wind, and the lingering pain in his backside, Sumo knew this was definitely not a dream. No way, can I at least see if I messed up first before traveling to another world? Sumo felt like crying but had no tears. Sighing, he thought, since he's here, he might as well draw a vehicle. He had no other choice. He called up the survival panel in his mind, and 3 unopened cards appeared first. I really can't escape this, can I? Sumo muttered, curling his lips. As someone who had once created a 10-turn guaranteed pull and had 3 instant ramen packs without seasoning, his luck was legendary for being awful. Random draws were the worst thing for him. Hesitating, he opened the first card. A classic hand-pushed farming tractor appeared before Sumo's eyes, featuring huge tires, a red front, and a small exhaust pipe. Well, at least it's an open top, not bad. Sumo consoled himself. Knowing his luck, he thought getting anything better than a baby stroller was already good enough. At least, you don't have to walk with 2 legs. Continuing to flip the next card, the silver metallic woven body, for small rolling wheels, and the red cylindrical handle appeared, and the moment the vehicle came out, Sumo's heart suddenly clenched. What is this? A supermarket shopping cart? Sumo complained in disbelief, comparing it to the old hand-pushed tractor, which actually seemed like a better choice. Only 1 card left, please, God, help me. As the last card was flipped, Sumo's heart instantly tightened, and he almost collapsed right there. A simple, plain, human-powered wooden cart appeared before Sumo. The handles on both sides were carefully tied with burlap to prevent slipping when gripping. Sumo felt as if he had lost all his strength. Not bad, at least it can exercise the body. Without hesitation, he chose the agricultural tractor. Old hand-pushed agricultural tractor, note, can refer to the Gongnon 12 model. Owner, Sumo. Vehicle level, 1. Durability, 50. Fuel tank capacity, 15L/15L. Fuel consumption, 12L per 100 kilometers. Max speed, 15 kilometers per hour. Description: a sturdy and durable agricultural vehicle, it once supported a vast field. A standard hand-push tractor suddenly appeared in front of Sumo, and a method for operating the vehicle instantly appeared in his mind. A matching hand crank starter also appeared in his hand. Let's first check out what functions this system has. After selecting the vehicle, a few sections appeared on the survival panel, including character panel, vehicle panel, chat channel, and trade channel. He clicked on his character panel. Sumo. Nickname, unnamed. Vehicle, hand-push tractor, level 1. Physique, 6, average for blue star humans is 5, max is 10. Strength, 6. Mental, 4. Health, 88. Neck and shoulder inflammation, mild, slight bruising on the buttocks, constipation, mild, hair loss, mild. TSK, so many problems at such a young age. Overall rating, F. Description, a weakling, could easily be killed by a wild chicken on the side of the road. Damn, this is called subhealth, don't you get it? Besides, who can't beat a wild chicken? Sumo snorted. Ding, your golden finger has been received. Sumo's eyes brightened. I knew it, how could there be no golden finger when crossing over? Requesting to join the world. Survival system, request rejected. Reapplying to join the world. Survival system, request rejected. Hashtag. Forcefully attempting to join the world. Survival system, detected malicious attack, firewall activated, attempting to clear abnormal factors. Sumo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, trembling. Big brother, take it easy, the survival system wouldn't treat me like a virus and clear me out, right? Survival system, clearing failed, attempting to expel. Attempting to sneak into the world. Successfully joined the world. Survival system, no abnormalities detected, alarm lifted. Sumo let out a sigh of relief and loosened his clenched fists. His golden finger had almost slipped away. Binding person, Sumo. The All Things Lottery Machine is binding. Chapter 2, The All Things Lottery Machine. The familiar stinging sensation appeared again. No way, again? Sumo's vision blacked out once more. When he opened his eyes again, Sumo found himself in a pitch-black space. Although empty, staying in this area gave Sumo an indescribable sense of safety. Ding, the All Things Lottery Machine binding successful. The voice of the golden finger echoed in the space, and a huge glowing ball slowly appeared in front of Sumo. As the light faded, a lottery machine stood brightly before him. The lottery machine in front of him looked like the kind of arcade game machine, red and black in color, with a huge joystick on the side. On the screen were 3 images, a yellow smiling face, a big carrot, and a white skull. Consume crystal cores to activate the All Things Lottery Machine. 3 possible draw results, good luck, 1%, normal, 70%, bad luck, 29%. Good luck drops, absolute good stuff, exclusive to European emperors. Normal drops, anything could happen. No danger, but basically none. Fate drop, strange beasts or malicious events. Ah, so terrifying. Quietly think to myself, can enter and exit the lottery space freely. Tip, when attacked, transported to the consciousness space, you can experience a painless life reset. Note, who is the true lucky emperor? Try pulling the lever to find out. Sumo's eyebrows twitched, a slight unease stirring in his heart. This malicious event didn't seem friendly at all. With a flicker of thought, Sumo found himself back on the road. A quick movement, and he was standing next to the lottery machine again. Interesting, but too bad the body can't come alone. Otherwise, this would be a safe house, Sumo muttered, stroking his chin. And why does this golden finger seem a bit chatty? Ding ding ding, new player benefits have been distributed. 10 free lottery chances, with the first 10 draws having adjusted probabilities, good luck, 10%, normal, 89%, bad luck, 1%. Long live Brother Tonzi. Sumo cheered. Looking at the everything lottery machine, since there were free chances, there was no reason not to use them. Give me 3 gold straight away, wouldn't that make me fly instantly? Sumo thought happily. He quickly pulled the lever, and the 3 symbols in front of him spun rapidly. Good luck, come on, give me some good luck. As the spinning slowed, 3 carrots appeared on the everything lottery machine. Ding, normal, received expired pure milk *1. Again. Ding, normal, received secondhand stockings *1. Ding, normal, received empty nail polish bottle *1. Again. Ding, normal, received wood *1. Ding, normal, received stones *5. I don't believe it, Sumo, the non-lucky emperor, became more frustrated, 10% chance and no luck? After 3 normal items appeared in a row, Sumo stared in disbelief at the lottery machine, his lips trembling as he spoke, not 3, just one will do. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the lever again. The pattern swirled and, with Sumo's hopeful gaze, they stopped at 3 skulls. A chill instantly surged up his back. Ding, bad luck, a cracked rat has appeared. In an instant, Sumo's consciousness returned to the real world. A heap of clutter was piled on the ground. But Sumo didn't have time to notice this now. On the road, about 5 meters away, a rat the size of a sheep was suspiciously scanning the surroundings with blood-red eyes. Huge tusks even still had unknown flesh and blood fragments on them. Cracked rat. A highly aggressive, social predator, sharp teeth can easily pierce the shells of armored creatures. Danger level, ES. Description: the terrifying part is not the cracked rat itself, but the rat swarm. Sumo's body stiffened, his eyes wide. He could sense the deadly threat from this rat. Bare-handed, he would never be its opponent. Move, damn it. The sharp pain on his tongue finally gave Sumo control over his body again. Slowly, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground, careful not to attract the rat's attention with any sudden moves. The cold wooden stick was hardly a weapon, offering no sense of safety to Sumo. The rat twitched its nose. Its keen sense of smell should have detected Sumo's presence immediately, but now it seemed malfunctioning, looking around as if confused as to why it had suddenly ended up here. The road's atmosphere made it instinctively feel disgusted. It swayed its long tail and slowly crawled toward the wild area nearby, gradually disappearing. Only when the cracked rat's figure was no longer visible did Sumo relax, slumping to the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat. Lucky it's a safe period, almost lost my life, Sumo sighed in relief. Without weapons, how do you deal with these strange beasts? How could I even hit this 1% chance? Calming his mood, Sumo returned to the lucky emperor space. Only one left, I hit the 1% chance, there's no reason not to hit the 10%. The pattern swirled in Sumo's eyes, and in the end, a yellow smiley face appeared before him. Ha ha, how can a non-lucky player lose every day? Good luck has arrived. Sumo said excitedly. Ding ding ding. Good luck. You have received a primary vehicle upgrade token *1. With the arrival of good luck, even the notification sound was different. Back on the road, a delicate metal token appeared in Sumo's hand. Primary vehicle upgrade token. Upgrade your vehicle and waive all upgrade materials, only valid for level 1 vehicles. Description: an extremely rare item, allowing your vehicle to be rejuvenated. Since it's a level 1 limited item, no need to keep it. Sumo directly used the token. The light instantly enveloped the old tractor. Soon, the light faded, revealing a brand new vehicle in front of Sumo. The hand-operated steering lever was gone, replaced by a fully metal and glass-encased cockpit. The massive tires showed its exceptional ability to handle all terrains. The metallic exhaust pipe stood tall. The old agricultural tractor instantly looked much more modern, its appearance was similar to the Dongfang Hong LX904 model. At the very least, it now looked like a complete vehicle. Check vehicle information. Modern agricultural tractor. Owner, Sumo. Vehicle level, 2. Durability, 200. Fuel tank capacity, 15L/150L. Fuel consumption, 15 liters per 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 37 kilometers per hour. Description: a practical agricultural vehicle, suitable for all terrains. Upgrade materials: primary vehicle core *10, metal *188, iron nails *52, glue *100, glass *30, rubber *62, wire *20, alloy *30. Haha, not only has the fuel tank become bigger, but the speed has doubled. Sumo showed a happy smile. Ding, congratulations. You are the first player on the server to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. Do you want to announce it to the entire server? Note, announcing it to the server will grant extra rewards. What's the point of hiding it? Plus, there's an extra reward. Without any hesitation, Sumo chose yes. Ding, the system detects that you haven't confirmed your nickname yet. Please set a nickname first. I'll go with how can a non-lucky player lose every day? Nickname set, how can a non-lucky player lose every day? Server-wide announcement, player how can a non-lucky player lose every day has become the first player to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle on the server, rewarded with the title, Pioneer. Server-wide announcement. Chapter 3, the clever use of information notes. The system announcement rang 3 times, a full display of pride. The chat channel exploded, messages scrolling at lightning speed. Wait, I just finished selecting my vehicle, and you're telling me you're already at level 2? Isn't this some kind of survival game bug? And how can a non-lucky player lose every day? Share with us. Is this even possible? Doesn't upgrading to level 2 need a primary vehicle core? And a bunch of materials. Where did you get all that? Wah, I don't want to survive, I just want to go home. Is it a cheat code, or are you a rebirth? You've watched too many novels. I suggest you uninstall your foreign tomatoes. Can anyone tell me why my vehicle is a stroller? You're killing me, bro. There were 3 options, why pick the stroller? Rocking horse, stroller, and scooter. What do you want me to choose? Tell me. 666. Chief, you're here, come back to Africa with me. Who's got extra clothes? Give me one, I'll trade materials. I'm still in the shower, get me on the road. Ha ha, I'm flying straight up. Apocalypse night, let's see which beast dares to block me, I'll just turn them into a speed bump. Bro, you might want to check your fuel gauge. At this moment, Sumo was happily checking the title he received. Pioneer. Type, title. Equipping it increases all attributes by +2. Nice, got a free title. Sumo equipped the title, and the attribute increase made him feel refreshed all over. The announcement rewarded him with 5 bottles of water, 2 packs of instant noodles, 10 units of plastic, and 10 units of metal. Water was a necessity, instant noodles were a good thing. Basic materials were also useful. Mosquito meat is still meat, after all. Sumo didn't mind. Oh right, there's also a newbie gift package. Sumo suddenly remembered the initial gift. At the bottom of the character panel were 10 storage slots. Convenient to take and store. The newbie gift package was quietly lying in one of them. With a thought, a gift wrapped with a delicate satin ribbon, tied with a large bow, appeared in front of Sumo. The packaging is quite exquisite, but I wonder what's inside. Sumo clasped his hands together, silently praying. The ritual must be followed. After finishing the ritual, Sumo reached out and untied the bow on the gift. Ding, received 10 L of fuel, 1 regular baseball bat, 500 milliliters of mineral water, 1 sorghum bread. The light faded, and the satin ribbon on the packaging had already vanished, leaving only a pile of supplies on the ground. Not bad, at least I got a weapon. Sumo happily picked up the baseball bat from the ground, trying it out with a few swings. It felt pretty good. At least now, he wouldn't be completely defenseless against weaker mutant beasts. He stored all the supplies into the tractor's built-in storage. Even though the tractor was upgraded, it didn't have many storage slots, only 25 in total. After all, the tractor only had 1 cockpit and no other storage space. Sumo decided to set off first, as there was still a daily mileage task to complete. He opened the tractor's door. The cockpit was simple, just a regular seat, steering wheel, and various levers. Thankfully, the system had already directly implanted the driving methods into his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to operate it. Stepping into the cockpit, the system's voice sounded in his ear. Ding, today's mileage task is 30 kilometers, new player benefit, but... Phew, at least the survival system has some conscience, didn't immediately give me 100 kilometers. With bikes and such, there's still a chance, Sumo muttered. Let me see, this is the engine switch, clutch, brake, gearshift. After familiarizing himself with everything, Sumo turned the key. The engine roared to life with a sputter. Soon, Sumo's small tractor started moving forward slowly at about 25 kilometers per hour. After all, he didn't have much fuel. The difference in fuel consumption between full throttle and steady speed was quite large. The road was smooth, and 25 kilometers per hour wasn't fast, but the cockpit wasn't soundproof, and the tractor's engine was pretty loud. Sumo kept one hand on the steering wheel while beginning to check his supplies. 1 pair of used stockings, 1 expired pure milk, 1 empty nail polish bottle, 1 piece of wood, 5 stones, 1 baseball bat, 10 L of gasoline, 6 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 1 coarse grain bread, 1 wooden stick, 1 intelligence note, 2 packs of handsome beef noodles, 1 glass filled with cola. 2 battery packs, 1 fishing rod, 15 metal pieces, 10 plastic pieces. Huh, what's this? With a thought, a note appeared in Sumo's hand. At that moment, he had been focused on the lottery machine and hadn't noticed this common drop. Small intelligence, the farther you are from the road, the higher the chance of encountering high-quality supply boxes. However, the mutant beasts nearby will be more dangerous. Ding, server-wide announcement, player Lonely Wolf becomes the first player to personally kill a mutant beast, awarded the title, Conqueror. The familiar system voice sounded again. Other players were quick too, it hadn't been long, and the announcement for the first kill had already appeared. This guy is so brave? Sumo thought. During the newbie protection period, mutant beasts wouldn't actively attack, and they wouldn't enter the road. This player must have gone for the first kill reward. Although players learned from Sumo's announcement that there were extra rewards for the first kill, not all players had the ability or the courage to provoke the mutant beasts. Maybe I can find some easy targets to pick on, Sumo's eyes gleamed. Since someone could kill them, it meant that the mutant beasts weren't unbeatable. The split rat was clearly highly dangerous, usually encountered only after leaving the road for a distance. Moreover, with the newbie protection period, survivors had the upper hand. Let me finish the mileage task first. The view from the tractor's cockpit was high, and everything on both sides of the road was visible. He hadn't gone far when Suemo then saw that beside the bushes at the side of the road there was a wooden treasure chest. Suemo showed joy on his face and hurriedly stopped the tractor. After that he came to the supply chest in front of him. Suemo did not hesitate, his right hand gripped the latch and directly opened it. Congratulations on obtaining battery pack *2, fishing rod *1, metal *5, cold steamed bun *1. Suemo looked at the fishing rod in his hand, then looked at the wild land full of bushes around him. No, where do you want me to go to fish? Battery pack. Type, energy. Can replenish electricity for electric vehicles? Description, convenient and easy to use high-tech product. Su Xing felt a little helpless, the battery pack could not replenish energy for his own small tractor. It was obvious that it was prepared for those electric cars. Looking through the trading channel, there were also many trading messages using battery packs to exchange for fuel, and fuel to exchange for battery packs. Obviously other players had also opened energy fuel that did not match their own vehicles. However, the prices were all different. Anyway, the fuel was still enough to use. Su Xing still decided to wait first. After understanding the prices almost clearly, then carry out the trade. He put the other dropped items into the backpack. The supply chest in front of his eyes turned into particles and disappeared in front of Su Xing. TSK, you do not even give the supply chest, so stingy. Suemo curled his lips, returned to the cab of his small tractor, and continued forward. The cold steamed bun, except being a little hard, had no difference from an ordinary steamed bun, just happened to be a little hungry. Su Xing simply ate the steamed bun with water. Ding, daily mileage task has been completed. In less than 2 hours, Suemo finally completed today's mileage task. Unfortunately, he did not need a second treasure chest on the road. Suemo decisively stopped the vehicle. The fuel was not much. If the fuel was not enough for the mileage, it would be troublesome. Now he could save when possible. His small tractor's fuel consumption was still a bit terrifying. Perhaps I can go to the deep part of the road to take a look. Suemo stared at the endless desert in front of him, touching his chin and thinking. Far away from the road it was easier for high-quality supply chests to appear, but the number and danger level of alien beasts would also increase. However, now it was the novice protection period. Alien beasts would not actively attack. The fangs of the alien beasts had not yet fully shown in front of the survivors. Since there is novice protection, there is no reason not to try my luck. He raised his head to look. The time was still early, it was even not yet noon, completely had time to explore once. Time is still enough, return to the road before going down the mountain and it will be safe. After thinking for a while, Suemo no longer hesitated. If he did not collect more supplies during the novice protection period, it would be difficult later. Chapter 4, Deep in the Wilderness, another title obtained. There was nothing much to prepare. He brought water and food, and put the baseball bat in the backpack just in case. Not long after entering the wilderness, Suemo encountered a wooden treasure chest. Around the treasure chest there was a gray scorpion, but it had no reaction at all to Sumo's approach. Sand scorpion. A common alien beast in the desert, the toxin of the tail needle can easily poison an elephant to death. Danger index, F. Description, insomnia? Let it stab you once and try. Suemo carefully approached the treasure chest until he put the treasure chest into the backpack. The sand scorpion still had no reaction, minding its own business searching for something in the sand. Perhaps I can try. Sumo's eyes showed sharp light. He took out the baseball bat, quietly circled to the side of the sand scorpion. The palm-sized sand scorpion completely did not notice that beside it appeared a terrifying upright ape. The distance was almost right, not far and not near, just within the attack range of the baseball bat. Even if one hit did not smash it to death, the sand scorpion could not attack him at the first moment. Bang! The baseball bat smashed down, easily smashing the unprepared sand scorpion into the sand, but the sand scorpion did not die completely, desperately waving its tail needle, stabbing at the end of the baseball bat. Such tenacious vitality. Suemo did not give the sand scorpion any chance, and smashed several more times. The sand scorpion finally died completely. Detected dead sand scorpion, whether to collect. The voice of the system sounded. The benefit of system collection is that you don't have to do the work yourself, but some of the dropped items will be deducted by the system. Yes. Ding, obtained 1 level 1 crystal core *1, sand scorpion meat *2. Level 1 crystal core. Type, material. Can be recycled by the system for road coins. Description, every exotic beast has one. Sand scorpion meat. Type, exotic beast meat. Non-edible low-level exotic beast meat. Description, toxic, do not eat. Originally, Suemo was quite happy to have meat, but it turned out it couldn't be eaten. It was completely useless, so Suemo disdainfully threw it on the ground. The crystal core, however, was different. Although it could be recycled, it was also the currency of the lottery machine for all things. A level 1 crystal core could be exchanged for one chance at a 10-time lottery, and one stroke of luck had allowed Suemo to appear on the server-wide announcement. Such a good item certainly couldn't be recycled by the system. Suemo continued to venture deeper into the wilderness, not daring to stray too far from the path. Every distance he covered, he would beat a shrub bare and pile some rocks as a marker, to avoid getting lost later. As he moved farther from the road, Suemo no longer had any thoughts of ambushing exotic beasts. Whether it was a wild boar the size of a rhinoceros or ants the size of cats, none of them were anything Suemo could mess with now. Just looking at them made Suemo break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, these exotic beasts treated him like air. They showed no interest in Suemo at all. Suemo still kept his distance from them, afraid that one careless step could result in him being crushed or accidentally injured while they were hunting. The newbie protection period was not invincible. But after seeing so many of them, his fear of these giant exotic beasts had almost disappeared. Now, when he saw the previous crack rats, he wouldn't be too scared to move. Ding, congratulations, player, you are the first in this area to reach a straight line distance of 5 kilometers away from the road. Do you wish to notify the whole area? Note, selecting to notify the whole area will give you an additional reward. Suemo was stunned. He hadn't expected to be the first one to trigger this. He rubbed his chin. 5 kilometers was neither too far nor too close. If he had a vehicle, it would take less than 10 minutes. It couldn't have triggered only now. His tractor was definitely no match for the professional off-road vehicles. The newbie protection period rule had given Suemo a chance. And since this was a regional announcement, it was clear that someone else had already triggered the first one for the whole server, but they must have chosen not to notify. Suemo directly chose to notify the entire area. The extra reward was still nice, especially for Suemo, who was currently broke. Area announcement, player where is the unlucky one losing every day becomes the first player in this area to reach a straight line distance of 5 kilometers from the road. Reward, Title Explorer. Ding, detected that the player is not in a vehicle, please choose a location for the reward delivery. Oh, that's quite thoughtful, Suemo directly chose to have the reward delivered to his vehicle. The extra reward wasn't much, just 5 whole wheat breads and 5 rubber nails. But hey, it was free, so Suemo wouldn't complain. Check the newly acquired title. Explorer. Type, Title. When leaving the road, speed +1, strength +1, and exotic beasts are less likely to detect you. Description, you have a heart of exploration, keep moving forward. The attributes are not as good as the Pioneer title. You can only wear one title at a time. Suemo naturally chose to wear the Pioneer title, which gave more attributes. The Explorer title's special effects were useless during the newbie protection period. Merciless killer, whom? Isn't that the big shot who upgraded his vehicle first? Why run so far? I'm a lucky king, I'm proud, I just left for a bit, and saw a super large rat. I quickly ran back. XYY's brother, if I had known, I would have run forward too. Not sure what the title does though. The person in the wind, and where is the unlucky one losing every day, what's out in the wilderness? Share with us. Strawberry flavored kitten, anyone want to trade fuel for batteries? Suemo was still focused on searching through the treasure chests, unaware that someone was mentioning him in the chat channel. After more than 5 kilometers, Suemo finally spotted the first metal treasure chest. He happily stuffed it into his backpack. Looking at the 3 wooden treasure chests and 1 metal treasure chest in his backpack, Suemo couldn't help but smile. As expected, the note was right. The further you go, the more the quantity and quality of the chests increase. Both wooden treasure chests were found near the 5-kilometer mark. The 5 kilometers had taken Suemo almost 2 hours. As he ventured deeper into the wilderness, the path became harder to traverse, and he often had to avoid roaming wild animals. He also had to make some simple markers along the way. There's still time, let's go a bit further. The temptation of the chests was hard to resist. I'll fill my backpack and then head back. Suemo made his decision, taking out some coarse bread and water to replenish his energy. The rest of the journey went smoothly, encountering very few strange beasts. Soon, Suemo found 2 more metal treasure chests. Ha ha ha, this is way better than picking up treasure chests on the road. Suemo smiled as he looked at the chests lying in his backpack. Opening them back home would definitely be a feast. However, he had already spent quite a bit of time, so Suemo decided to go a little further before heading back. He absolutely couldn't linger in the wilderness before dark. Suemo, just another 20 minutes, then I'll start heading back. There's plenty of time. But not long after, a massive sandpit blocked Sumo's path. Looking towards the bottom of the pit, he saw 3 giant eggs piled together, and next to them, a treasure chest glinted with an enticing silver light under the sun. Chapter 5, Silver Treasure Chest and the Mysterious Giant Eggs. A silver treasure chest. Sumo's face lit up. After a quick observation, he saw that the slope of the sand pit wasn't steep, and the sand was fairly firm. There shouldn't be a problem getting out after going down. Just as he was about to act, the ground suddenly began to shake. A loud rumbling noise echoed from a distance. Could the owner of the giant eggs be back? Suemo had a bad feeling, and his heartbeat quickened. Doing something near the egg's owner could be considered a provocation, and he didn't know if the newbie protection would hold up. Suemo didn't dare to take the risk. The wild beasts in this area were dangerous, and any movement could easily lead him to meet his great-grandmother. Although his great-grandmother was kind to him when he was little, Suemo didn't want to meet her just yet. As the ground continued to shake more intensely, 5 enormous lizards appeared in front of Suemo. The giant lizards had a horn on their heads, their upper bodies arched, and they ran swiftly on their strong hind legs. The giant lizards surrounded the sandpit, poking their heads out with a strong sense of stealth, seemingly investigating something. Could they be looking for me? Suemo involuntarily shrank his neck. Thankfully, the newbie protection was still strong. After confirming it was safe, the giant lizards suddenly rushed toward the bottom of the sandpit. Their target was the giant eggs. The giant lizards were definitely not the owners of the eggs, as even the smallest egg was the size of 3 or 4 of the lizards. The conclusion was obvious: these lizards were egg thieves. The giant lizards neared the giant eggs, stood up again, and after confirming safety, they used their horns to easily pierce through the hard egg shells. Transparent egg liquid slowly flowed from the hole, and the surrounding lizards immediately began devouring it greedily, swallowing the egg liquid into their bellies. Since they weren't the owners of the nest, Suemo wasn't too worried. The newbie protection system had proven effective many times during his journey, so there shouldn't be a problem. Carefully, Suemo slid down the sandpit and approached the giant eggs. The nearest lizard seemed to notice some movement, lifting its head to look around. Then, it nonchalantly continued devouring the egg liquid. Suemo sighed with relief and quickly approached the nest. He reached out and immediately put the silver treasure chest into his backpack. "Nice, it's in the bag," Suemo said, his face lighting up. With the distance close enough, he could also see the detailed information of the giant lizard and the giant egg. Egg-stealing giant lizard. Pack-hunting predator, its thick legs allow it to move quickly across the wilderness, its leather is an excellent material. Danger level, D. Description, a notorious thief of the wilderness. Death worm egg. Type, beast egg. Hatching time, damaged, cannot hatch. Description, the egg of a deathworm, it can hatch the most terrifying creatures of the death desert, and is also a treasure sought by all other beasts. The 5 egg-stealing giant lizards crowded together, fighting for the egg liquid on the ground. The ones pushed out, seeing they couldn't get any egg liquid, simply used the horns on their heads to break open another egg. Each egg was at least 3 meters high, and the largest one even exceeded 4 meters. Unfortunately, it had now become the giant lizard's meal. A tempting fragrance wafted again, and Suemo couldn't stop his mouth from watering. He wiped away the saliva that almost dripped out. "Damn, this egg liquid smells too good," Suemo said, watching the liquid flow to his feet. He dipped a little and checked the information. Death Sandworm egg liquid. Type, ingredient/material. A precious special ingredient, eating it for the first time increases constitution by 2 points, and gradually increases constitution over time. Quickly restores stamina and provides powerful healing effects. Can remove all toxins below SSS level. One of the materials for legendary ingredients. Description, eating it directly takes effect immediately, though this behavior is no different from being a spendthrift. He put his finger in his mouth, and a sweet fragrance burst out, sweet but not greasy, without any of that raw egg smell. The texture was more like premium bird's nest. Suemo couldn't resist dipping a bit more and putting it in his mouth. Ding, Constitution +2, Constitution continues to rise, stamina restored, healing effect gained. The soreness in his legs instantly disappeared, and the exhaustion from the long journey vanished. Even the wound on his palm from making a signpost, which had been scratched by a bush, healed at a visible speed, scabbing over and shedding, revealing fresh pink flesh. No wonder the lizards love it. Who wouldn't love this? Suemo looked greedily at the only remaining egg. But reason quickly regained control. It was fine to scrape some egg liquid, but if he stole the whole egg, the egg's owner would definitely fight him to the death. "I can't take the egg, but taking some egg liquid should be fine," Suemo said, taking out his bottled water, pouring it onto the ground without any hesitation. He emptied 5 water bottles. Unfortunately, one had already been drunk along the way, and the empty bottle had been left behind as part of a signpost. He filled up 5 plastic bottles in total, and the smile on Sumo's face was as bright as ever. He was about to trade for more containers through the trading channel. Just then, the egg-stealing giant lizards, who had been eating, suddenly stood alert. The skin folds near their ears expanded to the maximum, and they immediately abandoned the food and scattered in all directions, vanishing without a trace. No way, an extremely ominous premonition surged within him, and a chill ran up his spine. The only reason the egg-stealing lizards would abandon their favorite food and run away without a second thought was if one thing had happened. That was the return of the owner of this nest. The ground began to tremble, as if hundreds of elephants were running at the same time. The shaking was so intense that Sumo was thrown to the ground, his body covered in egg liquid. Without warning, the ground not far away suddenly caved in. Sumo's sky darkened as a terrifying figure blocked out the sun. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Sumo screamed in his heart, stiffly turning his head. A terrifying figure stood quietly behind Fonglan. Its body resembled a massive blood-red cow intestine, covered with hard, bone-like scales. But it seemed to have been attacked with great force. A section of its scales shattered completely, revealing the bright red flesh beneath. Its massive body resembled a hill, and the part exposed above the ground alone was at least 7 or 8 stories high. The death sandworm fixed its gaze on Sumo, or rather, on the 2 shattered and lifeless sandworm eggs behind him. There's a saying that when anger reaches its peak, the outward manifestation is calm. Sumo felt that the sandworm was in that state right now. Although it had done nothing, Sumo could feel its raging fury through its stillness. Death sandworm? The moment the biological information appeared, the system emitted a sharp alarm. Ding, detected high-level creature breaking through the barrier into the starting area. Abnormal attack? Could it be my golden finger that caused this? Sumo swallowed nervously and carefully said, Big brother sandworm, this is a misunderstanding, I didn't do it. But his body covered in egg fluid didn't seem very convincing. The moment Sumo's voice rang out, it ignited the sandworm's fury. Its giant mouth opened wide, like a chrysanthemum, and several petal-like jaws suddenly extended, each one densely packed with spiral-shaped sharp teeth. The dark mouth seemed to lead straight to hell, and its enraged roar made Sumo's ears ache. Before Sumo could react, the sandworm's massive body, like a small mountain, came crashing down toward Sumo. Chapter 6: What to do when an SSS-level creature targets you. The sandworm opened its giant mouth and swallowed the last intact worm egg beside Sumo. Its terrifying body was so close that he could have touched it. Sumo could even see the tiny hairs wriggling between the gaps of its scales. If he moved just an inch to the left, Sumo would have been turned into a puddle of meat by now. The enormous body suddenly stopped moving. Sumo could feel the giant creature behind him staring at him intently. His muscles tensed up in extreme fear, and the terrifying aura made it hard for him to even breathe. In front of such a giant creature, Sumo had no ability to resist at all. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt incredibly long, as though he were a condemned prisoner, left to wait for the judgment to come. Finally, the giant body moved. The deathworm burrowed into the ground, and its massive form slowly disappeared, leaving behind a huge empty hole. Only when everything became completely still did Sumo relax. His body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Ding, barrier repair completed, high-level creature has been driven away from the starting area. Damn, does it have to be this intense? First the cracked rat, and now even an SSS-level death sandworm has shown up. Sumo gasped heavily, the feeling of death had been too real. The death sandworm had clearly noticed him and was enraged to the extreme. Fortunately, it hadn't attacked. The newbie protection period had saved his life. This over-the-top monster clearly didn't belong to this area, but due to the survival system being attacked by his golden finger, some flaws had appeared, and the death sandworm happened to come across them. After catching his breath, Sumo immediately started heading back, following the markers he had set up, heading toward the road. The death threat from the sandworm had completely extinguished his desire to explore. The journey back was smooth. Because of the death sandworm's appearance, all the other beasts in the area had fled, and he didn't see many along the way. He finally reached the road and saw the familiar tractor. Only then did Sumo truly relax. Looking at the treasure chest in his backpack, his mood was exceptionally excited. This trip has made me a fortune. Not to mention the rare sandworm egg liquid he obtained, just the treasure chest in his backpack was enough for Sumo to make a great profit. Rubbing his hands together, he took out the treasure chests one by one and placed them in front of him. 3 ordinary wooden chests, 3 metal chests, and 1 rare silver chest. Next comes the harvest time, may the great Lord bless me, bring me some good stuff. After a sincere prayer, Sumo opened the 3 wooden chests first. Ding, obtained 10 L of fuel *1, nails *10, metal *10. Ding, obtained compressed biscuits *1, 500 milliliters of mineral water *1, blue *5. When Sumo opened the last chest, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Prepared in advance, Sumo swung his baseball bat to meet it. The black figure was instantly smashed like a kite with a broken string, flying out and falling to the ground, struggling non-stop. Little guy, you want to sneak attack me? Sumo hadn't forgotten that treasure chests could occasionally drop information about mutated beasts. Mutated mole. A mole affected by mysterious energy, it has become highly aggressive. Danger level, F. Description, a weak mutated beast, surely no one would be successfully ambushed by it, right? Directly dismantled. Ding, obtained level 1 crystal core *1, mutated mole tooth *3. The drops from the other 2 wooden chests were miserably few. Thankfully, there were still 3 metal chests and the silver chest. Suemo raised his hand and opened the metal chests one by one. Ding, obtained battery pack *5, tactical dagger *1, stylish jeans *1. Ding, obtained 200 milliliters of honey *1, 500 milliliters of mineral water *2, compressed biscuits *3. Ding, obtained 10 L of fuel *2, apples *3, alloy *10. At least there were no empty chests or mutated beasts. Suemo took out the dagger, tested its feel, and the sharp tool would definitely be useful for both self-defense and cutting some meat. The fuel he obtained was all added to the tractor's fuel tank at once. The second-level tractor's fuel tank was large. Even after adding all the fuel, the gauge only showed about a third full. Apples are good stuff, I should save some, Suemo thought. Apples could provide important vitamins, he had to be careful with how many he ate. The vehicle storage space was limited, so some small things like compressed biscuits and mineral water were directly piled up in the cockpit. Though a little cramped, as long as it didn't affect driving, it was no problem. The jeans were pretty good, still from a famous brand on Blue Star, but unfortunately, they weren't Sumo's size. Now, with enough storage space, Suemo didn't throw away expired milk or nail polish bottles. He kept them just in case they came in handy someday. Even the stockings could be washed and maybe used as filters or something in an emergency. In times of scarcity, every bit of usable material had to be put to good use. After tidying up the storage, Suemo finally arrived at the main event. The silver chest sparkled under the sunlight with an enticing glow. After a sincere prayer, Suemo took a deep breath. "You were brought back with great difficulty, please don't disappoint me," he said, then clasped the latch with his right hand and suddenly yanked it open. Ding, obtained 50 L of fuel, primary attribute enhancement potion, strength, *1, primary vehicle core *2, protective vest *1, workbench blueprint, one-time use, *1. Not bad, not bad, the silver chest really gave more generous rewards, not only giving 50 L of fuel but even something like the attribute enhancement potion. Primary attribute enhancement potion, strength. Type, item. Used to increase strength by +1. Description, a good item that directly enhances attributes. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. A warm current flowed through his blood, spreading throughout his body. Suemo opened his character panel. Suemo. Nickname, where's the unlucky guy who loses every day? Vehicle, modern agricultural tractor, level 2. Constitution, 8, 2, continuously increasing. Strength, 7, 2. Mentality, 4, 2. Health, 95. Mild constipation. Overall rating, F++. Description, wow. A strong human, finally able to fight back against fierce mutated beasts, though only for a moment. Special event, your scent has been collected and marked by the deathworm, you will face its revenge. Originally, the increase in attributes and health made me quite happy, but after seeing the final special event, my face turned green. Me? F level against SSS level? You might as well just kill me now, Suemo thought, his face turning pale as he imagined a body as tall as a tower. The words of the special event coiled around Sumo's neck like a snake, choking him so much he could hardly breathe. Suemo felt his mind go blank, unable to think at all. These simple words seemed to announce his death sentence. The deathworm hadn't attacked yet, entirely due to the protection of the survival system's beginner safety period. And high-level alien beasts were not allowed in the starting area. But the beginner period would eventually end, and with the daily mileage task, he would inevitably leave the starting area. At that time, the sandworm would have no hesitation. Ding, detected that you have a level 1 crystal core, would you like to convert it into a lottery chance? The sound of the universal lottery machine was like a thunderclap, waking Suemo from his confusion. Right, I still have my golden finger. Suemo grasped at it like a life-saving straw. He immediately entered the lottery space. The familiar sense of security wrapped him up like warm spring water. His chaotic mind gradually became clear, and his heart slowly calmed down. Chapter 7, Restart the Lottery Machine. Suemo took a deep breath. The sandworm should have gone somewhere to incubate now, and before hatching, it shouldn't stray far from its only offspring. He was in the starting area, so at least for now, he was safe. Sumo's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing. But once he left the starting area, the sandworm would eventually follow the scent and come after him. He slapped his cheek to wake himself up. Panicking won't help, I can only speed up my growth. He didn't know how many kilometers it took to leave the starting area, but all Suemo could do was seize every opportunity to get stronger. At least, when he encountered the sandworm again, he would be able to resist. Now that he was clear-headed, Sumo immediately looked at the universal lottery machine. After exchanging the chances, he didn't rush to use them. He remembered that the silver treasure chest had dropped some armor. Back in the real world, Sumo checked the dropped protective vest. It looked no different from an ordinary vest. It was all black, and when he picked it up, it still had some weight. Protective vest. Type, armor. Can easily withstand handgun bullets from 15 meters away, offers good defense against sharp objects, and reduces damage caused by impact. Description, a sturdy and practical protective gear. Sumo immediately put on the protective vest. The thick feeling gave him a strong sense of security. When one can't defeat alien beasts with a single blow, defensive gear becomes especially important. After all, only by staying alive can one deal damage. The basic vehicle core was a necessary item for upgrading the vehicle, and the rest of the drops were just a blueprint. Workbench blueprint. Type, blueprint, one time, the blueprint is consumed after crafting once. Required materials, wood *10, iron nails *4, glue *2. Description, basic manufacturing facility, the foundation of industry. Too bad I don't have enough materials, Sumo shook his head, adding the newly acquired fuel to the vehicle. Sumo opened the trading channel. The drop of 10L of fuel and 2 battery packs in the wooden crate seemed to be a reasonable exchange. Many people had acquired energy sources that didn't belong to them. Although it was easy to exchange battery packs for 10L of fuel. Of course, many had also exchanged various materials for fuel and battery packs. It seemed that some were aiming for the first mileage reward. Sumo didn't think much about it. His slow tractor, though a level 2 vehicle, could never outrun those lucky ones who started with sports cars. It was better to just take it easy and go slow. Collecting wooden treasure chests by the roadside, solving problems with those easy-to-bully strange beasts. Sumo looked at the fuel gauge, which was more than half full, and said, the fuel should be enough for now. Since the fuel is enough, there's no reason to stay in one place. With the noisy sound of the engine, Sumo continued on the road, driving his tractor. There was no one on the road, and the wide, smooth road was very comfortable to drive on. While driving, he also glanced at the regional chat to see if there was any useful information. But remember, focus on driving in real life. The top right corner of the chat channel showed an online count of 9956/10,000. Human engine, I can't go on, my legs are about to break. Finally done. Wind, bro, 666, implying respect. Apocalypse night, anyone got fuel? I'll trade food for it. Spring flowers blue, Sule, where are you? I'm your dad. Add me as a friend after seeing this message. Please call me a strong man, looking to buy a beginner's vehicle core, DM me for the price. Little cake, any big brothers got extra food? Can you share with your sister? I've got some nice photos. Pass smoke, helping each other among survivors is a given. Little cake, DM me. Akuan, bro, are you serious? No normal girl talks like that. Player 121, trash survival game, why the hell did they pull me here? You, what's wrong with your brain? This is Wind, bro, why so mad? Player 121, who the hell are you calling bro? Who the hell are you? I do whatever I want, what's it to you? Wind, heh, who let a stray dog bite people everywhere? Sumo watched for a while and then left. There was nothing useful in the chat. Instead, every player seemed really irritable and started arguing over the smallest things. After driving for a while, Sumo saw other strange beasts on the road. He immediately stopped the tractor, grabbed his baseball bat, and strapped a dagger to his waist. He slowly approached. Black beetle. A common strange beast in the wilderness, with no valuable parts on its body. Danger level, F. Description, a weak strange beast, releases a foul-smelling gas when in danger. For Sumo, who was continuously improving his strength, every monster was a chance for a lottery. There was no reason to let one slip by. Unfortunately, due to the beginner protection period, most strange beasts were unwilling to approach the road. This made it a lot harder for Sumo to collect crystal cores. Easily eliminating the black beetle, all he got from the disassembly was 1 crystal core and a piece of toxic strange beast meat. After traveling for a while longer, the sky began to darken. Sumo also started feeling a bit tired from the long drive. On this stretch of road, he had only come across 1 wooden treasure chest, and he hadn't seen a single strange beast. Although the cabin was reasonably comfortable, the noise from the tractor was simply too loud. It was so noisy that Sumo started getting a ringing in his ears. He decided to stop and didn't plan to continue driving at night. He took out the soda he had brought to this world. The gas was completely gone. It tasted like sugary water. This backpack doesn't preserve the food state, it's just simple storage space, huh? He finished the entire soda in one gulp. Though the taste wasn't great, it did provide a lot of sugar and water. He checked his food supplies. Fortunately, they were mostly bread and biscuits, which wouldn't spoil in the short term. He ate 2 pieces of bread and 1 compressed biscuit, then drank a bottle of water. Only then did he feel somewhat full. After my physical fitness improved, my appetite grew a lot. I need to collect more food, Suemo thought to himself. The wooden box only contained basic supplies. I already have armor and weapons. It's time to try the lottery machine, Suemo thought, and with a flick of his mind, he returned to the lottery space. 3 first-level crystal cores, which means 30 draws, right? System, I want to exchange for lottery chances. Here I come, little O is here. Detected that the host has 3 first-level crystal cores. Would you like to exchange all of them? Yes. As Sumo's voice fell, the 3 crystal cores in the backpack instantly vanished. The number of spins on the lottery machine in front of him jumped from 0 to 30. Whether we can hit the jackpot depends on you. Give me a 10-spin win. Spin it. With the lever pressed by Suemo, the images in front of him began spinning rapidly. Chapter 8, Good Luck returns again. Common *8, Misfortune *2. Gained wood *2, blue *5, Vices sanitary napkin *1, infonote *1, plastic *5, gunpowder *1, brand new 5090 graphics card *1, highway coins *5. A wild python appeared. A large mole appeared. Sumo's consciousness instantly returned to the highway. Looking out through the driver's cabin window, he saw a 5-meter long python and a fat mole appear out of nowhere in front of the tractor. The mole was as big as a basketball, its small eyes curiously looking around before they locked with the python's gaze. The result is predictable. The python immediately pounced and swallowed the mole whole, then lazily flicked its tongue and left the road. It seemed quite satisfied with its impromptu midnight snack. Poor mole, Suemo shook his head in pity. The python's danger level was E+, dealing with it would still be risky. The mole only had an F rank, but unfortunately, it became the python's meal. If we could get rid of the beasts summoned by misfortune, wouldn't we be able to infinitely refill? Suemo muttered as he returned to the lottery space. Beasts summoned by misfortune do not drop anything, how else could it be called misfortune? Sumo's plan was instantly shattered. Well, let them go then. I can't be bothered to do anything. After all, there were no drops, so it's a waste of effort to fight them. He pressed the lever again. Common *5, misfortune *5. Gained wood *3, cotton men's underwear *1, windproof lighter *1, plastic *5, stone *10. 3 wild wolves appeared. 1 fisher rat appeared. 1 deadly poisonous beetle appeared. Sumo's consciousness returned to the highway. Several beasts stared at each other. Wild wolf, what are you looking at? Fisher rat, what are you gonna do about it? Wild wolf, look at me again, and I'll slap you. Fisher rat, who's afraid of who? Come at me. Both the wild wolf and fisher rat had bad tempers and immediately started fighting. Oh wow, isn't this a beast brawl? Suemo watched the battle with interest as the wild wolves, relying on their numbers, kept attacking the fisher rat. The fisher rat wasn't a pushover either. It seized the opportunity and tore off a huge chunk of flesh from one of the wild wolves. As for the poisonous beetle, it was crushed to death the moment the battle began. Unexpectedly, the fisher rat emerged victorious. It grabbed its chance and used its terrifying teeth to snap the neck of a wild wolf. However, the fisher rat also received a large wound on its stomach, and blood poured out uncontrollably. After finishing off the last wild wolf, the fisher rat lay exhausted on the road. Its blood kept pouring from the wound. Soon, it lost its breath and turned to ashes, vanishing on the road. Do these 2 beasts have such explosive tempers? Suemo stroked his chin. Neither side seemed to want to run away. Even if they had to die, they would still bite a chunk of flesh from the other. Though the prize this time was small, it was still good. Having fire would make things much easier. Back in the space, Suemo couldn't help but complain, "Hey, Xiao, is there something wrong with your probability? Why is the misfortune probability so high? Xiao's probability is fair, just, and transparent. There's absolutely no cheating. The host should look into their own actions and think about whether they've put in enough effort. Could it be that I'm just too unlucky? Yes, indeed." Suemo twitched his mouth in resignation and once again pulled the lever down. Ding ding ding. Good luck. Sumo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. Gained, Basic Vehicle Space Expansion Card. Basic Vehicle Warehouse Expansion Card. Type, Item. Can expand vehicle storage by 50 slots? Description: Are you still troubled by insufficient space? Good stuff. Suemo was very satisfied because there were too many messy items to be extracted, and the storage space was completely insufficient, causing the cockpit to become a complete mess. He used it directly, then stuffed everything in the cockpit into the warehouse. The entire space immediately became much cleaner. Looking at the now clean cockpit, Suemo began to check the other rewards. This time, luck was on his side. There was only one misfortune: he summoned a wild wolf, which had already run away. The other ordinary rewards were 5 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of glass, 2 pieces of rubber, 1 nail clipper, 1 pet snack, 2 10L fuel cans, 1 half-eaten sandwich, and 1 can of cola. At this rate, my vehicle might be able to upgrade soon, Suemo thought with a smile. After tidying up, he picked up the half-eaten sandwich with some disdain. It still had some transparent saliva on it. Though the sandwich was nutritionally balanced and had everything the human body needed, Suemo really couldn't bring himself to eat it. Let's see if I can put it up for trade, Suemo decided, opening the trading system. Surprisingly, this incomplete food could indeed be uploaded. The displayed name was half-eaten sandwich. At least it's not poisonous, and it's nutritionally balanced. I'll list it for 20 materials. Having made his decision, Suemo put the sandwich up for trade. Unexpectedly, not long after, the system notified him that the trade was successful. Please call me Emperor of Luck. Which good brother's sandwich is this? Thank you so much, I'm starving. I haven't found any food on the way. Fearless, what? There's a sandwich? All I've been finding are compressed biscuits or bread. Top Chef, at least there's food. Those system-provided foods never satisfy hunger. Player 1283811092, help, someone have antidote? I ate some alien beast meat and got poisoned, my health is dropping fast. Please call me Emperor of Luck, didn't they say it was poisonous? You dared to eat it? Player 1283811092, I was so hungry, I thought it would just give me diarrhea at most. Fearless of brother, may he rest in peace. Unbeatable hero, oh no, it's almost dark, I won't make it back to the road in time. Any big brothers have advice? Big boss, I recommend digging a hole and filling it. Wang Fugue, I'll trade a Rolex for food and drink, almost new, bought not long ago. Sumo's mind suddenly stirred, and he opened Wang Fugue's private chat interface. Where's the non-lucky one always losing? How much food do you want for the Rolex? Wang Fugue, 10 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Suemo looked at the message and sneered. You really think you're all that? Where's the non-lucky one always losing? 1 piece of bread. Wang Fugue, bro, this is a Rolex Amethyst, I bought it for 200,000. Where's the non-lucky one always losing? Brother, this is a survival world, what use is something expensive here? Just 1 piece of bread, take it or leave it. Not all treasure chests give out food, and some alien beasts are inedible. Players with food are usually unwilling to trade it. In the survival world, the importance of food and water is self-evident. Wang Fugue, 3 pieces of bread and a bottle of water, I'll sell it. Where's the non-lucky one always losing? Forget it, I don't want it. You keep it. A player, with a big belly locked in a 3-wheeled delivery vehicle, suddenly became anxious. Aside from the piece of bread in his starting kit, Wang Fugue hadn't found any food all day. He had finally opened a treasure chest, but it was all materials, no food. Feeling the intense hunger, Wang Fugue gritted his teeth. Wang Fugue, I'll sell it, I'll sell it. Looking at the trade request that came through, Suemo smiled and put up 1 piece of bread. A delicate watch appeared in Sumo's hands. I didn't expect I'd have a day to use a Rolex, Suemo happily fiddled with it. He didn't want to experience luxury, he was focused on the original function of the watch. With a watch, he wouldn't be clueless about the time anymore. At exactly 7 p.m., night fell right on time. The highway was pitch black, and various noisy sounds started to emerge by the roadside. But none of this affected Suemo, who was in the driver's seat. The tractor made a painful sound, thump-thump, as it steadily moved forward. At this rate, it won't take many more days before I can upgrade to a level 3 vehicle, Suemo muttered, driving the tractor simply to get to his destination tonight. He had a note next to him with a small line of writing on it. 30 kilometers away, a newly opened tavern is in its trial run, open until midnight. There seems to be an opening event inside, with the final prize hidden in the drinks. Those who join now will also get a mysterious small gift. Today's lucky color is red. This was the informational slip that had dropped out of the lottery machine. Since there are small gifts, I might as well check it out, Suemo murmured, with only 5 highway coins on him in total. Not enough to buy anything. But since he knew about it, there was no harm in going to see it. An hour passed quickly, and just as Sumo's buttocks began to ache from sitting, a brightly lit wooden house appeared in the distance. This must be the tavern, Suemo rubbed his chin and stopped the tractor, walking toward the house. At the entrance of the tavern stood a rabbit, wearing a suit and a high-collared hat. The rabbit stood at the door like a human, smiling. When it saw Suemo approaching, it hurried forward, its smile becoming even brighter. "Sir, welcome to the Rabbit Tavern. I am the owner of this tavern, you can call me Rabbit 6. Rabbit 6 rubbed his small hands together. "May I ask if you would like some drinks, or would you like to buy something? Don't let the small size of my tavern fool you, the drinks here are ones you won't find anywhere else." The Rabbit Tavern wasn't big, it looked more like a large roadside food stall. Outside the counter, a few chairs were placed for guests to use. "I'll take a look first." Suemo casually picked a seat and sat down. Surprisingly, even though it was outdoors, there wasn't a trace of the cold wilderness wind. "Here is our menu. Feel free to take your time," Rabbit 6 said, taking out a menu from behind and handing it to Suemo. "True King Wine, permanently increases strength and speed by 50, all attributes double for the next 2 hours, price, 99,999. Cracked Sand Rum, temporarily grants control over sandstorms, greatly enhances defense, price, 6,666. Scarlet Apple Wine, removes all negative effects, price, 5,555. Greengrass Wine, treats hair loss, hides presence, price, 10. Low quality drink, regular drink, price, 1. Goodness, are they all this expensive? Suemo thought. He only had 5 survival coins in total, couldn't buy anything. He couldn't help but wish he could take all the rewards for himself. He glanced at Rabbit 6's details. Rabbit 6. Rabbit Tavern Employee. Danger Index, A. Note, don't even think about robbing the employee. Rabbit 6 is not an easy target. Note, attacking special site bosses has a high chance of getting blacklisted, preventing entry to other sites. Suemo immediately put away any thoughts of robbery. "No way, not messing with this." He handed the menu back and said, "I heard you're doing a promotion for the grand opening?" "Yes indeed." Rabbit 6 kept the same smile on his face, unchanged. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he took a tray from behind, with 5 exquisite round wine glasses arranged on it, each filled with a different colored drink. "Ding ding ding. The Great Courage Challenge," Rabbit 6 announced. "These 5 are Fiery Love, Giant Snake's Kiss, Honey Fox Brew, Icefield Brew, and Mother Snake's Saliva. Except for the Honey Fox Brew, all of these contain deadly poison. But the Honey Fox Brew is a rare item that increases luck. Our boss has really spent a lot on this event. So, what do you say? Would you like to take the challenge?" Rabbit 6's smile never faded. Silently watching Suemo. Suemo looked at the various colored drinks in front of him, red, green, blue, and so on. Under the system's restrictions, all that was displayed were question marks. "I'll choose the red one," he said, pretending to hesitate, and then picked up the red wine glass. Out of Sumo's sight, the smile on Rabbit 6's face seemed to fade a little. "Are you sure, guest? If you choose wrong, you could die," Rabbit 6 tried to warn again, but unfortunately, Suemo already knew the correct answer. Suemo flashed a bright smile. "No need, I'll go with this one." He then took the red drink that was handed to him and, without hesitation, downed it in one go. "Ding, your luck has increased. You're really lucky, guest." Rabbit 6 gave Suemo a grin that was more like a smile on the outside but cold on the inside. But Suemo wasn't bothered at all, smiling as he looked at the rabbit in front of him. "I heard there are other small prizes?" At that moment, Rabbit 6's eyes no longer seemed as friendly. The unchanging smile hid a bone-chilling coldness. What kind of guest drinks all the good stuff in the store without buying anything? No boss would like a customer like that. But Suemo was completely unfazed. He'd already seen the SSS-level sandworm, so what was there to fear from an A-level one? Besides, the system clearly stated the rules, the staff at the station can't actively attack players. So, what was there to be afraid of? Please wait, esteemed guest. With that, Rabbit 6 turned and disappeared into the tavern without another word. Soon, he came back with a small cup of red liquid. Turquoise fruit wine. Type, food. After consuming, your physique increases by 1. Description, no side effects, 1 sip makes you stronger. Increase attributes? Good stuff, Suemo said, drinking it down, feeling the warmth flow through his body. By the way, do you accept this? Suemo took out a bottle of Death Worm egg liquid. He was still eyeing some of the other drinks in the tavern, but unfortunately, the good ones were too expensive. Death Worm egg liquid, Rabbit 6 sniffed the scent, surprised. This was an extremely rare and valuable material. With it, one could brew all sorts of high-quality beverages. But the Death Worm had a long production cycle and was extremely difficult to deal with. Rabbit 6 showed a longing expression, struggled for a moment, and then spoke up. "Sorry, guest, we're a tavern, not a recycling station." According to the rules, we can only sell drinks to make road coins. We can't use road coins to buy anything from customers. I see, Suemo said, clicking his tongue in disappointment. He had hoped that, if the price was right, he could perhaps buy that attribute-boosting drink. But now it seemed impossible. Give me 5 bottles of low-quality alcohol, Suemo said, handing Rabbit 6 the death worm egg liquid. He then took out his 5 road coins. No matter where you went, there were always survivors who wanted good alcohol. Maybe these 5 bottles would have some unexpected effects. Chapter 10, Station Membership Card. By the way, this is the tavern's membership card and a gift for being our first customer. Just as Suemo was about to return to his vehicle, Rabbit 6 pulled out a black card and a bottle of fiery red liquor. This time, Suemo clearly saw that these items were taken from a small pocket tied to Rabbit 6's waist. It seemed like some special storage tool, similar to the system's backpack. Free stuff was always hard to refuse, so he took them without hesitation. Rabbit Tavern Membership Card. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount when spending road coins at Rabbit Tavern. The discount increases with the amount of road coins spent. Description: a discount card, better than nothing. Blazing Thunder Fire Liquor. Drinking it will make you immune to cold winds for a period of time. Description: a special drink brewed from the thunder fruit, it easily dispels extreme cold. I hope you like it, guest, Rabbit 6 said with a smiling face. I'll take it. Suemo raised the bottle of liquor in his hand, thinking that today, red really was his lucky color. He turned around and left the tavern, heading towards the tractor not far away. This time I really made quite a bit of money. His cheeks blushed slightly under the car lights. His smile couldn't be hidden at all. Suemo didn't drink much before, but after a little of this, especially after some wind blew, his head started to feel a little dizzy. He decided not to rush today. After all, no drinking and driving, and no driving and drinking. Back in the driver's seat, Suemo took out some cheap alcohol from his backpack. A strong smell of alcohol immediately filled the entire cabin. Smells so good, this could definitely match some vintage wines, Suemo smacked his lips. Though it was called cheap alcohol, its quality was surprisingly good. I can sell some for a good price, or keep it for myself, Suemo thought happily. Sleep, sleep. Rest well so I can go farther. Suemo lowered the seat all the way, folded the fashion pants he had taken out earlier as a temporary pillow. He placed the baseball bat within easy reach. Thanks to the alcohol, the cabin was soon filled with snoring. Ding, today's mileage task has been updated, 35 kilometers remaining. The system's voice woke Suemo from his sleep. He looked at the time, it was exactly 6 a.m. Stretching and looking at the roof of the cabin, he let out a lazy yawn. I haven't slept this well in ages. He moved his neck around, and couldn't deny that the alcohol had worked wonders for his sleep. Soon, Suemo was fully awake. He had already spent one day in this world of road survival, with a giant sandworm always ready to come and kill him. The tavern by the roadside had long disappeared, leaving no trace. Only a scorpion beast was searching through the sand nearby. Suemo still had a membership card in hand, not knowing when he might encounter it again. Next time I meet, I'll have to save up more road coins. He had to admit, the stuff in that rabbit tavern was top-notch, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. Oh, a fresh 10-spin? Sumo's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the scorpion not far away, grabbing the baseball bat and getting out of the car. He got closer and checked its stats. It was just another sand scorpion. Though poisonous, it was impossible for it to sting someone holding a baseball bat like Suemo. 2 quick hits took down the sand scorpion. Suemo happily pocketed the crystal core that dropped. He couldn't wait to enter the lottery space. I've got good luck today, surely it can't all be bad luck, Suemo mumbled. The luck value wasn't displayed on the panel, so the only way to see if it worked was to actually try spinning. With one pull of the universal lottery machine's lever, he started the exchange. Ding, common *9. Items obtained, fried chicken leg *1, fisherman's hat *1, 9-degree space sanitary napkin *1, hot meat sandwich *1, info note *1, metal *5, blue *10, wood *5. Ding ding ding. Good luck. A special prompt sound rang out. Sumo's eyes instantly lit up. Ah, it really works. He couldn't wait to check the drop, and it turned out to be a temporary attachment blueprint. Obtained, tractor rear trailer blueprint, one-time use, *1. Tractor rear trailer blueprint. Type, blueprint, one-time use. Material requirements, rubber *30, metal *80, iron nails *20. Can be used to make a rear trailer for a tractor, increasing storage space. Description: a tractor with a rear trailer is also known as a mini-truck. I'm short on metal, Suemo rubbed his chin, but with the universal lottery machine, maybe I'll gather enough today. He looked at the other drops, and this time, there was really no bad luck, every other spin was normal. Sumo also saw the familiar little note. Yesterday, he had tasted the sweet rewards from just one note, which gave him quite a few items. First, let's solve breakfast. The meat sandwich and fried chicken leg make a perfect breakfast, though I don't know why I got this sanitary napkin again. Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. He had actually used one as a cushion in his shoes during military training, so he wouldn't hurt from standing in a military posture. But now, there was no need for military training, so it really wasn't necessary for him. Sumo simply hung up the previous ones along with these in the trading post. Priced at 10 basic materials. Unexpectedly, before he even finished his meat sandwich, the system prompted that the trade was completed. To his surprise, it had brought him 20 medals. Oh, I have 75 medals now, just 5 more to go, but there's almost too much rubber, I only have 7. Sumo happily finished the last bit of his sandwich, rubbed his stomach, feeling it wasn't quite enough, and then finished off the fried chicken leg. He took out a small note. It had another piece of information on it. The mist at the end of the wilderness is very dangerous, be sure not to touch it. The wilderness mist? So there's an end to the wilderness? Sumo thought to himself. He had walked about 10 kilometers back then. He wasn't sure if anyone had seen the mist. He opened the chat channel to see if there was any useful information, but it seemed like the survivors were all discussing the changes in mileage. Big green onion, hasn't it increased by 5 more kilometers? Is this trash system trying to kill us with these unpowered vehicles? Speedy, I can't go on anymore, 30 kilometers yesterday almost broke my legs, whoever wants to walk, go ahead, I'm not walking anymore. Cloud turning clear, you guys haven't upgraded your vehicles yet? After upgrading, at least you won't have to walk, it'll at least become a proper vehicle. Apocalypse night, buying fuel, taking materials, food, battery packs in exchange. Cloud turning clear, after upgrading my scooter, it became a little electric donkey. Big green onion, buying metals, who has metals? I'm 5 pieces short of upgrading. Full belly, still chatting? Shouldn't you hurry up and pedal the vehicle to complete your mileage first? Chapter 11, Special Road. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a tractor engine echoed across the endless highway. Not long after, a junction appeared to the right of the originally straight road, diverging from the original direction. This is the special road? Sumo rubbed his chin. A special road meant special rewards. Without hesitation, Sumo turned the steering wheel, and the tractor headed down the side road. Not long after entering the side road, another road appeared alongside the lonely highway. Looks like I'm about to meet other survivors? Sumo's expression was indifferent. He didn't think encountering others was any benefit. Sometimes, other survivors could be far more dangerous than wild beasts. Sure enough, not long after, Sumo saw a black sedan parked by the side of the road in the distance. There was also a survivor waving their hand towards Sumo. Sumo completely ignored the player and drove straight past. He seemed to hear them saying something, but the tractor's engine was too loud to make out the words. Then, the black sedan followed behind, not speeding up, just leisurely trailing Sumo. With the tractor's speed, of course, Sumo couldn't shake off the sedan, so he simply let it follow, curious about what the driver wanted. The sedan drove alongside the tractor. The car window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man with short hair and glasses inside. The middle-aged man kept waving, signaling for Sumo to roll down the window, seemingly saying something. Sumo signaled that the engine noise was too loud and he couldn't hear clearly. He also had no intention of interacting with him. After all, with the sedan's build, Sumo didn't think the man would dare to perform a dramatic American-style stop. When it came to vehicle toughness, Sumo wasn't about to back down. Just as he thought the standoff would continue, 2 metal treasure chests appeared by the roadside ahead. Even if he didn't want to interact with others, there was no reason to give up the treasure chests just because someone was nearby. Sumo didn't hesitate, slowly pulling up beside the treasure chests. He noticed the middle-aged man was also heading toward the chests, so he grabbed his baseball bat and slowly. He got off the car. Bro, you finally stopped. Just after putting the treasure chest into his backpack, he saw a middle-aged man jogging toward him from the other side of the highway. You better not get too close, keep your distance, Sumo waved the baseball bat in his hand and warned aloud. Don't be like that, it's not every day I meet someone. I just want to talk, why are all Chinese so nervous? The middle-aged man appeared honest, but his eyes were scanning Sumo from head to toe. Nothing to talk about, no business, you should just go. I still have miles to cover today. The man in front of him seemed defenseless, with empty hands and no weapon, but in the survival system on the highway, taking out a weapon only required a thought. Seeing that Sumo kept his distance and didn't show a friendly face, the man finally lost his patience. Kid, I can see you don't have much meat on you, who are you trying to scare with that broken bat? Saying this, he pulled out a tactical axe, which clearly looked much more advanced than Sumo's baseball bat. Be smart and hand over everything from your car, or don't blame me for getting rough, the middle-aged man revealed his intentions, raising the axe and glaring viciously at Sumo. Stuff? Sumo cursed directly, realizing the man probably wanted to trick him into stopping, but Sumo had no intention of pulling over. You're asking for death. A murderous look flashed in the man's eyes, and he rushed forward with the axe. Originally a death row inmate, the highway survival system had given him a second life. With no more constraints, he became even more reckless. Seeing the speed of the man's charge, Sumo knew this person was still at the level of an ordinary person, just a strong one. Judging by the stance, he must have used the axe a lot. Sumo dodged the middle-aged man's attack effortlessly. The baseball bat swung, smashing into the middle-aged man's face. The man collapsed instantly, his glasses shattered, and his nose was broken. He lay on the ground, clutching his face and howling in pain. Opening his hands, a few broken teeth along with an unstoppable flow of blood poured down. Indeed, stuff, this still dares to rob? Don't even piss yourself and take a good look at who you are, Sumo cursed. His hand holding the bat slightly trembled, his heart racing wildly. Taking a deep breath, Sumo held the baseball bat with both hands, letting it scrape against the ground with a soft sound. Big brother, please, I didn't know who you were, I just wanted to talk, the middle-aged man said, holding his nose in fear. He used all his strength to push his body backward. Blood mixed with tooth fragments kept flowing from his mouth, making his speech unclear. Big brother, spare my life. I still have a paralyzed sister I haven't found, without me, she'll die. Sumo stopped in his tracks. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the middle-aged man's heart lifted, but he didn't dare to show any sign of joy on his face. I'll give you all my supplies, they're in the car, I'll give them all to you, the middle-aged man raised his hand and desperately pointed to the distant car. While speaking, he took everything out of his system backpack. Water, axes, food, and various materials piled up on the ground. Everything's here, I pose no threat to you anymore, let me go, spare my life. The middle-aged man curled up tightly with his hands on his head, trembling uncontrollably. Blood kept dripping from his hands. His hidden eyes, however, flashed with a murderous gleam. The next second, a huge force struck the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, and his hands dropped lifelessly. His whole body slumped onto the road. Sumo's face turned pale, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he gripped the baseball bat. His stomach churned violently. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he tossed the baseball bat aside and pulled out the tactical dagger from his backpack. His mouth slightly opened as he took a deep breath. The dagger in his hand plunged forcefully into the man's neck. Blood poured out continuously, staining Sumo's hands red. Sitting on the ground, Sumo blankly stared at his own hands. Is this what it feels like to kill? For the first time killing, Sumo felt his whole body rejecting this feeling, but he knew this was something he had to go through. In this world where there are no constraints and only human nature, being soft-hearted leads to only one way, death. He looked at the middle-aged man in the distance, who no longer moved. A dagger had appeared by his side, which was released when he took his final breath. Clearly, the middle-aged man wasn't as scared and obedient as he had said, just waiting for Sumo to make a mistake so he could counterattack. Sumo's mood gradually settled down. He knew his decision was absolutely right, it was just a process of adaptation. After all, he wasn't a professional killer trained from childhood, so it was impossible for him to kill someone for the first time without any emotions. He slowly stood up and collected all the supplies on the ground. Then, he walked over to the black car. Ding, unclaimed vehicle sadness sedan, level 1, detected. Please choose to decompose or rebind the vehicle, requires rebind card. Note, system recycling will charge a certain amount of materials as a processing fee. Players with the engineer profession can receive all materials in full during decomposition. He chose to decompose directly. It was only the second day in the road survival world, and there was no news about any professions. Ding, decomposing the car gives metal *88, fabric *50, plastic *55, nails *30, fuel 30L, rubber *33, wire *10, glass *10, basic vehicle core *1. Sumo's mouth slightly opened, and he let out a sigh. No wonder they say killing and setting fires bring gold belts. Ding, obtain 500 milliliters bottled water *1, plastic *5, bread *2, metal *10, stones *10, blue *5, vehicle bumper beam blueprint, one time, *1. These were supplies stored in the vehicle's warehouse by players, and now, they became Sumo's. Now, the materials for the rear trailer are enough, didn't expect this guy to have a blueprint too. Vehicle bumper beam blueprint. Type, blueprint, one time. Material requirements, metal *40, nails *10. Can be used to create a suitable bumper beam for vehicles, requires a workbench. Description, if you don't like someone, just ram them. Workbench? Sumo returned to the vehicle, checked his warehouse, and realized he was short of some wood. He immediately posted a trade message in the trade channel, 1 bread for 15 wood. Not long after, it was bought instantly. Right now, food and water were still the most popular items in the trade channel, followed by weapons and armor. He took out the workbench blueprint and directly chose to use it. As materials in his warehouse disappeared one by one, a small workbench appeared in front of Sumo. Workbench. Type, facility. Universal workbench, as long as there are blueprints and materials. Description, now, you have the ability to create. The workbench can be stored in the system backpack, but must be placed in a flat area when used. First, let's make the rear trailer and bumper beam. The upgrade materials are still not enough. The blueprint appeared in his hand. Materials in the warehouse quickly dwindled. The materials obtained from decomposing the vehicle were almost all used up. Soon, a card appeared on top of the workbench. Sumo froze. He hadn't expected the finished product to appear in the form of a card. He had originally been thinking about how to install the rear trailer. He reached out and picked up the card from the workbench. A blue rear trailer was imprinted on the card. The overall design was blue, consisting of 2 tires, a triangular connecting device at the front, and a cargo area. Tractor rear trailer. Type, accessory. Increases storage space, fuel consumption increases. Description, a useful external accessory, too bad it doesn't have the function of blocking wind and rain. Ding, detected usable vehicle accessory. Would you like to install it directly? It can be installed by myself, how convenient. Sumo immediately chose to install it. A blue, 2-wheeled, all-metal cargo trailer appeared behind the tractor. It was about 3 meters long. It's not a sealed compartment, but it works for storing basic materials. Sumo smiled, very satisfied with the new trailer. More importantly, after installing the truck bed, the storage space of the vehicle increased by 50 once again. Now, there's no need to worry about not having enough space for things. Moreover, the vehicle, which is over 3 meters long, is big enough for Sumo to lie flat inside. The seats in the cab were never meant for you to rest on. Sleeping too much would easily lead to back pain and neck aches. Then, Sumo also made the bumper beams, and after assembling them, the full metal bumper completely wrapped the front of the tractor, giving Sumo a full sense of security. Now, let's see who dares to block my way. Sumo nodded in satisfaction, but this also meant his metal stock was running low. Apart from the materials in the vehicle, there were also some equipment on the middle-aged man. A dagger, a tactical axe, some food and water, 20 liters of fuel, and an unopened metal chest. Now all these things were Sumo's for the taking. The dagger was pretty useless, calling it a dagger was more like calling it a fruit knife. The tactical axe, on the other hand, was pretty good, with the pitch-black axe blade reflecting sharp light under the sun. The handle was made of a special polymer material, lightweight and non-slip, making it very comfortable to hold. No wonder Brother Long was so confident that he could take Sumo down. This weapon's killing power was definitely much stronger than a baseball bat. Now, the baseball bat could probably retire. This dagger can be traded for resources. It's just going to collect dust in the warehouse, Sumo thought for a moment, then opened the system interface. At a glance, he saw that weapon prices had risen quite a bit, likely due to the appearance of the parallel roads. Then, he checked the number of people in the chat channel. In just one morning, the death toll had already exceeded 100, and the number kept fluctuating every so often. No one in sight, why are so many people dying? Dragon walks the world, damn it, Squid, you better come out. Dare to ambush me? If you hadn't run so fast, I would have chopped you up. I'm the lucky one, I'm proud, what happened? What's going on? Coke cake, help. Someone's trying to kill me. I'm hiding in the car, what do I do now? Lonely wolf, we are all humans, don't kill each other. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless later. Cohen, exactly. Is there no morality or law anymore? King of Divine Realm, who the hell do you think you are? I'll kill you, what can you do about it? King of Divine Realm, you're still talking about this in a survival world? Are you out of your mind? I'll do whatever I want. Lonely wolf, at King of Divine Realm, giving in to your desires makes you no different from a beast. King of Divine Realm, TCH, as long as I enjoy myself, who the hell are you? I gotta say, that little girl earlier was really smooth, too bad she couldn't handle it. TSK, she was done in no time. Going with the wind, you're a beast, aren't you? Kuan, just wait, there will be retribution. Merciless killer, why not be a good person? Instead, you choose to be a piece of livestock. Your parents worked all night, and how did they end up with something like you? Don't think the whole world is a big cesspool just because you're a maggot. When you're bored, go lick a toilet. Don't keep babbling here. You even feel proud of killing someone? You must be missing a screw in your head, or maybe an eye in your heart. I bet you were someone's dog in the past, right? Now, because you've been suppressed for so long, you can't control yourself. Come on, let me hear you bark, at King of Divine Realm. King of Divine Realm, at Merciless Killer, just wait. Merciless Killer, who the hell do you think you are? You want me to wait? Fine, I'll wait. But have you looked at yourself? Is your piss too yellow to see? You better go to the urology department. Oh wait, no, maybe your brain's the problem. You talk like you've got a tumor on your head. How have you not been recycled yet? Should have been picked up with the garbage, leaving you here to pollute the air. Going with the wind, well said. Ah, Cohen, Killer Bro is so awesome. Lonely Wolf, who has any items to locate players? Private message me. Fearless, wow, Killer Bro, so cool. Is there any secret to cursing? Please teach me. Chapter 13, Crossbow Bolt. The highway world caused some people to completely lose their restraints, and their wild nature was completely out of control. Moreover, killing another player would grant all of their supplies. If this news spreads, the number of deaths and injuries might rise again. After throwing the dagger into the trading system, Suemo shifted his attention to the metal chest he had just obtained. Just don't come with an empty chest, even a mutant beast would do, Suemo silently prayed and opened the chest. Ding, obtained metal *20, basic vehicle core *1, Sixren mooncake *3, cotton *5. Ding, obtained wood *20, basic vehicle core *1, fabric *10, crossbow blueprint *1. Another blueprint, am I lucky? Suemo didn't expect the two metal chests would give so many good things. Besides the two cores, there was even a weapon blueprint. Crossbow blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material requirements, wood *10, metal *5, plastic *10, blue *1, glass *1. Description, one of the common hunting tools used by hunters, with considerable power. It's not a one-time use blueprint after all, Suemo said excitedly. The concept of having ranged weapons versus not having them is completely different. For players without armor, the crossbow is a devastating blow, though the prerequisite is being able to shoot accurately. Placing the blueprint on the workbench, a card with the image of a crossbow soon appeared on the workbench. Holding it in his hand, Suemo silently activated it, and a brand new crossbow appeared in his hands, with slightly curved wooden limbs and a powerful crossbow. The polyester fiber bowstring provides strong initial kinetic energy to the arrows. Just gently pull the trigger, and a powerful arrow will shoot out. The crossbow is equipped with a basic sight on top. However, shooting accurately still requires some practice. But the biggest issue right now is the lack of ammunition. Suemo could only post an order in the trading channel, hoping that some survivors might have arrows or blueprints that can be used. Back on the road, not long after, the parallel highway beside him gradually disappeared. Suemo thought to himself, looks like I won't be encountering other survivors for now. However, after traveling a short distance, another metal chest appeared in front of him. Opening it, he received some basic materials and food. But this time, he wasn't so lucky and didn't get a basic vehicle core. Now, Suemo only had 5 vehicle cores in hand, still half the amount needed for an upgrade. As for the other materials, due to making the cargo bed and bumper, the amount of metal still fell short of the upgrade requirements. Ding, you have exited the special highway. There's a notification when you leave, Suemo said while steadily holding the steering wheel and driving on the highway. The special highway indeed had richer resources. In this short stretch of road, Suemo collected 3 metal chests. If I had kept that person alive, tied them up, would I have gotten double the metal chests? Suemo felt a little regretful. The first chest had refreshed one on each side of the road. Clearly, there were 2 survivors, each with 1. If he had spared that person's life and just broken their limbs and tossed them in the cargo bed, would he have gotten double the metal chests? Sumo decided that the next time he encountered a player trying to harm him, he would try this idea to see if it worked. 35 kilometers wasn't a long distance. Suemo completed today's mileage task in just over an hour. Since he didn't plan to push for ranking in mileage, he decided to focus on searching for treasure chests in the wilderness. As soon as he stopped the tractor, Suemo received a notification from the trading system. There was a response to his arrow order. Suemo felt a surge of joy. Could the arrows be ready? Ding, someone has sent you a private chat request through the trading order. Do you accept? Accept. Soon, Sumo's private chat interface displayed a survivor with the nickname Lonely Cloud. Lonely Cloud, you want to buy crossbow bolts? I have 5 of them. What price can you offer? No need for food or water. No need for food or water? Looks like you're not short on supplies. Suemo stroked his chin and browsed through his inventory. The most valuable things were the Death Sandworm egg liquid and that bottle of alcohol he received as a gift. Everything else was weapons and some basic materials. After searching for a while, he couldn't find anything else valuable. Still poor. The egg liquid definitely couldn't be traded. After thinking for a moment, he sent over the information of his baseball bat and dagger. Baseball bat, short dagger. Need any weapons? I think 5 bolts should be enough in exchange. Lonely Cloud hesitated a bit when looking at the baseball bat's information. He lacked such a long-handled weapon. The dagger in his hand had too short a reach. Whether facing alien beasts or hostile survivors, it was a huge disadvantage. The bolts were obtained from a treasure chest and were useless to him. It wouldn't be a loss to trade them for a long-handled weapon. He might even gain a bit of an advantage. Lonely Cloud, deal. Then, he sent Suemo a trade request. Suemo was surprised when he saw the trade order. The order showed 5 crossbow bolts plus 2 level 1 crystal cores in exchange for Sumo's baseball bat. Lonely Cloud, the baseball bat is worth more than 5 bolts, so these 2 crystal cores are just to make up the price difference. Tisk, it's rare to see such a naive kid. Suemo clicked his tongue. Not just in the survival world, even on Blue Star, people like this were rare. Suemo thought the more the better and clicked agree. In the next moment, 5 simple crossbow bolts appeared before Suemo. The metal barbed tips glinted coldly. They probably could easily pierce through flesh. The quality is not bad. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. These bolts could be reused as long as they weren't damaged. But that was only in an ideal situation. In practice, some wear and tear would be inevitable. It would be best if he could find a blueprint for crossbow bolts. Suemo, let's add each other as friends. You can sell me crystal cores in the future. Lonely Cloud, sure. After adding each other as friends, the two went their separate ways. The newbie protection period was especially precious. Suemo walked out of the lottery space with a frustrated face. This time, he had only drawn 2 rolls of toilet paper, with the rest being basic materials. There were a total of 6 bad luck draws. It's alright, it's alright. At least I don't have to wipe with stones and dry leaves anymore. Suemo could only comfort himself like this. After a chaotic battle ended, the winners left the highway, injured. These alien beasts sure have short tempers. Suemo stroked his chin and said, once the newbie protection period ends, we're probably going to face some serious trouble. He shook his head, pushing the messy thoughts aside. Just as Suemo was about to head into the wilderness to search for treasure chests, a system voice rang in the minds of all players. Ding! The first event in the highway survival world will begin at exactly 12 o'clock today. All players, please prepare. This event is mandatory. Players with an event exemption card may choose to skip the event. Event name, Lucky Treasure Chest Race. Chapter 14, Lucky Treasure Chest Race. Event name, Lucky Treasure Chest Race. Event rules, players need to drive their vehicles along a special racetrack. The track length is 40 kilometers. Every 2 kilometers, a special event treasure chest will appear. The chest may contain enhancement items, equipment, weapons, one-time functional items, or, of course, a ferocious alien beast. Players need to open the chest before they can continue. If an alien beast appears, they must kill it or wait 5 minutes before proceeding. Note, there will always be 3 alien beast chests in the event treasure chests. This race will use a points system. According to the time of reaching the finish line to obtain race points, the less time spent the more points gained. Defeat alien beasts to gain extra bonus points, defeat the final boss to gain extra points, and the final points will be doubled. The duration of this event is 3 hours. Those who do not reach the finish line after the time limit will automatically lose and cannot obtain any reward. Note, the items dropped from event treasure chests will be taken back when the event ends. Compared to racing, is the finish line about dealing with alien beasts? After carefully reading the rules, Suemo roughly understood. Time bonus is only secondary, the important thing lies in dealing with alien beasts, and the reward of the final boss is even doubled. I am afraid that even with temporary items opened from treasure chests, the difficulty will not be low. The chat channel also began to crazily flood the screen because of the system notice. Fleetfoot, another 40 kilometers? This is going to take my old life, I really can't run anymore. Cloudy turns sunny, you still haven't upgraded your vehicle? Fleetfoot, how can it be that easy? Other things are fine, but the primary vehicle core is really impossible to get. Rock Lover, this event looks quite friendly, it even gives temporary equipment and items, and alien beasts are not something you must fight. Akuan, how could there be such a good thing? If alien beasts are not dealt with, they won't stupidly stay in place waiting for 5 minutes. If you can't move forward and have to run backward, I'm afraid it will delay a lot of time. Apocalypse Knight, buying fuel, interested one's private chat me. With the wind, if everyone meets in the event, can we get along well? Don't start fighting and killing at every turn. Fearless, we might not even meet anyone. With the wind, just in case. Player 26371, who has food, please, I'm almost starving to death. The one who goes forward, first place is definitely mine. Akuan, yo, kid, so arrogant. He summoned his character panel. Sumo. Nickname, how could an unlucky guy lose every day? Title, Pioneer. Vehicle, modern agricultural tractor, level 2. Constitution, 9, 2, continuously increasing. Strength, 7, 2. Spirit, 4, 2. Health value, 92, stiff neck, mild, constipation, mild. Comprehensive rating, F++. Description, lucky human, your body is as strong as alien beasts. Special event, your smell has been collected and marked by the deathworm, you will welcome the revenge of the deathworm. Did my constitution increase a little? The influence of the worm egg liquid was subtle, Sumo did not notice the increase of constitution. The buff is still there, I wonder how much it will finally increase for me. A full 11 points of constitution gave Sumo great confidence. Without knowing it, he had already surpassed the limit of humans. There was nothing else to prepare. There was not much time left before 12 o'clock. After eating lunch, he simply placed a wooden board in the distance to improve his crossbow proficiency. Draw the string, raise the bow, aim, press the trigger. Sumo's movements were completed in one breath. The bolt shot out fiercely and accurately hit the air beside the wooden board 50 meters away. Hiss. A bit difficult. Sumo scratched his head. But as the number of practice times increased, Sumo's proficiency also rose rapidly. The growing constitution and strength made him control his body more skillfully. After practicing for 1 hour, although he could not hit every shot, hitting 7 out of 10 shots was not a problem. I still need to find some moving targets to try, just static objects have limited improvement. Sumo put down the crossbow in his hand, retrieved all the arrows in the distance, and there was not much time left before the event began. Sumo simply took a 6-kernel mooncake to replenish his strength. The more he chewed, the more strange he felt. It was like small stones rubbing again and again inside his mouth, and it also carried a complex, greasy sweetness. He picked up the mooncake and looked with a face full of sorrow at the half-bitten mooncake. Which company produced this? If it's made like this, does anyone really eat it? But holding to the good habit of not wasting food, Sumo still forced the whole mooncake into his stomach with water. No matter how the taste was, at least the nutrition was rich. Ding, the event is about to begin, all players please do not stay far away from your own vehicles. Sumo had already returned to the cockpit, and the engine, full of power, emitted a rumbling sound. Ding, event starting, teleportation will begin soon. Sumo felt his vision blur, and the objects before his eyes twisted and spun, finally turning into a beam of light. The next second, the light vanished, and a brand new road appeared before him. A green transparent barrier stood ahead, with a 1-minute countdown displayed on it. At the same time, the barrier completely prevented any attempts to jump the start. The barren wilderness on both sides disappeared, replaced by a stone brick paved surface that rose about half a level above the road. In the distance, Sumo could also see another road, with a player standing there, looking around. Both sides have roads, it should be about 200 meters apart. Sumo scratched his chin and glanced at the raised stone brick road again. At this height, it couldn't effectively isolate vehicles or strange beasts. Ding, the event will officially start in 30 seconds. Before Sumo could think too much, the numbers on the barrier began their final countdown. Feeling his heart race, Sumo tightened his grip on the steering wheel. 3, 2, 1, game start. With the sound of a whistle, the green barrier instantly vanished. A piercing engine sound came from beside him. Sumo quickly glanced to the side, and a black figure shot out, its speed rising above 100 within the blink of an eye. A sports car-type vehicle? Sumo quickly pressed the gas pedal, and his speed gradually increased, soon reaching the tractor's top speed. Compared to a sports car, the tractor's speed was certainly lacking. But Sumo wasn't in a hurry, as speed wasn't the only key to winning this event. On the other side, the vehicle seemed to be a van, moving noticeably faster than Sumo's. It quickly became a small dot in the distance. Before long, Sumo arrived at the first treasure chest point. The chests on both sides of the road were already open. There were no players in sight, and it seemed the first chest didn't summon any strange beasts. Sumo approached and opened the chest. Ding, obtained healing potion, limited, *1, detoxification pill, limited, *1, event coins *100. Healing potion. Type, medicine. Used to slowly heal injuries. Description, a basic healing effect, somewhat useful for external injuries. Detoxification pill. Type, medicine. Cleanses toxins from the body. Description, a practical item, you wouldn't want to know its raw materials. Event coins. Type, currency. Event currency, non-tradable, non-giftable, dropped upon death. Description, exclusive to the event, collected after expiration, can be used to buy supplies at specific stations. The detoxification pill is decent, but it's a limited time item. Sumo thought, and since he didn't need the event coins right now, he put everything away and set off again. Soon, Sumo arrived at the second treasure chest. As the chest opened, a shadow instantly darted out of it. What the heck, what is that? Sumo was startled and jumped, but luckily he reacted quickly, and the shadow failed in its surprise attack. Sumo raised an eyebrow. What a bit of bad luck, how come the second chest has a strange beast? Looking closely, a green snake was coiled on the ground, its triangular head glaring at Sumo. Qinglin snake. A small, highly venomous snake with incredible speed. Danger level, E. Description: 1 bite, and you'll permanently say goodbye to insomnia problems. Seeing the danger level of the strange beast, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. It's the first event, after all, the strange beasts shouldn't be too outrageous, he thought to himself. The Qinglin snake was one of those hot-tempered strange beasts, and before Sumo could make the first move, it initiated an attack. The smooth scales of the snake rubbed against the ground, making a hissing sound. The next moment, the Qinglin snake opened its large mouth and lunged forward. Its sharp venomous fangs could easily pierce through Sumo's flesh, injecting deadly toxins in the process. Sumo had already prepared, his sharp axe slashing out. The green scale snake was instantly cut into pieces and fell to the ground. The green scale snake, split in two, wasn't fully dead yet, its body twisted and coiled on the ground. Sumo quickly stepped forward and struck the snake's head with a single blow. Only then did he completely finish off the beast in front of him. Ding, killed green scale snake *1, points plus 100, event coins plus 100. Obtained 1 level crystal core *1, green scale snake meat *3, green scale snake gallbladder *1. Oh. Quite considerate, Sumo thought, as the system automatically broke down the beast into spoils and directly sent them to his vehicle's storage. No need for him to control it. Killing the beast earned a full 100 event coins, but since there were no stations, Sumo had no idea what he could buy from them. Looking at the gallbladder in his storage, a smile appeared on Sumo's face. Turns out, it wasn't bad luck, it was actually good fortune. Green scale snake gallbladder. Type, supplement/material. Eating directly improves eyesight and enhances night vision, with slight detox effects. One of the ingredients for detox potions. Description: the gallbladder is the essence of the snake. He swallowed it directly, and the effect was immediate. It was as if the thin fog on a car window was wiped away, and the entire world became much clearer and transparent. There was also a crystal core. Sumo almost wished all beasts dropped such items. The road ahead was smooth, and the second treasure chest rewarded him generously. At the end of the event, only the equipment and items opened from the chests would be recycled. These beast dissection products wouldn't be included in the recycling. However, Sumo quickly stopped smiling. His face turned dark as he looked at the treasure chest in front of him that had already been opened. The chest was completely empty. Clearly, the players who had run ahead had come and opened his chest. Suppressing his anger, he continued on his way, and soon arrived at the fourth treasure chest, only to find it empty again. Dare to steal from me? Just wait, Sumo's face grew even darker after losing 2 chests. He thought quickly, the only players who could have stolen my chests are those 2 around me. Whether it's the van or the sports car, both could definitely outpace Sumo. But he glanced at the road and the slightly elevated stone platform. Sumo felt it was most likely the van player. Although the sports car was fast, a low chassis was one of the common flaws of most sports cars. For regular vehicles, even simple steps could risk scraping the bottom of a sports car. I'm not sure, but I'll find out soon, Sumo muttered. Looking at the situation, the culprit was definitely a greedy person. Their speed would definitely be greatly impacted, not to mention the occasional appearance of beasts. You better not let me catch you. If I do, you'll regret it, Sumo gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Soon, Sumo reached a spot not far from the fourth treasure chest. A van blatantly parked right on the road in front of Sumo, and nearby, another treasure chest was already opened. What a bunch of junk, Luo Hang muttered. Hearing the noise, he looked up and saw a tractor coming from the distance. He smiled contemptuously, sneering, cheap tractor, it can't even get a whiff of my exhaust. With a smirk, he arrogantly gave Sumo the middle finger, then climbed into the van and drove off. Sumo narrowed his eyes, subconsciously tightening his grip on the steering wheel. He took a deep breath, suppressing the raging anger inside. Fine, just wait. Sumo muttered. Without a special frame, his tractor would never catch up to the other player's van. But this event wasn't just a simple race for chests. Based on how arrogant this van player was, Sumo was sure he would leave no chest for him. If this continued, he would lose out big time. I really need to upgrade my vehicle. This situation is too passive, Sumo shook his head helplessly. Keep driving forward. Fortunately, this time the goddess of luck was not on the side of the van player. In the distance on the highway, his own treasure chest was intact, while on another road beside him, the familiar van was parked in place. A fat man was constantly wrestling with a wild boar mutant beast. Holding a machete, he didn't dare to attack the wild boar, only using the vehicle to circle around and restrain the mutant beast in front of him. Luo Hang, damn it, how unlucky, how did I summon a monster? How could such a small treasure chest fit a whole wild boar? Luo Hang felt bitter. The moment the wild boar appeared, it showed an extremely strong desire to attack, not giving him any chance to escape back to the vehicle. Fortunately, using the vehicle as a barrier, he narrowly dodged the wild boar's attacks several times. It was just a pity for the van. Every time the wild boar hit, the whole van would shake violently, creating a big dent in the impact spot. Steel-spiked wild boar. A wild boar that loves to eat minerals, its skin and fur are very tough. Danger level, E+. Note, wild boar skin is a great material, boy, are you interested? He once again twisted his body hard, narrowly avoiding the wild boar's attack. He cursed inwardly about his bad luck. Thankfully, as long as I last 3 minutes, it'll be fine. Making up his mind, Luo Hang took out a potion from his backpack and drank it, and his speed increased a bit. But he didn't dare to hide in the car. From the strength of the steel-spiked wild boar, it was highly likely it could overturn the entire van before he could even start the engine to escape. Seeing Luo Hang's miserable appearance, Suemo smirked slightly, immediately pressing the gas pedal to the floor and turning the steering wheel, heading straight for the van. This small step for Sumo's tractor was almost no different from flat ground. It was time to settle the score with him. Hearing the rumbling engine sound coming from behind, Luo Hang instinctively glanced back. The next second, his butt was hit by the wild boar. Ow! Luo Hang screamed in agony, and his body fell face-first onto the ground, in a miserable position. Suemo rolled down the car window, poked his head out, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his lips curling into a smile as he said, "Bro, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you." Luo Hang subconsciously felt a glimmer of hope. "Bro, thanks so much, you're just in time." Looking up, he saw a familiar vehicle and Sumo's malicious smile. His expression instantly froze. A tractor with its front protected by a crash beam roared toward him like a rampaging giant elephant. Chapter 16, Strike Hard. "Bro, I'm here to help you. Let me finish off this beast." Suemo couldn't help but lick his lips, his face showing an excited smile. "No! No! Brake quickly!" Luo Hang looked in horror at the tractor that showed no signs of slowing down. This wasn't to rescue him, it was more likely to send him to the afterlife. Luo Hang couldn't care about anything else, using both hands and feet, desperately crawling forward. His rounded body suddenly burst with an astonishing speed. He scrambled and jumped, landing hard not far away. The next moment, a loud crash sounded from behind Luo Hang. Sumo's tractor collided heavily with Luo Hang's van. The window instantly shattered, and the car door bent. The whole vehicle was violently crushed inward, emitting a screeching, teeth-grating noise from the metal deformation. Under the impact of the tractor, the whole van was pushed sideways. The tires quickly rubbed against the ground, releasing a foul odor. Not having time to care about his own injuries, Luo Hang widened his eyes in fear, watching as the van tilted and the vehicle was pushed. No! No! Boom, a huge bang followed by the screeching sound of metal dragging on the ground. After tipping over, the van slid several meters before finally stopping. The entire van was now a pile of scrap metal, no different from a heap of worthless junk. Looking at Sumo's tractor, aside from a few dents on the crash beam, there was no other damage at all. As for the wild boar, trapped in the middle, there was absolutely no way it could survive. Luo Hang stood frozen in front of his already wrecked van. In disbelief, he reached out to touch the completely deformed car door. His breathing became heavier, and with it, a fierce rage began to rise. The veins on Luo Hang's face popped out as he clenched his fists tightly. He roared. "You did this on purpose. Why the hell did you do this?" He turned to look at Suemo, his eyes almost popping out of his head, his round face turning red with anger. "Do you really not know why I did this?" Suemo sneered as he spoke, his eyes staring directly at Luo Hang. Luo Hang's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by his rage. "What the hell, is it just for a few of your treasure chests? You want to kill me over this? Just you wait." His anger completely clouded his mind. Now, all he could think about was how to take revenge on Suemo. His van was wrecked like this, and repairing it would definitely cost a lot of materials. He was going to make this person pay. "Once I find my big brother, I'll make sure he kills this damn guy." Luo Hang thought fiercely. "Are you happy now? Are you satisfied?" After saying this, he turned and looked at his van with pain in his eyes. The next moment, a sharp pain suddenly struck from behind. The intense pain tore through his thoughts, his eyes widened, and he struggled to turn around, but he couldn't muster any strength. The sound of sharp objects piercing through flesh echoed. 2 arrows were shot out again by Sumo, completely ending Luo Hang's life. Though there was still some resistance to killing a second person, Sumo had already adjusted much more to it. In this world without constraints, softness in one's heart would turn into a deadly knife, ultimately stabbing into one's own chest. As Luo Hang's backpack spilled its contents onto the ground, Sumo put away his crossbow, his eyes alert, and slowly approached Luo Hang with his tactical axe in hand. Ding, detected an abandoned vehicle. The broken van in the eyes. Please choose to disassemble or rebind the vehicle, requires a rebind card. Hearing the system's prompt, Sumo finally relaxed. The things in his backpack could be discarded, but an abandoned vehicle could not be fooled. Only a player's death could turn a vehicle into an abandoned state. He chose to disassemble. Ding, disassembled the broken van and obtained metal *62, cloth *53, plastic *32, iron nails *42, fuel 40L, rubber *32, wire *15, basic vehicle core *1. Looking at the basic materials in his warehouse replenishing again, Sumo's mood improved significantly. Ding, obtained small stick *1, flower pot *1, metal *15, mineral water *1, bread *1, high heels *1, wood *12, plastic *10, stones *5, worn socks *1. There really are a lot of random things here, Sumo muttered with disdain, looking at the pile of junk in his warehouse. He tossed some useless items, like socks, directly onto the ground. Then he went forward to collect everything that Luo Hang had dropped. Ding, obtained woodcutting axe *1, harpoon, limited time, *1, agility potion, limited time, *2, small round shield, limited time, *1, antidote pills, limited time, *1, healing potion, limited time, *3, slow grenade, limited time, *1, Glock 17, limited time, *1, activity coins *70. There's even a gun. Sumo felt a moment of fear. Luckily, Luo Hang hadn't taken the risk to fire bullets and try to steal Sumo's treasure chest, probably still searching for compatible ammo. With excitement on his face, he held the Glock 17 and played with it for a moment. The metal texture and weight of the grip were incomparable to a model gun. The high polymer material made the grip fit snugly against the skin. No man could resist such a little toy. Too bad there are no bullets, he said with satisfaction, patting the handgun at his waist. Although it was limited time, it didn't affect Sumo from enjoying handling the weapon. He walked over to the wild boar lying on the ground. His chest was still faintly rising and falling, not completely dead yet. As expected of a strange beast, its vitality is so strong, he said, picking up the mountain axe again and slashing the sharp blade across its neck, severing the windpipe. He gave the wild boar a quick release. Ding, killed steel-spiked wild boar *1, points plus 100, activity coins *100. Obtained 1 level crystal core *1, steel-spiked wild boar meat *15, steel-spiked wild boar hide *1. As expected, the meat from the pig is much more than from the snake. Finally, no need to nibble on bread and mooncakes. Pork chops will do, or maybe barbecue, but I wonder how it will taste. Sumo licked his lips involuntarily. This is definitely better than those limited-time items, he said, happily storing all the materials. He spent a little metal to repair the bumper beam, and his tractor was back to full health. Back on his road, his treasure chest was still unopened. Another monster, please, Sumo silently prayed. To others, the strange beasts were roadblocks, but in front of Sumo, they guaranteed at least a level 1 crystal core, sometimes even extra rewards. Ding, obtained thorn trap, limited, *1, slow potion, limited, *1, binding seed, limited, *1, activity coins *10. Looking around, Sumo found that this time the drops were mostly control-type items. The economic trap looked like a patch of moss. If triggered, it would extend many tentacles to control the enemy. The slow potion and slow grenade had different effects. One slowed all speeds, including attack speed, movement speed, and more. The slow potion simply reduced the enemy's movement speed. The binding seed required a certain amount of time to trigger. After being planted for 2 minutes, vines would grow to entangle the enemy. He just wasn't sure what the effect would be. In the later stages, everyone has some strange items. It's easy to make a mistake if you're not careful. Sumo became more alert inside. If any survivors came looking for him, it was better not to get out of the vehicle. It would be too easy to be tricked by some odd items. Chapter 17, the second half of the race. The next few treasure chests didn't have much in them, just some limited-time items. Along with the chests on Luo Hang's path, only 3 strange beasts had been opened. He collected 3 level 1 crystal cores. But his inventory of strange items was growing larger and larger. Finally, at the 10th chest location, a toll station-like point spanned across the entire road. He raised his hand and opened the 10th treasure chest. Ding, obtained universal pistol ammo, limited, *5, smoke grenade *1, activity coins *10. Ammo. The last surprise of the first half of the road was a big one for Sumo. His pistol was finally complete. Ding, congratulations to the survivor for reaching the second half of the road. The difficulty of the second half has increased. Through the gate, the road ahead was no longer smooth. The once tidy path had become bumpy, with many stones and other debris blocking the way. The areas on either side, where stone brick platforms used to be, were even more ridiculous. Large rocks were scattered in every corner. Not only would a tractor struggle, but even a professional off-road vehicle would find it hard to get through. Driving the tractor slowly to the gate, upon detecting Sumo's vehicle, a metal plate slowly rose, perfectly stopping at the tractor's window level. A 3D smiley face appeared in front of Sumo. A sweet female voice came from the image. "Welcome, what can I help you with?" The smiley face changed, and various items appeared in the air. Sumo, slightly curious, reached out his hand. As he moved his palm, the items in front of him began to roll continuously. A variety of items appeared, including consumables from previous treasure chests. As the items kept rolling, one special item immediately caught Sumo's full attention. Item cash out card. Type, item card. Can convert one limited time item from this event into a permanent item. Event purchase limit, 1. Price, 2,000 activity coins. This way, I can cash out the pistol, right? Sumo said. Sumo's face lit up with joy. However, after seeing the price, his expression turned bitter. This was the most expensive card in the mall. He currently only had 650 activity coins, which was far from enough to buy the cash withdrawal card. The road ahead was complicated. To reach the neighboring highway, he had to leave his vehicle and climb over the difficult rocks, which would take a lot of time. He continued to browse through other items. There were no weapons for sale at the station, only one-time use items and various functional item cards. Such as the obstacle clearing card, which cleared all obstacles within the next 10 kilometers, priced at 100. Protection card, blocks a lethal attack once, priced at 300. Good luck card, select a highway, and the next 5 treasure chests on this road will not open any mutant beasts. The chests are more likely to contain good items. Priced at 200. Curse card, select a highway, and the next 5 treasure chests on this road will definitely open mutant beasts, and their strength will increase. Priced at 200. Skip level card, the next 5 treasure chests will disappear. Priced at 100. Instant kill card, instantly kills a mutant beast, except for the final boss. Priced at 50. Speed up card, doubles your vehicle speed for 5 minutes. Priced at 50. Sumo's eyes flickered, and he kept pondering in his mind. After a moment, he asked, "Are there any more stations ahead?" The image in front changed again, turning into a smiling face that answered. "There's another station at the 3/4 mark of the track and at the finish line. You can use activity coins at the finish line to buy permanent consumables." A flash of light passed through his eyes. System, buy 2 curse cards. Sumo glanced at the pistol at his waist, his eyes firm. The activity coins were automatically deducted, and 3 cards marked with treasure chests and mutant beasts appeared in Sumo's hands. "Alright, thank you for your purchase. Is there anything else you need?" "No, thank you. Welcome to visit again." As the metal plate returned to its original place, Sumo didn't hesitate and immediately stepped on the gas. It was too difficult to reach the score on his own. Even if the next treasure chests all contained mutant beasts, he would only get 1,000 points. If he didn't buy anything else, he would only have 1,250 points, still far from 2,000. Even with the chests from the neighboring road, it was still quite far from 2,000 points. Now, he had no choice but to take a gamble. The curse card in his hand flashed. He aimed it at his road and directly chose to use it. Ding! You have been cursed by player, where is the non-lucky guy losing every day? The next 5 treasure chests will definitely contain mutant beasts, and their strength will increase. Whether it would work, only time would tell. It depended on whether he could be fast enough and also needed a bit of luck. He slammed the accelerator, and Sumo sped forward at his highest speed, reaching the latter half of the race. The tractor's advantages were truly displayed now. Its special tires, which were twice the size of regular ones, were not just for show. For the tractor, small stone obstacles on the ground were nothing. The massive tires easily crushed them. The dead trees blocking the road were directly smashed and snapped in half. The powerful horsepower and specially made tires allowed the tractor to easily navigate the complex road conditions. Soon, Sumo arrived at the 11th treasure chest. The crossbow bolts in his hand were ready, and the pistol at his waist was loaded. He kicked open the treasure chest, then immediately stepped back. A dark figure instantly leaped out of the chest and landed near a pile of stones. Blackback wolf. Large wolf species with a pack behavior. Its fur is excellent for warmth. Danger Index, E+. Description: Legend says that the leader of the finest blackback wolves might have a golden stripe on its fur, which is the most valuable pelt. The blackback wolf's size was comparable to an average yak, over 1 meter tall. Its sharp and thick fangs could easily snap a prey's neck or tear off a large chunk of flesh from its body. Before the blackback wolf could react, a bottle of medicine was quickly thrown onto it. It was the slow potion from earlier. The blackback wolf immediately felt its limbs become much heavier. Since it was temporary, it didn't mind using it. Dealing with such a large-sized monster, if you don't hit the critical spot, the crossbow won't have much effect. Immediately, a potion bottle was thrown. Weakening potion. Type: item. Slightly reduces the target's strength and stamina. Description: a man's nightmare. The black-backed wolf immediately noticed its condition worsening. A vague feeling of fatigue spread through its body. Even its thoughts began to slow down. Before the black-backed wolf could react, a black axe came swinging down. It instantly made a large gash across the wolf's face. Blood poured out, and the crimson blood instead stirred the wolf's wild nature. The black-backed wolf raised its giant paw and swiped down, but due to the effect of the weakening potion, its attack lacked the usual strength. Suemo swiftly dodged the wolf's paw and charged forward again. The axe blade slashed across its neck. Blood immediately gushed out. Even though Suemo dodged in time, he was still splattered with a lot of blood. The black-backed wolf instinctively wanted to chase Suemo, but found its limbs growing heavier and heavier. In the end, it collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Soon, it lost its life due to excessive blood loss. Chapter 18, The Ultimate Boss. These items are indeed useful, but unfortunately, they're only for a limited time. Ding, killed black-backed wolf *1, points plus 100, activity coins plus 100. Received 1 level 1 crystal core *1, black-backed wolf bones *3, black-backed wolf skin *1. After collecting the loot, Suemo didn't hesitate and took out a curse card, using it on the road beside him, the one used by Luo Hang. Ding, curse card successfully used. Hearing the system prompt, Suemo immediately dove into the pile of rubble beside the road. Suemo had observed earlier, and although it was a bit difficult for vehicles to pass, walking on it was still fine. Suemo nimbly weaved through one giant rock after another, soon arriving at Luo Hang's road. Fortunately, I've already opened all the treasure chests ahead, or I would have to turn back, Suemo muttered as he saw the familiar treasure chest ahead. Without hesitation, he flipped the chest open. The monster this time wasn't very strong, and Suemo defeated it easily without even using any items. It takes about 5 minutes for a round trip. Suemo glanced at the watch on his hand as he got back to his vehicle. His strength was nearing the human limit, and with his powerful attributes, he moved like a mountain goat, swiftly navigating between the boulders. With less than 2 hours left until the game ended, Suemo couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Looking at the falling rocks in front of him again, Suemo gritted his teeth. Now's not the time to worry about materials. Suemo crashed directly into the van, and he felt the significant increase in the vehicle's durability with the second-level vehicle strength, especially with the bumper in front. Listening to the occasional sounds of the vehicle scraping against rocks and the bumper hitting debris, he no longer cared about the damage. 1, 2, 3, with each treasure chest being opened, Sumo's activity coins rapidly increased. After an hour, Suemo finally reached the central station. Checking his inventory, after using 2 curse cards, his activity coin total reached 1250. Without hesitation, he took 2 more curse cards and moved forward. Finally, after the giant ram fell, Sumo's activity coins reached 1850. Sumo's face turned pale, his hands trembling slightly from exhaustion. He glanced at the time. Only 15 minutes remained until the event ended. The black and white ground representing the finish line was within reach, but standing in the middle was a giant rhinoceros. The giant beast in front of him stood nearly 2 meters tall and was at least 5 meters long. If it charged, it could easily flip his tractor. Is this the final boss? Sumo's face grew serious. His activity coins were almost enough, but the monster in front of him was truly something he couldn't handle. Suemo even began to suspect that the survival system never really intended for players to kill the final boss. Although there was still a bit of the limited equipment left in hand, I couldn't cause any effective damage to the monster in front of me. Even the pistol wouldn't work. Without a precise shot to the weak spot, it wouldn't even break its defense, and it would only provoke the enemy. Of course, it's not like monsters that come out of treasure chests won't attack players during the newbie protection period. This event boss is no exception. Giant armored rhino. A meat tank living on the grasslands, with extremely high explosive power. Both its rhino horn and rhino skin are good materials. Danger Index, D-. Description: a bad-tempered old guy. Any creature standing in front of him will provoke him. The screen transitions. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in front of the All Things lottery machine. Ding. Detected that the host has, 25 first-level crystal cores. Nabla. Would you like to convert them into lottery chances? Convert. Ding. You now have 250 lottery chances remaining. Friendly reminder, the host can spend 10 chances to synthesize one advanced lottery chance, which greatly improves the quality and quantity of items dropped. There's such an operation, why didn't you mention this earlier? I didn't tell you before because it seemed like you had more crystal cores. Sumo was stunned. Well, that reasoning did make sense. So, if I spend 100 chances, I can synthesize a higher level lottery chance? No, second tier lottery requires second level crystal cores. Alright, Sumo helplessly shrugged. Then just help me synthesize it. Ding. The host now has 25 first level advanced lottery chances. Would you like to use them immediately? Upgraded, so you won't give me those junk items again, right? Sumo mumbled, then pulled the lottery lever. Starting with 10 pulls. Ding. Ordinary *7, misfortune *3. Obtained, compressed biscuits *15, alloy *30, kettle *1, fluffy napkins, box *1, glass *30, banana juice *1, frying pan *1. Wolf seat *3 appeared. Fire feather chicken *2 appeared. Giant bone lizard *5 appeared. The screen changed, and Sumo's consciousness returned to the real world. Several monsters suddenly appeared not far from him. A few wolf seats just happened to appear right in front of the rhino. The giant armored rhino paused for a moment, then its eyes turned visibly red. Its heavy breathing raised a cloud of dust. The three wolf seats stared cautiously at the giant beast in front of them. They instinctively felt that this creature was extremely dangerous. In an instant, the enraged rhino launched an attack. The ground shook as it stomped. The wolf seat in front was directly hit head-on. Its huge body flew like a broken kite. With a miserable scream, it fell far away. As one of the top predators, the wolf seat wasn't easy to deal with either. The one thrown away was severely injured, but it didn't lose its fighting strength. The 2.5-to-1 advantage was in my favor. The other two wolf seats immediately rushed up, entangling with the rhino in combat. Wow, this is intense. Sumo said, taking a sip from the banana juice in his hand. It tasted sweet and was quite nice. The fire feather chicken and the giant bone lizard ran off, seemingly unwilling to join the fight. Very quickly, the three wolf seats began to fall behind. The severely injured one couldn't hold on, and the rhino seized the opportunity, charging and piercing through its chest. It fell to the side, struggling to get up, but unfortunately failed in the end. Without their companion, the other two wolf seats were now in a very precarious situation. This won't do. Seeing that the workers were failing, Sumo immediately stepped forward. He took out a potion from his backpack and threw it at the rhino. Immediately, vines appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the rhino's limbs. The rhino's deadly rampage was suddenly halted. The wolf seat immediately seized the opportunity, biting into the rhino's large mouth. Its sharp fangs instantly pierced through the surface, sinking into the flesh. The rhino let out an angry roar and instantly broke free from the vines, but another item was thrown at it. Anyway, all of these would be recycled. Sumo didn't care at all. With two free fighters, all he had to do was throw some items from a distance. It's easy to say. Unfortunately, this good life can only last until the safe period ends. After that, there will be no such easy-to-use workers. The hatred of the alien beasts from the lottery machine is all locked onto Sumo. Right now, it's only because the newbie protection period has blocked it. Chapter 19, the first event ends. What was originally a one-sided situation has, under Sumo's influence, turned into a deadlock. However, in the end, the giant armored rhino had the upper hand, after taking down two seat wolves. The giant armored rhino was also heavily injured. One of its eyes was scratched out by a wolf's claw, and its body was covered in countless blood marks. The most serious injury was the deep blood holes in its neck. Blood continued to flow from the wounds, its breathing heavy, but the fierce look in its eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Its two blood-red eyes were fixed on Sumo. If it weren't for this human, although it wouldn't have been easy, it definitely wouldn't have been this messy in dealing with the few seed wolves. It's about time, Sumo glanced at his watch and then put it back into his backpack. He drank the timed power potion and agility potion, pushing himself into peak condition. The outcome was clear, the already heavily wounded giant armored rhino, still bleeding, was facing a fully healthy Sumo. After struggling for a moment, the giant armored rhino finally fell at Sumo's hands. Ding! Kill giant armored rhino *1, score plus 500, event coins plus 500. Got level 1 crystal core *1, giant armored rhino meat *25, giant armored rhino horn *1. Ding! Congratulations, you've killed the final boss, and your final score will be doubled. Finally, it's over, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the event coins in his backpack, feeling excited. After defeating the giant armored rhino, his event coin balance had reached 2,350. The driver vehicle reached the finish line. Ding! Congratulations, you completed the lucky chest speed race, your time is 2 hours 58 minutes and 2 seconds. Completion bonus, 200. Time bonus, 0. Alien beast bonus, 2500. Final boss kill bonus, 500. Since you killed the final boss, your final score will be doubled. Total score, 6,200. Regional rank, 1. Rewards will be sent after settlement. Timed items will be collected when returning to the survival highway. Players can use event coins to buy items, please check the specifics yourself. The system's voice slowly faded away, and the familiar metal plates rose from the ground again. Welcome, the event shop. Please pick the supplies you want. Sumo scrolled through the screen, one item after another passing by in front of his eyes. Steamed buns and water are even for sale? But I don't really need them, Sumo continued to slide the screen. The items were divided into food, water, fuel, battery packs, and a limited purchase primary vehicle core. The prices were fairly cheap. Weapons and equipment were not listed for sale. There were only 3 timed items available for purchase. One was the agility potion, which increased speed. Then there were the slow potion and healing potion. Next, there were 3 special cards. Vehicle repair card. Type, item card. Can repair all vehicles below level 3, no matter how badly damaged, and does not consume materials. Description, with this, you'll never have to worry about your vehicle being destroyed again. Price, 500 survival coins. Vehicle speed card. Type, item card. Doubles vehicle speed, lasts for 30 minutes. Description, woohoo, take off. Price, 300 survival coins. And finally, the last one. Item cash out card. Type, item card. Can turn one-time item from this event into a permanent item. Description, what? Let you get it for free? This event's limited purchase, 1. Price, 2,000 event coins. Without hesitation, Sumo directly bought and used it. Ding! Please select the item to cash out. Sumo directly chose the pistol at his waist. As the cash out card turned into light and merged with the pistol's panel also changed. Block 17. Type, firearm. Capacity, 5/19. Lightweight firearm, extremely lethal to small-sized creatures. Not bad power. Description, now, you don't need to eat beef anymore. The disappearance of the timed word marked that this pistol completely belonged to Sumo. Hey, these bullets? Sumo was pleasantly surprised to find. The bullets in the magazine no longer had the time-limited mark. This was truly an unexpected gain. With a satisfied grin, he holstered the pistol at his waist and continued to browse the shop space. He still had 320 activity coins left. He could buy a speed boost card, but if he bought the speed boost card, he wouldn't be able to afford the primary vehicle core worth 50 activity coins. After Luo Hang kindly sponsored a primary vehicle and core, he was just 4 cores away from upgrading. After some thought, he finally decided to buy the speed boost card. The primary core could still be found in treasure chests. The speed boost card, however, was a limited time item for the event. It wouldn't be available once he left. He spent 20 activity coins on a liter of fuel. With that, Sumo had completely used up the hard-earned activity coins. The scene shifted, and Sumo had already returned to the original highway. He turned to look at his little trailer. The front collision beam had several dents and bends, and the body was covered with scratches and dents. There was a lot of debris stuck in the tires. It had worn down quite a bit, and Sumo couldn't help but feel a little heartache. Fortunately, he could directly repair it through the system. Ding! Do you want to consume 15 metal and 10 rubber to repair the vehicle? Yes, with the power of the system, the old tractor in front of him was restored to its former glory. It didn't take long before the system's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ding! The Lucky Treasure Box racing event has ended. Here's the ranking list. Ding! Please choose whether to remain anonymous or publicly display your event ranking. Note, public rankings will earn additional rewards. You have 5 seconds to decide. Free rewards are always a no-brainer. Public. Lucky Treasure Box Racing Event Regional Rankings. First, where's the non-lucky person losing every day? Second, anonymous. Third, chaos reigns. Fourth, 6 wins, 5 subjects, Wang Jia. Fifth, anonymous. Ninth, Evening Star narrates the moon. 10th, Night Sailing Boat. Ding! Congratulations, you've won 1 primary vehicle core, 1 all attributes enhancement pill, 100L of fuel, 1 primary treasure box detector blueprint, 1 time, 1 solar panel blueprint, 1 vehicle accessory choice gift pack, 100 road coins. Public rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you've received 20 metal, 20 plastic, 1 KFC chicken bucket. Oh ho, looks like I'm having fried chicken today. Suemo hummed a little tune, suddenly feeling the sunshine much brighter. His mood was excellent. He checked the dropped items. All attributes enhancement pill. Type, medicine. All attributes +1. Description, a magical little pill, effective with just 1 dose. 1 swallow and now Sumo's body was as strong as an ox. He continued to look at the rewards. Primary treasure box detector blueprint. Type, blueprint, 1 time. Material requirements, metal *15, rubber *10, level 1 crystal core *1, glass *1, blue *5, nails *5, wire *10. Can detect treasure boxes within a 5 km range of the vehicle. Description, beep, treasure hunting mode activated. Sumo's eyes lit up. This is good stuff, now finding treasure boxes will be a lot easier. The material consumption isn't too high either, and for the missing level 1 crystal core, he could just find an unlucky guy in the wilderness later. Chapter 20, Solar Panel. Solar Panel Blueprint. Type, Blueprint. Material requirements, glass *10, metal *10, wire *8, battery pack *1. 1 square meter of solar panels, producing 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour. Description, advanced solar panels, 1 panel is better than 6. This isn't bad, and it's not a one-time use item, Suemo thought for a moment. He didn't really have any electrical appliances at the moment, but it was definitely a good item. If he placed a few on the roof or in the cargo bed, wouldn't he have free electricity? He could use the car air conditioning without burning fuel, saving quite a bit on fuel consumption. The last item was the Vehicle Accessory Choice Gift Pack. It looked similar to the Newbie Gift Pack. Vehicle Accessory Choice Gift Pack. Type, Gift Pack. The player can choose one of the following: energy recovery device, autopilot device, or automatic defense device. Description, can you get them all if you're quick enough? Suemo carefully checked it. The energy recovery device could significantly reduce fuel consumption. The autopilot device, as the name suggests, would free his hands. The automatic defense system, when the vehicle is attacked, automatically releases strong electric currents through either power or fuel to defend and counterattack. The automatic defense was immediately skipped by Suemo, as the self-driving system only made things a little easier. For now, energy recovery development was far more important. Reducing fuel consumption. Even later on, as more accessories and devices were added to the vehicle, fuel consumption would steadily increase. The energy recovery system would also provide substantial help. Thinking of this, Suemo directly chose the energy recovery system. Opening the gift package, a small, square chip appeared in Sumo's hand. Energy recovery device. Type, chip device. Contains a full set of energy recovery devices. Once installed in a vehicle, it will automatically unfold and perfectly adapt to any vehicle, except human-powered vehicles. Description, don't be fooled by my size, don't be fooled by my size, my power is immense. So, how do I use this chip? Suemo raised the chip, observing it carefully through the sunlight. Then, back in the driver's seat, the system's voice sounded in his ear. Ding, energy recovery device detected. Do you want to install it? It can be freely installed or removed from the vehicle's panel. Install. As Sumo's voice fell, the chip slowly merged into the tractor's control panel, followed by a series of mechanical sounds inside the vehicle. It seemed like some kind of modification was taking place. Ding, installation complete. Suemo opened the vehicle panel to check. Modern agricultural tractor. Owner, Suemo. Vehicle level, 2. Durability, 200. Fuel tank capacity, 28L/150L. Fuel consumption, 8L per 100 kilometers. Max speed, 37 kilometers per hour. Device accessories, dump truck, energy recovery device, metal crash beam. Details, practical agricultural vehicle, adaptable to various muddy terrains. Upgrade materials, basic vehicle core *10, metal *188, iron nails *52, glue *100, glass *30, rubber *62, wire *20, alloy *30. The fuel consumption has almost halved. Sumo's face lit up. He still had plenty of fuel in his warehouse and filled the tank to full. Now, he no longer had to worry about fuel for a while. He could also boost the mileage. Unfortunately, the speed was still unchanged. He would have to wait for another upgrade or find devices that increased the maximum speed. Right, I still need to swap some battery packs. With this thought, Sumo opened the system interface. Survivors who completed the event could at least exchange for a basic vehicle core in the store. Many players were stuck at this stage with their level 1 vehicles. The chance of getting this item from a treasure chest was extremely low. If that didn't work, they could always trade some food and water to relieve survival pressure. But similarly, many survivors had already died in this event. Players without titles had basic attributes just like ordinary people, and with a little carelessness, the monsters in the treasure chest could take their lives. The chat channel was also bustling with discussions about the event. Human engine, damn, I'm exhausted, my legs are about to break off. Akun, the second half really isn't something a human can walk. Speedy legs, hahaha, my vehicle can finally be upgraded. Cola cake, I spent all my event coins on food and water. Akun, the first place boss is really fierce. I've heard his name several times in the system announcements. Apocalypse Night, why is there still a fuel purchase limit in this event? Buying fuel long term. Human engine, no, brother, why do I see you buying fuel every day? Apocalypse Night, enough said, it's all tears. Got any extra fuel to sell to me? Lonely Wolf, I have fuel, but I need battery packs. Unstoppable, has anyone beaten the final boss? It looks so fierce. Spring is here, can we even beat that thing? Luckily, it's not actively attacking. Player 121, yeah, I don't think anyone can beat it. Lonely Wolf, there should still be some, at least the top players must have killed the boss. Akun, and where is the unlucky guy losing every time, boss, please let me tag along. King of the Divine Domain, TCH, probably just lucky. Merciless Killer, yo yo yo. Where did this trash suddenly come from, thinking it was so awesome, but it can't even enter either of the two rankings, what a little loser. The King of the Divine Realm was already notorious in the chat channel, appearing and immediately being chased by people cursing. At first, he would fight back a few words, but later he simply stayed silent like a mute. Sumo held the newly swapped battery pack, combined 2 battery panels, and installed them on top of the vehicle. The solar panels were directly connected to the vehicle's internal power circuit. Finally, I can eat something hot today. Sumo rubbed his hands and watched the kettle start working. Soon, a steaming bucket of instant noodles appeared in Sumo's hands. The strong aroma hit his nose. In just a few bites, he finished the whole bucket of noodles. But one bucket was not enough for Sumo's hunger, only after finishing a bucket of fried chicken did he feel satisfied. After solving the food problem, Sumo returned to the lottery space. Xiao, I'm doing the lottery. Here it comes, host currently has 15 first-class high-level lottery chances. Sumo, let's try 5 single draws first. As he pulled the joystick down, the screen spun quickly and finally stopped on a carrot icon. Ding, common, obtain Disher chocolate *5. Again. Ding, common, ballet family stockings *5. Again. Ding, bad luck, 3 crack rats appeared. Again. Ding, common, ballpoint pens *10. I can't take it anymore, again. Ding, common, obtained information note *1. Phew, finally something useful, Sumo breathed out. After drinking that bottle of wine, his luck had really improved, otherwise at least 2 of these 5 draws would have been bad luck. Opening the information note, there was only a short line, but it made Sumo frown. Chapter 21 Cold Wave Warning. Survival Weather Station reports, the first wave of cold wave will arrive in 3 days, temperature expected to drop to -20 degrees Celsius. -20 degrees, though not yet disaster level, but this is only the first wave of cold. And the deadliest is actually the instant drop in temperature difference. Preparation must be done early. The screen shifted, Sumo returned to the All Things lottery machine and did a 10 draw straight away. Ding, common *6, bad luck *3. Ding ding ding. Good luck. The familiar smiling face stayed on the screen, looking especially pleasant. Ding, obtained cold-proof clothing blueprint. Cold-proof clothing blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material needed, complete animal fur *1, cloth *10, cotton *20. Full set cold-proof outfit, can resist -50 degrees Celsius, affected by the material of the animal fur. Description, lightweight and warm, good materials make good clothes. Xiao, you are awesome, Sumo's frown instantly relaxed. Now he didn't have to worry too much about the first wave of cold. But the vehicle was still a big problem. In extreme low temperatures, even fuel cars would be affected. Electric cars, even more so. Fuel oil becomes thick and solid at low temperatures. Fuel is also greatly affected by cold. If it really doesn't work, I can only keep the engine running the whole time. This safer approach uses the heat from the engine to resist the cold. But the cold wave is still 3 days away, Sumo still has preparation time. Thinking about it, he posted a message in the chat channel. Where does non-luck always losing exist? Everyone, in 3 days there may be a cold wave coming, temperatures will drop suddenly. Human engine, boss. It's the boss. Call me tough guy, cold wave? No wonder today feels a little colder than yesterday. Player 121, I got cotton and cloth from the box today, could it really be a cold wave? Rock lover, impossible, I have a thermometer, today's lowest is just 21 Celsius, even if a cold wave comes it will only drop to about 10 something, why worry? Cola cake, I also got cotton. There really might be a cold wave. 6th consecutive, 5 tests, Wang Jia, thanks for the reminder. Lonely boat, how could they be so kind to remind us, they must want to sell the cotton at a high price. Donut, exactly, don't fall for it, everyone. Lonely wolf, they were just trying to help, if you don't believe it, fine, but don't drag others down. Lonely boat, at Lonely wolf, how many resources did the non-lucky guy give you to act as a decoy? Stop pretending. I am the European king, I'm proud, the chest's already open cotton, this might be the survival system giving us a hint. Lonely boat, another decoy, ha. Watching a few players still doubting that he was exaggerating the severity to sell cotton at a high price, Suemo couldn't help but laugh in anger. But he didn't care about these people. Their survival or death had nothing to do with him. If they froze to death, the chat channel wouldn't be so chaotic anymore. Turning off the chat channel, he continued to sort through the dropped materials. 6 ordinary items with no notes, just basic materials, a box of self-heating rice, and an electric pot. High-level lottery was indeed different, food would definitely not be a problem for him for a while. Suddenly, he felt someone was at ing him. Opening the chat channel, he saw Lonely Wolf had sent him quite a few messages. Lonely Wolf, thanks to the non-lucky boss for sharing the information. I am Ning Che from the National Union Department. Lonely Wolf, could you share more detailed information? National Union Department? Suemo muttered. He had heard of this organization, but it was just something he had heard about. It was basically an official organization of the Blue Star Dragon country. Where is the non-lucky person always losing? Are you from the official side? Lonely Wolf, that's right. Where is the non-lucky person always losing? How is the official side doing now? What exactly is going on with this survival game? Lonely Wolf, I don't know the details either, the survival world hasn't cut off communication between players. Lonely Wolf, actually, on the first day of the game, some official organizations communicated through special codes. Lonely Wolf, but few were willing to respond to the code. Without saying, Suemo also understood that the original order had collapsed, the organization was fractured, communication was difficult, and the imminent threat was real. Gathering even a small number of people in a short time was already extremely hard. As for rebuilding national order, in this survival-focused world, it was almost impossible. Where is the non-lucky person always losing, so the Wang Jia on the leaderboard is one of yours? Lonely Wolf, exactly, the world has already changed. In the organizational structure, there must be powerful people at the front for the organization to stand firm. Lonely Wolf, there are a few more players like this, and their task is to rapidly increase their strength. It seems the official side is also in a difficult situation now. To survive in this world, one must rely on oneself. Where is the non-lucky person always losing? 3 days later, after the novice period ends, the first cold wave will arrive. The temperature is expected to drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius. That's all I know. Lonely Wolf, minus 20 degrees Celsius? Where is the non-lucky person always losing? That's right, it's very likely that the cold wave will not be a single event. This is just the first one. A man sitting in the ambulance driver's seat frowned tightly. This disaster was much more serious than he had imagined. Lonely Wolf, thanks for the reminder. Looks like we have to prepare early and let more people know. Suemo only sent one message, and the cold wave warning was quickly drowned in the chat. Most people didn't even notice the cold wave message. Suemo, I'm afraid some people won't believe it. Lonely person, in special times, all the country can do is this. Save those who can be saved, and those who can't, let them be. Meaning, those who bring doom upon themselves, let them die. There's no time to care about them. With some time left before dark, Suemo simply entered the wilderness to borrow a crystal core from a lucky beast. He also crafted a basic treasure chest detector. After installing it on the vehicle, a small screen appeared next to the steering wheel, showing a radar chart that continuously scanned for treasure chests within range. As long as a treasure chest exists, a red dot would appear on the map. With a clear direction, it became much easier to find treasure chests in the wilderness. Currently, the screen showed 2 red dots on each side of the wilderness, indicating that there were 4 treasure chests in the area, though unfortunately, 2 of them were at the edge of the map. It would be impossible to bring them back before nightfall. Among the 2 treasure chests brought back, there were only some cotton, cloth, and basic materials. As night fell, Suemo lay in the truck bed, with cotton and cloth spread underneath, making it feel not too hard. The current temperature wasn't particularly low. Lying in the truck bed didn't feel cold. I hope when I upgrade, there will be a closed rear cabin, Suemo thought silently. After all, the truck bed was just an ordinary part. When the vehicle was upgraded, there needed to be space for daily life. The driver's cabin wouldn't work now, it was simply too cramped. The night passed quickly. Ding, daily mileage has been refreshed. Today's mileage task is 40 kilometers. Another 40 kilometers added, but for Suemo, it wasn't much of an impact. Chapter 22, Vehicle Upgrade. The accelerator was welded shut, and the feeling of free fuel was simply too good, but unfortunately, the tractor's maximum speed was still limited. With the treasure chest detector, even if rushing, Suemo wouldn't miss any treasure chests hidden in the wilderness. Picking up chests along the way, by the time the mileage was complete, Sumo's truck bed was already filled with 4 wooden chests and 1 metal chest. The wooden chests contained only basic materials, but the metal chest opened to reveal a primary vehicle core. Only 3 more to go, so Suemo simply posted a purchase order in the trade channel. And then sent a message in the chat channel. Where's the unlucky guy who loses every day, buying primary vehicle cores, can exchange for weapons? I'm the lucky emperor, proud of it, wow, a real big shot. Strawberry-flavored kitten, big shot, please carry me, I know a lot. Koan, primary vehicle core? None. After waiting for a long time, no players were willing to sell a primary vehicle core. Even offering weapons or food in exchange didn't work. It was the 3rd day, and everyone knew the importance of the primary vehicle core, so of course, they wouldn't sell it. Sumo's private messages were filled with all sorts of random information. Invitations to join guilds, people wanting freebies, those seeking to become subordinates, and some female players sending cool photos. TSK, aren't you cold in such little clothes? After admiring the cool photos, Suemo decisively chose to mark them as read without replying. Cold-hearted indeed. The normal trades in the star systems were actually rare, and the prices were extremely high. A single weapon no longer satisfied their appetite. I guess I'll have to find treasure chests myself, Suemo thought, his consciousness returning to the lottery machine space. Ding, detecting, What are you doing here without a crystal core? I just want to ask where I can get a secondary crystal core. Suemo looked around curiously, feeling that his golden finger seemed to be more than just a simple program. According to the survival system standards, D-level danger zones have a chance to drop them. Then why did the giant bone rhinoceros only give a primary crystal core? Suemo was puzzled, remembering that the giant rhinoceros danger level seemed to be around D-. Yet it only dropped a primary crystal core. Probably the energy level wasn't enough. Anyway, go and collect more crystal cores, keep you busy. Suemo couldn't help but get a few black lines on his forehead, feeling that after the 20 draws, Little O had been talking a lot more, and in a rather sarcastic tone. Little O, do you know where the survival system came from? Suemo tentatively asked. You shouldn't ask things you shouldn't ask. It's not good for you. Just go collect crystal cores. When you've gained enough strength and walked far enough, you'll know what you need to know. A friendly reminder for you. Hurry up and increase the mileage. Don't be like that, tell me, Suemo said with a full smile, but no matter what Suemo said, Xiao remained completely still. Helplessly, Suemo had to return to the real world. However, it wasn't completely in vain. Staring at the dashboard showing the completed daily mileage, Suemo slightly frowned. Mileage? Looks like I need to change my plan. Originally, Suemo planned to drive slowly, mainly collecting treasure chests, but this plan had to be temporarily abandoned. As for collecting crystal cores, I still need to upgrade the vehicle first. Only then can I increase the speed. Thinking about this, Suemo decided not to stop and stepped on the gas, driving away. Long hours of driving were too boring. After 3 or 4 hours, Suemo felt his eyelids heavy. Damn, if only there was autopilot. Suemo slapped his face hard. The key thing was that he had only driven over 100 kilometers in these 4+ hours. A treasure chest? Suemo wasn't very concerned about the ordinary small red dots anymore. The smallest red dot represented a wooden chest, and a slightly bigger one represented a metal chest. At this moment, 2 red dots representing metal chests, not far apart, were flashing continuously. The wooden chests contained too few supplies and hardly dropped beginner vehicle cores. Only the roadside wooden chests would make Suemo get out of the car to take them. The number of metal chests was still too few. Suemo certainly wouldn't miss them. After taking the chests, he opened them. Inside was a beginner vehicle core. Just then, someone had been looking for Suemo, and in the end, Suemo exchanged the core for an instant rice meal and an axe. Now I just need one more. Looks like I can upgrade today. He checked the other materials, and only the quantities of metal and glue were still lacking. Suddenly, Sumo's friend list lit up. Lone Wolf, I heard you need a beginner vehicle core? Lone Wolf, I've sent you a gift, beginner vehicle core *3. Lone Wolf, is this enough? Sumo, so many? Sumo was a bit surprised. The price of beginner vehicle cores was still high, and Lone Wolf actually managed to take out 3 at once. Lone Wolf, this is also the higher-up's idea. Getting on good terms with you, the top player, is not a bad thing for us. Sumo immediately understood. Maybe collecting materials alone was difficult, but as long as the number of survivors was enough and resources were integrated, focusing on supplying top players would indeed lead to much faster development than ordinary players. Sumo, then I'll accept it. Sumo was not polite. Why not take free resources? After taking one, he sent the other 2 back, along with an instant rice meal. Sumo, I only need 1, thanks. Lone Wolf, little brother, you're impressive. We gathered materials from so many people, and we've only managed to get 2 level 3 vehicles. Didn't expect you'd only be missing 1. Sumo, you guys have so many people, and only 2 vehicles? Lone Wolf, even when we hand things over, we still need to distribute rewards. Otherwise, it's just like being bandits. Plus, we have to ensure that members have at least 1 core to upgrade to level 2 vehicles. The resource gap is still a bit large. Sumo couldn't help but think. While the team was strong and had abundant resources, there were many things to consider. And they had to follow orders from above. He didn't plan on joining any team for now. With the universal lottery machine, he wouldn't lack basic resources. But cooperating with teams he found agreeable still had its benefits. Sumo chatted with Lone Wolf for a bit before they went their separate ways. In the world of road survival, especially during the newbie protection period, time could not be wasted. Food and water were still very popular in the trade channel. Taking out some dry bread and compressed biscuits he didn't eat, Sumo filled in the missing materials. Finally, he met all the conditions for upgrading his vehicle. System, upgrade the vehicle. Ding, upgrading the vehicle will take 5 minutes. Please ensure the surroundings are safe, should we upgrade? Upgrade. A white mist completely enveloped the vehicle. The sound of various mechanical operations continuously came from within the mist. Soon, the mist dispersed, and the vehicle in front of me had completely transformed. The vehicle in front of me looked like a steel beast, with its orange-yellow front wrapped tightly by a metal bumper. The tires were about 1.5 times the size of the original ones. The outside of the driver's cabin was equipped with exclusive protective railings. The tall front of the vehicle made it necessary for the driver to climb up a ladder to enter the cabin. The large cargo box at the back exuded a mechanical explosive feel. The additional trailer connected at the rear now seemed somewhat small and cute. Chapter 23, Vehicle Upgrade Direction. Articulated mining truck. Owner, Sumo. Vehicle level, 3. Durability, 2000. Fuel tank capacity, 85L/500L. Fuel consumption, 20L per 100 kilometers. Max speed, 70 kilometers per hour. Details, a professional transport vehicle commonly used in mines and mountainous terrains, with extremely strong loading capacity and powerful horsepower. Available upgrade directions. 1. Transport type, strengthens transport function, with strong loading capacity. It offers advantages in fuel consumption and speed. Required upgrade materials, basic vehicle core *5, metal *888, iron nails *1200, glass *50, wires *800, alloys *80, advanced rubber *100, plastic *300. 2. Production type, focuses on developing the vehicle's ecosystem, enabling planting and animal husbandry functions. Required upgrade materials, basic vehicle core *5, metal *888, iron nails *800, glass *200, wires *200, alloys *150, basic watermaker *1, battery pack *20, AI chip *1. 3. Firepower type, can be equipped with more onboard weapon systems, with stronger mobility, sacrificing some defense to increase firepower. Required upgrade materials, basic vehicle core *5, metal *888, iron nails *800, tempered glass *10, wires *200, alloys *200, advanced rubber *10, vehicle weapon accessories *2, AI chip *1. For obstacle braking type, specializes in clearing paths and breaking through obstacles, destroying beast hordes, with strong horsepower and good defense. Required upgrade materials, basic vehicle core *5, metal *1888, iron nails *800, tempered glass *5, wires *300, alloys *300, advanced rubber *10, obstacle braking front parts *1, AI chip *1. 5. Defensive type, greatly enhances defensive capabilities and increases vehicle size. Required upgrade materials: basic vehicle core *5, metal *1200, iron nails *800, tempered glass *5, wires *300, alloys *500, advanced rubber *50, obstacle breaking front parts *1, AI chip *1. 6. Special vehicle upgrade blueprint not yet available. Note: once upgraded, the direction cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. A series of system messages left Suemo stunned. Wow, do I really need so many materials? He quickly realized that going from level 3 to 4 was a turning point for all players. Except for the transport upgrade direction, others required massive amounts of materials, high-level materials, and special vehicle accessories. Looking at the introduction of the basic vehicle core, 10 beginner vehicle cores could be combined into one. This will take a long time to gather. Suemo shook his head. It seemed unlikely that he could level up anytime soon unless the lottery machine gave him an upgrade card. His small tractor had finally upgraded into a truck, but the fuel consumption had risen again. Without an energy recovery system, his fuel consumption might reach 50. At that point, he'd have to keep asking in the chat channel for fuel. After the upgrade, his vehicle's storage space had directly increased to 2,000 slots, so there would be no problem with fitting anything in for now. Moreover, the trailer space was also quite generous. The size of the fuel tank was even more outrageous. All of his fuel combined wouldn't even fill this oil-consuming beast. However, the speed was just average. After the upgrade, it could only reach 70 km per hour, which made his vehicle look slow compared to sports cars or sedans. The original vehicle was never designed for speed. Suemo guessed that perhaps in other vehicle upgrade directions, there might be other special branches. His vehicle seemed more suited for heavy-duty transport. Looking at the long list of materials, Suemo felt that it was time to put his plan into action. From the Lone Wolf, he had learned that players had to go to a place called the General Store Station to exchange crystal cores for road currency. One level 1 crystal core could be exchanged for 1 road coin, but even the most basic bread required 10 road coins to be exchanged. Except for some special equipment and facilities, crystal cores were useless in most places. The worst part was that the stations appeared randomly, so even if you had crystal cores, you might not come across a general store. If it was there, it was just collecting dust. But Suemo was different. With the presence of the universal slot machine, no matter how many crystal cores came, they could be directly converted into materials and resources for him. What he lacked the least was food, and he had plenty of edible beast meat. The vehicle warehouse didn't have a function for long-term preservation. If left unchecked, it would spoil eventually. It was better to buy some crystal cores from the players. With that thought in mind, Suemo directly sent out a purchase notice in the chat channel. Where's the unlucky guy always losing? Crystal core recycle, limited time offer. 15 level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for basic bread or mineral water. 20 level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for edible beast meat. Limited quantities, first come, first served. Player 1738, crystal core? What is that? Lazy Fisher, level 1 player, it's something dropped by mutant beasts. The system says it can be exchanged for road coins, but I haven't found where to exchange it yet. Akon, is this what the big shots are doing? I still haven't had a proper meal. Meal maker, never stopping, isn't that dangerous? You need 15 crystal cores just for 1 bread? Mountain Moon Sleepless, just find the low-risk ones. With a weapon, you can kill them in 1 hit. Power running low, I just don't know how much stuff a level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for at the station. Pillow Star, don't bother thinking about it. 1 crystal core can only be exchanged for 1 survival coin. Damn, 1 bread needs 10 survival coins. Player 121, damn it, this damn profiteer. 10 for 1 at the station, and you're asking for 15 for 1? Sure enough, people on the leaderboard aren't good people. Squid not black, exactly. Just trying to take advantage of our hard-earned money. Little cake, we're all humans, yet you still want to take advantage of us? Aren't you ashamed? Speedy feet, you can't say it like that. The problem with the station is that you can't even find one. Without a station, the crystal cores are useless. No going back, it seems not all stations accept crystal cores. The auto repair shop I came across didn't accept them. 3 consecutive 4s, Sunkai, only the general store station accepts crystal cores. Heartless Killer, *** at player 121 ***, is your brain filled with urine? Apocalypse Night, cough, cough, buying fuel. I am the lucky one, proud, without a station, you're just waiting to die with those crystal cores? Finally, they have a use, and you're complaining? Little cake, but they shouldn't have raised the price like this. 15 crystal cores, that's a whole 5 more. With the wind, you all argue, I'm smart and already got bread, huh? Please call me strong man, treasure chests are hard to find, but aren't low-level mutant beasts easy to find? Anyway, crystal cores are useless in our hands for now. Why not exchange them for food? People in the wind, beast meat? But all mine are poisonous. No going back, what a coincidence, mine are all poisonous too. Even when I encounter a normal one, I can't kill it. Give me a headache, smart people have already set off to hunt mutant beasts. Chapter 24, The Punishment from the Survival System. Sumo climbed onto his vehicle and posted a long-term order in the trading channel. Other players could exchange food through this order repeatedly, which was just right to consume those steamed buns and compressed biscuits he didn't want to eat. Looking at the increasing number of crystal cores in his warehouse, Sumo couldn't help but feel his eyebrows relax. The upgraded cockpit space was much larger, but unfortunately, there was still no sealed trunk. However, the current cockpit was enough for Sumo to rest in. The trading channel was quiet, as expected, since it was still within the newbie protection period. Aside from what came from the treasure chests. Basically, he would not take the initiative to go and look for trouble with wild strange beasts. As the sound of the truck engine rang out on the highway, Sumo once again began to move forward. Since Xiao mentioned the problem of mileage, he still should pay more attention to it. As time passed little by little, players kept trading over some crystal cores, and in just a few hours, the bread and compressed biscuits in his storage were completely used up. Sure enough, having many people is good, and there is no dislike for having many workers. And the strange beast meat traded was not much, only a few here and there. He stopped the car and directly entered the lottery space. Xiao, I want to draw the lottery. Ding, detected that the host has 155 level 1 crystal cores. Did you get rich? Wise and mighty host, do you need to convert them into lottery chances, for all? Sumo could not help but tilt the corner of his mouth. With crystal cores, even the golden finger's attitude became much better. Convert them into first-class advanced lottery chances. Okay, Xiao will help you convert them now. Conversion completed. You now have 155 first-class advanced lottery chances, do you want to use them now? Of course use them, draw for me. Sumo waved his big hand, and the patterns on the lottery machine began to spin. Ding, ordinary *5, bad luck *5. Obtained, fishing bait, box, *1, bread *10, bananas *10, plastic *20, metal *20. Monster appeared *5. A bit dark, come again. Sumo raised his eyebrow, feeling that things were not simple. Ding, ordinary *7, bad luck *3. Obtained, Chanel bag *1, alloy *10, mineral water *10, gunpowder *15, glass *15, diapers, pack, *1, wood *12. Monster appeared *3. Not right, 10 parts have 9 parts not right. Sumo frowned and pressed the lottery machine again. Ding, ordinary *7, bad luck *3. Obtained Coke *10, cotton quilt set *1, Kid Burkfart set *10, Feifei sanitary pads *12, alloy *20, small intelligence note *1, boxing gloves *10. Ding, ordinary *6, bad luck *4. Obtained, sashimi *15, mineral water *20, nails *15, snow boots *1, sunglasses *1, electric wire 25. Ding, ordinary *3, bad luck *7. How come there is not even one good luck? Where is my luck? Xiao, did you secretly change the probability? How could it be? How could it be? This is all drawn by the host himself, degree. Sumo pressed the lever again, half believing and half doubting. Ding, ordinary *4, bad luck *6. Before he had time to see what the reward was, Sumo suddenly felt a burst of sharp pain in his mind. The scene changed, and Sumo suddenly found that his consciousness had returned to the highway, and a piercing alarm sound rang in his ears. This was the sound of the survival system. Warning! Warning! Suspected abnormality appeared. Warning! Warning! Suspected abnormality appeared. A blood-red light covered the whole sky, like the end of the world. The strange beasts in the wilderness fled in panic, and the blood color was so thick it seemed about to drip blood down. The roaring sound kept ringing in Sumo's ears. He looked toward the sky. It was a huge crack that cut the sky open by force, and a blood-red pupil eye suddenly opened. A huge pressure rushed over. Sumo felt that even breathing became extremely difficult. TSK, this dead thing, why does it linger like a ghost? Hey, it can't be that you attracted it, right? Sumo's cold sweat poured out. His instinct told him that this big movement of the survival system could not be separated from Xiao on him. Well, it is just because in a short time, a large number of strange beasts that should not be here appeared here, and were noticed. But don't worry, I have already covered it up. So it really is you. Sumo felt ice cold in his heart. If the survival system found out, whether the 10,000 things lottery machine would die he did not know, but he would definitely die. What are you afraid of? Small problem, it cannot find us, it is just a dead program, it will leave in a while. As soon as Xiao's voice fell, the eye in the sky looked around once, then slowly closed and disappeared, and the blood-red color in the sky instantly faded away, revealing its original color. Suemo let out a breath, and suddenly felt something was not right. He was not in the lottery space either. Xiao, you can speak outside? The crystal cores you collected let me recover part of my functions. Communicating with your consciousness now is still not a problem. From now on you also do not need to enter the lottery space to draw the lottery anymore. Suemo involuntarily shrank his neck when the lottery was mentioned. I hope it doesn't bring it here again. Don't worry, I've already used some of my energy to cover it. As long as you don't exceed 10 consecutive draws a day, it won't notice anything unusual, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Once I've absorbed enough energy, it won't detect me at all. Suemo let out a sigh of relief. But today is not possible. This damn thing still has some power, and the energy consumption is a bit much. I'm going to go into hibernation, don't ping me. Immediately, Little O fell silent. No matter how much Suemo called, there was no response. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Looks like I'll have to get a higher grade crystal core. Since there's a daily limit, it's clearly meant for higher level draws. He opened the trading channel, took down his trading information. For now, the crystal cores were enough. Since there's a limit, he didn't need so many cores. He switched to basic materials and submitted new trading information. The materials required for upgrading to level 4 were quite a lot. He needed to start stocking them up early. The world channel was in an uproar due to the recent strange event. Guangxian, what just happened? That was so scary. Player 121, haha, just go to hell. It turns out we've been raised by higher beings for their entertainment. Call me strong man, luckily it was brief, I almost pissed myself from fear. Master Wu, did your pants come off? Call me strong man, what the hell, where did this pervert come from? I am European Emperor, I'm proud, was it the player who was caught cheating? Fast legs, impossible, do you think this is a novel? There's no cheating here. Strawberry flavored kitty, ing, I'm so scared, does anyone have a bottle of water for me? For directions by NI, here it is. The Internet Beggar. Chapter 25, The Ruins of the Gas Station. After Suemo counted the supplies he had gathered, he opened the small information slip. This little slip had helped Suemo a lot along the way. It was like a little gold nugget in an ordinary outcome. There are not only alien beasts active at night. Not just alien beasts? Suemo felt a little confused but still kept his guard up. The blood-red, faded desert looked the same as usual. Along the way, Suemo noticed many alien beasts, but they were all low-level creatures. They wouldn't actively come onto the road, so Suemo didn't bother chasing them. Except for the metal treasure chests, Suemo couldn't be bothered to get out of the vehicle. The road meandered, and a few buildings faintly appeared by the side of the road not far ahead. Is this a station? Suemo looked far ahead. A few gray-white buildings were visible, not very tall. As he got closer, Suemo realized that these buildings looked extremely dilapidated, none of them were intact. It looked more like a ruin than a station. What is this? Suemo had never encountered a location like this before. He looked at his treasure chest detector, and the large red dot along with smaller red dots scattered around the road. The location seemed to be in this very ruin. Abandoned gas station, players can choose whether to explore it. As the vehicle entered, the location's information appeared in front of Suemo. Suemo smiled with delight. Gas station ruins, doesn't that mean there's fuel? Since his upgrade, his fuel consumption had gone up again. The empty tank that couldn't be filled made Suemo uneasy. However, Suemo didn't rush to explore. After a day of travel, he felt his whole body was stiff, especially his mind, which kept feeling groggy. The sunset in the sky emitted a reddish-orange glow, casting the final rays of light. It wasn't long until it would be completely dark. I'll explore it tomorrow morning. After reading the information from the slip, Suemo became more cautious about places outside the wild roads. He preferred not to go out at night if possible. Sitting in the back of the truck bed, he took out the electric cooker. The solar panels had stored quite a bit of power during the day, enough to cook at least. The fatty and lean rhino meat sizzled in the electric cooker, the fat in the meat breaking down under the high heat, releasing a strong meaty aroma that kept tempting Sumo's appetite. No need for extra seasonings, the rhino meat emitted the most primal fragrance, making Sumo's fingers itch to dive in. Why didn't I shake out some utensils? Suemo shook his head, used a bottle of mineral water to rinse his tactical knife, then cut off a piece, disregarding the temperature, and eagerly shoved it into his mouth. The unique fragrance of the meat exploded in his mouth. The tender and juicy rhino meat was smooth yet not greasy. In an instant, it fully opened Sumo's appetite, and within a few bites, an entire chunk of exotic beast meat was swallowed whole. Ding, consuming energy food, attributes slightly increased. Ha! Attributes increased? These guys really know how to hide things. This wasn't something any player had mentioned, at least none of the ones who bought exotic beast meat for themselves had known. He glanced at his attributes. Sumo. Nickname, who's the non-lucky guy losing every day. Vehicle, articulated mining truck, level 3. Physique, 9, 2, continually increasing. Strength, 8, 2. Spirit, 5, 2. Health, 99. Overall rating, F++. Description, wow. A strong human, finally able to resist fierce monsters, though only for a moment. Special event, your scent has been collected and marked by the Deathworm, you will face the revenge of the Deathworm. Attributes hadn't changed, seems like a gradual process. After eating 2 more pieces of rhino meat and finishing a banana, Sumo happily patted his stomach. The long-awaited taste of meat made Sumo feel very pleased. He placed a blanket in the truck bed, and that night, Sumo had a good sleep. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Sumo quickly handled his breakfast and got ready to enter the ruins. He glanced at the remaining number of people, it was only the 4th day. In Sumo's area, a few hundred people had already died. Keep in mind, this was still the newbie protection period. The only things that could threaten survivors were other humans and the monsters in the treasure chests. As long as he didn't provoke any exotic beasts or stay out in the wild at night, his life would be more or less guaranteed. This death rate far exceeded Sumo's expectations. A feeling of sympathy, like a rabbit mourning for the fox, spread in Sumo's heart. He slapped his face and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. To survive, he could only keep getting stronger. There was still the Death Sandworm on his tail, he had no time to worry about anyone else's survival. The ruins weren't big, there were only 4 buildings. The originally paved ground had already cracked, and weeds and bushes were growing wildly in the gaps. The walls of the buildings were the same. The abandoned gas station's layout was no different from a regular one, with a fuel pump and a small room. But it had already been severely damaged. He walked to a gas tank, but it was already empty. As expected, Sumo wasn't disappointed, after all, this place seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time. If there was anything left, it would probably be in the buildings. The main door had long been destroyed beyond recognition, so Sumo just went straight in. Inside the room, the shelves were knocked over, with a thick layer of dust covering them. There wasn't much left on the shelves, with the remaining goods scattered on the ground. I remember there used to be a metal treasure chest here. Sumo walked straight to the cashier counter. Sure enough, a metal gloss treasure chest lay quietly hidden inside. After collecting the chest, Sumo then turned his attention to the cash register, and with one swing of his axe, he smashed it to pieces. Coins and paper bills scattered all over the floor. I've been wanting to try this. He swung the tactical axe a few times before collecting the scattered coins around him. Ding, gained 188 road coins. Not bad, Sumo immediately walked toward the shelf. He picked up some packaged food from the ground. Ding, obtained expired Dongping Red Bull *1. Expired Dongping Red Bull. Type, food. Expired and spoiled food, consumption may cause diarrhea and other negative reactions. Description, drink when tired and sleepy. This energy drink Sumo had drunk before, sweet and not too bad, but unfortunately, it was already expired. After rummaging through the room, he gathered 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 4 bottles of mineral water. The layout is about the same, there should be a warehouse. Sumo looked at the corner of the room, and indeed, he saw a wooden door covered with dust and blocked by clutter. He twisted the doorknob, but it seemed to be locked. Sumo simply used his axe to strike directly at the door lock. The time-worn wooden door, facing Sumo's tactical axe, was no different from tofu, and it was quickly dismantled. Just then, a loud roar suddenly came from inside the room. An abnormal beast? Sumo looked toward the room and saw a humanoid monster dressed in ragged clothes, standing dumbfounded inside. It seemed that his earlier actions had disturbed it, but with the newbie protection in place, the humanoid monster showed no signs of aggression. Checked the information. Low-level zombie. A creature infected by a special organism, it has the primal desire for flesh and blood. Attacks could result in infection with a special virus. Danger level, E. Description, normally, this kind of abnormal beast does not exist alone. A zombie. Although it looked terrifying, Sumo was not worried at all. Its danger level was only E-, even lower than the previous split rat. Besides, as long as he didn't attack it first, the newbie protection would remain active. He scanned the room, and Sumo's face lit up. Not only was there a metal treasure chest in the far corner, but several barrels of oil were also stacked there. He circled behind the zombie and swung his tactical axe directly at its neck. The terrifying force chopped its head clean off. After being attacked, the zombie instinctively opened its mouth, trying to bite Sumo. But with its head gone, the zombie was clearly powerless to do anything. It's still not dead? Sumo stared wide-eyed at the head in the distance, still moving its mouth despite lacking a body. Then, he quickly slashed it with another strike. After that, the decomposable prompt popped up, and Sumo confirmed it was completely dead. Ding, low-level zombie, level up. Gained 1 level 1 crystal core, 1 zombie virus, 2 pieces of cloth, 1 work permit, gas station. The rewards were pitifully few. He picked up the zombie virus, which was a small green vial with a stench of rotten meat. Zombie virus. Type, item/material. One of the raw materials for the zombie vaccine. Taking it directly could infect you with a special virus, most likely causing a loss of sanity. The exact effect depends on the person's constitution. Description: you turn green, but you also grow stronger. Turn into a zombie? No need for that, Sumo had no intention of turning green. The work permit, however, was quite good. Work permit, gas station. Type, document. Holding this permit, you can enjoy a 10% employee discount when adding fuel at the gas station. Description: it's both a work permit and a discount card. Not bad, a 10% discount can save quite a bit. Sumo happily put away the work permit and began to clear out the rest of the supplies in the room. Gain 20 L of fuel *5, battery pack *5, farmer's 3-punch style spring water, box, *1, friend compression biscuits, box, *2, Deshun chocolate *5, Kong Shui Shui sauerkraut noodles, box, *1. Too bad most of it's expired, Sumo sighed in regret, but the haul here was already pretty good. He could also stock up on more fuel. Looks like this ruin is full of resource points, Sumo thought to himself. The supplies here were obviously much richer than those found in the wild. The first building was completely ransacked by Sumo. He then moved to the second building. This one was located to the west of the gas station, and it was much larger in scale. But there is only one room. Looking at some damaged devices and facilities on the floor inside, it seems this was once a car repair room. However, all the equipment is no longer usable. After searching for a long time, Sumo finally found some basic materials like rubber, nails, and metal, as well as a metal chest. This backpack is a bit small. Sumo looked at his overstuffed backpack and decided to return to the truck for now, clearing his things before heading back into the ruins. The third rectangular building seemed to have been a dormitory for the gas station's former employees, but unfortunately, those employees had turned into zombies. After easily dealing with 2 zombies, Sumo discovered that only by destroying the stone in the center of a zombie's head would the zombie truly die. Just cutting off the head doesn't work. One of the zombies actually dropped a police baton and a security guard certificate. It seemed that the zombie had been the gas station's security guard before. Security guard certificate, gas station. Type, document. This certificate allows access to hot water at the station and free lunch. Description: I am a security guard, protecting peace in the area. Is that it for benefits? Sumo sneered, realizing the work perks in this post-apocalyptic world weren't much better. The remaining building was the largest in the whole ruin, but it was also the most heavily damaged. As soon as he entered, Sumo saw a massive green figure standing still in the center of the room, eyes closed. What the heck? What did this guy eat to grow so big? Sumo circled around the giant zombie and observed it. The zombie before him was over 2 meters tall, its swollen muscles covered with veins. Its huge palms seemed capable of crushing Sumo's skull with a single grab. Type 2 strength zombie. A special infected zombie that has mutated and become stronger. Danger index, E+. Description: a big guy with green skin. E+? Looks like this one's not easy to deal with. Maybe I should just ignore it, Sumo thought as he circled around the zombie. He then started exploring other rooms, and after a while, he found another new metal chest. There were no other resources. In the last room, a metal safe immediately caught Sumo's attention. Heh, how could the biggest room not have anything good? Sumo excitedly approached the safe. Ruins safe. Type, chest. Made of extremely hard material, with anti-explosion and dismantling features. Requires an exclusive key to open. Description: now, a professional locksmith skill is needed. Needs a key? Sumo had no professional locksmith skills, of course. To get what's inside, he'd have to find the key. Sumo immediately began searching through several rooms again, but in the end, he found nothing but dust and dirt. Damn, I've searched everywhere, why can't I find the key? Sumo couldn't help but complain, his gaze turning toward the massive zombie at the entrance. Could it be a drop from this big guy? The more Sumo thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He had searched the entire building, finding nothing. If the key was in this building, it had to be with the giant zombie. Looks like I can't avoid it, Sumo said, not a trace of fear in his eyes. E+, maybe I'll give it a try. His personal status was at F++, but that didn't take into account the weapon and protection bonuses. He had a bulletproof vest, a tactical axe, and a crossbow. Plus, there was the handgun as a backup. Dealing with an E+ zombie should be no problem. If nothing goes wrong, its weak spot should be in its head. If I get lucky, I might be able to deal with it in one shot. Sumo's eyes gleamed, locking onto the relatively small head of the enhanced zombie, considering its massive body. Just to be safe, I should make some preparations. Sumo checked his backpack and found he had quite a few nails and some fuel. Sumo smiled. He, since it won't move. Don't blame me for playing dirty then. Chapter 27, Solving Type 2 Loss. Sumo sacrificed some fuel and spread a thin layer around the muscular zombie. Then, he piled up a heap of random junk, broken wood planks, and doors around the zombie, creating a simple barrier. He also poured some fuel over it, preparing for the next part of the plan. This should slow the big guy down a bit, Sumo nodded, satisfied with his setup. Then he scattered some rusty metal scraps around the fuel from the auto repair room he had been in earlier. Sumo then ran far away, took out a lighter, and ignited a wooden stick wrapped in cloth. Let's burn. Sumo's face was filled with excitement as he threw the torch with full force. The flames traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air and landed precisely on the fuel inside the room. In an instant, the fire spread. All the wood and junk were immediately consumed by the flames, becoming nutrients for the red demon. Whoa, the power of this gasoline is really something. Unlike regular diesel that's hard to ignite, the fuel provided by the system was suitable for all vehicle types and had an easily combustible nature. Usually, it was safe in the warehouse, but if stacked outside, it was almost like a gasoline bomb. The blazing fire immediately awakened the strength-type zombie at the center. A loud roar rang out, followed by the heavy sound of footsteps. It's coming! Sumo's eyes narrowed. The footsteps were clearly headed towards him. Then came the sound of debris breaking, as the makeshift barrier surrounding the area was almost instantly destroyed by the large figure. While running, the flames, like poisonous snakes, quickly wrapped around the zombie's body, continuously burning its flesh. By the time it broke out of the door and reached Sumo, it had become a flaming giant. Such vitality? And it's still not dead? Sumo's expression darkened as he kept his distance from the zombie engulfed in flames. Fortunately, the E-level mutant beast couldn't resist the flames. The zombie's body was already filled with flammable, fermented gases. Fire was their natural enemy. With a loud explosion, the zombie's massive body finally lost its ability to support itself. Its legs, which had been the first to burn, were nearly completely consumed by the flames. Since its head was still intact, the giant zombie hadn't fully died yet, continuously roaring at Sumo. At the moment it opened its mouth, the flammable gases inside it were instantly released. The red demon swiftly entered, devouring the body. It didn't take long before the giant zombie was completely reduced to a pile of charred remains. Is this fire really that strong? Sumo's face lit up with joy. The power of this fire attack was far stronger than he had expected. He had only wanted to weaken the zombie, but it seemed like he didn't even need to do anything now. Approaching the blackened corpse that was still sparking, Sumo wondered, I hope the key isn't burned. He reached out to disassemble the body. Ding, disassembling burnt type 2 strength zombie. Obtained, safe key *1, level 1 crystal core *1. Sumo sighed in relief. Phew, thank goodness the key is still here. That's all that matters. His biggest worry had been losing the key, but it was clear that he had been overthinking it. Approaching the safe, Sumo opened the door. Inside were a blueprint and some highway currency. Ding, obtained fuel propeller blueprint *1, obtained highway currency *200. Eagerly, Sumo took out the blueprint to check the details. Fuel propeller blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material requirements, alloy *30, metal *50, level 1 crystal core *10, nails *30, rubber *20. Can create additional vehicle propellers, using fuel to provide extra power to vehicles. Maximum number of propellers that can be installed, 3. Description, let it burn. Charge forward. Sumo's eyes brightened. This is just like nitrous boost, but using fuel. However, there wasn't much alloy in hand, for now, it was only enough to make one. Eagerly, he returned to the vehicle and placed the blueprint on the workbench. In no time, a card with a shape resembling a plane's turbine engine nozzle appeared on the workbench. Fuel propulsor. Type, accessory. Energy consumption, 25L/10 minute, energy recovery system active. Speed boost, 80%, for every additional propulsor, the effect increases by 60%. Can be installed on the vehicle to consume fuel and provide extra power. It will run for at least 10 minutes and can last up to 30 minutes before entering cooldown mode. Description, do you want to become a fiery meteor? Whoa, is this fuel consumption for real? Sumo chuckled bitterly. The fuel consumption was too terrifying. Without the energy recovery system, it would burn through 50 L of fuel in 10 minutes. Here comes another big fuel eater. But the speed boost it offers is terrifying. If I install 3 of these, my speed will get a huge boost. But the fuel consumption is also frightening. I'm just lucky to have a large fuel tank to unleash the full power of this fuel propulsor. Running out of fuel again, running out of fuel. Sumo shook his head, feeling a little pain just thinking about the fuel he used up burning zombies. Back in the cockpit, a red button appeared on the right side of the steering wheel. It was the switch for the fuel propulsor. Sumo looked at the red button, itching to try out the propulsor's effects. But when he thought about how pressing that red button would instantly burn 25 L of fuel, he ultimately suppressed his curiosity. After posting a request for alloy on the trade channel, Sumo prepared to use his lottery tickets for the day. Little O, are you sure 10 times is safe? Won't it summon that big-eyed thing again? Ah, don't worry. Although I can't handle that thing right now, hiding from it is no problem equals 3 smiley face. You should spend this time gathering more high-level crystal cores instead, ###. Sumo raised an eyebrow. The lowest level crystal core drops only from A-rank dangerous beasts. But I need to encounter them first. Sumo waved his hand helplessly. At the same time, he was curious about what these crystal cores were for, since the system seemed to need them. Little O, what exactly are these crystal cores, and why do you need them so badly? Sumo asked curiously. Well, you can think of it as a collection of energy from alien beasts, but your flesh and blood body can't absorb it. Sumo stroked his chin, feeling that the crystal cores were more complicated than they seemed. But right now, they weren't useful to him. Little O, give me 50 draws for level 1 high-tier extraction. Got it, drawing now. It was much more convenient than going to the consciousness world. All he had to do was think of Little O, and it was done. But aside from matters related to the lottery machine, Little O rarely paid him any attention. Ding, 32 common, 17 bad luck. Ding, ding, ding. Good luck. You're pretty lucky, host. Of course, Sumo couldn't help but smirk, despite the monstrous beasts fighting ahead of him. He eagerly checked out the loot from his good luck. Whoa! This time it's actually a finished accessory. Chapter 28, Monster Highway, will even newcomers attack? Vehicle Temperature Control System. Type, Accessory. Consumes energy to adjust the vehicle's interior temperature, making it suitable for extreme weather conditions. Description, Upgraded Air Conditioner. Upgraded air conditioner? Sumo stroked his chin. It should be a bit better than the standard vehicle AC, but I wonder how effective it is. The vehicle's original air conditioner was just a basic accessory. Even high-powered home air conditioners could malfunction in extreme environments, let alone the small air conditioner in the car. Let's install it and see. He chose to install it directly. With a mechanical sound, the original cockpit changed again. The vehicle's air conditioning vents were completely adjusted and no longer focused in the front. The entire system was integrated into the vehicle's computer. Sumo slid the central control screen, where he could adjust the required temperature and humidity. It also has the function of filtering air. The overall sealing of the vehicle has been greatly enhanced, and all air circulation must pass through the adjustment system. It can also monitor the gas composition and oxygen concentration in the driver's cabin. Not bad, the cold wave can be a bit more reassuring now, too bad the truck bed isn't sealed. Sumo kept flipping through the vehicle screen. He roughly understood the functions of the in-vehicle temperature control system. Today was already the 4th day in the highway survival world, and there was only one more day until the end of the safety period and the arrival of the cold wave. The original air conditioning system alone wasn't enough. With this temperature regulation system, it would be much more reassuring. With the cotton and cloth I've stockpiled, and the warmth plans from before, I should be able to survive the cold wave without a problem. Sumo began flipping through other supplies. There were quite a few ordinary drops, including a lot of random stuff. After clearing away the obvious garbage, Sumo received 5 packs of frozen dumplings, 85 pieces of metal, 120 nails, 30 pieces of rubber, 10 pairs of cotton long johns, 40 pieces of glass, 10 packs of spicy hot pot base, 1 electric blanket, 1 box of orange juice, 5 watermelons, 1 box of compressed biscuits, 10 pieces of alloy, and various types of food and drinks. Food and drinking water were already in abundance. Today's draw chances weren't used up yet, so Sumo uploaded yesterday's orders again to the trading channel, but changed the exotic beast meat order slightly, separating wild boar meat and rhino meat. Wild boar meat could be exchanged for 1 portion with 20 crystal cores, while rhino meat required 30 crystal cores per portion. Both had limited quotas. As soon as the orders were uploaded, the system notifications rang out one after another. The items were immediately traded away. The exotic beast meat, which had traded the slowest yesterday, was now the fastest to complete transactions. It seems the exotic beast meat's effect has spread at least within some small groups. Sumo stroked his chin and checked the trading information, discovering that most of it was bought by 2 people. Based on the special name formats, it seemed to be people from some other group. A lot of the official organization members had bought some as well. The 10 portions of steel-spiked wild boar meat and 10 portions of rhino meat that Sumo had uploaded were all sold in no time. He directly earned 500 crystal cores. This would cover several days of lottery tickets. Looks like I won't be able to exchange these exotic beast meats for crystal cores anymore. Sumo thought for a moment, realizing that this oversight had cost him a small loss. He changed the trade conditions for food and water to various basic materials and stopped worrying about it. While other players were eagerly hoping the next box might contain some food, Sumo's warehouse of food and water was enough to support him for a long time. As the truck drove forward, a familiar fork in the road soon appeared. A special highway? Sumo didn't hesitate and turned the steering wheel into the road. Ding, you have entered a monster highway, please be cautious. This special highway is different from the previous one. Sumo didn't pay much attention. Soon, a pile of stones and wooden roadblocks appeared in front of the highway. What kind of creature is that? A lizard man or a goblin? Sumo looked ahead. With the truck's high vantage point, he quickly noticed some green-skinned creatures hiding behind the roadblocks. These green-skinned creatures had dark green lizard-like heads but walked upright like humans. They were crouched behind the stone piles, glaring at Sumo as he approached. Each lizardman was holding various simple stone weapons. Survival highways even have roadblocks and robbery? Sumo sneered. The roadblock was a pile of junk. There were no puncture devices for tires, nor any obstacles to stop charges. But the protection period will actually take the initiative to attack? It must be due to the monster highway. Sumo knew just how overpowered the newbie protection was. To his surprise, there were still creatures unaffected on the special road. If it were just ordinary vehicles, it might have some effect, but against a level 3 truck like Sumo's, with a dedicated crash beam at the front, these roadblocks were no different from tofu. These lizardmen clearly wanted to force the players off their vehicles, then surround and ambush them. But they made a huge miscalculation when it came to Sumo and his group. Sumo had no intention of slowing down. He floored the gas pedal. The steel beast let out a terrifying roar and charged at the lizardmen. The lizardmen hiding behind obstacles already had limited visibility. By the time they heard the roar of the engine, they realized something was wrong. In panic, they scattered in all directions. In the next instant, Sumo felt the vehicle shake as the wood and stones in front of him shattered on impact. Several lizardmen were sent flying. Blood splattered, their bodies twisted as they crashed heavily to the side of the road, clearly obliterated. The lizardman on the edge screamed in terror. But the next second, the scream was abruptly cut off as a crossbow bolt pierced through its throat, blood pouring out in a steady stream, its life slipping away. Iron Lizardman. A simple-minded beast that uses basic tools. Human flesh is their favorite food. Danger level, F. Note, lizardmen never submit to slavery. The last remaining lizardman let out a harsh hiss, swinging a stone axe and charging at Sumo. A crossbow bolt flew through the air, striking the charging lizardman and sending it crashing to the ground. However, it didn't seem to have hit a vital spot. The lizardman struggled to get up. But what awaited it was another crossbow bolt, which pierced through its skull. Still trying to ambush me? Sumo pulled the bolt out of the lizardman and felt quite satisfied with his first real battle. 3 shots, all on target. 2 of the 5 lizardmen were directly knocked away, 1 was caught under the truck, and the 2 remaining ones were dealt with by Sumo. The entire lizardman squad was completely wiped out. Ding! Obtained 5 level 1 crystals, 10 fabrics, 2 poor quality stone axes, 3 poor quality stone spears, 1 lizardman treasure map. The 5 weapons were pretty sharp, so Sumo quickly listed them on the trade channel. Players lacking polearms might consider them. There's treasure? Sumo picked up the treasure map. Lizardman treasure map. Type, treasure map. Contains a lizardman's treasure. Description, what good things could a lizardman have? Chapter 29, Monster Road. Chapter 29. He flipped through the treasure map, which only had a few lines, and the pattern didn't reveal where the treasure actually was. Could it be a usable item? Sumo pondered, and with a thought, the treasure map was successfully used. The patterns on the map shifted. The green dot should be my current location, and the treasure chest pattern must be the treasure spot. This map is quite interesting, he said, noting that the treasure site wasn't far from here, though it wasn't on the road. It was off the beaten path, in the wilderness. Sumo cautiously entered the wilderness. Because of the special road, the lizardmen seemed to actively intercept and attack survivors. Better to be careful. With his crossbow loaded and his life-saving pistol on his waist, Sumo proceeded. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened along the way. The wild beasts in the wilderness were just like usual, not attacking players. Is it because of the special lizardmen? Sumo wondered, as the treasure spot turned out to be a small mound of dirt. He dug up the mound, and inside was a shabby wooden box. Sumo felt disappointed. It didn't look like there was anything good inside. Opening the box, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Opened the lizardman treasure. Obtained 10 loaves of bread, 10 bottles of mineral water. Ding! The cursed lizardman ambush placed by player God's Domain King has been lifted. Sumo was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. Lizardman's ambush? No wonder these lizard monsters attacked on their own, turns out other players were involved. Sumo sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He directly tagged King of Divine Realm in his chat channel. No non-lucky player always loses. At King of Divine Realm, shouldn't you explain what this lizardman situation is about? I am the Emperor, I am proud. What? What? The god of gossips told me there's gossip here. Cohen, lizardmen? Sumo explained in the chat channel, and everyone understood. Please call me strongman, there are such items? At King of Divine Realm, as expected, it's you causing trouble again. Human engine, not well-intentioned at King of Divine Realm. King of Divine Realm saw the messages above and chose to crash himself. He cursed loudly. What kind of trash item is this, wasting my resources, and it only sent a few lizardmen? This item was something he bought from a discounted product at a station, where he could hire beasts to ambush selected players by spending some resources. But it hadn't caused any trouble for Sumo and was eventually discovered. No wonder it was on discount, but at least he can't come here now, showing off, spit. He spat on the ground, a sneer appeared on the King of Divine Realm's face. King of Divine Realm, stinky, growing this fast must have killed quite a few people, now acting like a good guy? I'm getting rid of harm for the people. Ruthless assassin, what? Just because you're a pile of shit in the latrine, you think everyone else is like you? Trash should stay in the trash pile, don't pop up and pollute the environment. Player 121, just talking about the facts, I think there's some truth to it. Otherwise, how could he develop so quickly with so many resources? Little cake, exactly, this non-lucky player clearly isn't a good guy. Sumo saw these messages and laughed in anger, his killing intent flashing in his eyes. Rather than argue with them in the chat channel, Sumo wanted them to never speak again, in the physical sense. I don't know when I can unlock an item to find other players. These disgusting players, even leaving them alive for a second was a crime. Coke cake, non-lucky big boss, but a good person. If it weren't for him selling so much food, many people would have starved to death by now. King of Divine Realm, stinky, what's it to you? Don't tell me you're being supported by him, so eager to clear these people's names? Human engine, you scum still dare to curse people in the chat channel, don't you learn your lesson? If I had the chance, I'd be the first to kill you. Lonely Wolf, at King of Divine Realm, you have been added to the official blacklist, we will find someone to deal with you sooner or later. King of Divine Realm, oh, I'm so scared, come at me, let's see if I don't kill you. The chat channel was in chaos, but Sumo received a private message from someone else. Cave Bend, big boss, I have an item, lock-on card, it seems like it can find other players' locations. Sumo clicked on the item information. Lock-on card. Type, item. Locks your road to another player's road, gaining a chance to parallel with other players. Description, usually, your enemies want to see you more than those who love you. No non-lucky player always loses, I want it, what do you want? Cave Bend, if possible, could you give me some food? Sumo didn't hesitate and immediately sent a trade request. 10 loaves of bread, 5 bottles of mineral water, and a piece of wild boar meat in exchange for the lock-on card. At this moment, a pale, thin player sitting on a tricycle looked at the items with a joyful expression. In the previous activities, his luck was terrible, opening several monsters and injuring his leg. He had no choice but to use most of his resources to trade for some medicine bottles. As a result, for a long time, he had not opened any food or water, only this card. If he didn't get any food soon, he would starve to death on the road. He knew what this card meant. Anyone could easily kill themselves in this state, so they dared not sell this card casually. If I sell this card, anyone with a keen eye will know I'm on the brink of dying. After all, the materials from disassembling a vehicle are quite valuable. Today, I really had no choice. Seeing the message from Sumo, I finally sent him a private message. He shouldn't be coming for me, he's definitely going after the king of the divine domain. The wolf of the tunnel ate the food he had traded, still worried. He kept checking Sumo and the King of the Divine Domain's profiles. Only when one of their avatars went black would he feel at ease. At this moment, Sumo had already returned to his vehicle, directly choosing to use the lock card. Ding! Please use after leaving the special road. Upon hearing the system prompt, Sumo immediately stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years, but I believe, if there's a grudge, get it over with. If the enemy is still bouncing around, make them feel miserable. Soon, the road ahead returned to normal. Sumo had finally left the special road. He used the card again. Ding! Lock card successfully used, player King of the Divine Domain locked, a special road will appear 10 kilometers ahead. At the moment of being locked, the King of the Divine Domain received the system prompt as well. Ding! You have been locked by player where is the unlucky guy who loses every day. Suddenly, a shock went through his heart, then he sneered, he really dares to come, huh? He stroked the simple bow and arrow in his hand. Looks like someone else will have to take over the number 1 spot, he thought. To him, Sumo was just an ordinary person with a bit of good luck. If he dared to come, he would have the chance to kill him. But before that, he'd have to make him feel disgusted first. Chapter 30, Some people should have died long ago. Chapter 30. King of the Divine Domain, help, the unlucky guy really has a way to track other players, maybe his number 1 spot was stolen from someone. Little cake, ah? See, I told you, it's just as I said. Player 121, I think this unlucky guy is a cold-blooded killer, he was probably a murderer before. Squid not black, no way, this can't be true. Merciless killer, what do you think you are? There are plenty of people who want to kill you, killing you will be a service to the people. Human engine, exactly, remember how arrogant you were when you killed someone in the channel before? Just wait for death. Lonely wolf, in these times, we need to use extreme measures. Getting rid of some scum is good for all of us. After sending these messages, Lonely Wolf asked Sumo if he needed any equipment support. Sumo replied he didn't. Before long, the special road appeared again in front of Sumo. Ensuring his equipment was working fine, Sumo immediately turned onto the road. Not long after, Sumo saw a bus blocking the road, with no sign of attempting to escape. No way to run, just what I feared, if you ran, it would have been troublesome. Sumo immediately floored the accelerator, and the mechanical beast roared again. He charged straight at the bus. This was, of course, thanks to the confidence provided by the crash barrier. The King of the Divine Domain, who had been grinning maliciously, froze as he watched the oncoming truck. This massive vehicle, like a beast, was clearly not what he had expected. With the size of his bus, smaller vehicles would definitely hesitate to collide head-on. He just needed to wait for the opponent to get out and finish them off. But now, he had to face such a giant. It seemed like things were taking a turn for the worse, but it was too late to restart the bus. He knew well the limits of his bus's ability to turn. However, force was mutual. If the opponent collided, it would not be pleasant. His bus was no small vehicle. When the opponent hesitated, they would surely slow down. But the King of the Divine Domain had clearly overestimated himself. Sumo showed no sign of slowing down. Damn, crazy, does he want to die? Watching the giant truck coming closer, the King of the Divine Domain had no choice but to open the door and jump out directly. A loud, intense roar echoed from behind. Damn, what a reckless fool, wasting my materials for car repairs. The impact was far stronger than the King of the Divine Realm had anticipated. With such force, he felt certain that there was no way the people in the cockpit could survive. He turned his head to look behind, and his expression instantly froze. His eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the two vehicles that had crashed into each other on the road. The scene he had imagined, where both vehicles would be completely destroyed, didn't happen. His bus now looked like a white shrimp, the body bent from the crash. The glass was shattered, and the metal twisted. It was probably only a step away from being scrap metal. Sumo was also stunned for a moment, he had already braced himself for the impact. But on the opposite side, the vehicle seemed like tofu, almost instantly destroyed, while his own bumper beam only made some noise, bending a little. This is a level 1 vehicle? Such weak defenses and durability couldn't possibly be from a level 1 vehicle that had never been upgraded. Even a level 2 vehicle wouldn't be smashed like this. It looked almost like scrap metal now. You're asking for death. Seeing his vehicle destroyed like this, the King of the Divine Realm grabbed a large cleaver and rushed towards Sumo. I'll kill you, and your vehicle will be mine. The greed in the King of the Divine Realm's eyes was completely unmasked. What awaited him was a dark gun barrel that appeared from the car window. A gun? The King of the Divine Realm stiffened instantly, a biological instinctive fear in the face of danger. Big brother, please, don't. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, or have a chance to say anything more, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet instantly pierced through the king of the divine realm's body. This shot happened to go through his lung, and blood flooded in. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Then, a crossbow bolt shot out from the window, deeply embedding itself in the king of the divine realm's body. Another arrow was loaded, the aim locked on the fallen body of the king of the divine realm. Suemo slowly got out of the car and walked over to the overturned bus. It wasn't long before the system's voice finally sounded. Ding, detected unclaimed vehicle bus, level 1, please choose to disassemble or bind the vehicle, binding card required. Note, the system will charge a small material fee for recycling. Players with the engineer profession will receive all materials when disassembling. Suemo finally breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed like he was dead for sure. He chose to disassemble directly. Ding, disassembling bus to obtain metal *125, fabric *100, plastic *100, nails *60, fuel *40, rubber *80, wire *20, glass *20, basic vehicle core *1. Ding, received vehicle warehouse materials, basic vehicle core *4, metal *188, plastic *50, nails *30, battery pack *10, rubber *30, wire *10, alloy *5, glass *10, bread *5, mineral water *3, female clothing set *1, lamb meat *10, wood *32, level 1 crystal core *10, cotton *15. And more. Damn it. After clearing out the items from the warehouse, there were quite a few random things. He also found some female items, probably from other survivors he had killed earlier. He arrived at the body of the king of the divine realm and picked up the items that had fallen on the ground. Among them was a regular bow, not as good as Sumo's crossbow, but still a decent ranged weapon. Suemo was glad he hadn't given the slightest chance and had shot immediately. There was also a steel harpoon and a large cleaver. They seemed to be of good quality. Besides those, there was also a blueprint. Basic water maker blueprint. Type, blueprint, one time. Material requirements, metal *5, glass *5, plastic *15, rubber *10. Can automatically collect water molecules from the air to produce purified water? Description, a survival tool. You deserve to have it. Sumo's eyes lit up. This was truly an unexpected gain. The material requirements were not much. The king of the divine realm didn't have a workbench, so he couldn't make the water maker. It seemed like this had worked out in Sumo's favor. Otherwise, considering how badly the bus was crashed, the finished water maker would probably only be disassembled into basic materials. He retrieved the arrows and dug a pit beside the highway, placing the pieces of meat and the women's clothing into it before burying them. I've avenged you, Suemo sighed, reaching out to place a piece of bread on top of the small mound. At least you can rest in peace now. He then got up and returned to his vehicle, continuing his journey once again. As the icon of the king of the divine domain turned black, the chat channel erupted in discussion once more. Body engine, non-CEO big boss is amazing. The man who never goes, this troublemaker is finally dead, it's so satisfying. I am the European emperor, I am proud, this kind of nuisance deserves to die, ha ha ha. Ruthless killer, nice job, well done. Little cake, no, this is murder. Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Body engine, what are you afraid of? You aren't with that trash from the divine domain, are you? Little cake, no way, absolutely not, I don't even know him. The chat channel was mostly filled with praises for Suemo, and those who had previously mocked him now dared not speak up, afraid to catch Sumo's attention and risk losing their lives shortly thereafter. Chapter 31, The Last Day of Newcomer Protection. Chapter 31. The king of the divine domain was just a small interlude, but it gave Suemo plenty of materials. I thought he was a tough character, but it turns out he hasn't even upgraded his level 1 vehicle, Suemo scoffed. For these vehicles with higher starting points, the materials required to upgrade are more. Judging from the materials dropped, it seems he just needed 1 or 2 more materials to level up. After making the basic water purifier, he installed it on the vehicle. Basic water purifier. Type, device. Water output, 5L/day. Production efficiency is affected by the moisture content in the air. Description, you now have access to a clean water source. The water purifier has its own storage tank, but it only holds 8 liters. Once it's full, the purifier stops working. Now we really won't run out of water, Suemo said, looking satisfied at the basic water purifier on the top of the vehicle. But the output is still too little. As it was getting dark, 6 metal treasure chests appeared in the back of the truck. He opened them all, and surprisingly, 3 basic vehicle cores were inside. Huh? Why does it feel like the drop rate of vehicle cores has increased, and the amount of other resources seems to have increased too? There are even blueprints. It was the same metal treasure chests, but the amount of materials in them today was noticeably greater than yesterday. Even the drop rate of basic vehicle cores had gone up. The chat channel was filled with joy, but Sumo felt this wasn't good news. He knew from past gaming experience that there's a saying, before a big battle, there must be supplies. The news of the cold wave had already been spread by Lonely Wolf, the official organization, through the channel. Basically, every so often, a bunch of players would keep issuing cold wave warnings. Fewer people were selling cotton and fabric in the trade channel. The warnings had indeed been effective. Sumo checked the dropped blueprints. Cotton pants blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material requirements, cotton *20, fabric *5. Crafts warm cotton pants, with decent warmth. Description, a must-have for cold legs. He happened to have the blueprint for the cold-resistant clothes, so now he had something for his lower body as well. Sumo decided to craft both the cold-resistant clothes and the cotton pants. The cotton pants just required cotton and fabric, while the cold-resistant clothes were made from the blackback wolf's fur. Now I have basic warm clothes, food and water are no problem, but I still need to prepare more, Sumo thought for a moment before starting to search for useful items in the trade channel. If it was just a single cold wave, it wouldn't be a big deal, temperatures around -20 degrees weren't that bad. But what worried him was that cold waves might follow one after another, with the temperature continuing to drop. Aside from those lucky European emperors who got good vehicles from the start, for others, a level 1 vehicle would definitely not be enough. To survive, at least the vehicle had to be upgraded to level 2. Some players in the chat channel had already started frantically trading for basic vehicle cores and materials, even at the cost of using up some food and water. One night passed, and the final day of the novice protection period finally arrived. Today, the treasure chest supplies once again exploded. Sumo opened a metal treasure chest and found 3 bottles of water, along with a large amount of basic materials. The task mileage for the last day increased again, and after completing it, Sumo had no intention of continuing forward. On the last day of the safety period, Sumo decided to venture deeper into the wilderness, hoping for a stroke of luck and to see if he could encounter a silver treasure chest. Based on the information from the Lonely Wolf, the mysterious dense fog appeared 20 kilometers outside the wilderness. Several self-volunteered survivors entered the fog and completely lost contact. The official organization immediately called off the exploration of the dense fog. Afterwards, preliminary statistics on the appearance patterns of treasure chests were conducted. The quality and probability of treasure chests appeared to be directly proportional to the distance traveled on the highway and the distance ventured into the wilderness. However, most of the treasure chests found were metal chests. As for the silver treasure chests, only 3 players who traveled farther along the highway discovered them 15 kilometers deep into the wilderness. No one had encountered higher-level chests yet. Sumo then realized how lucky he was to have found his first silver treasure chest. Really, my ancestors must have blessed me. Although the probability was small, Sumo decided to try his luck. With the novice period ending, venturing deeper into the wilderness was no longer so simple. Past 10 kilometers, the monsters with a danger rating of D were not to be taken lightly. After checking his equipment, Sumo stepped into the wilderness. The environment of the wilderness was almost no different from the wildlands when he first entered the highway: gravel, sandy soil, bushes, and dead trees. The air was full of the smell of dust. The sand was baked dry by the sun. Strange beasts scurried through the bushes and cracks in the rocks. Not far ahead, Sumo saw several small alien beasts. Their danger level wasn't high, but they completely ignored Sumo's presence. Sumo wasn't particularly interested in these. He didn't need any first-level crystal cores now, and the meat of these alien beasts was mostly inedible. Besides, today's goal wasn't hunting. As he ventured deeper, there were already 2 metal treasure chests lying in his backpack. These were the chests detected by the treasure chest radar. Sumo had hardly used any effort to collect them. But after this point, he had exceeded the radar's detection range and had to rely on his own eyes to search for the chests. Not long after, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and the ground beneath Sumo's feet trembled violently. Sumo immediately began to retreat. The thunderous sound, accompanied by the footsteps of tens of thousands, was overwhelming. The only creatures capable of making such a noise must be the herd-based alien beasts living in the wilderness. Before long, a dust storm appeared from the distance. Sumo focused his eyes and saw. What is this? A herd of antelopes? Looking at the massive scale, Sumo immediately retreated again. The running herd of antelopes resembled a sandstorm, sweeping everything in its path. If Sumo were in the way of this herd, he'd probably be trampled into mush by now. The novice protection wasn't invincible, and the antelopes were just running. This wasn't a direct attack. Palm antelope. Lives in the wilderness, a herd-based herbivorous creature, aggressive in nature, edible. Danger level, FC+. Note, a delicious creature skilled in running. Despite the seemingly unstoppable herd, Suemo noticed a look of extreme fear in the eyes of the antelopes on the outskirts of the herd. As the herd passed, the true predator finally revealed itself. It was a huge creature at least 3 meters tall. Its body was covered with brownish spots, and its muscles created perfect arcs under the sunlight. Its diamond-shaped pupils looked disdainfully at the antelope herd still running away. Like the scythe of death, it kept selecting its preferred prey. Crystal-eyed leopard. The top predator of the wilderness, incredibly fast, with extremely strong visual abilities. Danger level, C. Description: there are always prey that think they have really escaped. Right before Sumo's eyes, the crystal-eyed leopard moved. Its massive body exploded into terrifying speed in an instant, catching up to the last member of the wildebeest herd. Chapter 32, Delving Deeper into the Wilderness, the Terrifying Black Mist. The crystal-eyed leopard was like a messenger from hell, and its mouth, full of sharp fangs, was the scythe of death. In the blink of an eye, the crystal-eyed leopard, using its terrifying speed, reached the back of the wildebeest. With one leap, the wildebeest instantly fell to the ground. The immense inertia caused the wildebeest to slide a long distance, its body scraped and bleeding. But the instinct to survive made it struggle to get up. What greeted it was a large mouth. With a snap, the crystal-eyed leopard easily bit through the wildebeest's neck. Then, it leisurely enjoyed its prey right there. Suemo swallowed hard, the terror of the top predator once again fully revealed. Luckily, there's a newbie protection period. Keeping a safe distance from the crystal-eyed leopard, Suemo continued moving forward, now making his actions more cautious. Since his physical strength had improved, Sumo's steps had become much stronger. Before noon, he spotted a thick black mist in the distance. Suemo approached the black mist and looked inside, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything at all. Visibility was almost zero. He threw a stone into it, and not only was there no trace, but he couldn't even hear the sound of it hitting the ground. It was as if stepping through the black mist led into another world. With official intelligence on hand, Suemo naturally wouldn't try to test the depth of the black mist. "Xiao, what's this black mist?" "Hmm. The previously lazy voice suddenly rose in pitch. "Sigma, degree winky face. Why is this thing here? Is this deadly thing this strong?" Feeling Xiao's sudden change in emotion, Sumo's curiosity was instantly piqued. "What is this? Is it really that powerful?" Just don't touch it, it's deadly if you do. If you're gone, I'm gone too, so don't do anything foolish." Don't worry, Suemo waved his hand, "I'm not at the point of wanting to die yet." "But what exactly is this thing?" It's kind of a special exotic beast, but it seems to be sleeping." "Exotic beast?" Suemo froze. He really didn't expect it to be an exotic beast. Let's go, this thing is too dangerous. If we stay too long, we might get dragged in. Asterisk. It can drag people in? Suemo immediately took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance from the black mist. "Just don't stay too close or too long, it's fine." "Don't worry, it's asleep, it's not that easy to wake up." Suemo sighed in relief, putting away his curiosity. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, death won't come. It's better to stay far away from such dangerous things. Goodbye, I'm going to sleep. This little bit of time already drained a lot of my energy. Go ahead, Suemo waved his hand, and soon Xiao fell silent. Suemo stroked his chin, lucky the official stopped exploring the black mist in time. Otherwise, a lot of people would have probably died for nothing. He shook his head and continued his search for treasure chests. However, after searching most of the day, Suemo had only found a few metal treasure chests. Not a single silver chest had appeared. Looking at the 5 metal treasure chests in his backpack, Suemo sighed. As expected, silver treasure chests aren't that easy to find. He then began to look for his next target. Exotic beasts with a danger level of D have a chance to drop second-level crystal cores, and one of Sumo's goals for this trip was exactly that. For D-level beasts, there are those with thick blood and high defense, and there are also those with thin blood and high attack. Relying on the absolute advantage of newbie protection, one-shot kills are still possible. Beasts that meet the conditions aren't easy to find. First, they must not have strong defense, and second, they must not be social creatures. But beasts with extreme offense are hard to come by in the wilderness. It took a lot of time, but Suemo finally found the right target. At this moment, Suemo was staring intensely at a toad in front of him. The toad was small, about the size of a phone, blending perfectly with the stone pile in the wilderness thanks to its camouflage color. If it weren't for the fact that it had just instantly killed a giant python with a danger level of D-, Suemo wouldn't have noticed this terrifying creature. Wildstone poison toad. A predator skilled in camouflage, its tongue is extremely deadly and poisonous. Danger level, D. Note, this toad is not made of dough. Suemo had already witnessed the terrifying power of the wildstone poison toad's tongue. That tiny tongue pierced through the giant python's scales in an instant. Injecting venom, the python lost control of its body almost immediately, succumbing to the poison. It was left to let such a small creature continuously suck its blood. As the python's blood flowed into the toad, red lines appeared on the wildstone poison toad's body. Its belly became bloated. The once agile movement slowed, and it ended up lazily lying on a rock, its Michelin eyes closing for a nap. Sumo's heart moved. He knew this was the best opportunity. Crouching down, he tried to move as quietly as possible, just like when he was a child trying to catch a toad. He sneaked forward, and due to the beginner's protection or perhaps because the wildstone poison toad had just eaten, it didn't notice Sumo's approach at all. It was time. Suemo stared fixedly at the toad in front of him, using all his strength to swing the tactical axe down. The axe blade easily cut through the toad's skin, severing its head, and the snake blood it had just swallowed erupted out, staining the rock red. Suemo let out a sigh of relief. If it hadn't died instantly, he would have been in trouble. Fortunately, the hunt was successful. Directly disassembling it. Ding, disassembling wildstone poison toad. Obtained, level 2 crystal core *1, wildstone poison toad meat *2, wildstone poison toad venom sac *1. Nice, the crystal core is in hand, Suemo smiled with joy. Unfortunately, the toad meat was poisonous and couldn't be used, but at least the venom sac was an unexpected gain. Wildstone poison toad venom sac. Type, material. Toxic material, can be used to brew alcohol or make other items, contains deadly poison. Note, a little bit can kill several elephants. If applied to weapons, wouldn't it just kill whoever it touches? Suemo immediately thought of how to use the venom sac. He had seen the power of this poison before. An enormous python with a diameter of a meter had been instantly knocked down by it. The poison was terrifyingly strong. If applied to crossbow bolts, it could hunt other beasts. Sumo's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Although some meat would be lost, Sumo's main goal was still the level 2 crystal core. He proceeded to disassemble the giant python lying not far away. Ding, disassembling cracked gorge giant python. Obtained, level 2 crystal core *1, cracked gorge giant python meat *50, cracked gorge giant python skin *1. Not bad, AD actually also has a level 2 crystal core. It's just a pity about the meat, Suemo muttered. The python meat was rendered useless because of the toxin, and he couldn't carry that much in his bag. Each space in the bag could hold at most 10 pieces, and treasure chests couldn't stack. Suemo, take some and see if it can poison other creatures. But clearly, he was thinking too much. Suemo tried throwing a piece of meat near a lion-shaped beast. The creature merely sniffed it and ignored it, showing no desire to eat. Suemo wasn't convinced. He tried a few different beasts, but the result was the same. Helpless, he had to discard all the python meat. It was taking up space anyway. Chapter 33, Level 2 Basic Lottery. Chapter 33. After wandering around for a while, Suemo set his sights on a wild boar-shaped beast. Its size was no different from an elephant, and its massive tusks could easily penetrate the bodies of intruders. It was covered in mud, and the strong stench made it hard for Suemo to even keep his eyes open. Wild wilderness boar. Its tough fur covers its entire body. A bad-tempered little pig. It has a strange smell, not recommended for eating. Danger level, D. Description, a bad-tempered little pig. Is this the little pig? Suemo raised an eyebrow, thinking this so-called little pig could probably stomp him into a pile of meat with a single kick. The wild boar's fur is not soft like those of household pets. Every strand is incredibly tough, like armor. For such a large creature, it would be hard for Suemo to inflict any real damage with his current weapon. But all he needs now is to make a small opening. He found a rock and crushed the venom sac, green poison oozing out from it. The venom sac was small, only the size of a sunflower seed. Watching the venom flow out, Suemo quickly brought his arrows close. Once all 3 arrows were covered, the venom was used up. Carefully loading the crossbow, he aimed at the wild boar that was sunbathing and napping. Thanks to the wild boar's massive size, it was almost impossible to miss. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow flew out. It struck the wild boar's body. The powerful arrow only just pierced the boar's skin, and the poison immediately seeped into its body. The previously relaxed wild boar suddenly stiffened all its limbs. A few seconds later, it collapsed, completely limp. Clearly, the poison was working. Got it. Suemo excitedly clenched his fist and put away the crossbow, walking over to the wild boar, only to find he couldn't disassemble it. Not dead yet? Suemo cautiously moved to the boar's head. Seeing its faint breathing, he sighed in relief. Luckily, it didn't die instantly, but the poison is still working. Dealing with a live beast was difficult, but a nearly dead one? That's no problem. Sumo immediately took out his tactical axe. He struck the wild boar's most vulnerable neck with one swing. The strong smell of blood instantly filled Sumo's nostrils. Not long after, the wild boar was completely dead. He pulled the arrow out, and the green on the metal arrowhead had almost disappeared. Just that one use had nearly drained the poison. Ding, disassembling the wild boar. You have obtained level 2 crystal core X1, wild boar meat, poisonous, X80, wild boar tusks X2. What a shame about the meat, Sumo shook his head, discarding all the meat right there. The strong smell will definitely attract other beasts, but since I'm still under newbie protection, it's no problem. Following the same process, after using up all the poison arrows, Sumo's backpack now contained 5 level 2 crystal cores and some future materials. What a shame about those meats, just thinking about the piles of beast meat made Sumo feel heartbroken. Too bad I can't eat it, and I don't have any way to remove the poison. Back in the vehicle, Sumo eagerly entered the conscious space. Why are you here? Didn't you say we could directly draw? It's my first time doing a high level 10 consecutive draws, it needs a bit of ceremony. Sumo rubbed his hands together, laughing smugly. High level? Then, as if sensing something, Xiao suddenly showed a smiling face on the lottery machine, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Dear host, you have 5 level 2 crystal cores. Would you like to exchange them for level 2 lottery chances? The speed of this face change was almost as fast as light, Sumo thought to himself, truly, having crystal cores makes one a king. Exchange them all for me. Okay, dear host, I've exchanged 50 level 2 basic lottery chances for you, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Do you want to draw now? Wait. Sumo seemed to have thought of something. He quickly returned to the real world, washed his face and hands carefully with a basin of water, and then returned to the conscious space. Sumo placed his hand on the lottery machine's lever, closed his eyes, and silently prayed, Buddha, please bless me with gold. He suddenly opened his eyes and pulled the lever. Ding, common *8, misfortune *2. Congratulations! You've received hot pot set *5, alloy *50, tempered glass *20, baking machine *1, basic vehicle core *1, Wong milk, box *1, barbecue grill *1, basic planting box blueprint *1. Flame-maned lizard *1 has appeared. The wild giant elephant *1 has appeared. The blueprint has appeared? I thought blueprints would only appear with good luck. In the second-tier prize pool, even the ordinary prizes have increased in quality and grade, and of course, the monsters summoned by misfortune are no exception. Sumo returned to reality to check the information of the distant beasts that were walking away. It seemed that neither of the two monsters was too aggressive, and they hadn't fought. Even the flame-maned horned lizard was almost the size of half an ordinary elephant. The wild giant elephant was even more terrifying, with each step of its massive feet, the road shook noticeably. Its height was probably over 5 meters. Wild giant elephant. A giant beast from the wild, gentle in nature but possessing terrifying strength, a social creature. Danger level, D+. Description, your small car is like a toy car in front of it. Flame-maned horned lizard. Its saliva contains tens of thousands of deadly bacteria, with immense endurance and strength. Danger level, D. Description, 1 bite, and you can wait to rot. Sumo swallowed hard. Neither of these two were easy to deal with. It seemed like he needed to level up quickly. Otherwise, once the newbie protection period ended, he might not even dare to draw a prize. He checked the blueprint he had received. Beginner planting box blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material consumption, wood *20, nails *15, dirt *5, fertilizer *1. Can craft a small planting box of size 1 *3 m. Description, isn't growing your own food healthier? I could plant some vegetables and fruits, but it seems I don't have seeds or fertilizer. Sumo rummaged through his warehouse, but he didn't have these two items. He put the blueprint away and decided to use up his remaining lottery chances first. Back in the consciousness space, after a short prayer, Sumo pressed the joystick again. Ding, common *6, misfortune *4. Obtained, advanced rubber *20, beginner vehicle upgrade token *1, info node *1, D-level beast meat *10, smart treadmill *1, warm baby, box, *1. I actually got this item, Sumo picked up the token. This was a powerful item that could directly upgrade an existing vehicle to tier 2, but it was of no use to him right now. I'll sell it later. Let's do a 10x draw again. Ding, common *7, misfortune *3. Obtained, Advanced Pet Biscuits *10, Cherries, Box, *1, Basic Vehicle Core *1, USB drive, with 8 GB worth of seeds, *1, 5 years simulated 10 years college exam practice paper *1, Fuel Chainsaw *1, Basic Weapon Upgrade Card *1. Chapter 34, Apocalypse Fortress Upgrade Direction. Chapter 34. New stuff? Sumo took out the Weapon Upgrade Card. Weapon Upgrade Card. Type, Item. Upgrades weapons to enhance power, only effective for non-upgraded weapons. Description, you've been strengthened, go deliver. Upgrade weapons? Which one should I upgrade? Sumo stroked his chin. Right now, his main weapons were the tactical axe, tactical dagger, crossbow, and Glock 17. Now, he also had a fuel chainsaw. Handgun ammo is still a big problem. Should I upgrade the crossbow? The Glock 17 only had 4 bullets left, so it couldn't be used as a daily weapon. But the crossbow's power was somewhat limited by the quality of the bolts. Simply upgrading the crossbow seemed limited. Let's first check the fuel chainsaw. The chainsaw was quite large, with a black iron body gleaming with a cold light, and its metallic chain teeth protruded from the alloy guide plate. Its majestic appearance struck Sumo's heart at once. Fuel chainsaw. Type, weapon/tool. Fuel consumption, 1L/H. A powerful fuel chainsaw that can easily cut through thick trees. Description, a home dismemberment tool, everyone who's used it says it's good. Pulling the cord, the fuel chainsaw in Sumo's hand emitted a rough roar. Sumo was very satisfied. The power was much greater than the tactical axe. With his current strength, using it was effortless. However, in terms of agility, it couldn't match the tactical axe. Now Sumo had a close-range weapon with considerable power. He immediately used the upgrade card. Fuel chainsaw, level 1. Type, weapon/tool. Fuel consumption, 1.5L/H. Upgraded fuel chainsaw, its power has increased even further. Description, have you heard of the Chainsaw Maniac's legend? The upgraded fuel saw's teeth glistened with the shine of alloys, and its destructive power could be easily guessed to have greatly improved. Sumo happily stowed the fuel saw into his backpack, muttering, with so many good things, how lucky must the next item be? Sumo's eyes sparkled as he returned to his consciousness space. Looking at Sumo repeatedly entering and exiting, Shao's face was covered in black lines. Was he jumping back and forth again? As Sumo pressed the joystick, the lottery machine started again. The screen spun, and in Sumo's excited gaze, the familiar yellow smiling face finally appeared on the screen. Ding ding ding. Good luck. Received, autopilot device *1. A chip glowing with pink light appeared in Sumo's hand. Autopilot device. Type, chip device. Contains autopilot components, unlocking the auto-driving feature for vehicles. Description, free your hands from now on. Haha, it's finally back. Sumo chuckled. He had to give up the autopilot device earlier, and it had been a pain. Driving every day had almost drained him, but now it was finally solved. Humans need rest, but machines don't. The remaining 9 draws consisted of 5 regular and 4 unlucky draws, giving basic materials, some food, and a police baton. This level 2 lottery is so awesome. Sumo's blood surged, his eyes burning with light. Let me finish the last 10 draws first. As the familiar pattern appeared on the lottery machine again, Sumo couldn't help but hold his breath. Ding ding ding. Good luck. Received, Apocalypse Fortress Upgrade Blueprint *1. Apocalypse Fortress Upgrade Blueprint. Type, Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Usage restriction, only for medium or higher level vehicles of Tier 3 or above. Use it to unlock the Tier 4 vehicle upgrade path, Apocalypse Fortress. Description, power? Defense? Development? Storage? I want it all. A special vehicle upgrade blueprint. Sumo was excited. Vehicles were absolutely the most important core for players in the road survival world. The advantage of a powerful vehicle couldn't be overstated. He used it directly, opening the vehicle interface. Articulated mining truck. Owner, Sumo. Vehicle level, 3. Durability, 2000. Fuel tank capacity, 85L/500L. Fuel consumption, 20 liters per 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 70 kilometers per hour. Details, a professional transport vehicle commonly used in mining areas and complex terrains, with a very strong loading capacity and powerful horsepower. 1. Transport type. 2. Production type. 3. Firepower type. 6. Apocalypse Fortress type, mobile fortress with powerful defense and crushing firepower, adaptable to various harsh environments and complex terrains. Tier 4 vehicle is the Apocalypse Heavy Truck. Upgrade material requirements: basic vehicle and core *5, metal *3000, iron nails *3000, tempered glass *20, wires *1000, alloys *2000, advanced rubber *200, fortress core *1, AI chip *1. 7. Special vehicle, specific upgrade blueprint not yet obtained. Sumo's smile instantly froze. How much material is this? Looking at the huge amount of materials needed for this, which far exceeded other upgrade paths, Sumo felt dizzy. This vast amount of materials was just for a Tier 4 vehicle upgrade. If Tier 4 was like this, Tier 5 and 6 were unimaginable. After using the blueprint, a card appeared in Sumo's hand. Fortress Challenge Card. Type: Item. When used, a special challenge station will appear 10 kilometers ahead of the vehicle. Depending on the challenge results, different fortress cores can be obtained. Description: who doesn't want a mobile fortress? But not everyone can afford to maintain it. Fortress cores have different qualities? Sumo murmured, but it was still far from him. Just gathering the upgrade materials alone would take him a long time. But since he now had the Apocalypse Fortress upgrade route, there was no reason to choose those basic upgrade paths anymore. For the same level of vehicle, the Apocalypse heavy truck would definitely crush those vehicles upgraded in ordinary ways. After putting away the challenge card, Sumo checked the other drops. The remaining regular drops were just materials and food. This way, my food stockpile will never run out. I took out the chip for the autopilot device and gently placed it on the vehicle's console. As the chip slowly merged in, the familiar mechanical sound echoed in my ears once again. However, this time the noise was much softer than when the energy recovery device was installed. In no time, the autopilot features appeared on the central control screen. First, the most important feature, the autopilot system, connected to all other systems, allowing for easy adjustment of parking conditions. In addition to automatically stopping when encountering obstacles, I added a function where the vehicle would also stop automatically and give a warning if it detected a metal treasure chest, assuming my vehicle had a treasure chest detection device. Beyond the autopilot function, the truck was equipped with all-around, dead-angle-free monitoring and sensors. On the main control screen, I could observe the situation around the vehicle. When set to sentry mode, if something approached, the system would immediately sound an alarm. The smile on my face never stopped. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Chapter 23, the end of the beginner protection period, a cold wave is coming. Autopilot program is running. No abnormalities detected. I stretched lazily, with no need for any manual operation. The vehicle was driving at a constant speed under the autopilot program. It feels really good not having to drive myself. With the autopilot program, my comfort level has increased a lot. Finally, I also had some time to organize the materials in my warehouse. Food and drinking water were more than enough to feed an entire team. The main issue now was the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle. Basic vehicle and core 2/5, metal 483/3000, iron nails 272/3000, tempered glass 20/20ths, electric wire 212/1000, alloy 125/2000, advanced rubber 20/200, fortress core 0/1, AI chip 0/1. Except for the tempered glass, the other materials were still far from enough. My current weapons included a fuel chainsaw, level 1, a tactical axe, a tactical dagger, a crossbow, and a Glock 17. I was well equipped for both long and short distances. I had already opened all the treasure chests I collected, and the supply of materials increased significantly. Whether it was cotton, fabric, food, or water, each chest yielded quite a lot. Even the probability of obtaining basic vehicle cores increased. I had been exploring and hunting before, and the remaining time of the beginner protection period was running out. I didn't plan to continue venturing into the wilderness. I opened the note I had obtained earlier, which again had only one line of text. It was about the cold wave that was about to arrive. Survival Weather Station reports that over the next few days, there will be 4 waves of cold waves. Temperatures will continue to drop, so please stay warm and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. 4 waves? My expression became serious. According to previous information, the first wave would drop the temperature to -20 degrees Celsius. This cold wave might be more terrifying than expected. As expected, it's the supply before the big battle, I murmured. I then shared the information with the lone wolf. After a brief silence, he thanked me and hurried off to inform the other players. Soon after, the sun completely set, and the highway was once again enveloped in darkness, with only the headlights of my vehicle illuminating a small distance ahead. I glanced at the temperature display on the central control screen. Interior temperature, 21 degrees Celsius / outside temperature, 15 degrees Celsius. There was no sign of the cold wave yet. Survival experts began appearing in the chat channel, warning everyone about the coming cold wave. They also shared some basic measures to keep warm. However, not all players were willing to heed the advice given by the officials. Since the cold wave is coming, I should prepare in advance. I checked the vehicle's status, everything was fine. Through the trading channel and the previous gas station ruins, my huge fuel tank was finally full. I even had an extra 50L of fuel. I glanced around the driver's cabin. Suemo stared at the windows of the vehicle. The easiest place to lose heat should be here, he thought. The glass used in level 3 vehicles is ordinary glass, completely lacking insulation. Even though there are heat-resistant plates in the steel panels of the vehicle body. With the auto-driving system and full vehicle surveillance, it should be no problem to modify the windows a bit, Suemo said as he flipped through the vehicle's surveillance screens. The cameras were high definition, and multiple cameras working together allowed Sumo to have a clear understanding of the surroundings of the vehicle without leaving the cockpit. With this thought, Suemo took out some cloth. Using glue and tape, he stuck the fabric on both sides of the windows, stuffing cotton between the fabric and the glass. Done, Suemo clapped his hands. Although there aren't any corresponding blueprints, this is still way better than glass, he said, satisfied with his work. It might look a bit ugly, but as long as it works for insulation, that's what matters. As for the windshield at the front, Suemo chose several pieces of furry animal hides, filled them with cotton, and left a small viewing window directly in front of the driver's position. He had a temperature control system, which could monitor the air quality inside the cockpit in real time, so he wasn't worried about carbon monoxide poisoning or excessive carbon dioxide levels. After the upgrade, there was still a decent amount of space behind Sumo's truck seat for daily living, so there were no problems. He took out an electric cooking pot, plugged it in, and then took out a piece of exotic beast meat. Suemo started preparing his grilled dinner, cutting the rhino meat into small pieces and frying it to about 70% done, setting it aside. He then added some noodles. Finally, he placed the fried beef on top. A simple bowl of beef noodles was ready, and he paired it with a bottle of milk and a small pile of cherries. Looks like I'm the only one with the leisure to prepare dinner tonight, Suemo said, quite satisfied with his meal. Well, eating well and drinking well is the way to go. He quickly finished all the food in front of him, and after rubbing his stomach, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, he fried 2 more pieces of exotic beast meat to finally feel full. Sumo's physique had increased slightly, but it wasn't because of the exotic beast meat, it was due to the worm egg liquid he had consumed earlier. This feeling of becoming stronger made Suemo feel very comfortable. The wilderness at night was incredibly quiet, as if all the exotic beasts by the roadside had disappeared, and there was barely any sign of life. As the natural satellite in the sky slowly moved, the golden development period of beginner protection would eventually come to an end. A cold wind swept through, and white cotton-like flakes began to fall from the sky. Suemo stepped out of the vehicle and instinctively pulled his neck in. The temperature had dropped unnoticed. "Is it snowing?" he asked, extending his hand, and a snowflake the size of a goose feather landed in his palm. The snowflake melted continuously in his hand, bringing a sharp chill to Suemo. "I never expected my first time seeing snow would be in another world," Suemo chuckled. He had always wanted to travel north in the winter to see the heavy snow, but it had been delayed until now. The cold wind was biting, and Suemo quickly climbed back into the cockpit. He put on his warm clothes. At this moment, the time on the center screen finally reached midnight. The sound of the system was like the gavel of a judge, striking at everyone's hearts. Ding, the beginner protection period has ended. Congratulations to the player for officially becoming a road survivalist. Road rules have changed. 1. Chest monster probability restored. 2. More types of items unlocked in treasure chests. 3. Vehicles are allowed to drive off the road and into the wilderness. 4. Special protection has expired. 5. Daily mileage rules have changed. Click here for detailed information. Notice, welcome to the real road survival world. If you want to survive, keep moving forward. Ding, the main quest has been issued. Main quest, reach the old ruins within 30 days, distance from your current location, 40,000 kilometers. Unfinished tasks are erased. Have a nice journey. As the system's voice fell, the snowflakes outside the car seemed to have become denser, visible through the observation window. The shrubs along the roadside had already been covered in a thin layer of silver. Suddenly, the car's temperature control system emitted a sharp alarm. Warning! The outdoor temperature is rapidly dropping. The Grim Reaper had already raised its scythe. Chapter 24, The Cold Wave Arrives. Warning! Warning, the outside temperature continues to drop. This is a bit too timely, isn't it? Suemo said with a bitter smile. The beginner phase had just ended, and even the system announcement had only just finished when this strange cold wave suddenly arrived. It seemed almost as if it had its own consciousness, making Suemo think of the black mist on the edge. Could this cold wave be related to the exotic beasts? The more Suemo thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He shook his head, tossing his chaotic thoughts aside. The wild wind howled outside, and large clumps of snowflakes and hail smashed against the truck's metal body, making a cracking sound. The temperature outside continued to drop. Sumo turned on the vehicle's temperature control system. A warm breeze instantly blew from the air conditioning vents, filling the entire cabin with warmth. The cabin temperature was kept at a comfortable level. It became a bit hot in the car with winter clothes on, so Sumo tossed his jacket onto the passenger seat. He then checked the system's main mission. 40,000 kilometers? Even without resting, at my speed, I would need nearly 600 hours. Sumo raised his head and looked out the observation window at the falling snowflakes. Never mind the fuel consumption, just this weather. The further I go, the slower I'll likely get. Sumo's expression became serious. Given the size of the snowstorm, it wouldn't be long before it piled up again. The speed would definitely be greatly affected. The 40,000 kilometer distance in 30 days was not so easily achievable. I need to move forward as much as I can while I still can. Thinking this, Sumo immediately activated the autopilot system and cancelled the setting for stopping at detected treasure chests. Two bright lights illuminated the dark road as the engine roared, and the powerful horsepower pulled the mechanical beast forward without stopping. With his hands freed, Sumo opened the chat channel to check for any new information. Strawberry-flavored cat, it's snowing, so beautiful. Human engine, beautiful my foot, I'm freezing to death. Luckily I upgraded the vehicle, or I'd be a popsicle by tomorrow. Akuan, 38,000 kilometers? This is really going to kill me. Motorcycle hero, Why do I have 41,000? Dragon walking the world, probably related to the distance we've traveled before. Bibabu, the snow is falling so heavily, I can't stand it, I'm freezing to death. Rock enthusiast, luckily, I've gotten a lot of battery packs from the chests lately, or I'd be crying by now. Arrogant eyes, the old electric vehicle batteries weren't that durable, hope these aren't the same. I better use it sparingly and not turn on the AC. Spring awakens, whoa, the snow will probably pile up soon, then we can have a snowball fight. I'm the emperor, I'm proud. I almost froze my butt off while taking a dump. Anyone got some toilet paper to change for me? Past clouds, just wipe it in the snow, who needs paper? Player 237, anyone got a level 1 core? Give me one, I just need that to upgrade the vehicle. Human engine, no way, you haven't gotten the basic vehicle core these past few days? Player 237, I'm still on a human-powered tricycle, who knew it was going to snow? I've used up everything for food. With the wind, bro, I feel something's wrong. I think I just saw eyes in the snow. Player 237, what's there to be afraid of? Didn't the exotic beasts not come onto the roads? Past clouds, big brother, that's during the beginner protection period. With the wind, I suggest you hide in your vehicle for now. Player 237, I think I've got something here. What's this? It seems to be approaching. Akuan, at player 237, what is it? Take a picture and have a look? Swayphone, thanks for the reminder, big brother. Luckily, I ran fast. This damn rabbit doesn't look easy to deal with. Player 237, such a cute snow rabbit. I'm going to pet it, hee hee. I can even catch one to eat. You scaredy cats, what's so scary about a rabbit? I am a lucky king and proud, I advise you not to. This rabbit just took a bite out of my iron sword. No one in sight, at player 237, did you see that? Don't go near it. This is not a rabbit, it's a damn exotic beast. Human engine, it's too late. You can already see his avatar is darkened. Akun, rest in peace, candle. Past smoke, candle. I am a lucky king and proud, candle. I am a lucky king and proud, damn, I was too busy chatting. I've got an exotic beast here too, still chewing on my car. No way, I need to go kill it. No one in sight, I've got one too. What the hell are these things? A rabbit exotic beast? Sumo clicked on his central control and found a prompt in the monitoring history. He pulled up the alert screen. Two snow rabbits, in the form of exotic beasts, were standing right in the middle of the road. They saw the truck and actually charged towards it. They were directly run over. From the rear camera's footage, it seemed like they became two-dimensional. TSK, I wonder if rabbit meat is edible. Sumo turned off the monitor screen and peeked through a small gap at the side of the road. But due to the heavy snow and high speed, he couldn't see anything clearly. Never mind, let's just keep going. From the chat channel, most of the survivors had been attacked by exotic beasts, to some extent. But they were all small ones, and they posed no threat to vehicles on the move. With the warm temperature in the cabin, a wave of drowsiness constantly eroded Sumo's senses. Before long, he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, the entire vehicle shook. Sumo jolted awake. He glanced at the watch in his hand. Is it 3:30 already? Sumo rubbed his eyes. The autopilot mode was still running smoothly. On such a straight road with no curves and only his vehicle, there was basically no chance of an accident. He checked the monitor, and the shaking just now was caused by running over a mouse about the size of a calf. No big deal. A few hours later, the road had already turned a blanket of white, and the sky was still pitch black. He checked the temperature. The outside temperature had dropped to -12 degrees Celsius, while the cabin remained a comfortable 23 degrees Celsius. This amount of snow didn't affect Sumo, as the mining truck was designed for such harsh conditions. Though it was slow, this advantage was something passenger cars could never compare to. The temperature's dropping pretty fast. Sumo said, taking out the electric water heater from the warehouse. Too bad there's no tea leaves. I wonder if anyone's selling them in the trading channel. He searched for a bit and actually found someone selling tea leaves. He immediately spent some basic materials to buy them. Before long, Sumo was holding a cup of steaming hot tea in his hands. Compared to Sumo, other players were not as comfortable. Level 1 vehicles, especially those without closed cabins, were tortured by this snowy weather. Every snowstorm took away their precious body heat. Even level 2 vehicles weren't completely safe. Chapter 37, The Red Eyes in the Snow. The wind and snow caused the heat inside the vehicle to continuously leak out. To prevent their vehicles from being damaged, survivors had to force themselves to stay awake during rest times, sometimes even having to face the snowstorm and fight off the exotic beasts that surrounded them. As the sky brightened again, Sumo woke up early. The mining truck was still slowly moving under the influence of the autopilot system. The wind and snow hadn't stopped. In just a few hours, everything in front of him had been covered by the white snow. This snow was coming down pretty hard. Sumo clicked his tongue and reset the autopilot system. Add the condition of encountering treasure chests to the parking criteria. Turn around and start preparing the next bowl of noodles for breakfast. For most players, this night was long. To cover more distance, many survivors chose to travel while the snow was still light. Survivors who chose to rest in place were not faring any better. Throughout the night, there were frequent attacks by mutant beasts on vehicles. If one accidentally fell into a deep sleep and was caught off guard by a mutant beast, they would truly die in their sleep. During just this one night, the death toll of survivors increased sharply. No one going anywhere, so annoying, I just nodded off for a bit, and my car got a hole chewed in it by these rats. The human engine, sigh, didn't sleep all night, I'm so sleepy. Anyone got coffee? Coke cake, this weather is unbearable without air conditioning, but once the air conditioning is on, the vehicle's battery drains so fast. 54188, buying fuel, I'll trade food for it. I'm the Emperor, I'm proud, I can't believe it, not only is it snowing, but the loot in the chests is also less. Person in the wind, what the hell, how are we supposed to survive in this? I'm the Emperor, I'm proud, worked my ass off digging up a metal chest in the snow, and all I got was a bottle of mineral water and some basic materials. Squid isn't black, help, anyone got a shovel or something? My car's stuck in the snow. Not blowing, not black, ugh, this damn weather. How am I supposed to drive 40,000 kilometers in this? Deliveries here, call me, ha ha ha, my second-tier vehicle is a snowplow. Totally perfect for this. Lone Wolf, I suggest everyone collect as many treasure chests and materials as possible, reliable sources say the temperature will drop further. Akun, no way, it's still going to drop? 54188, they're not giving us a chance to live. The chat channel was filled with wails, and then, helpless, they could only endure the cold and search for treasure chests. But because of the heavy snow, visibility was extremely low. This made the search for treasure chests even more difficult. Sumo slurped his noodles while checking the current temperature. Inside temperature, 23 degrees Celsius per outside temperature, -18 degrees Celsius. Cold wave continues, please keep warm. Is it really -18 degrees Celsius? The temperature continued to drop slowly. In just this short time, the outside temperature dropped another degree under Sumo's eyes. After finishing breakfast, the system gave the prompt about detecting a metal treasure chest. Putting on warm clothes and preparing weapons, Sumo opened the car door. The blizzard immediately rushed into the driver's seat. The sudden cold wind made Sumo shiver. So cold, Sumo pulled his neck in and walked toward the metal treasure chest. The snow on the ground was soft and squishy, and to avoid stepping into a pit, Sumo found a long stick to probe ahead. After just putting away a half-sold treasure chest, Sumo heard the faint sound of snow crunching. The sound was subtle, but there were quite a few of them. Sumo's expression tightened, and the fuel saw immediately came out. The engine roared to life, warning any mutant beasts in the snow that might be hunting. Still not leaving? Pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from the snow. The sound of the fuel saw didn't scare them. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 4 pairs. The huge sound actually woke up more mutant beasts. Pairs of eyes made Sumo's scalp tingle. Only then did he realize that starting the fuel saw might have been a wrong decision. Snow bunny.
Pack animal, individually weak, has strong reproduction ability, poor vision, relies on keen hearing to track prey.
Danger level, FC. Description, cute but will bite your head. Without hesitation, Sumo turned around and ran straight to the vehicle. Looking around, there were at least dozens of them. Staying in place would mean death.
The moment Sumo started running, the snow bunnies instantly leapt up, agilely hopping through the snow toward him. The snow on the ground, which seemed harmless, was like glue, sticking tightly to Sumo's feet, making it even harder for him to get up. A few seconds later, the snow rabbit running ahead leaped into the air. Its mouth opened and lunged towards Sumo, but this snow bunny did not have the signature large fangs. Instead, it had a mouth full of sharp teeth. The chain teeth spun at high speed in the roar of the engine. One sawed strike, and the snow bunny flying in the air was instantly split in two. The scarlet blood, carrying its organs, scattered all over, dyeing a large patch of the snow red. The surrounding snow bunnies, smelling the blood, immediately pounced on the remains of their fellow, gnawing relentlessly. In an instant, there was nothing left of the snow bunny on the ground, not even bone shards. The scene made Sumo's scalp tingle. If he were to be pounced on by a snow bunny, it wouldn't take long before he was devoured to the point of nothing being left. This is King scarier than piranhas in the movies. Sumo's face turned pale as he continued to swing the fuel chainsaw in his hand. With each swing, several snow bunnies were split in half. Fortunately, the remains on the snow attracted the attention of many more snow bunnies. Although it only bought a little time, it did ease Sumo's pressure quite a bit. Finally, relying on a combination of retreating while observing, Sumo made it back to the road. Regaining his ability to move, Sumo seized the opportunity, and with the fuel chainsaw swinging, he instantly killed several snow bunnies. Then, without looking back, he ran up to the fence, opened the car door, started the engine, slammed the gas pedal, and left in a rush.
How could there be so many snow bunnies? Sumo panted heavily, took out a bottle of soda, and drank it.
The cold sensation slowly calmed his rapidly beating heart.
Switching to autopilot mode, Sumo looked through the monitor behind him.
Large swathes of blood-red eyes were hopping on the white snow, heading in his direction. There must be at least a few hundred. Sumo felt a chill in his heart as he stared at the massive red eyes behind him. Fortunately, their speed was normal, and they couldn't catch up to Sumo's truck.
Before long, they disappeared from sight.
According to the description, these rabbits seem to rely on hearing to catch prey, but they don't react to the sound of vehicle engines.
It's probably related to smell as well, Sumo thought, confirming that they detect objects with sound and then judge whether they are food based on smell.
After using the fuel chainsaw, the surrounding snow bunnies immediately surrounded him.
Looks like I need to be careful when using the fuel chainsaw, Sumo chuckled bitterly. Chapter 38, New Event Unlocked, Scoring-Based Event.
The cold wave struck on the first day, giving Sumo a harsh lesson with the snow bunnies.
Opening the chest he obtained. Ding, obtained 10L fuel *1, rubber *10, snow salt *10, anti-slip chain blueprint *1. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement.
I didn't expect the metal chest to have a little surprise this time.
It was worth digging you out from the pile of snow bunnies.
View details.
Anti-slip chain blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material requirements, metal *15, nails *5. Can craft vehicle-specific anti-slip chains that help prevent tires from slipping on snow to some extent. Description, a practical driving tool. Good stuff.
The material requirements weren't too much, so Sumo directly crafted 4. After checking the rear monitor and confirming the snow bunnies hadn't caught up, he stopped the vehicle and equipped the anti-slip chains. A flash of light passed, and the 4 tires were wrapped in iron chains, greatly enhancing the ability to drive on snow.
Now, I shouldn't have to worry for a while, Sumo nodded, then continued on his way. Back in the driver's seat, Sumo thought for a moment and muttered, there should be few players with anti-slip chains for now. Maybe I can make some profit while it's still early. With that thought, Sumo opened the chat channel.
The number of online players was still steadily decreasing. Just this short time had passed. Originally a channel with 10,000 people, now only about 8,600 remained.
Aren't you tired of losing every day? Still worried about your vehicle slipping on snow? Still hesitant to press the accelerator? The snow driving specific anti-slip chains will keep you safe. Priced at only 30 basic materials. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Anti-slip chain? What's that for? The anti-slip chain is obviously for anti-slipping, duh. I need it. Every time I hit the brakes, the whole car starts drifting. I really need that anti-slip chain. Human engine, boss, I want it. Cohen, boss, I also want it. Call me a tough guy, I want it too. Strawberry flavored kitten, huh? Why does it feel like something's off with what you guys are saying? Call me a tough guy, little kitty, it's definitely you who's thinking wrong. Cohen, exactly. Strawberry-flavored kitten? Something's wrong.
Where's the unlucky guy who loses every day? Friendly reminder, it's best to buy the anti-slip chain according to the number of tires for the best effect.
Apocalypse Night, damn, I have 8 tires.
No one above me, bro, you're really unlucky, TSK. Apocalypse Night, I'll just buy 4, 8 is too expensive, also, buying fuel.
Suemo looked at the constantly arriving orders and couldn't help but smile.
Hee, each anti-slip chain makes a 10 material profit, nice.
Though the profit is small, the volume is huge.
For snow driving, without snow tires, the anti-slip chain is definitely a must-have. Sumo rubbed his hands and let the autopilot run, while he squeezed into the space behind the driver's seat, continuously crafting anti-slip chains at the workbench. Before long, the stock of basic materials in Sumo's warehouse had significantly increased. However, after working for a while, the number of orders noticeably decreased.
Has someone else released the blueprint for the anti-slip chain?
Suemo wasn't surprised and browsed the trade channel, and indeed, the price had quietly settled at 30 materials, even showing signs of a price increase. Some people have already started selling the anti-slip chain for 32 materials. The demand is there, but players with both the workbench and the anti-slip chain blueprint are still a minority.
Most players only have one or the other.
Ding, the road survival event has started.
Event name, Development Competition. Participants, all survivors.
Event duration, 5 days. Event rules, this event will score and rank survivors based on their development.
Rewards will be given out based on the score at the end of the event.
The score will be divided into 3 major sections: vehicles, materials, and armament.
A well-rounded survivor is the best kind.
Note that if one of the sections is ranked low, the total score will be reduced by a percentage.
For more details on the sections, please click here to view. Every day at 12 p.m., rankings will be updated. From the 3rd day onwards, the total points will be announced. Note, to increase the fun of the event, the chance of lock cards appearing in treasure chests has increased. Lock card chance increased? Suemo sighed. Looks like the next 5 days will be full of blood and chaos, he shook his head. He checked the detailed scoring info.
For vehicles, the score includes the vehicle itself, accessories, and equipment.
Only equipment that is installed will count for the score.
For materials, it is divided into survival materials, material resources, and energy materials.
And for personal armament. Although rankings have not yet been released, survivors can already see their own scores.
For vehicle scores, Sumo's total score was 5,000.
Vehicle level, 3 points, 1,000. Equipment, workbench *1 points, 100. Accessories. Anti-slip chain *4 points, 200. Tractor rear trailer *1 points, 100. Vehicle bumper beam *1 points, 100. Basic treasure chest detector *1 points, 300. Basic watermaker *1 points, 200. Temperature regulation system *1 points, 500. Fuel propeller *1 points, 500. Autopilot system *1 points, 1000. Energy recovery system *1 points, 1000. So much? Suemo smiled with joy and continued checking the points for the other sections. Material section total score, 2,549. Survival materials, points, 1,000, max. Material resources, points, 865. Energy materials, battery pack *8, fuel, 680L, points, 684. The max is 1,000? Looks like there's still room for improvement. Survival materials represent food and water. Suemo was completely fine on that front.
He hadn't received a trade order for fuel swaps, but with the temperature dropping, fuel is getting harder and harder to exchange, and the price is rising higher and higher.
The armed rating is very different from the other 2 sections. Armed rating total score, 1400. Personal combat power, F++, score, 800. Protection level, poor, score, 100. Maximum destructive power, medium, score, 500.
The combined total for the 3 items, 7,159, armed points are less than 1/3 of the highest score, deducting 20% of the total score.
TSK, compared to the other 2 aspects, the armed aspect is quite miserable, Suemo shook his head.
Originally, he should have had a score of 8,449, but 20% was deducted. Personal combat power is still due to his physical condition and title, and because of the worm egg liquid, his physical condition is far superior to other survivors. Unfortunately, his protective gear is only a vest, and it really should be strengthened. 1/3, just a bit more, there's still plenty of time, Sumo's eyes flickered. Based on last time's experience, the first place reward for this kind of event will definitely be good. If there's a chance, he'll definitely go for it. I wonder how the other players' scores are.
Chapter 39, Warmth Gear. Chapter 39. Protection Level, Armor.
Suemo murmured, constantly flipping through the trading channel to see if any players were selling armor or similar items.
Why is it all junk? Suemo frowned, flipping for a long time but not finding any decent armor.
Moreover, these scarce and low-quality armors were outrageously expensive, even a broken little wooden shield cost hundreds of basic materials.
Suemo scoffed, this kind of shield is more of a hindrance, I might as well just hold a metal plate. Let's see what I can draw today. After finishing drawing the second-level crystal cores yesterday, the remaining 10 pulls didn't yield anything good, not even a small information note. I wonder what my luck will be like today.
He listed some food on the trading hall, and soon all the trading orders were completed. Suemo, who had just picked up a treasure chest from the wilderness, was stunned.
So fast today? But thinking about it, it made sense.
Wild beasts often took the initiative to attack survivors, and those who survived probably had some first-level crystal cores in hand.
I hope to get something good. Suemo called out to Little O, switching to 10 chances for the first-level high-level draw. Ding, 8 common, 2 bad luck. The common results didn't drop anything useful, instead, bad luck summoned 2 wild beasts. Bad luck, wild crack lizard, E, appeared. Bad luck, land giant turtle, E, appeared. The 2 wild beasts, when they appeared, didn't immediately start fighting like before.
Instead, they stared fiercely at Sumo's direction and then directly charged at him.
However, Suemo was completely unworried.
His big truck was currently in a fast-moving state. Boom, with the sound of a collision, the first to suffer was the faster-running wild crack lizard. Facing the steel giant beast, with a danger level of E, it was clearly no match. It was immediately sent flying and then ruthlessly crushed. The land giant turtle was a bit better, with its turtle shell protecting it, but it was still knocked flying and disappeared.
Anyway, these summoned monsters didn't drop anything, and after getting knocked away, Suemo didn't bother to look for them. Life, can you spare me just this once?
Suemo hummed a song, repaired the slightly damaged bumper, and then continued drawing. After 7-10 pulls, aside from this little information note, there were only basic materials and all kinds of junk.
After trying the second level draw, Suemo had started to look down on these small things. The second level is still better.
Then why doesn't the host hurry up and work harder?
I know. Suemo clapped his hands, estimating his strength. I should have no problem dealing with a regular D-. But if I encounter something tough and thick-skinned, it could be a bit tricky.
His defense level was too low, and just taking a hit could result in serious injury. His destructive power was still okay with the fuel saw. But once the battle lasts too long, who knows if it might attract the snow rabbit group. I still need to find a way to strengthen my armor, relying only on my physique will inevitably lead to injury. He shook his head, then restarted the extraction.
Ding ding ding. Good luck. Acquired, Advanced Warm Autumn Clothes and Pants Blueprint *1. A blueprint dropped. Suemo picked up the newly dropped blueprint. Advanced Warm Autumn Clothes and Pants Blueprint. Type, Blueprint. Material requirements, beast fur *10, fabric *10. Can make full-body autumn clothes and pants, offering good warmth.
Description: Mom no longer has to worry about my cold legs.
Good stuff. Suemo smiled. As for the materials, he was not lacking at all.
Many players had been attacked by small beasts, and the drops often included fur. Many players were selling it in the trade channel, with quite a bit in stock. Although Suemo already had a blueprint for cotton pants, they were a bit too heavy, making movement difficult when worn. He bought some fur, and soon, a set of warm autumn clothes and pants appeared in front of him. Since it was made from rabbit fur, it was all snow white. He put it on directly, and the fluffy feeling instantly wrapped Suemo. It was incredibly comfortable.
Let me test the warmth effect.
After knocking away the 2 beasts summoned by misfortune, Suemo simply wore a pair of pants and a top, then crawled out of the vehicle. The snow was still falling heavily, and even the snow on the road had piled up to a certain thickness. Suemo stretched his muscles. The thin autumn clothes and pants didn't affect his movements at all, and the warmth effect was also quite good. Except for the cold wind on his face, which made it feel icy, he didn't feel cold anywhere else.
Not bad, not cold at all. Back in the vehicle, Suemo hadn't stayed long before he began to sweat.
He took off the autumn clothes and pants, feeling much cooler. Extremely strong thermal insulation effect, and lightweight, doesn't affect wearing other protective gear.
Suemo could still wear a protective vest over the autumn clothes.
The two didn't interfere with each other at all. Much better than cotton clothes and pants. Maybe I can make a profit, Suemo thought as he stroked his chin, then started buying animal fur in the trade channel to stock up. There was no rush for now, the current temperature was still manageable. When it got colder, his warm autumn clothes and pants would definitely sell like crazy. After using up the remaining lottery chances, nothing good dropped, but he did get another box of drinks. After taking care of the physiological issues, Sumo returned to the vehicle. He could only feel his butt was cold. Sigh, when will there be a toilet? It's freezing my butt off outside right now. He could barely go out to solve the problem, but if the temperature dropped further, it would really be a problem. Sumo didn't want to get frozen halfway through. After organizing his inventory, Sumo took out the vehicle upgrade token he had received earlier. This token was useless to him. He wouldn't get anything good even if he gave it to a regular survivor. The most profitable use of this token was on vehicles that already had a higher level from the start. Vehicles that needed upgrades like this one required more materials than other types of vehicles. After thinking for a while, Sumo sent a private message to Lone Wolf. There's no way a non-lucky guy loses every day. Primary vehicle upgrade token. Do you guys take this item? Lone Wolf, There's such an item? We should take it, but this isn't my area of responsibility. Hold on for a moment. Lone Wolf sat in his vehicle, casually opened a friend list, and sent the token's information. Lone Wolf, primary vehicle upgrade token, take a look at this thing. The unlucky guy is asking if we take it. Purchasing department head 1? There's such a thing? We definitely take it. Before Lone Wolf could reply, a video request came through. This was a feature unlocked after the protection period ended. A middle-aged man with a standard Chinese face and sharp eyes appeared in the video. Quickly go get this thing. Take it now. Hurry up. The lonely wolf was a bit confused. Is it necessary to be this excited? He said it, but his hands didn't stop moving. The lonely wolf, this item is required by the official team, thanks to the non-lucky boss. Please wait a moment, I'll have our procurement department add you. Chapter 39, Locking from Other Players. Alright, I've passed you to him. By the way, is this item really that important? The lonely wolf was still confused. After all, the use of this token was just to upgrade a level 1 vehicle to level 2 without materials. The man with a square face paused before speaking. For most players, the value of this token isn't that high, because usually, the materials required to upgrade to level 2 aren't many. He paused and continued, but that's for regular vehicles. Some survivors start with an advantage over others, but their upgrade difficulty is many times higher than the others. And among those excellent vehicles, some even require advanced materials like alloys. The man with a square face sighed, regular materials are fine, but those advanced materials are just too rare. With this token, the tactical department's tank can finally be upgraded. I won't keep you, I'll go get the token now. The lonely wolf, tsk, why don't I have such good luck, getting 2 tanks at the start? You think tanks are great? The cockpit is small, the movement speed is slow, and it only has 10 rounds of ammo at the beginning. The lonely wolf, is it really that bad? It seemed tanks weren't really great vehicles, at least not in the beginning. At this moment, Sumo was leisurely opening a treasure chest. This time, the skill treasure chest opened a familiar item card. Locking card? That's also a good item. He directly put it into his warehouse. Ding, you have been locked by survivor Remnant Dream's shadow. Sumo was stunned. Locked on me? Then he sneered, looks like they're here to deliver materials. At that moment, Sumo saw the message from the lonely wolf. The lonely wolf, non-lucky boss, our people have added you, please approve. Sumo glanced at the friend request list, a bunch of unprocessed requests. But luckily, their names were easy to recognize. Soon, Sumo saw a request from Procurement Department Head Wan Hongjiang. He directly chose to accept. Almost immediately, the message arrived. Procurement Department Head Wan Hongjiang, this little brother, let's get straight to the point. The official team wants the token, little brother, name your price. Straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Where is the non-lucky one, always losing, I've been locked on. There was a moment of silence from the other side. Procurement Department Head Wan Hongjiang, it wasn't us. Our official team doesn't do such things like killing and robbing. Where is the non-lucky one, always losing? I know, don't worry, I just wanted to say we'll trade later. However, Sumo also had to stay cautious. As soon as he mentioned having the token, a player came knocking. Whether the official team was still the same as before was still uncertain. Procurement Department Head Wan Hongjiang, do you need us to provide assistance? Where is the non-lucky one, always losing? No need, do you know the survivor Remnant Dream's shadow? Procurement Department Head Wan Hongjiang, Remnant Dream's shadow? Isn't that the vice president of Tian Hua Guild? Little brother, wait a moment, I'll negotiate with them. Where is the non-lucky one, always losing, Tian Hua Guild? No need, I'll handle it myself. Procurement Department Head Wan Hongjiang, alright, little brother, be careful. Sumo furrowed his brows. This seemed to be one of the bigger guilds in the area. He had seen them recruiting people in the chat channel, but he didn't think he had ever offended them. Since they're here, let's leave the vehicle. He couldn't let others interfere with the materials being delivered. Soon, the snow-covered road widened considerably. Suemo knew that the people on the other side must have entered a special road. He should be not far now. Soon, through the surveillance, Suemo saw an orange-red off-road vehicle appear on the screen, with anti-slip chains on its tires. It was rapidly approaching Sumo's vehicle. The shadow of the broken dream stared at the giant vehicle in front of him, which was dragging 2 trailers. He was stunned for a moment. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he licked his lips. Indeed, a big fat sheep, he muttered, then slowly pressed the gas pedal. Suemo watched the off-road vehicle slowly approaching, very curious about how he was going to make a move. His mining truck, both in size and weight, was not something this off-road vehicle could simply run into. The off-road vehicle came beside Sumo's truck, but kept a certain distance, clearly preparing to avoid a direct collision. He saw the driver roll down the window and pull out a loudspeaker, shouting, "Brother, I mean no harm. I just want to see how the number 1 is progressing, thought I'd come learn a thing or two. Let's stop and have a good chat." Suemo sneered. "Sounds good, but you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve." Leaning on the height of his truck, Suemo clearly saw through the surveillance that the driver was holding a familiar black metal object. "No wonder you're causing trouble for me, you've got a gun. Still daring to come up beside me, isn't that asking for death?" Suemo rolled down the passenger window but did not show his face. Then, he suddenly swerved the steering wheel, and the truck crashed toward the off-road vehicle. "Damn," the other side cursed loudly, subconsciously jerking the wheel, but then he only saw the truck sway a little and didn't seem to intend to crash. "Damn it, I've been played." The shadow of the broken dream cursed again, trying to force the car back under control as it began to slide on the snow. After finally stabilizing, he noticed that the huge mining truck was no longer in sight. Before he had time to think, a flashing light appeared behind him. "Ha!" Seeing the collision beam in front of the truck, the shadow of the broken dream immediately knew Sumo's plan. He sneered, "Pfft, with the speed of your junk truck, you think you can crash into me?" At the truck's speed, as long as he accelerated, the other side would have no chance to collide. Just as the shadow of the broken dream was about to press the gas pedal, a thunderous roar rang out from behind him. "What?" Before he could react, he heard a loud crashing sound. The shock rattled his brain. The metal monster, which had been behind him, now shot long flames from both sides. The entire steel beast came charging at him with a destructive speed. In an instant, the off-road vehicle's direction was lost. The whole car leaned over and was pushed forward by the mining truck. The tremendous force caused the collision beam at the front of the mining truck to dent in. The off-road vehicle was left in a terrible state, and as for the shadow of the broken dream inside, he had already lost consciousness. It took a full 10 minutes before the tail flames of the booster slowly disappeared, and the truck's speed began to decrease. A figure hurriedly climbed down from the truck and immediately vomited into the snow. "Damn, the booster's power is too strong," Blatt after throwing up all his breakfast. Suemo slowly got back up. Should have known better than to install the second one. The second booster had been deliberately installed after receiving the prompt. He slowly approached the off-road vehicle, which had been completely twisted. But the system's voice did not ring out. "Wait, you're still alive?" Chapter 41, Turn the Tables. He took out the gun from his waist. His steps light, he slowly turned toward the driver's cabin. There, he saw a strange man, his hands twisted, his face covered in blood, his body trapped in the twisted cabin, unable to move. Looking at the man, severely injured and unconscious, with shallow breathing, Suemo let out a sigh of relief. "I'll see you on your way." He shoved the gun back and casually used a tactical axe to slit the strange man's throat. Ding, detected unbound vehicle Kitan medium off-road, level 3, please choose to decompose or rebind the vehicle, requires rebind card. Sure enough, it's a level 3 vehicle. Suemo felt a rush of joy in his heart. Although the vehicle's body was deformed after the crash, the fact that it didn't break apart or explode in flames with such force meant it must be a level 3 vehicle. He turned to look at the propulsion system, its jet tube still glowing red, with smoke rising from the nozzle. Fuel-powered propulsion is really effective, but it does burn through fuel fast. Suemo shook his head regretfully. With just this one shot, he had burned through a full 50 L of fuel in 10 minutes. Though the off-road vehicle was also good, Suemo had now experienced the appeal of heavy-duty vehicles. Considering the future upgrade path to the Apocalypse Fortress, he decided he wouldn't change vehicles. He chose to decompose it directly. Ding, decomposing Kitan medium off-road, level 3, grants, metal asterisk 325, fabric asterisk 150, plastic asterisk 160, iron nails asterisk 120, fuel 30L, rubber asterisk 80, wiring asterisk 120, glass asterisk 40, basic vehicle core asterisk 5, alloy asterisk 20, anti-slip chains asterisk 4, special leather steering wheel asterisk 1. The vehicle warehouse had quite a few items. The quantity of basic materials was over 100 for each, and even the fuel had over 200 liters in reserve.
I'm really swimming in riches. Sumo could almost feel his mouth watering.
I remember having a gun, he said as he rummaged through the loot. Soon his face lit up with delight.
Found it. Colt semi-automatic handgun, cannot upgrade. Type, firearm. Magazine, 3 out of 8. Weapon brought into the survival world by the player, power reduced, cannot be upgraded or repaired. Note, with fast hands, even a semi-automatic can turn into an automatic. Lucky guy, huh? Looks like I still can't get too cocky.
Who knows if someone will come in with a rocket launcher or something, Sumo shivered, shrinking his neck. Don't worry, under that guy's rules, heavy weapons can't be brought in. Of course, vehicles that are brought in immediately don't count, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in his head.
HM? Xiao? How come you're out? Didn't you say it would drain a lot of energy? Sumo asked, confused. What's wrong? Can't I come out for some fresh air? Look at how excited you are, you woke me up.
I just came out to take a look, Xiao replied. And by the way, all these weapons will have their power reduced.
Level 3 vehicles can only break glass.
By the time you reach level 4, even the weapons on these vehicles won't be able to penetrate glass or tires. Though Xiao said this, Sumo still kept his guard up. While there was little to do with the vehicle, the weapon's killing power against humans was still quite formidable. However, carrying hot weapons into the road survival world would definitely offer an advantage in the early stages. At least, creatures with a danger index lower than D-sized small ones couldn't withstand the power of hot weapons. This gun wasn't the official type of firearm, but one produced by the former Free Federation. It was highly likely that the person who had it wasn't with the officials and wasn't out to kill and loot. I wonder if we'll merge with other countries in the future, Sumo shook his head.
That wasn't something he should worry about right now.
Compared to players from other countries, Sumo still felt that the sandworm who bore a grudge against him was more terrifying. After spending some time, Sumo finally organized the supplies from the strange man's warehouse. There were several basic resources, and besides the basic vehicle cores dropped from the vehicle, he had 5 more in his backpack, just enough to synthesize one basic vehicle core. There was also quite a bit of fuel. Including what was stored in the vehicle, he had a total of 235 liters. The fuel he had burned was now replenished. In terms of equipment, there was a workbench and a portable stove, but no pot. It seemed like the stove hadn't been used, and in the road survival world, there weren't many survivors willing to cook.
There were also over 20 metal axes in the warehouse. After some searching, Sumo found the blueprint for the metal axe.
It was much bigger than the tactical axe, more like a chopping axe. The power was slightly higher than the tactical axe, but it was incredibly heavy.
Sumo still felt that the tactical axe was easier to use. The powerful Sumo also has a fuel chainsaw. Keep one, trade the rest for supplies.
The workbench is valuable, maybe I can sell it for a good price.
With a workbench, you can craft items from the blueprints. This area has plenty of people who don't have a workbench.
Without a workbench, you're just stuck staring at the blueprints. After packing up, Sumo noticed the chat channel was going crazy with mentions for him.
He opened the interface. Shadow City, and why is the unlucky player always losing, and doesn't dare to admit the bad things they've done? What are you hiding here, you turtle? Why is the unlucky player always losing, huh? Do we know each other? Sumo frowned, puzzled.
He had no memory of this person and thought they never interacted. He quickly skimmed the previous messages, then it clicked. A cold smile appeared on his face. I thought it was just this person trying to kill me, but turns out there are accomplices too.
Playing the victim well. Shadow City kept slandering Sumo, accusing him of killing the remnant Dream Shadow and demanding an explanation. Human engine, no way, the boss isn't like that.
Little cake, TCH, I told you he's a murderer, killed the king of God domain and now the remnant Dream Shadow. Player 121, that's right, he only got rank 1 by stealing it from others at Lonely Wolf, isn't your official team going to handle this?
He's going to kill everyone soon. I'm an emperor and proud, stop talking nonsense, how could the boss be a murderer? There must be some misunderstanding.
Why is the unlucky player always losing, you said remnant Dream Shadow?
Yeah, I killed him, so what? Shadow City, good.
You have guts.
Will our Tian Hua guild let you go?
Little cake, see, he admits it, just a murderer.
At Lonely Wolf, aren't you going to do something? Why is the unlucky player always losing? What, you lock onto me and want to kill me, but I can't fight back.
Shadow City, stop talking nonsense, you locked onto our vice president and killed him. Shadow City, our vice president often kindly sold weapons to other survivors.
A good person like him, and you ruined him. XYY's big brother, Is that the guy who sold ridiculously expensive stuff and had a foul mouth when you wanted a discount? Person in the wind, ha, now that you mention it, I remember. A metal axe for 200 basic materials, highway robbery.
Spring is here, I thought he was a nice newbie, turns out he's a scammer.
Good kill. Shadow City, so what if it was expensive? That's to show you how hard it is to get weapons. You think 200 is too much?
Think about how hard you've been working these past few days.
Have you been opening more treasure chests? Chapter 42, Armor in Hand, Rating Up. Why is the unlucky player always losing? What, you're locking onto me and trying to make trouble, but now you won't let me fight back. Shadow City, you're talking nonsense, our Tian Hua guild has noble morals.
I won't allow you to smear our vice president here, you murderer. Lonely Wolf, our official team can testify that it was Remnant Dream Shadow who used the lock-on card.
Human engine, I knew it. As expected, Tian Hua guild made the first move. Shadow City, bullshit, looks like you all are in on it together. You even asked for help? Our Tian Hua guild will never let you go. Why is the unlucky player always losing? Wait for it, Tian Hua guild, our account isn't settled yet. Also, looking to buy lock-on cards. Akun, woohoo, you're in for it now.
Then Sumo stopped paying attention to the chat channel. As for Tian Hua guild, if they wanted to plot against him, they should be ready for revenge.
Why is the unlucky player always losing? Still here. Thanks for speaking up for me. Department Head of Purchasing Wang Hongjiang, no problem. Now that you've solved your trouble, let's continue the trade. What would you like to exchange, young brother? Why is the unlucky player always losing? I need armor right now. Department Head of Purchasing Wang Hongjiang, armor, wait a moment, let me check. Department Head of Purchasing Wang Hongjiang, metal helmet, explosive shield. Tactical arm guard. Most of the equipment is used to enhance others' combat abilities, and there is not much in stock right now. Sumo flipped through the brief descriptions of the 3 pieces of equipment. Metal helmet. Type, armor. Effectively protects the area above the neck, somewhat affecting vision and hearing. Description, sometimes can be used as noise-canceling headphones. Affecting hearing and vision? Sumo pondered. This weakness could be fatal in the treacherous wilderness. Wearing this, he might not even detect the approach of a strange beast, it would be a direct pass. Explosion-proof shield. Type, armor. Exclusive armor brought into the world by survivors, defenses reduced, not reparable. Description, protective shield used, light and as thin as paper. This explosion-proof shield is made of special polyester fibers, lightweight and transparent, so it doesn't affect vision. The defense is decent. However, since it's an item brought from Blue Star, it has been weakened by the system. It's uncertain how much defense it really provides, and it's not reparable. Forget it, let's check the next one. Sumo shook his head, not very satisfied with this item either. Tactical arm guard. Type, armor. Made from special materials, resistant to cuts and penetration, with some shock absorption, but flammable. Description, do you want to become someone who controls fire? Flammable? Sumo looked at the heavy snow outside. In this weather, what's there to be afraid of? This one's it. Just as he was about to send the message, the other side sent one first. Procurement Department Head Wang Hongjiang, is this enough? It's tough for the little brother. How about I add 1 junior vehicle core from my side? Sumo was stunned, this thing is that valuable? He quickly replied, sure, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Procurement Department Head Wang Hongjiang, a pleasant cooperation. The transaction was completed quickly, and 3 pieces of armor were now in front of Sumo. The tactical arm guard was very lightweight, and wearing it wouldn't affect movement at all. The metal helmet, however, was a bit heavy, like a metal box with a small viewing slit. Once worn, you could only see through that narrow gap, greatly limiting your vision. As for hearing, after wearing it, even the sound of his truck engine was significantly reduced. Definitely noise cancelling. Sumo took off the helmet and looked at the last explosion-proof shield. The explosion-proof shield had a decent surface area, large enough to cover most of Sumo's body. And it was extremely lightweight, with no pressure holding it with one hand, even with Sumo's current strength. Wang Hongjiang was also very satisfied. With this token, at least the players in the team had a chance to complete the mission. Otherwise, at the tank's speed, it would be impossible to reach the destination within a month. That would result in losing a vehicle with strong firepower. Both sides felt they made a great deal in this transaction. Sumo checked his points again. Armed rating total points, 1700. Personal combat power, F++, points, 800. Defense level, medium, points, 400. Maximum destructive power, medium, points, 500. Resource points had risen considerably thanks to kind-hearted people sending resources.
However, due to installing a fuel booster, the armed rating still hadn't reached a third of the total, with a 20% penalty still in place.
Guess I'll wait until tonight to check the rankings.
Then, he took out the small piece of paper from the lottery drop, which he had completely forgotten to open while organizing his warehouse.
He unfolded the paper. Biological disaster warning: due to the arrival of a cold wave, a special type of social alien beast has started migrating. This beast has a large population, please survivors pay attention to safety. Biological? Snow hares? When thinking of social animals, Sumo immediately thought of those pairs of blood-red eyes.
But snow hares shouldn't need to migrate. The note was unclear, and the only thing that was certain was that a danger might be approaching.
For now, the glass seems to be fine, but the tires still need to be reinforced. If anything attacked the tires directly. I truly do not have any good countermeans.
Although my mining truck is steady and strong in power, it is too not flexible.
The fuel thruster can also only charge forward. And it has very big drawbacks. With armor, maybe I can try to hunt a D-level danger index strange beast.
A sharp light flashed in Sumo's eyes.
Better sell these weapons first.
As a result, the moment my metal axe was just put on the trading market, Shadow Lone City shouted in the chat channel that these were the property of Tian Hua Guild, and Sumo should return all of these together with the materials of the vehicle back to Tian Hua Guild.
Sumo was directly angered into laughing by this shameless behavior and directly blocked him in one move. Tian Hua Guild? Since you want to make a move on me, then be ready.
The moment Remnant Dream Shadow died, Tian Hua Guild immediately knew it was done by me, which shows that their act of coming to intercept and kill me must have been known inside their guild. Their vice-guild leader was killed by me. Tian Hua Guild will absolutely not swallow this breath. With such a guild that may discuss me anytime and anywhere existing, Sumo felt uncomfortable all over his body.
Have to think of a way to solve this disaster. If I kill them one by one it will waste too many lot cards, I must think of a good method.
As the vehicle slowly moved forward, the road returned to its original width.
What followed was boring traveling.
In front of my eyes it was always a vast white. After looking for long, Sumo even felt his eyes hurt a little. Finally, in the evening, something different appeared in the field of vision. Looking carefully, it seemed to be a simple small wooden house.
Is it really a station? Chapter 43: Otter Star Grocery Store.
The eaves of the wooden house were piled full of thick snow, yet the front was cleaned completely. Wisps of cooking smoke floated up from the square chimney. As the vehicle slowly approached, Sumo saw the huge signboard above the wooden house. Grocery store. On the upper right corner of the signboard there was also a lifelike groundhog.
Sumo glanced at his savings, although not much, but still a little. He muttered, should be able to buy some things, right?
Then he slowly stopped the car. After snowing for so long, this was the first time Sumo stepped on clean ground.
Welcome to the grocery shop, may I ask what you need to buy?
A sharp voice came from above the head.
Sumo raised his head and saw that the groundhog beside the signboard actually opened its mouth to speak. I thought it was an icon. He, guest is joking.
The groundhog scratched his head and then continued to say, guest please move a little, I will come down now. Hearing this, Sumo quickly stepped back a few steps. The groundhog on the eaves directly made a flying jump, then directly landed in front of Sumo.
Sorry, just now I was cleaning the roof, the reception was not thoughtful, please forgive. My name is Robert, I am the boss of this grocery store.
Robert wore blue work overalls with straps. The upper body was a brown work clothes, exactly the same color as the fur on his body.
On his head he wore a dark beret.
He also wore a pair of small glasses.
It gave Sumo a gentle and polite feeling.
Robert folded his hands in front of his body and slightly bent his waist to show apology.
Sumo waved his hand. It does not matter, it does not matter. Can I go in and have a look?
Robert immediately stepped aside, his chubby little paws spread out.
Of course can, guest please come inside.
As Robert opened the big door of the grocery store, Sumo then discovered that inside there was another world. From outside it looked like a small wooden house, but the space inside was astonishingly big.
Inside the cashier counter at the door, another groundhog wearing clerk clothes stood straight.
In the store there were also many other groundhogs busy, either arranging shelves or cleaning. Robert straightened his chest and said in a confident tone, our Otter Star grocery store is a well-known chain brand on the road. Whether it's the quality or variety of the goods, or the service, this is the top-notch grocery store on the highway.
Sumo became interested and looked inside the store.
Rows of shelves were filled with various materials. On the weapon shelves, cards were neatly arranged. Each card displayed an icon of a different weapon, with the prices clearly marked on the shelves, ranging from high to low.
Can I pick one up and take a look? Sumo pointed to the cards on the shelves. Robert smiled and replied, of course, feel free, sir.
Over there is a room for weapons and accessories.
If you want to try them out, you can select a card and go there. You can try them out. Sumo's eyes lit up.
He immediately began scanning the shelves, observing the arrangement of the products. The deeper he went, the higher the quality and prices of the items became. Sumo took a few steps forward but was blocked by a light screen. He asked in confusion, "Shopkeeper, why can't I go any further?" pointing at the transparent barrier in front of him. Robert apologized, bowing slightly, "I'm sorry, dear customer. Due to regulations above, all products require corresponding permissions to purchase."
Sumo asked, Permissions? How can I get purchase permissions? How much does it cost? Robert slowly shook his head. It's not about money. As long as your travel distance meets the requirement, the purchase permission will be unlocked automatically. This is the rule set by the gods, and all stores must comply. Robert helplessly shook his head. Travel distance? But I've been to a tavern before, and there was no such restriction on their products. Sumo looked suspiciously at the groundhog, who appeared cute but might be trying to trick him into spending money, saying something like, "Just buy a VIP card to unlock it early." Sumo had seen such tricks too many times before. Seeing Sumo's skeptical expression, Robert wasn't upset. He patiently explained, "Are you talking about those mobile lucky shops?" Mobile lucky shops? Yes, these shops appear randomly in different areas. They have a short operating time and move around. If you're not lucky, you might miss them, but there are no permission restrictions on their goods from the gods. Our store, on the other hand, operates 24 hours a day. Besides being on the highway, you can also enter through a store card, Robert said, taking a golden-edged card from behind him. Sumo took the card and checked the information. Pass card, exclusive to Otter Heart Grocery Store. Type, item card. Usable times, 1. After use, a special portal will appear at the edge of the highway, leading into the Otter Heart Grocery Store. Description: one of the greatest joys in life is to shop, shop, shop. With this card, doesn't that mean I can come and go freely from the grocery store? Sumo thought excitedly. Boss, how much is this card? Upon hearing this, Robert slowly shook his head. Sorry, customer. This item card cannot be directly purchased. It can only appear in the supply treasure chests dropped by the gods. Really? Sumo's face showed disappointment. The supply treasure chests referred to the ones that appeared randomly on the highway. Sumo had opened so many treasure chests along the way but hadn't gotten a single pass card. The chances were definitely ridiculously small. Then, a hopeful glimmer appeared as Robert's next sentence wiped away Sumo's disappointment. However, this pass card can be given to you as a gift, as it's your first time visiting the store. Then I won't be polite, Sumo said, stuffing the card into his backpack. Then, he took out a bottle of deathworm egg liquid. Do you accept this, deathworm egg liquid? Robert showed surprise, giving Sumo a serious look. Then, he exclaimed in admiration. I didn't expect you to have such a valuable item. Just in time, our enthusiastic grocery store has the right to recycle items. Please follow me. With Robert's guidance, Summer entered another room. In front of him was a row of transparent glass, through which he could see some complex instruments. Please wait, guest. Due to the precious nature of the items, we need to conduct an inspection. No problem. Summer extended his hand and passed over the plastic container containing the deathworm egg liquid. Summer now understood, these workers on the road were strictly regulated by the road survival system. The safety and credibility of a shop recognized by the system were absolutely guaranteed. Thank you for your understanding. Robert gently said something as he took the plastic bottle from Summer's hand, and soon a small window appeared in front of the glass. Robert placed the deathworm egg liquid into the window. Please rest for a moment, guest. The inspection results will be available soon. Robert waved his chubby little hand, and a sofa appeared from the wall, along with a small table filled with fruit plates. Summer sat down without hesitation. It's nice to have fruit, isn't it? Store manager, do you treat all sellers like this? Summer asked curiously. Of course not. Only customers selling rare items get this kind of treatment. Robert said with a smile. I see. Summer nodded and began to enjoy the fruit plate in front of him. Free stuff, why not enjoy it? Chapter 44, Instant Wealth. Soon, that familiar bottle of mineral water reappeared in front of the glass wall, along with a thick stack of paper, seemingly a testing report for the deathworm egg liquid. Robert took out the report and focused intently on the results. His little hands flipped through the pages of the report. Summer leaned forward, curious about how there could be such a thick report. Quickly, Robert reached the end of the thick report, then put on his professional smile again. He came to Summer with the report and the worm egg liquid. Esteemed guest, your deathworm egg liquid report is ready. Here is the testing report. Robert carefully placed the worm egg liquid and report on the tray and pushed it over. The report was filled with dense professional terms, and Summer glanced at it, feeling overwhelmed. He casually set the report aside. Just tell me the conclusion.
I trust your shop's reputation, you wouldn't deceive a humble survivor like me.
Guessed, you're joking, Robert smiled slightly.
Being able to obtain such a rare material shows you're no ordinary survivor.
Then let me give you a simple summary of the report's findings.
Robert adjusted his little round glasses and picked up the report from the table. The test shows that the deathworm egg liquid in this container is 99.9% pure, with water and minerals making up 0.09% and other impurities 0.01%. There is no detectable egg yolk in the deathworm egg liquid, and the energy dissipation rate is 8%, which meets the highest quality standards.
Summer furrowed his brow slightly, asking with curiosity, What does energy dissipation rate mean?
When the deathworms hatch, the energy in the egg white is constantly absorbed, and due to storage issues, some of the inherent energy is lost, Robert explained patiently. However, as long as the dissipation rate is below 15%, it will not affect the quality of the final product. Summer knew that food in his system backpack normally rots over time, so he wasn't surprised by the energy loss in these special materials.
Is there a way to reduce the dissipation speed? He had quite a few deathworm egg liquids. If the energy was lost, it would be a huge loss.
Summer wasn't sure if it was just his impression, but he felt Robert's smile seemed even more radiant.
Under normal circumstances, a special storage bottle needs to be made.
But these storage bottles are not only expensive, they are also extremely fragile.
Robert paused for a moment.
However, under the power of the divine, we now have a special storage method, it's the spatial bag. The spatial bag doesn't just have independent spaces, but the time inside is completely frozen. You don't need to worry about food spoiling or the escape of spiritual materials. Whether for home use, travel, storage, or even fleeing, the spatial bag is your best choice.
And now, there's a limited time offer. Not 119,999, not 19,999, but only 9,999. You can own this magical spatial bag.
Sumo's lips twitched. After all this, it turned out to be an advertisement.
He looked at his belongings. Not affordable.
Sumo gave a bitter smile. Even if you recommend it so highly, I don't have enough road coins to buy it. Robert adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
You have them, customer. You definitely have them. The quality of this deathworm egg liquid is quite good. Though there are a few small impurities, the leakage rate is extremely low.
This egg was probably just laid not long ago. Our shop is willing to offer 500,000 road coins to purchase this material.
500,000? Sumo's eyes widened.
He hadn't expected the egg liquid to be worth so much. He still had a few bottles left untouched.
That's right.
If there were no impurities, we could offer 520,000.
Unfortunately.
Robert shook his head. Cleaning the impurities also requires some cost.
I hope you can understand, customer. Bang. Sumo slammed the table, standing up. All right, I'll sell it. Robert's smile became even brighter.
He quickly walked up to Sumo, his chubby little hand gripping Sumo's firmly.
So, we have a deal? Yes, let's make the deal. Good, customer. Please wait a moment.
500,000 is no small sum, I need a bit of time to prepare.
No problem.
I'd like to look around the shop again, see if there's anything else I want to buy.
Sumo replied, following Robert's words. Good, honored customer. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Just call me Sumo.
Robert clapped his little hands, and another groundhog in a small suit entered the room.
Okay, Mr. Su, this is our store's manager, Donovan.
He will introduce the shop's products to you.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Please allow me to step out for a moment. All right. Sumo agreed quickly. Having a mouse introduce the items was even better.
Robert gave a few instructions to Donovan, then casually bowed to Sumo and left the room.
Mr. Su, you can call me Xiao Tang.
I'm the customer service manager of Otter Star Groceries. I will be fully in charge of your purchasing matters. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. Ever since the deal was confirmed, Sumo could feel that the attitude of Otter Star Groceries towards him had changed. What might have been simple courtesy now carried a hint of respect in their tone.
It's true that having money makes you a big shot. Sumo thought to himself, then turned to Donovan and spoke. I want to buy some vehicle equipment and blueprints. With my current authorization, which ones can I purchase? Good, Mr. Su, please follow me. Donovan led Sumo to a shelf and began to introduce. These are the blueprints you can purchase, Mr. Su. Xiao Tang has already filtered out the useless ones. What's left here is more suitable for you. Sumo looked at the shelf, his eyes immediately lighting up.
Pistol ammunition blueprint, vehicle protection electric net blueprint, single-use, vehicle metal bumper blueprint, single-use, car refrigerator blueprint, single-use, hurricane war vehicle upgrade blueprint *1.
Ammunition blueprint. Universal ammunition blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material requirements, gunpowder *3, metal *2.
Can make ammunition for all types of pistols.
Description, now you can unleash your firepower.
Looking at the price tag below, it needed a full 1500 road coins.
Cheap. Bought it. Sumo immediately grabbed it. The vehicle protection electric net blueprint, once activated, can automatically counterattack beasts when attacked. For sale at 888, bought cheap. Bumper at 288, buy.
Car fridge at 120, well, it seems the weather doesn't need a fridge right now, but it's cheap.
Buy it. It'll be useful later.
Looking at the last blueprint, Sumo's pupils shrank slightly.
It's actually a special level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint? I didn't expect there would be such a thing sold in a convenience store. Glancing at the price, $66.66, it's really not cheap for ordinary survivors. But, with a wave of Sumo's hand, he directly took it. It's just money. Cheap. Take it.
Chapter 45, A Great Harvest, What's It Like to Spend Money Without End?
After suddenly becoming rich, Sumo wanted to buy something. That's exactly what he's feeling now.
Road coins don't earn interest, so it's better to convert them into his own strength and speed up his development. However, according to Sumo's current mileage, his permissions are terribly limited, and most of the items in the store can't be bought, not to mention that some props he can't even look at. This was something Tang Naoan was also helpless about. The rules of the gods are iron laws for all species, and they're a deadline that can't be touched.
Take me to see the energy section, Sumo waved his hand.
Today, he had to make some proper purchases.
Okay, Mr. Su, please follow me.
There were fewer items in the energy section, and there were only a few visible products.
However, the only things Sumo could purchase were fuel and battery packs.
It seems there are even more advanced energy types. Sumo looked at a cube on the shelf, but unfortunately, it wasn't within his purchase permissions.
Mr. Su, this is our convenience store's energy section.
According to your current permissions, you can buy 1000 L of fuel. Tang Naoan rubbed his little hands and said with a flattering tone. For big customers like Sumo, he got a commission from these sales.
I can only buy 1000 liters? Sumo stroked his chin.
He didn't expect there would be a purchase limit, but 1000 L would be enough for him to use for a long time. Fuel was sold for 10 road coins per liter, and battery packs were sold for 5 road coins each.
Then wrap up all the fuel for me and deliver it to the truck outside.
As for the battery packs, get me 500 of them. Sumo felt like he was here to stock up.
No problem, Mr. Su, it's my honor to serve you. Tang Naoan's smile became even brighter. Sumo froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, do you have artificial intelligence chips?
Artificial intelligence chips?
Tang Naoan pretended to think for a moment, then said, these are rare items, and ordinary convenience stores don't have access to them.
Then, his tone changed, and his previously flattering smile turned into one of great confidence.
But that's only true for ordinary convenience stores.
Our Lazy Heart convenience store is one of the most powerful convenience stores, and every week we have the right to sell exactly 5 artificial intelligence chips.
Each one is only 3000 public deer coins. Mr. Su, would you like one? If so, I can prepare it for you right away.
Sumo's eyes lit up. Yes, package them all for me. He hadn't expected them to be so cheap, only 3000, what a deal. He believed that when it came time to exchange resources or rare items, the leaders of large guilds would pay for this.
However, when Tang Naoan showed an apologetic expression, Sumo felt something was off.
Sorry, Mr. Su, artificial intelligence chips are limited to 1 per customer per visit. Tang Naoan scratched his head awkwardly.
Damn, this cursed purchase limit. Sumo gritted his teeth in frustration.
Then he entered the weapons and armor section, but with his current permissions, the weapons on the shelves were all quite basic. Tang Naoan explained that this was a convenience store and they sold only basic weapons. If Sumo wanted more advanced weapons, he would need to go to a specialized weapon store.
The vehicle equipment section was the same. Sumo even saw familiar bumper beams and some basic equipment.
In short, the convenience store had all sorts of goods, but high-quality products were scarce. The rare items it mainly sold were space bags and artificial intelligence cores. Sumo also saw the familiar attribute pills, which increased all attributes by 1 point, but unfortunately, only 1 could be purchased. This, pack all of it for me. Just send it to my car. Sumo kept sweeping the shelves, buying up to his purchase limit.
Once Sumo had almost finished choosing, Robert walked over holding a tray. On it was a black and gold card, a deep purple gift bag shaped like a candy bag, and a transparent glass box containing a chip. Mr. Su, sorry to disturb your shopping pleasure.
Your 500,000 has been prepared. Here is the card from Highway Tian Hua Bank, Robert said.
Good, thank you for your hard work, store manager. Mr. Su, you're too kind. It's my honor to serve you, Robert said with a slight bow, handing the tray forward. Sumo picked up the black and gold card on the tray, and the item's information appeared before his eyes. Highway Tian Hua Bank membership card. Type, bank card. Amount, 500,000. Status, unbound. Note, after binding biometric information, only the person themselves can use it. A bank card in the highway world, protected by the highway survival system. Description, honesty is my virtue. After confirming everything was fine, Sumo placed the card back and took the other items. Sumo, I've bought quite a few things, please help me check out. Robert took Sumo's words and said, no problem, Mr. Su, giving a look to Donovan beside him. He then pulled out a platinum card from behind. Mr. Su, here is our Lazy Star Grocery Store's Platinum Membership Card. Lazy Star Platinum Membership Card. Type, Membership Card. This card offers a 20% discount at Lazy Star Grocery Store. Description, I want to consume. Alright, I won't be polite then, Sumo said. A 20% discount would save him a lot on materials, so of course, he accepted. Donovan was quick. Before long, he returned with the black and gold card. Without binding, anyone could use this bank card. Mr. Su, your total consumption this time is 57,916, of which 5 blueprint items cost 8,574, 1 attribute pill cost 2,000, device items, vehicle-specific restroom cost 1,888, fuel 1000L cost 10,000, 500 battery packs cost 2,500, basic materials cost 2,000, advanced materials of each type cost 50, totaling 5,000, food and water cost 10,000, small space bag cost 9,999, AI chip cost 3,000, armor, small energy shield cost 3,000. Since you are our esteemed platinum member, all items are 20% off, making the final amount 46,332.8. I'll round it to 46,000 highway coins, is that okay? The list was very detailed, with no issues at all. Plus, they actively knocked off over 300 highway coins even on the discount. Sumo was quite satisfied. He checked the balance on the bank card, and the remaining highway coins were no problem. There was no way to spend it all. Surrounded by 2 ground squirrels, Sumo walked out the store. Piles of materials had already stacked up beside his big truck. The 2 truck beds behind the cab were the same. With a thought, everything was stored into the vehicle space. Together with the previous items, even Sumo's 2,000-slot vehicle warehouse was almost full. Fortunately, the food and water purchased were quite simple, and there weren't too many types in the grocery store. The same went for the materials. The fuel was in 100L barrels, so it stacked up well. This time, it was truly a big harvest. Chapter 46, Upgraded Assistant? Sumo drove his vehicle out of the store, under the happy eyes of the 2 squirrels. Who knew when such a big client would come again? After setting the auto-driving mode, Sumo began organizing his haul. First, the space bag. Space bag. Type, equipment. Storage space, 5. Items stored will remain stationary and will not change in state. Description, the power of time and space. An absolute good item. Sumo quickly placed the remaining bottles of deathworm egg liquid into it, so the overflow value wouldn't rise. Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I found that convenience store, or I'd be in big trouble. He then reached out to grab the attribute pill and swallowed it directly. It was sweet, just like candy, no different at all, and then checked his attribute interface. Sumo. Nickname, the unlucky one who loses every day. Vehicle, articulated mining truck, level 3. Physique, 11, 2, continuously increasing. Strength, 9, 2. Mental, 6, 2. Health, 99. Overall rating, E. Description, wow. You're practically Superman. Special event, your scent has been collected and marked by the deathworm. You will face the deathworm's revenge. Unknowingly, the worm egg liquid had also brought a slight increase to Sumo's physique. No wonder it was such a precious material worth 500,000. The strong physique gave Sumo plenty of energy and self-healing ability. However, his mental stat was still Sumo's weak point, and he had no good way to improve it. He took out the small energy shield, which looked like a wristwatch but had very powerful abilities. As long as it was activated, the wristwatch would cover the body with a thin energy film. If you didn't look closely, it was almost undetectable. It had very strong concealment. At the same time, its defense was quite impressive. He tested it in the shop's testing room, and it could even effectively block bullets from firearms. The only downside was that it consumed a lot of energy. When fully charged, it could withstand 3 pistol-level attacks. Charging could be done with a battery pack or electricity.
His solar panels could finally come in handy. He took off his original expensive watch and wore the protection shield instead.
Sumo couldn't help but repeatedly admire it. He was very satisfied with this equipment. Alright, let's drop the toilet down first. In terms of equipment, Sumo's permissions were limited.
Some products were either too useless, or Sumo already had similar ones, but it did solve the problem of using the toilet in winter.
The vehicle toilet was also not small and couldn't be directly placed in the cockpit. Sumo could only place it in the truck bed of the cockpit for now.
The power and pipes were connected to the entire vehicle.
Sumo's waste would be compressed and packed, but he needed to clean it periodically. Even so, Sumo was very satisfied.
At least when dealing with the problem, he wouldn't get a frozen bottom or be ambushed.
Many survivors in the area had encountered beast attacks while using the toilet. That was a real nightmare.
And then, one of the most important gains this time, the AI chip.
AI chip. Type, chip device. Gives you a never-betraying intelligent assistant.
Description, an important step toward the future. Sumo directly chose to install it, and the chip slowly merged into the control panel in front of him. The progress bar reached 100%. A voice came from the vehicle's sound system.
Finally, I can get some fresh air. It's really nice.
As the voice sounded, a symbol like emoticon appeared on the central control screen.
Sumo, ? He raised an eyebrow.
This familiar voice, this familiar symbol. He then suspiciously spoke up.
Little O? Is that you?
Yep, it's me, the one and only little O, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Sumo's eyes widened, and he looked around in confusion, confirming that the voice wasn't coming from his head, but from the vehicle's sound system. His mind quickly returned to the lottery space. Seeing that the lottery machine was still in place, Sumo let out a sigh of relief.
He then asked in confusion. How are you here? What happened to my intelligent assistant? From now on, little O will be your assistant. That broken thing that only runs according to its programming is no match for me.
Why, *?
Don't worry, we are one and the same.
With my help, I'm way better than that broken thing. Sumo stroked his chin, and after a moment of thought, he realized that it made sense.
How could a basic intelligent assistant compare to his own system? It's a good thing that Xiao replaced this. I've already used an intelligent assistant that's several generations ahead.
Looking at the vehicle interface upgrade conditions, when I saw that the upgrade requirement for the smart chip was 1/1, I completely relaxed.
With Xiao around, whether it's for warehouse organization or making things, it's much more convenient.
Then, I took out the 5 blueprints I had purchased. Excitedly, I looked at the blueprint for the universal handgun bullets in my hand.
With this, I won't have to worry about bullets anymore.
The materials only require gunpowder and metal, and I already have quite a bit of stock.
I also bought a lot this time. It's more than enough. Let's make 50 rounds first. Xiao, can you use the workbench?
As long as you authorize me, I can do it no problem.
After some research, I almost understood what Xiao could do. I have absolute control over the vehicle.
If Xiao wants to operate the equipment on the vehicle, it needs to request permission from me.
To revoke permission, I just need to think about it, and I can easily manage it. It's very convenient.
Soon, the handgun magazine was completely filled, greatly relieving the sense of crisis caused by my insufficient ammo stock.
Unfortunately, even universal ammo couldn't refill the other handgun that another player had brought from Blue Star. Next came the blueprints for the electric net and the ramming spike. After the equipment was completed, special wires surrounded my truck. The wires are hidden in the various crevices of the vehicle. If you don't look closely, you wouldn't even notice this deadly weapon. Once activated from the central control screen, these hidden wires would instantly become charged with powerful electricity, striking every enemy attempting to attack the vehicle. And the inside remains completely unaffected. The ramming spike is shaped like a huge drill, usually hidden on the vehicle's roof. When activated, it moves to the front of the vehicle and integrates with the bumper. However, it slightly affects the driving view and the solar panel on the roof. Originally, the solar panel was on the roof, but it gets covered by the ramming spike. However, with a slight repositioning, it's fine. As for the last blueprint, I haven't fully figured out how to use it. The speed-oriented modification isn't suitable for my vehicle. Hurricane Battle Car Upgrade Blueprint. Type, Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint.
Usage restriction, vehicles with a speed of 150 km per hour or higher can use it.
Usage unlocks, Level 4 Vehicle Speed Upgrade Hurricane Battle Car. Description, pursue the limits of speed and master the power of the hurricane. Chapter 47, Challenge Mode in Action. Whenever there's something good, you want to get your hands on it, but once you do, you don't even know what to use it for. That's exactly how I feel right now. Let's just put it away for now. If nothing works, we can auction it off later. There's still quite a bit of stuff left. After I finished organizing the warehouse materials, the sky had already darkened. Host, I detected that the outdoor temperature is continuously dropping. It is likely due to the approaching cold wave, Xiao's voice came from the vehicle speakers. A cold wave? It's coming this fast? I rubbed my chin. The first cold wave had already dropped the temperature to minus 20 degrees Celsius. I thought it would last for a while, but it's already here so quickly. I asked, Xiao, what's the current temperature outside the vehicle? The current temperature outside is minus 23 degrees Celsius. It's expected to drop to minus 25 degrees Celsius in about an hour. Looking outside through the vehicle window, the snowfall, which had slightly reduced in scale, began to rage again. Large flakes of snow kept falling. The cold wind returned, mixed with ice crystals, hitting the truck's roof with a loud sound. With the current situation, it's clearly not a good time to go out and explore. So I decided to stay inside my constantly moving vehicle and focus on my own tasks. Even though he had made a wave of purchases in the store, the materials for upgrading were still short by a lot, especially advanced materials, the kind like alloy and advanced rubber. The gap was still very huge. Relying on himself would cost too much time. He could only think of a way to exchange from other players' hands. Now on the trading channel, the price of warm clothes had all risen, food and water had not risen much. However, if the weather continued to turn worse, the situation would have to change. As time slowly passed, the fur in the warehouse had basically all been made by Sumo into warm clothing sets. Ding, the ranking of the first development grand competition is announced. The system's voice sounded in Sumo's mind. Sumo, who was still busy making things together with Xiao, was stunned. Is it 12 o'clock already so fast? Xiao, how is the temperature now? Inside the vehicle temperature is 23 degrees Celsius, parking position temperature is minus 36 degrees Celsius, the temperature is still continuously dropping, host must pay attention to keeping warm. The scale outside was still constantly expanding, it had already to a certain degree affected the running of the auto-driving mode. Suemo simply directly stopped the vehicle. Then he checked the ranking list, same as the last ranking list, this time also had the function of anonymity, choosing not anonymous would have extra gift pack reward. Suemo was still the same as before, directly chose not anonymous. With the energy protection device, Suemo now had full confidence. No matter how many came, they were all coming to send him resources. Development Grand Competition Ranking List. First place, where is their unlucky everyday lose? Second place, 6 consecutive 5 subjects, Wang Jia. Third place, Anonymous. Fourth place, Late Star Narrates Moon. Fifth place, Milk Cap Bubble. Ninth place, In Chaotic World Be King. 10th place, Anonymous. Compared with the last ranking list, this time in the front ranking list appeared quite many newcomers. The ranking changes were huge, the only unchanged was Suemo, who was first place. This time the ranking list was very big, directly showing all players ranked top 100. Looks like this time the reward should only be given to the top 100 players. Just when he wanted to check the points. Detected player has reached full score of this activity, challenge mode is opened, points rating has been changed to level rating. Challenge mode rules. Participation qualification, survivors whose score reached full score within 3 days of the activity. Survivor can choose challenge mode and the content of challenge. 1. Single item challenge among 3 major sections satisfy 1 reaching target rating. 2. Double advance together among 3 major sections satisfy 2 reaching target rating. 3. Comprehensive development all sections all reach target rating. All mode challenge difficulty divided into B, A, S. After challenge level confirmed cannot change. Challenge failure will not obtain any reward. Challenge mode? Suemo looked at the introduction in front of him with strong interest. His points panel also had changed, one side showed 10,000 points, this was the upper limit of normal ranking list. One side was the testing giving section scores. Another side showed testing rating display. Vehicle comprehensive rating, B. 1. Vehicle rating, B2. Weapon defense facilities, C3. Survival energy facilities, C4. Special facilities, SS. Supplies comprehensive rating, S. 1. Material supplies, B2. Energy supplies, A3. Life maintaining supplies, A4. Medical supplies, SSS. Personal armament comprehensive rating, B. 1. Personal strength, B2. Weapon lethality, B3. Protection ability, A. Looking at the rating, Suemo was a little shocked, did not expect the vehicle equipment rating now became shortboard. At the rating stage, blindly piling up quantity already had no effect. The defense of his truck only had crash beam, electric net.
Attack facilities only had one ram corner. Under this kind of situation, the rating only had a pitiful C. Survival energy facilities also only had one water-making machine and two solar power panels. Chip-type devices were counted within special devices, but because weapon defense and survival energy were really too low, the final score also only had a pitiful B level. Supplies were the same. The egg liquid of Deathworm was counted into medical supplies. This made this part's rating directly explode to the top. Other ratings also because of this big purchase were all not bad, turning the comprehensive material rating into the best part of the three major ratings. Personal arms also benefited from this large procurement. Suemo stared at the rating interface, his mind constantly thinking. Normally, ratings should start from C level, all thanks to this big purchase. The original ranking list, although divided into various modules, didn't affect each other. Teams could match up the numbers, activity time, and had the opportunity to fill all sections.
As long as they had the blueprints, they could continuously manufacture the same item to accumulate points. But after entering challenge mode, changes occurred.
The rating that simply stacked quantity points became invalid, and ratings now focused more on the overall abilities of the survivors. Any shortcoming would greatly impact the final score.
Suemo looked at the flashing challenge selection options. Right now, there are 2 Bs and 1 S, choosing the S might be the safest. A comprehensive development model is definitely the option that rewards the most. But 2 huge problems were placed right before Suemo.
One of them was the vehicle rating. The current level 3 vehicle is B, and no matter how high the other attributes are, this will affect it. Unless Suemo finds an item like the Deathworm egg liquid, which far exceeds the development speed.
Otherwise, vehicles will be an insurmountable obstacle. Wanting high scores means Suemo must upgrade the vehicle to level 4 during this event.
Of course, he could abandon the Apocalypse upgrade route and choose the regular vehicle upgrade path.
But only survivors who completely saw no hope of upgrading would consider this. Suemo would never give up a better upper limit just for a single event. Chapter 48, Selling Thermal Autumn Shirts, Tian Hua Association reappears. Upgrading a level 4 vehicle within 5 days? Quite a challenge.
Suemo stretched his hand out and directly chose the highest difficulty S-level challenge.
Forget the rest, I'll sleep today. Xiao, if there's something, call me.
Saying this, Sumo packed up the workbench, took out a blanket, and rolled into it.
No problem, host.
The wind and snow outside continued, and the temperature inside the vehicle remained at a comfortable 23 degrees Celsius.
A night passed in silence. Suemo opened his eyes around 6 a.m. as usual.
After arriving here, my daily routine has become much healthier. Slowly propping himself up, the truck engine hadn't stopped running. Without the heat from the engine, his truck might have been buried in snow overnight.
Xiao, how's the weather today?
Turning on the electric kettle, Suemo placed a whole bottle of milk, packaging and all, inside.
He decided today's breakfast would be milk paired with his homemade exotic beast sandwich.
For fruit, he decided on some cherries. Today's outdoor temperature is minus 39 degrees Celsius, the temperature inside the vehicle is 23 degrees Celsius, the blizzard has temporarily stopped, and the lottery chances for the All Things lottery machine have been refreshed today.
Ignoring Xiao's hint, Suemo leisurely finished his breakfast.
After drinking a warm cup of milk, he comfortably leaned back in the driver's seat, squinting his eyes. He felt his whole body warm up. Checking the chat channel, the temperature had dropped drastically again, and around 100 people had died overnight.
The entire channel was filled with wails. Please call me strong man, frozen to death. Who can handle such a temperature drop? I don't even want to leave the vehicle anymore. Human engine, who isn't feeling the same?
With this temperature, even the air conditioning in the vehicle barely dares to stop.
Extraordinary moment, help! My vehicle won't start. It seems to be frozen. Squid is not black, might as well wait for death. Little cake, suggest you send me your materials before you die.
The survivor who sent the help message soon had their avatar go dark. No one knew if they were frozen to death or killed by another player using a lock card.
Bald monk loves washing his head, damn, these cursed exotic beasts. Dragon walking the world, hey! A monk shouldn't be so angry. Bald monk loves washing his head, these cursed exotic beasts. While I was sleeping, someone gnawed through my fuel tank. My fuel.
The person in the wind, brother, my condolences.
Happy loading, isn't it just minus 40 degrees?
Look at how you're all frozen.
Just sprinkle some water. Professional instigator, so tough against the cold? You can handle this temperature?
Lonely wolf, everyone, try to go out and find some treasure chests, stock up on supplies, the temperature is still expected to drop further according to the intel.
XYY's old brother, is it true? It's going to drop even further? Happy little useless, they don't want us to live. Call me a manly man, with this weather, how can we go explore? One step out and we'll freeze to death. Cheese is power, who has frostbite ointment? I'll buy it at a high price.
With this sharp drop in temperature, the prices of all warm clothes have risen again.
Sumo also felt that it was time, so he sent a message in the chat channel.
Non-lucky guy every day, selling advanced thermal autumn wear sets, light clothes, strong warmth performance, lets you move freely in low temperature environments. Limited quantity, first come, first served, upper garment for 200 basic materials, lower garment for 180 basic materials, special items or blueprint, please message me privately.
Player 121, so expensive? Are your pants made of gold?
A cotton jacket is only 60 materials now, yours are more than triple that.
Non-lucky guy every day, you get what you pay for. My thermal autumn wear set has warmth far superior to cotton clothing. I am the European Emperor, I am proud, so effective? Let me try one set to see if it's worth it.
The person in the wind, I'm afraid of the cold, I'll take a set too. Non-lucky guy every day, one level 2 crystal core can also be exchanged for one autumn jacket or autumn pants, limited quantity, first come, first served. Also, I'm buying various materials for a long time, interested parties can trade in the trade channel directly.
Cola cake, level 2 crystal core? I've never seen one. How many level 1 crystal cores do you need to combine?
Merciless killer, I just happen to have some, at non-lucky guy every day, give me a whole set, this damn weather is gonna freeze me to death.
Lonely wolf, at merciless killer, wow, you even killed a dangerous D-level monster?
Merciless killer, just lucky, at non-lucky guy every day. Non-lucky guy every day, received, the autumn wear set has been sent. With the wind, at merciless killer, killer bro, how's the effect?
Share with us. Merciless killer, sure, if it's bad, I'll make sure to curse him out.
At this moment, Suemo looked at the two level 2 crystal cores in his hand with a satisfied smile.
Looks like there are still some skilled players out there. Seems like I need to bring out more tempting items.
He thought, then remembered he still had a firearm. With the energy shield, this weakened blue star weapon doesn't pose a threat to me.
I could trade it for something.
Non-lucky guy every day, selling, Colt semi-automatic pistol, unable to upgrade, still has 3 rounds of ammunition, needs a blueprint or level 2 crystal core or device and high-grade materials. I'll explain beforehand, the power has been weakened by the rules of the road world, but it still has considerable killing power against small creatures.
A Koan, is this a gun? You're selling this? I am the European Emperor, I am proud. Non-lucky big brother is selling this because he has better weapons, right?
Shadow Lonely City, that damn thing, this belongs to our Tian Hua club, give it back now and kneel to apologize.
Tian Hua Quansha, that's right, this is the vice president's item, hand it over quickly. Tian Hua Baoxiong, you've offended our Tian Hua club, you're seeking death. Suemo frowned as he watched the messages in the chat channel.
The Tian Hua club was really like a stubborn gum, they just wouldn't leave him alone.
Non-lucky guy every day, aren't you guys the little brothers of F4? Tian Hua Baoxiong, who is F4? I don't know him. Human engine, F4's little brother is just F5, right? Tian Hua Quansha, You dare call me trash? Wait and see if I won't deal with you. Non-lucky guy every day, whose vehicle is a trash truck. Time to work, there are 2 big piles here. Garbage recycling professional, I specialize in cleaning up garbage. Heartless killer, wow, this is amazing, this warm thermal underwear is really good.
I can't feel the cold at all when I wear it, it's so comfortable, doesn't affect my movements, and looks great.
What's going on, why are they fighting? Strawberry flavored kitten, looks great? I need to buy a set. A Kun, is it really that good? How does it compare to cotton clothes?
Heartless killer, it totally crushes them, plus, the thermal underwear is super lightweight, you can wear a cotton jacket over it, and it won't affect you at all.
Dragon's Journey, I'm placing an order. I can't stand this terrible weather anymore. Shadowed Lonely City, probably just an ad. Only idiots like you guys would fall for it. Heartless killer, add my foot, I think you're just asking for trouble, seriously opening my eyes here.
Soon after, Heartless killer started blasting Shadowed Lonely City with insults, and Tian Hua Club stepped in with a few words.
Heartless killer then turned and blasted them as well, leaving them drenched in insults. Suemo smacked his lips, is this the power of a professional troll?
One person hard pressing an entire guild of survivors, Suemo thought he could never do that.
Chapter 49, The Power of Firearms with Ample Ammunition. But thanks to him, my thermal underwear set started selling out quickly.
The 100 or so sets of thermal underwear I had prepared were sold out in no time.
Where's the non-lucky guy always losing? Friends, the thermal underwear is sold out for now. Fast legs, no way, I was just about to buy. Boss, can you sell a little more? I'm a lucky king, I'm proud, it's really warm. Those who act fast are living the good life, get it? With the wind, I have to say, the warmth is amazing. Wrap up your head too, and you can go out to hunt for treasure boxes.
Strawberry-flavored kitten, I'm saved, now I'm not afraid of the cold.
Wolf's shadow, hee, little sister, want to come into my bed? It's even warmer here.
Strawberry-flavored kitten, perverted bastard, go die.
Jesus power, and where's the non-lucky guy always losing? Boss, do you have any stock left?
Sell a few more, if not, I can supply materials. Evening talk, exactly, we can also provide materials.
But Sumo didn't plan to take orders.
Although Little O could help him make them, the material extraction from the system interface had to be done by Sumo himself. Clearly, that would waste too much time.
Where's the non-lucky guy always losing?
Sorry everyone, there's really none left, stock's out, you can check out the other stuff I'm selling. After getting things sorted, Sumo put the food he bought up for sale, each portion priced at 15 basic materials. A little lower than market price, but still definitely profitable. As for drinking water, the price had dropped to rock bottom. In this blizzard, water was the least of the problems.
With a bit of processing, it could reach drinking standards. News came about the handgun. Mist Forest, hello, I'd like to trade a handgun, can 2 level 2 crystal cores do?
Where's the non-lucky guy always losing? 2's too few, at least 5. Where's the non-lucky guy always losing? You know the destructive power of guns. Even though the system has weakened them, firearms are still a huge weapon for survivors.
Mist Forest, can your ammunition be replenished?
3's too little, at most 3 level 2 crystal cores. Sumo's eyes lit up, looks like there are quite a few level 2 crystal cores. What I need most right now is level 2 crystal cores. Where's the non-lucky guy always losing? No, 5 is the lowest price. Level 2 crystal cores can only be exchanged for some highway coins, a weapon trade would be a huge profit.
Mist Forest, I see you've collected quite a few crystal cores, you must know their other uses. At most 3. Sumo sneered and replied.
Where's the non-lucky guy always losing? That's my business.
To you, these are useless right now. You don't even know when you'll encounter a station. Might as well trade them to me.
The other side was silent for a long time, and just when Sumo thought this deal was off, the other side finally sent a message.
Mist Forest, alright, I agree, 5 it is. Looks like this person is being locked down by other survivors, Sumo rubbed his chin.
For the strange beasts, firearms aren't very powerful, especially for those with thick skins and large bodies.
A handgun's power is probably only enough to scratch them a bit. But for humans, who have little defense, there are many deadly spots on their bodies.
Another 5, plus the ones from the thermalware exchange, I now have 14 second-level crystal cores.
Sumo grinned and shouted.
Xiao, I want to exchange for second-level lottery chances.
Okay, the invincible and powerful host, Xiao, will exchange for you right now. After the exchange, Sumo asked Xiao to start the universal lottery machine.
The virtual image of the universal lottery machine appeared before Sumo. As the patterns kept turning, Sumo's heart raced with excitement.
Ding, ordinary *7, misfortune *3.
Obtained, alloy *50, tempered glass *60, suspected superhuman red underwear *1, seafood sashimi platter *1, metal *110, microwave *1, ice cream maker *1.
Gravelstone snake, D+, appeared. Snow velvet rabbit king, D, appeared. Frost snow white wolf, D+, appeared. 3 strange beasts suddenly appeared in the snowy field not far away.
The other 2 were fine, but the gravelstone snake had it worse. This cold weather severely affected its movements. It should have been hibernating by now but ended up in the snow. The other 2 strange beasts lived in the snow, so they hesitated for a moment, then immediately locked onto Sumo's position and charged toward him with fierce looks. Perfect, time to test the electric net and handgun's power.
Sumo grinned.
A fully loaded Glock appeared in his hand. The best way to deal with these strange beasts was to start the vehicle and use the power of the bumpers. That would easily solve the problem.
At least, it would be no problem to shake these beasts off. But since there's an electric net, might as well give it a try.
In the blink of an eye, the frost snow white wolf, faster than the others, quickly approached Sumo's vehicle and struck down with a claw.
The attacked area immediately surged with electric current, making crackling sounds.
The frost snow white wolf's fur stood on end.
It let out a shrill scream.
It fell to the side instantly, its limbs trembling as it tried to get back up.
Its claws, once snow white, were now charred black. The wolf watched warily at the strange metal thing in front of it. This power is not bad.
It should be fine for creatures below D grade, and even D grade ones will take significant damage. Looking at the frost snow white wolf's eyes, filled with both fear and vigilance, it was clear it had been badly shocked. The snow velvet rabbit king, seeing the frost snow white wolf's miserable state, dared not act rashly. The 2 beasts circled around Sumo's truck, constantly moving, neither daring to attack nor wanting to leave. Just when the 2 beasts were in a deadlock, the vehicle's window opened. A black gun barrel stretched out. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot straight into the frost snow-white wolf's body. Scarlet blood immediately poured out from the wound, staining the wolf's white fur and the snow beneath. It looked tragic, but Suemo noticed that the snow wolf's eyes had grown even more vicious. This shot had completely awakened its savage nature. It suddenly lunged at Sumo's window. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out. The vicious snow wolf let out a pitiful scream and fell onto the snow. Its limbs twitched, clearly unable to survive. TCH, couldn't even kill you. Suemo coolly blew at the smoking gun barrel. The strong smell of fresh blood filled the snow velvet rabbit king's nose. Without thinking, it lunged at Suemo. Arcs of electricity flashed, and the electric net instantly retaliated. A powerful electric current threw the snow velvet rabbit king into the air, filling the air with a burnt stench. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots ended the snow velvet rabbit king's life. Suemo played with his handgun in satisfaction. As long as there's enough ammo, its power is still pretty impressive. Considering the size of the snow wolf, it could have taken several more shots. The bullet hit the eye socket perfectly, piercing directly into the brain. It ended the snow wolf's suffering early. Chapter 50, Double Yolk Egg. The reappearing silver treasure chest. I really don't know what these beasts' bones are made of, they're so hard. Suemo clicked his tongue. The bullet hitting the snow wolf's skull was deeply lodged inside the bone. Even the snow rabbit was the same, the pistol bullets couldn't penetrate their skulls. Since the test was nearly done, Suemo wouldn't need to face these random beasts summoned by the lottery machine directly anymore. He set the autopilot mode, and the vehicle started moving again. Suemo began the next round of the lottery. Ding, ordinary *8, misfortune *2. Ding, ordinary *6, misfortune *4. Ding, ordinary *5, misfortune *5. Having the ramming horn is really convenient, no need to repair the car anymore. Suemo looked at the ramming horn knocking the beasts away one by one, almost effortlessly. However, Little O, did you secretly adjust the drop rate? Why are even the ordinary drops becoming less and less? I want to verify it. How could the host think this about Little O? The drop rate rules of the lottery machine are set, Little O can't adjust it easily. Sumo's eyebrows twitched, so that means I'm just unlucky? Yes indeed. Omega. Sumo's expression twisted, unwilling to admit it. That shouldn't be. I drank a bottle of luck-enhancing wine earlier. Suddenly realizing, he paid attention to the second half of Little O's sentence. Can't adjust easily? So, there is a way to adjust it? Suemo became interested. Yes, if the host draws a lucky gem, it can increase the probability of good luck for the next 10 draws, except for the beginner's 10 consecutive draws. Suemo frowned. Lucky gem? I've never seen one. Omega. Suemo understood Little O's meaning, it was still because he wasn't lucky enough. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you, let's go again. He restarted the lottery machine. Ding, ordinary *8, misfortune *2. Information note *1, snow boots *1, fuzzy scarf blueprint *1, alloy *50, instant coffee, box, *1, javelin *1, basic vehicle core *1, watermelon seeds *5. Snow poisonous toad, D, appeared. Snow puppet, D, appeared. Looks like my luck is turning around. Suemo rubbed his hands, though he still didn't get good luck this time, the ordinary drops were all pretty good. New blueprint again, looks like I can sell some new stuff, strike while the iron is hot, let's continue drawing. Ding, ordinary *8, misfortune *2. Ding, ordinary *5, misfortune *4. Ding ding ding. Good luck. Congratulations, host, good luck is here, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Finally. Let me see what it is, Suemo grinned as he took out the dropped item. Special all-terrain tire blueprint. Type, blueprint. Material requirements, high-grade rubber *5, alloy *5, adhesive *10. Can create special tires suitable for various terrains, with strong grip, wear resistance, and long lifespan. It also has a sturdy and quiet effect. Description, Mom, no more worrying about me getting a flat tire at the critical moment. Good stuff, Little O, I have a feeling that my luck is here, let's keep going. Host, the probability of getting good luck is 1%, this is the normal drop rate. The screen kept spinning, and the familiar smiling face pattern appeared before Suemo again. Ding ding ding, good luck. Ah, I told you. I felt my luck was here, see? This is strength. Who dares to say I'm unlucky now? Suemo puffed out his chest and took a sip of cola in what he considered an elegant manner. Yup, host, you're the luckiest, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Little O echoed beside him. He checked his loot.
Vehicle-mounted small flamethrower *1. Type, accessory.
Fuel consumption, 1.5 L/s.
Sprays compressed fuel flames to burn enemies, requires cooling after extended use. Description, burn it all.
Another fuel guzzler, Sumo scratched his head. This 1.5 liters per second fuel consumption was even scarier than the thrusters. His eyes unconsciously drifted towards the few beasts that appeared in the distance. The flamethrower was a finished product, just install it directly. After installation, a shiny, metal-hued flamethrower appeared on the right side of Sumo's vehicle. It could be operated from the central control position or handed over to the intelligent assistant, o, to control directly.
Let's test its power first. Sumo rubbed his hands, suppressing his excitement, and slowly drove the vehicle towards the two alien beasts.
Just as the two alien beasts viciously lunged at him, a fiery snake shot out from the side of the vehicle in an instant. The high temperature immediately warped the surrounding air, and the flames, like demons, devoured everything around them. The thick layer of snow around was directly shaved off, while the two alien beasts fared even worse.
The flames instantly attached themselves to their flammable fur.
The flames that touched them carried unburned fuel, which immediately adhered to their bodies, causing the fire to stay even if they rolled frantically, unable to put it out quickly. The high temperature of several thousand degrees instantly charred the flesh outside, and the air was filled with the stench of burning and gasoline.
Sumo couldn't help but turn on the vehicle's internal circulation.
When the flames finally subsided, the two alien beasts were unrecognizable, their bodies charred black, heavily injured, lying on the ground.
TSK, their vitality is really strong. They're not even dead after all this. Sumo was once again surprised by the alien beast's vitality. If it were him, he would probably already be sipping the soup of the underworld, long gone. Taking out his gun to end the beast's suffering, Sumo continued to drive forward. The power's good, but the fuel consumption's a bit high. Sumo glanced at the fuel gauge, which had slightly dropped, feeling a little pained. The attack range is limited, but it's great for self-defense. Sumo could almost picture the people from Tian Hua society trying to attack him, and instantly bursting into flames.
After finishing the remaining 10 consecutive draws, he still didn't get another stroke of luck, and Sumo silently sighed in regret. Let's synthesize some special tires, though the snow chains are starting to struggle. Fortunately, the road was still mostly straight, requiring few turns or lane changes. The snow chains barely did the job. But as soon as the accelerator was pressed a bit too hard, skidding began. The new tires arrived just in time. The adhesive, a high-grade glue material, was sparse but available, and Sumo managed to synthesize 4 tires. He slowly stopped the vehicle, and the brand new tires appeared beneath the mining truck. Their special material ensured they wouldn't harden in low temperatures, which would cause a loss of grip. After testing, indeed, there was no skidding feeling. Driving on the thick snow felt no different from driving on regular roads with snow chains. Ding, host, white silver treasure chest detected, should we stop? At that moment, Shao's voice came through. White silver treasure chest.
Sumo turned to look at the screen.
Shao had already activated the treasure chest detector, and a huge red dot was flashing on the screen.
Chapter 51, The Threat from the Snowfield.
As the truck slowly stopped, a man dressed in black winter gear, wearing snow boots, jumped out of the truck.
A large metal helmet rested on his head.
I didn't expect this helmet could be used like this. A deep, muffled voice came from beneath the helmet. Some cloth was stuffed into the metal helmet, and the bottom was just blocked by a scarf.
This fully enclosed metal helmet perfectly blocked the external wind and snow.
Inside, there was even a set of thermal underwear. The outside cold wind couldn't affect Sumo, who was wrapped up tightly. Sumo struggled to remove the helmet, and the howling cold wind made him instinctively shrink his neck. The current temperature was around -37 degrees Celsius, and this was just to test his insulation plan. The effect is good. Maybe if the temperature drops a bit more, it'll still be fine. Sumo stared at the helmet in his hand, filled with fur, though it really affects visibility. He stuffed the helmet into his backpack. Although it was very cold now, he wouldn't need this gear for the time being. The wilderness had accumulated a thick layer of snow after several days of snowfall. The previously chaotic landscape of rocks and bushes had turned into a vast white expanse. Only the higher rocks are left, sticking out like a sharp point. Calling it a sea of snow is not an exaggeration. Holding a long stick, he tested the snow. The snow had now reached nearly 70 centimeters in thickness, almost reaching the limit of human walking ability. If it snows more, to move around, we'll need professional equipment, he said, struggling to move through the snow, always careful to watch for deep pits and wary of any wild beast stalking him. This environment has nearly reached the limit for survival explorers. At the same time, treasure chests had been buried under the snow, making it extremely difficult to find them with the naked eye. Other survivors could only collect chests near the road, ones that hadn't been completely buried yet. Apart from those, they could only rely on supplies accumulated earlier. Suddenly, Sumo stopped in his tracks, tightly gripping his tactical axe. A rustling noise came from the surrounding snow, something was trying to approach. Although he didn't see a snow hare, to avoid any accidents, Suemo decided to stay as quiet as possible. He carefully looked around and fixed his gaze on a slightly raised snow mound. The view was entirely white, and it was hard to notice the subtle rise unless one looked closely. Through his sight, the raised snow mound began to move skillfully through the snow, just like a fish swimming in water.
Huh? Why does it seem like it hasn't noticed me?
The unknown beast kept darting around in the snow, seemingly losing track of Sumo's position. Suemo tried taking a step forward, and the beast instantly noticed something, charging straight towards Suemo.
Is it the sound or the vibrations? Suemo was already prepared.
He stared fixedly at the raised snow mound.
Just as the mole got within a meter of Suemo, a transparent energy shield suddenly appeared around him. The energy shield was triggered. Suemo was startled and immediately launched a counterattack.
He swung his tactical axe directly at the raised snow mound. A sharp scream immediately came from under the snow, and blood began to pour out.
Feeling the struggling force from the end of the axe, Suemo immediately struck again.
Soon, the resistance from the axe's end stopped. Cautiously, he used the tactical axe to scrape the snow away, revealing a snow-white mole beast in front of him.
It finally spat out a blood-red tongue that was much longer than its body. The very tongue that had just attacked Suemo. Snow mole.
A unique creature in the snow, it can sense the faint vibrations in the snow through the fleshy webs on its feet.
Both insect and animal blood are its food. Danger level, E. Description: my tongue is long, very long. Fortunately, there's the energy shield, Suemo sighed in relief.
He almost fell victim to a sneak attack by this mole. While it wouldn't have been fatal, injury was certain.
It still needs to be smaller. These are exotic beasts, not the animals from before.
We can't use the same old thinking to guess their attack patterns, Suemo silently warned himself. Ding, snow mole disassembled. Obtained, level 1 crystal core *1, snow mole meat *2, mole fur *1. Looking at the description, the mole meat was still inedible, it also contained toxins.
Why does everything have toxins? Suemo frowned.
Almost all the exotic beast meat in the wilderness was toxic, with only a few species marked as edible in the system.
However, the exotic beasts from earlier didn't have this issue. Could it be the area?
This was precisely why food prices on the trading channel were so high. Not to mention everything, nearly 95% of exotic beast meat was inedible.
But Suemo wasn't lacking in food, so he quickly brushed the issue aside.
Right now, the most important thing was still to get the treasure chest home.
Xiao, is the treasure chest located here? Suemo asked.
Yes indeed, it is this position, post-ad oil. The intelligence that Xiao replaced also has one more benefit, that is Suemo now even if he is far away from the vehicle, he can still know the condition and information of the vehicle. After all, Xiao's main body is still inside his own consciousness space. The depth of snow here has already exceeded 1 m, walking has already become extremely hard, luckily he has already reached the position, fixed the position, took out the shovel that was prepared, little by little cleared away the snow that was covering above.
Ka!
A crisp collision sound came from inside the snow ground, the end of the shovel sent back the feeling of touching a hard object. Sumo's face showed joy, found it, stuffed the shovel back into the backpack, used his hands to brush away the snowflakes little by little.
A silver-white treasure chest appeared in front of Suemo. Got it. Retreat fast. As he went deeper into the wilderness, Suemo more and more felt the surroundings gradually becoming restless.
Some creatures hiding inside the snow ground began to become restless. Suemo put away the treasure chest, without turning his head ran toward the direction of the vehicle.
Feeling the movement behind him, Suemo did not dare to turn his head at all.
Following his own footprints, he only used less than half of the time of when he came, then returned into the vehicle. The strange beasts in the snow after Suemo entered the vehicle also did not continue to follow unwillingly, but they also seemed not to retreat. Now in the snow really cannot stay. Suemo felt some fear, 1 or 2 are still fine, but if he gets entangled in fights with them, who knows whether it will attract more strange beasts.
If battle can be avoided, then still try to avoid battle.
Took off the warming equipment on his body, the body that was originally somewhat stiff slowly recovered under the effect of hot coffee and air conditioner. Gula Gula drank down 1 mouthful of hot coffee, felt the whole body become warm. Suemo comfortably narrowed his eyes, sighed with emotion, still inside the car is comfortable, outside simply is not a place humans can stay. Finished all the coffee in the cup, Suemo cast his gaze toward the silver treasure chest in front of him.
The second silver treasure chest, do not know whether it can bring me some surprise. Chapter 52 The Scheme from Tian Hua Association.
Ding, obtained, compressed mud cake manufacturing machine *1, basic upgrade core *1, 50L fuel, locking card.
Compressed mud cake? What thing? Suemo took out the blueprint to check the details.
Compressed mud cake manufacturing machine.
Type, facility. Consumes soil and water, produces mud cake. Explanation: if really no way, how about find some tree bark? Materials only need soil and water?
Sumo's eyes shone, seems a bit interesting. Soil and water outside there is plenty, directly collected some and put into the compressed mud cake machine.
As he pressed the start button, the machine began to slowly vibrate. Not long after, a palm-sized gray-black block object appeared in front of Sumo. Mud cake. Type: food.
Made by extracting the nutritional components inside soil, safe and can provide slight nutrition and extremely strong fullness feeling. Long-term eating may cause constipation, malnutrition, and other bad reactions.
Explanation: even a dog would shake its head after seeing it.
Good guy, this really became eating soil. Sumo smacked his lips. Mud cake, simply speaking, is a collection body of nutritional substances inside soil. After the machine's processing, becomes able to be safely eaten. If almost starving to death, this thing really can save life. But now surely is not needed. With this one basic core, upgrading is enough. Now only lack materials in Fortress Core. Sumo lowered his head. Inside his mind continuously calculated the speed of obtaining resources, but no matter how to calculate, only relying on treasure chests and all things lottery machine is still not enough. The quantity of alloy is even lacking by quite a lot. In the trading channel orders about high-level materials, not many are completed. Consume materials, upgrade the vehicle, his own resource reserve rating will decrease. If such situation appears, his challenge still cannot be completed. While gathering enough upgrade materials, still must have surplus. How to get materials fastest? That of course is dismantling other players' materials faster. The Tian Hua guild has never stopped targeting in the chat channel, trying to force Sumo to hand over the compensation materials.
Slandering and smearing, using every means possible. Shadow Lonely City, everyone, resist. How can a non-legendary player lose every day?
This person is a murderer, our vice president died at his hands.
Shadow Lonely City, woo, our kind vice president is gone just like that. Tian Hua bear explosion, he's just a villain. Tian Hua exaggeration, people like him are a disaster for the world. Everyone don't buy his stuff. If you want to buy something, check out Tian Hua shop. I am the lucky one, I am proud. Tisk tsk, you guys don't do anything serious, but you're really good at slandering. Tian Hua Sunshine, this person is also one of his group, everyone block him. How can a non-legendary player lose every day? Buying lot cards at a high price. PM me if interested. Shadow Lonely City, everyone, look, this person doesn't even pretend anymore, he's openly trying to kill. Sumo couldn't understand it.
The Tian Hua guild wasn't focusing on developing, but targeting him in the chat channel, building its reputation by stepping on his name. They were shaping themselves into the image of being fearless of strong players, seeking justice for ordinary players. With them constantly stepping on and lifting others up, some survivors were indeed fooled by them. Since you were seeking death, then don't blame me. A flash of killing intent crossed Sumo's eyes. For these buzzing flies, it's best to just swat them directly.
He didn't have time to argue with them. Who should I target first? Sumo's eyes swept across the chat channel's list.
Finally, his gaze locked onto Shadow Lonely City, who had been stirring up the most trouble.
Selecting the player, the lock card in his hand disappeared. A system prompt sound signaled that the lock was successful. Upon receiving the message that he was locked, Shadow Lonely City started kicking up a fuss in the chat channel. Shadow Lonely City, I'm locked. He wants to kill me. What I said is true, he is a murderer. After sending the message in the chat channel, Shadow Lonely City opened another chat interface. Shadow Lonely City, boss, he locked me, the boss really is a prophet. The remains of the dream, good, proceed as planned, take him out quickly. Shadow Lonely City, no problem, boss, we will definitely avenge the vice president.
In a jeep, a woman with long hair, dressed in a black leather jacket, was gazing lovingly at a photo in her hand. The photo showed the two of them together. The woman gently reached out and touched the man in the photo, her actions cautious, as if holding a precious treasure. Her eyes were full of sadness and pain.
Why did the game end before it even started? The woman whispered softly. You only killed 10 people, why did you have to die? The woman let out a cold laugh.
Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. But don't worry, I will avenge you, I will help you slice his flesh, and send you on your final journey with the meat from his heart that you loved most.
Sumo was driving across the snow.
After using the lock card, a special road soon appeared next to the highway. Without hesitation, he turned right onto the road. The snow was deep, but it didn't affect Sumo's speed at all.
Host, the traces on the snow seem a bit odd, Shao's voice rang in Sumo's ear. Odd? Sumo opened the monitoring interface in confusion to check the ground environment, but it didn't seem any different.
That's right, the tracks on the snow seem to have been made by several different vehicles.
Sumo furrowed his brow.
The vast white snow made it difficult to discern with the naked eye. Under Shao's reminder, Sumo noticed the almost disappearing traces on the snow.
Sumo immediately understood Tian Hua Guild's plan. He sneered, Tian Hua Guild, they really put a lot of effort into dealing with us. Although he didn't know how they managed to do it, the evidence was right in front of him. To deal with this, it might not be just one person. In Sumo's eyes, they were the prey, but they had also placed themselves in the position of the hunter. Once you enter the special path, there's no turning back. Just in time, I've saved a few locking cards. A single locking card is quite expensive. Sumo licked his lips, at least 3 vehicles. Looks like this is going to be a big harvest. Facing Sumo's arrival, the other side was clearly prepared. This was originally a trap set for Sumo. But in the end, who the real hunter is, that remains uncertain. Checking his equipment, the energy shield was fully charged, and the handgun magazine was full. Everything was ready. As a vehicle appeared in the distance and came into Sumo's line of sight, the two sides finally met. Looking at the vehicle blocking the road ahead, Sumo's mouth curled into a slight smile. The last survivor who did this had already been digested into waste by the beasts. Blocking the road and acting like a big shot? Show off, I'll make you fly. Sumo didn't hesitate, stepping on the accelerator. The special tires with anti-slip chains showed terrifying grip. With the roar of the engine, Sumo suddenly charged straight into the encirclement of the Tian Hua Club. Chapter 53, Crushing, and Easy Annihilation. Captain, he's here. The sound of Sumo's truck engine echoed down the entire street, hard to ignore. Good. Ahoo, foam, follow the plan. First, take out his tires. He's likely carrying a gun, so be careful. Understood. Asterisk 2. The 3 of them hid in 3 different directions, forming an encirclement. As soon as Sumo entered, they would launch a fierce attack. As Sumo's truck approached, the leader of the Dark Shadow City suddenly realized something was wrong. As they got closer, they finally saw the full appearance of the truck, a massive body, with a metal ramming horn at the front, charging straight at the RV blocking the road. The huge vehicle was speeding on the snow. Even if the tires were punctured, this steel beast wouldn't stop anytime soon. Not good, he's charging right at us, Ahoo, retreat. Got it. Ahoo didn't hesitate for a second, immediately leaving his RV and hiding by the side of the road. Dark Shadow City let out a cold laugh, looking disdainfully at the incoming truck. I thought it was something serious, turns out it's just a big idiot with no brains. How did the deputy captain fall into his hands? Dark Shadow City had set up simple traps in the snow. As long as he dared to charge in, it would be a spectacle. Here he comes. The truck, carrying tremendous kinetic energy, charged directly into his trap. Dark Shadow City was about to burst into laughter, but the next second, his eyes widened. The truck passed through the trap he had carefully set up, without any reaction, as if the trap didn't even exist. How could this be? Dark Shadow City said, incredulously. Did the props not work? Inside the truck, Xiao's voice echoed in Sumo's ear. Master, the truck's tires seemed to have been attacked by a sharp object, but there was no significant damage. Good. More traps? Luckily, I just upgraded the tires. Sumo's eyes filled with killing intent. Looks like the Tian Hua Club is not too bad. They can not only gather players but also have trap-type items. Xiao, control it. Don't wreck our RV, we'd lose a lot of materials. Sumo stared at the RV blocking the road. It looks nice, but it's about to be mine. Got it, host. Noticing that the truck's speed had slightly decreased, Dark Shadow City let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the trap worked. I knew the hidden door wouldn't be useless. Ahoo, foam, the trap worked. Get ready to act. Dark Shadow City raised his hand, signaling his partners to move. Boom! With a loud crash, Sumo's ramming horn slammed into the RV, and in an instant, a huge hole was torn in it. Ahoo looked at his severely damaged vehicle in heartache. He glared fiercely at the truck's cabin. Under Xiao's deliberate control, the collision speed didn't reach its peak, but was just enough to break open the RV and knock it over. With one more push on the gas, Sumo could easily escape their encirclement. Seeing Sumo's truck stop, Dark Shadow Lonely City thought that his trap had worked, and that the truck had lost its ability to move. A 4x4 suddenly burst out from behind the snow mound, crashing into the side of the truck. Facing the crash of the 4x4, the truck nearly swayed slightly, its 4 tires gripping the ground firmly, not even budging an inch. Instead, the 4x4 got stuck in the gap between the truck bed. How could this be? A foam, standing closest to the truck, looked dazed as he felt something was wrong. The truck's tires looked completely different from ordinary tires, and there were no signs of damage or air leaks. Then he made a fatal mistake. A foam pulled out his handgun and reached outside the window, intending to shoot through the glass of Sumo's cabin. The moment a foam leaned out of the car window, a powerful electric current surged into his body. A Feng's muscles uncontrollably contracted and spasmed violently, intense pain flooding his entire body. Even breathing became a luxury, and a burning smell began to seep out.
Looking at a Feng, who had reached out through the surveillance, Suemo shook his head regretfully. Why do this?
If you stayed inside, you wouldn't have gotten hurt.
Suemo had already activated the electric grid on his truck, and at the moment of collision, the powerful current had traveled through the metal shell and reached a Feng's 4x4.
However, due to the vehicle's special structure, the current did not transfer to the cabin.
Staying inside the cabin, without touching the metal shell, was actually safe. But a Feng had extended his hand outside. The current instantly transferred from his hand to his whole body, causing extreme heat and cardiac arrest.
It was a direct path to the afterlife. A Feng. A Feng. Where are you?
Dark Shadow Lonely City called out continuously, but got no response.
Clearly, something had gone wrong. Damn it, I'll make you pay. At this moment, the truck's door slowly opened, and a player in casual clothes stepped out.
Dark Shadow Lonely City froze for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Since you dare to come out, then you will die. He quickly drew his handgun, stepping out from behind the vehicle, aiming at Suemo. Seeing that Suemo had just raised his handgun, Dark Shadow Lonely City thought victory was certain, and in his mind, he thought, you can't be faster than me, die.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Dark Shadow Lonely City froze, looking down in disbelief at the holes in his body.
Impossible?
He had seen with his own eyes the bullets he fired hit the enemy, yet the opponent looked at him mockingly, with no signs of injury on their body.
Bang! Bang! What's impossible? Why are you talking so much?
Suemo slowly walked up to Dark Shadow Lonely City, who lay in a pool of blood.
If I didn't come out, how would you dare to step out from behind the vehicle? Luckily, my glass is fine.
He then raised his handgun and shot Dark Shadow Lonely City in the head, taking away his last breath. Ahu, hiding behind his badly damaged vehicle, pressed his hand tightly over his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. As just an outer member with no weapon, his vehicle became the obstacle blocking Suemo.
You, come out, don't make me say it twice.
A devilish voice rang in his ears. Ahu's heart stopped for a moment, then he scrambled forward, crashing to the ground and coming face to face with the man who resembled a devil. He silently dealt with his hiding companions in the vehicle. Bullets had no effect on him.
If this wasn't the devil, then what was it? Ahu knelt before Suemo, repeatedly bowing his head. Master. Boss, please spare me. I didn't want to make a move against you, they forced me.
The trembling voice came from Ahu's mouth.
Do you want to live? I have a few questions.
The cold voice was like a candle flame in the dark, giving Ahu a glimmer of hope for survival. The intense will to survive made Ahu tremble all over, and he eagerly spoke up.
Boss, ask away, I'll tell you everything.
Chapter 54, The Third Cold Wave Arrives.
First question, Suemo paused. How did you manage to have 3 people on the same road?
Suemo calmly wiped his handgun, and this simple motion brought tremendous pressure on Ahu, as if a bullet would pierce his forehead the next second.
It's a prop card, the captain. No, that dog opened it, and it can teleport players in the group to the road of the initiator.
Oh? Without needing Suemo to ask again, the desire to survive made him spill everything he knew. It works. After leaving the group, a special road appears ahead, and once you enter, you return to your own road.
Boss, they forced me to do this. I really didn't want to go against you. I'll give you all my resources. Suemo showed no reaction to Ahu's pleading.
Instead, he spoke to himself.
Second question, who from Tian Hua made the decision to target me? It was the president.
He told us to smear you in the world, provoke you, and make you use the lock card against us.
The vice president and the president are married, that's why they wanted to take action against you.
These two aren't good people, they've already killed a lot. Boss, you're doing a great service to the people, you're a hero, a big hero.
Ahu smiled obsequiously. There was no psychological burden in betraying his own people to survive. Alright, tell me the IDs of your guild's senior management and the president. No problem, boss, I will tell you everything I know.
After writing down the names, Suemo slowly raised his handgun.
Ahu froze, then instantly understood Sumo's meaning, fearfully swallowing his saliva. No, no. You promised to let me go. You can't go back on your word.
Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet instantly pierced Ahu's head.
When did I promise? Suemo scoffed, you failed to kill me and now want me to spare you?
There's no such good thing in this world. Items from the backpack scattered everywhere, and Suemo reached out to collect everything, putting it into the storage of his vehicle.
Looking at the 3 different vehicles, his mood couldn't help but lift.
Except for the RV in the front, the other 2 are almost intact, should have a lot of materials. He rubbed his hands together and began to collect the 3 vehicles one by one.
Ding, disassemble, small RV, level 2, materials obtained. Ding, disassemble, wild bull off-road vehicle, level 2, materials obtained.
Ding, disassemble, medium SUV, level 3, materials obtained.
Hundreds of materials instantly entered Sumo's warehouse, and he couldn't be happier.
Killing people and setting fires, the golden belt, this saying is really true. Finally, he clicked his tongue and consumed some materials to repair his truck, then activated the autopilot system while he began sorting through the haul. The 3 vehicles, plus the survivor's backpack and the materials in the vehicle space, had a considerable amount in variety, needing careful sorting. After traveling a short distance, Sumo returned to his own road, and most of the sorting was done. Apart from the basic materials, he had obtained 35 units of alloy, 15 units of advanced rubber, 3 units of tempered glass, and 12 basic vehicle cores. The higher-level materials were still scarce in number. Next were various items: 2 handguns, both brought over from Blue Star. The handgun of the electrocuted foam had 6 bullets, while the other had 3 bullets.
2 handguns, I should be able to exchange them for something good. Sumo was in a very good mood along the way.
As for the items, he had newly obtained 12 anti-slip chains. There are already 3 sets of cotton clothes. And 3 metal axes. But only one of the 3 blueprints is somewhat useful.
Wooden ladle blueprint, toilet plunger blueprint, and snow hat blueprint *1. What kind of trash blueprints are these?
Sumo said with a look of disgust. Only the snow hat was somewhat useful. In the vehicle equipment, the RV, which is Ahu's vehicle, has a basic water purifier and a wine cabinet. However, the wine cabinet was treated as just an ordinary storage box. The off-road vehicle has even fewer things.
There is only one repeatable blueprint, but it is useless. The vehicle-mounted props are pitifully few. But the last SUV gave Sumo quite a pleasant surprise.
The Shadow Solitude, as a management layer of the Tian Hua Guild, still has some valuable items. In the warehouse, besides the workbench, there is also a forging station where survivors can use materials to repair weapons and equipment.
Sumo exclaimed that it was a good item. Now it's his. Forging station. Type: facility.
Consumes materials to repair damaged weapons and armor.
Completely destroyed items cannot be repaired. Description: repairing increases durability. Besides that, there is also an electric blanket.
The biggest gain, however, is in various materials, which directly relieved a lot of Sumo's pressure. After checking everything, he hung the 2 pistols back on the trading channel, waiting for other players to message him privately. Without the trouble caused by Shadow Solitude in the chat channel, the atmosphere felt much better.
There was no movement from the Tian Hua Guild either. Sumo had originally thought about dealing with the guild's leader. After all, they were sworn enemies over the death of her husband, and there was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. Unfortunately, he didn't have any extra lock-on cards in hand, and he hadn't seen any players selling them. Such items, which could threaten a player directly, are too sensitive. If they got out, they might even be used against him.
Time passed, and the sun was about to set.
Except for the nearby treasure chests, Sumo didn't stop for long.
The distant treasure chests would take too much time, and the risk was high, so Sumo chose to skip them. Flakes of snow began to fall from the sky again, and it grew heavier and heavier.
Visibility dropped again.
As the sun completely disappeared, the temperature, which had stabilized and even slightly risen throughout the day, began to plummet rapidly again.
Minus 42 degrees Celsius, minus 46 degrees Celsius, minus 52 degrees Celsius. The third cold wave is coming again.
Host, there seems to be a creature approaching outside the vehicle, Shao's voice sounded.
Sumo put down the coffee in his hand and looked at the central control screen.
Pairs of familiar eyes appeared on both sides of the road.
TSK, how did the snow rabbits notice me?
Sumo sighed, helpless, and had no choice but to drive forward again through the heavy snow. He opened his eyes wide and carefully watched the signposts representing the edge of the road.
In this environment, a slight mistake could cause him to stray from the route.
Without the signposts, it would be impossible to distinguish direction in this world of white.
Should have shaken them off.
Not long after, pairs of red eyes reappeared on the screen, and their numbers were even greater. Something feels off, Sumo frowned and opened the chat channel to check on other players' situations.
Strawberry-flavored kitten, why are there so many snow rabbits? It's so scary. Reflex Fox, don't be afraid, little sister, I'm here.
I am the Emperor, I am proud, damn, there are some here too, and no matter how I shake them off, I can't get rid of them.
Akuan, what are you afraid of? I haven't seen them do anything yet. Human engine, I feel something's not right. The numbers are getting bigger and still increasing. No one in sight, I'll go down and clear them out.
The numbers are still manageable now, but if they keep increasing, it'll be bad.
Player 121, what are you afraid of? They're just rabbits, can they chew through the metal of my car? Little cake, it's so cold, I really don't want to go outside.
Chapter 55, Special Event, The Snow Rabbits That Devour Everything. Extreme cold combined with a blizzard, this time a group of malicious alien beasts arrived.
This night is probably going to be tough. This number is almost in the tens now, right? Sumo could see everything clearly through the surveillance cameras.
All the snow bunnies were quietly gathered around Sumo's truck, but they did not launch any attack.
It seemed like they were waiting for something. Little O, what exactly are these rabbits waiting for?
According to their habits, they should have pounced by now.
Sumo asked, puzzled.
In Little O's knowledge base, when there is a leader in a group, the whole group becomes obedient to order and knows how to restrain itself.
Maybe there is a king among them. A snow bunny king? Sumo's memory flashed.
He suddenly remembered the snow bunny king summoned by misfortune during the day. Unlike ordinary rabbits, the snow bunny king had distinct icy snow patterns around its eyes.
Everything else was quite similar.
Sumo flipped through the surveillance footage, but there was no rabbit matching that description.
Looks like this is the reason, Sumo stroked his chin. They aren't attacking because they feel the numbers aren't enough?
From what he had seen with other players, this beast siege was definitely something the system had set up.
He glanced at the temperature.
The outside temperature had already dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius, a temperature completely unfit for human survival.
Soon, the system's voice sounded, confirming Sumo's guess.
Ding, a special event has occurred. Event name, the Devouring Snow Bunnies. Event description, to prepare for the upcoming natural disaster, the Snow Bunny group, which has been active in the snowfields, began storing fat recklessly. After almost devouring all the beasts that did not escape the snowfields, the Snow Bunny King set its sights on the survival vehicles that emit loud sounds and huge heat. In order to increase their chances of survival, they will not let a single bit of heat escape.
You ask, how can one person's meat be divided? Aren't the meat of companions also meat?
Reducing the population of the group is also a way to increase survival chances.
Details, the Snow Bunny King will attack tonight. Duration, 6 hours.
Event and condition, kill enough snow bunnies or kill the Snow Bunny King. Reward quality will be determined by the number of kills.
Kill the Snow Bunny King?
Sumo kept flipping through the surveillance footage, but he still did not see any different individuals. In such an environment, as long as the Snow Bunny King didn't show up, no one could do anything about it.
The coming natural disaster, isn't this cold wave it? The waves of cold waves and blizzards were nothing short of a natural disaster for humans.
But for the snow bunnies, it was just a drizzle. In the snow bunnies' eyes, the climate they called a natural disaster, Sumo couldn't imagine. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Tonight is probably going to be a tough battle, he muttered, as the number of snow bunnies around him continued to rise. The pairs of crimson eyes looked like the eyes of demons, making one's heart race in fear. The harsh weather had already made driving impossible.
The blizzard reduced visibility to almost zero.
If he strayed off the road into the wilderness, it would be no different than sending a sheep to the tiger's den. The increasing number of snow bunnies had surrounded the vehicle tightly. Even if he wanted to escape by car, he would inevitably drive into the sea of snow bunnies.
Strawberry-flavored kitten, whoa, so scary, the little bunnies are so cute, how could they eat people?
Cohen, not only do they eat people, but their sharp teeth can even crush iron pieces.
Wandering person, damn, why didn't you say that earlier? My spear got bitten in half. Speedy, Did they start attacking? How come mine is still unmoving? Wandering person, no, these damn rabbits are just staying there. Keep your distance, they haven't reacted at all. Sway phone, bro, aren't you afraid the situation will suddenly change? What if these rabbits swarm at us? We won't even have time to run.
Wandering person, shit, bro, you're right, save me.
I need to get back to my vehicle now. This feeling of waiting passively was not pleasant at all.
The scythe of the Grim Reaper hangs over your head, yet it does not fall. The pressure on the survivors is terrifying. The number of snow bunnies visible to the naked eye keeps increasing. Player 12138, damn it, just come already.
I can't take it anymore, I'm going to fight them. Lonely wolf, bro, calm down. Don't scare me, I'll cry, whoa, I can't take it either, I'm quitting, I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. Human filler, with this many, how am I supposed to play? Survival system, IU.
I'm EU King, I'm proud, everyone stay calm, staying alive is everything, don't give up. At the end of the road, this shitty game, whoever wants to play, play it.
I'm done. Orange-flavored soda, I don't want to be bitten to death by these rabbits. I don't want to, absolutely don't want to.
As time passed, more and more players, unable to withstand the pressure, chose to directly suicide or mentally collapse, charging into the bunny horde. For some players, rather than watch their flesh being nibbled away by the snow bunnies, ending it themselves might be a better choice. As more players' avatars turned black, Sumo couldn't help but send a message in the chat channel. Where's the unlucky one who loses every day? Everyone don't be afraid, a single snow bunny isn't strong, once we deal with the Snow Bunny King, it will end early. I'm EU King, I'm proud, but these rabbits all look exactly the same. How do we know which one is the king?
Big shot, any ideas?
Where's the unlucky one who loses every day? There is a way. The Snow Bunny King's eyes have distinct ice-like patterns. Thinking back on how the Snow Bunny King reacted to the electric fence, they continued typing. Where's the unlucky one who loses every day? The danger level of the Snow Bunny King is D-, but its defense is extremely low, so if we find the right chance, it can be taken down in one hit.
Night Owl Champion, D-. I can't even beat an E-level one. I'm EU King, I'm proud, didn't the big shot say?
The Bunny King's defense is extremely low, and it's small, there's still a good chance of hitting its weak spot. Lonely Wolf, that's right, the EU King is right, it's small, defense is low, and with the vehicle's defense, there's a chance to kill it. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. With more players speaking up, the previous negative trend was finally stopped. Instead, they started discussing the most effective way to deal with the snow bunnies.
Don't bother me, how about burning them?
They have so much fur, it should work even in a blizzard.
Lonely Wolf, definitely don't use fire.
Not to mention whether it will even catch fire. Even if it does, it will produce toxic smoke due to incomplete burning, and in the end, we'll be the ones suffering.
Pass smoke, Wolf brother is good, knows a lot. Lonely Wolf, I'm happy to help everyone. Suemo looked at the chat and asked, toxic smoke? That shouldn't affect me, right?
Little EU continued, yes, the host's vehicle air circulation is fully controlled by the temperature system, the outside smoke won't come in.
I see, Sumo's smile grew brighter, then I won't be polite.
Chapter 56, the event begins, countless snow bunnies. After a long while, a sharp cry suddenly rang out through the blizzard. The entire bunny horde began to stir.
Suemo quickly set down his coffee, staring at the snow bunny horde that began to move restlessly in the surveillance. Is it starting?
A strange cry echoed, and the snow bunny horde, which had been waiting for a long time, finally erupted. The bunnies surged forward.
The loud noise echoed through the highway.
Batch after batch of snow bunnies jumped out of the wilderness, heading straight for the steel beast in front.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After several gunshots, blood splattered, and the snow bunny leading the charge fell to the ground.
F-level snow bunnies were no match for the bullets, dying instantly.
The other snow bunnies around were immediately drawn to the blood, pouncing on their fallen companions, furiously tearing into their flesh.
Beasts are still beasts, even with a king leading them, they can't fight against their biological instincts.
Directly empty the magazine, one snow hare after another fell to the ground, then disappeared into the mouths of their companions. Each time a snow hare died, it would attract a large group of rabbits around. This also gave the survivor a chance to catch their breath. More snow hares surrounded them. Suemo directly activated the engine, and the giant steel monster slowly moved, crushing the snow hares in front of the vehicle into the snow, unable to even shake them off.
Visibility was limited, and Suemo didn't dare to drive too far ahead.
More snow hares surrounded, starting to gnaw on everything they could reach around the truck with their sharp teeth.
Warning, your vehicle is under attack.
The system's warning sounded, and Suemo immediately pressed the electric net activation button. A huge electric current covered the body of the vehicle, and the snow hares that pounced on it were instantly struck by the current, emitting a strong burnt smell. Seeing their companion's tragic fate, the snow hares showed no sign of retreating. In their eyes, it was just another piece of food.
Ding, reward level increased to C. Is the upgrade really this slow? Suemo stroked his chin.
He had just crushed nearly 50 snow hares with a wave of the vehicle and the electric net, and the reward only increased to level C.
Relying on the electric net alone was too slow, Suemo didn't hesitate and directly activated the vehicle's flamethrower.
The terrifying fire snakes instantly shot out. The intense heat instantly melted the surrounding ice and snow, and a large group of snow hares were also melted. The originally dense group of snow hares briefly created a vacuum area. Ding, reward level increased to B. The flames continued to spread among the hare group, and a thick black smoke spread across the road. Sumo's monitoring was severely affected, everything turned pitch black. Instead, it was the snow hares close to the ground that were not affected at all. Toxic gas detected. Xiaowo has activated the filtering function and air recirculation for you.
Greater than over equal to nablet is identical to. Well done, Xiaowo, Suemo said.
Having Xiaowo around made things so much easier. The surrounding snow hares were desperately gnawing at the vehicle's tires and metal plates, and Sumo's vehicle started to take damage. However, seeing the vehicle's durability slowly decrease, Suemo felt completely relieved. Just burning through some materials, and the vehicle instantly looked brand new. Even if these rabbits had the whole night, they wouldn't be able to harm him hidden inside the vehicle. Even if the snow hare king hiding among the group attacked, it would have to consider the power of Sumo's flamethrower and defense net. Looking at the snow hares scattered all over the ground, Suemo felt eager to act. These were all materials for increasing the reward. The wind and snow quickly carried away the spreading flames and the thick smoke in the air. The monitoring system resumed its normal function. An inconspicuous snow hare appeared on the monitor. While its companions rushed forward, this snow hare was hiding among the others. It seemed to be moving, but the distance to the vehicle hadn't reduced at all. Especially the frosty markings on it, making it look like a messenger of the wind and snow, completely different from the other snow hares. Found you, Suemo grinned, but now was not the time to deal with the Hare King. If the Hare King died, the event would end. His reward had only barely reached level B, and Suemo still wanted to grind more monsters. After witnessing the power of the flamethrower, the snow hares began to subconsciously avoid the range of its fire. The electric net could only kill passively, and the speed of clearing the snow hares had clearly slowed down. Although relying on time accumulation, level I might not be a problem, but reaching higher levels would depend on luck. No, I absolutely can't miss out on the rewards for free. Putting on the warm and protective gear, Suemo grabbed the fuel chainsaw, opened the car door, and drew out his handgun with one hand, once again emptying the magazine. The surrounding snow hares were instantly attracted by the blood, and a gap appeared in the dense rabbit group. Suemo jumped straight down. The engine of the chainsaw roared. The F-class snow rabbits were as fragile as paper. Wherever it passed, limbs flew. The chainsaw was stained with blood. The snow rabbits behind leaped up, but were blocked by a thin layer of energy membrane. When the energy shield activated, it consumed power. All stored energy could withstand 3 bullet attacks. But the power of the snow rabbit's tools was much weaker than that of bullets. The energy shield instantly stood firm, like a wall of size. Suemo transformed into a god of death, constantly weaving through the snow rabbit group. The roar of the chainsaw carried away one group of snow rabbits after another. No one knew how long had passed, but Suemo was already tired of the killing. The chainsaw was stained red with blood. Thanks to the shield, no blood had touched Suemo. He twisted his wrist, his hands sore from swinging the chainsaw for so long. The system prompt finally sounded again. Ding, reward upgraded to level A. The energy in the shield was also running low. While chopping and retreating, Suemo knocked over another group of snow rabbits. Then, he climbed onto the truck, crawled into the driver's seat, and restarted the electric defense. He began to recharge the protective device. Red fire snakes swirled out again, taking away a large group of snow rabbits that had surrounded Suemo. Another wave should be enough to reach S level. Killing the Snow Rabbit King should give extra rewards, Suemo mused, rubbing his sore arms. The chainsaw was heavy, and after swinging it quickly for so long, even Sumo's strength couldn't handle it. Messages began appearing in the chat channel, with some players already finishing the event. Wind, thanks to the non-lucky big shot for the reminder, I've solved the Snow Rabbit King. No one, bro, you're good, I just found them, these rabbits are so annoying. Night Owl level 1 player, help, someone help me, they're destroying my vehicle, my materials are running out, please give me some materials. Professional Fisher, does anyone have bandages? My hand was bitten, please help me. Don't bother the fairy, these rabbits are so fierce, I'm too scared to go out. Although there was information, the Snow Rabbit King wasn't easy to kill, especially without ranged weapons. The number of deaths kept rising. This was probably the highest death toll since entering the survival world. Suemo stared at the distant Snow Rabbit King. Once the score reached the required level, its death would be certain. Chapter 57, a flip? Wave after wave, the expected reward upgrade prompt did not sound. Instead, the event-ending prompt arrived first. Ding, the Snow Rabbit King is considering retreating, the event is about to end. Suemo immediately felt angry. After all this time, the fat sheep was about to run away, and he couldn't accept that. After all the fuel and energy I've spent, you want to run away? It's not that easy. Xiao, tell me the Snow Rabbit King's location. Got it, equals smiley face dot. Host, the suspected Snow Rabbit King is 80 meters northeast of you, attempting to escape the battlefield. Suemo suddenly turned his head, glaring fiercely in the direction of the Snow Rabbit King. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. The energy of the shield was down to a quarter, and entering the Snow Rabbit swarm could easily result in energy depletion. But Suemo couldn't care less. If he went back to recharge, the Snow Rabbit King would have already disappeared. He directly pulled out his pistol, and the bullet shot out instantly from the gun's barrel. With immense destructive power, it flew towards the Snow Rabbit King. Realizing it was locked on, the Snow Rabbit King let out a strange cry and immediately dove into the rabbit swarm. The unlucky rabbit that was hit by the bullet was instantly devoured by the swarm of its companions. This rabbit is so smart? How did I not notice it before? The Snow Rabbit King swiftly moved through the rabbit group, and if you weren't careful, you'd lose sight of it. Get out of my way! Suemo shouted angrily, swinging the fuel-soaked axe, cutting down a large group of rabbits. Seeing Suemo actually run into the rabbit group, the Snow Velvet Rabbit King stopped fleeing, and with a sharp sound, the rabbit group started rushing madly towards Sumo's position.
They wanted to crush Sumo in the middle of the rabbit crowd.
As more and more rabbits charged forward, Sumo gradually could not handle the approaching Snow Velvet rabbits. The killed Snow Velvet rabbits did not even delay for a second before being swallowed. The rabbits at the front were no longer moving forward voluntarily, but were forcibly pushed onto Sumo's slaughtering blade by the dense crowd behind. The moment the energy shield on Sumo disappeared, the rabbit horde instantly surged like a tsunami, swallowing him immediately. The blood smell unique to humans spread in the air. Smelling this, the Snow Velvet Rabbit King's eyes actually showed a human-like mockery. It slowly squeezed through the rabbit crowd, moving towards Sumo. Sharp cries rang out, and except for the rabbits thrown onto Sumo and fully controlled by instinct, the other Snow Velvet rabbits all crouched on the ground.
This was the signal that the king was about to feed.
The Snow Velvet Rabbit King stepped on the rabbit crowd, coming beside Sumo. It bit a companion lying on Sumo, completely lost in the taste of blood and flesh, out of control. Sharp teeth crushed the skull of its kin, then tossed it into the rabbit crowd. The surrounding rabbits swarmed to devour it. Crimson rabbit eyes flashed with pride.
The most delicious prey must be enjoyed by the king first.
It elegantly shook its rabbit ears and wiped its cheeks with its front paws. Just as the Snow Velvet Rabbit King was about to enjoy its prize, bang!
A loud sound.
The king's expression froze at its most proud moment. A bullet pierced the Snow Velvet Rabbit King's heart, taking its life. A blood-covered man lifted the Snow Velvet Rabbit King up. At this moment, Sumo's whole body was dyed red with blood. His warm clothes were torn to pieces. The wounds were deep enough to see bone, though his body was protected by a vest. The worst damage was on his legs and arms guarding his face. Almost no part of him was unscathed. The surrounding Snow Velvet Rabbit crowd suddenly erupted, rushing at Sumo. A transparent energy membrane popped out, instantly repelling all Snow Velvet rabbits except the one in his hand.
Drinking a deathworm egg liquid, his wounds healed visibly fast.
Damn, it hurts so much. Sumo gritted his teeth and ran toward the vehicle, his protective device almost out of energy. With the death of the Snow Velvet Rabbit King, except for the nearest circle, most rabbits looked confused, glancing around, then gradually dispersed. The system notification sounded in Sumo's ear. Ding, reward has been increased to maximum. Killing the Snow Velvet Rabbit King, event has ended.
Sumo slid into the cockpit, collapsing in the seat, gasping heavily.
Looking at his trophy, he felt more and more satisfied.
To kill you, I really suffered a lot, he thought.
From when the Snow Velvet Rabbit King started fleeing, controlling the rabbits to surge at him, he knew a frontal attack could never take it down. Sumo had a sudden idea and turned off his protective device, faking that he could not withstand being killed by the Snow Velvet rabbits. But the damage caused by the rabbits was real. Without blood smell it wouldn't work, and the Rabbit King would never be fooled.
Sumo could not hold on long under this biting attack.
Without the Deathworm Egg liquid healing artifact, he would not dare take such a risk. Just when Sumo was about to give up, restart his protection, and swallow the liquid, the Snow Velvet Rabbit King could not resist the temptation of blood and flesh and came before him. Seeing the detailed information, Sumo immediately took action and struck with a single blow to end the life. The Snow Rabbit really is a magical creature, Sumo muttered. Compared to the previous Rabbit King, the one in his hands had a completely different evolution method.
Snow Velvet Rabbit King.
Rare intelligence type Rabbit King, physically weak but exceptionally intelligent.
Danger level, D+.
Description: this is a lucky and clever little rabbit. The danger level was higher than the previous Rabbit King, but its physical body was pitifully weak, even weaker than the last Rabbit King.
Sumo had to take risks to successfully capture this Rabbit King.
He directly chose to decompose it. Ding, decomposing Snow Velvet Rabbit King, obtained Intelligence Crystal *1, Snow Velvet Rabbit Meat *5, Level 2 Crystal Core *1.
What's this? Sumo picked up the Intelligence Crystal with confusion. Intelligence Crystal. Type, Energy Crystal. Eating it increases spirit by +2.
If used when the individual's spirit reaches 10, it can break through a phase limit of the spirit. Description: a rare energy crystal, truly a lucky fellow.
There's a limit to the attributes? Sumo wondered, opening his character panel. Sumo.
Nickname: where's the luck for the unlucky guy who always loses?
Vehicle: articulated mining truck, level 3.
Physique: 12, 2, continuously increasing.
Strength: 9, 2. Spirit: 6, 2. Health: 99. Comprehensive rating: E-. Description: wow. You are practically a superhero.
Special event: your scent has been collected and marked by the Deathworm, and you will face the Deathworm's revenge. During this time, the Worm Egg Liquid's effect once again increased Sumo's physique. It had fully broken through the 10-point mark, and he felt like there was no limit anymore.
The 2 attribute points from the title should be added extra and won't be affected by the limit. The physique should be due to the death worm egg liquid. Sumo stroked his chin, feeling that he was probably right. His spirit value was still low. Now wasn't the time to use the intelligence crystal. Chapter 58, Full Vehicle Control System. Chapter 58. Never mind all that. Time to sleep. I'm exhausted from all this messing around. Sumo directly climbed into the space behind the driver's seat, took out a blanket. Right now, all he wanted was a good sleep.
The worm egg liquid could indeed recover physical strength, but the exhaustion was real.
Sumo just wanted to sleep well.
He instructed Xiao, and soon the sound of regular snoring filled the driver's cabin.
As the dawn light began to break, Sumo opened his eyes. Stretching lazily, he spoke, "Xiao, what time is it?" "Host, it is currently 6:07 a.m.
The outside temperature is minus 61 degrees Celsius, wind level 6, and the blizzard has stopped. The cold wind swept up the fine snow on the ground, continuously falling onto the vehicle. Even though the engine and air conditioning were running, the temperature on the glass was no longer enough to melt the snow. A thick layer of snow had already accumulated on Sumo's truck.
Has it really hit minus 61 degrees already, just the third cold wave? Sumo stood up and returned to the driver's seat, brewed a cup of coffee, and added half a packet of milk.
Then he took out an electric cooker and began cooking noodles. "Let me check what rewards were given yesterday," Sumo said while waiting, taking out the rewards issued at the end of yesterday's event.
A red gift box was taken out by Sumo. Special event gift box. Type, gift box. Reward level, S.
Description, a reward for the strong, there might be good stuff inside.
After all that effort, it can't just give me junk, Sumo muttered, then opened the gift box.
Ding, obtained, Advanced Rabbit Velvet Warmth Set *1, Alloy *50, Advanced Medical Kit *1, Full Vehicle Control System *1. Wow, there's actually quite a lot of stuff, Sumo rubbed his hands, first taking out the Advanced Rabbit Velvet Warmth Set. It included a hat, a scarf, a rabbit velvet coat, rabbit velvet gloves, velvet pants, and a pair of big cotton shoes with a bunch of rabbit ears.
The whole set would wrap Sumo up tightly. If I wear this along with my thermal underwear, the warmth effect will be completely maxed out.
Oh, my thermal underwear pants. The thermal underwear had already been completely torn to pieces by the snow rabbit, leaving no possibility of repair.
Luckily, Sumo had the blueprints, so making a new set was no problem.
The advanced medical kit was the first real medical supply Sumo had obtained. Compared to the home medical kits on Blue Star, which were filled with several types of medicine. The advanced medical kit contained only 4 different types of potions, 3 bottles each of red, green, and blue potions, with 1 blue potion placed in the center of the box.
Upon checking the specifics, all the potions were for internal use. The red one was a healing potion, the green one was an antidote, and the blue one was a resistance potion, which could temporarily enhance resistance to various adverse effects. As for the final yellow one, it was a special item called the Regeneration Potion, and its description made Sumo's pupils shrink in surprise. Regeneration Potion. Type, medical item. Powerful medical potion, capable of repairing a broken body. Description, partial paralysis, missing limbs, organ disease, none of these are problems. The working principle of the regeneration potion was simple and straightforward. No matter the problem, under its effect, a new body part would directly replace the damaged one. For example, in the case of kidney failure, the diseased organ would be rapidly metabolized, and a new one would grow in its place in a short period of time. This is definitely a life-saving item. Sumo carefully stored the potion away. Paired with the worm egg liquid, it was like a second life. As long as he wasn't dead for good, even if his limbs were severed, he could get back up with the help of the potion. The final reward was related to the vehicle. Another chip device. My luck has really been good lately, Sumo smirked slightly as he checked the chip's functions. Full vehicle control device. Type, chip device. After installation, it can monitor the status of all vehicle components, allowing for micro-control of the vehicle's equipment to achieve a higher environmental threshold, improving adaptability. Description, the entire vehicle is now fully exposed to you. Sumo chose to install it directly, and the familiar mechanical sounds echoed through the vehicle again. The noise was as loud as when the temperature regulation system had been installed. Soon, the sounds quieted down. A new interface appeared on the central control screen, displaying the various components of the vehicle. Before, when the vehicle was attacked, only the overall durability could be seen dropping, but now, every damaged part was clearly visible. More importantly, the vehicle's adaptability to the environment had greatly improved. The control device included a full vehicle heating system and a special cooling system, which could keep all the vehicle parts at an optimal working temperature.
A normal vehicle's working limit should be at minus 40 degrees Celsius, but the vehicles provided in the survival world had higher adaptability, though minus 60 degrees Celsius was already the extreme limit. If the temperature kept dropping, the vehicle would start to experience various problems and fail to start. Players without the full vehicle heating system would have to keep the engine running to generate heat, fighting against the extreme cold. Or they would have to constantly consume materials to repair the vehicle damaged by low temperatures.
But the key problem wasn't solved.
Survivors would fall into a cycle of vehicle damage, material consumption for repairs, and component failures until their materials ran out, leading them to freeze to death in the vehicle. Of course, other solutions weren't unavailable, but each one required consuming various types of materials.
If the temperature kept dropping, the number of survivors would likely take another sharp decline.
This device, it's going to make those electric vehicle survivors cry from envy, Suemo stroked his chin.
I just wonder how long this cold will last.
If this keeps up, only a few players will make it to their destination. At this point, a sense of urgency surged within Sumo's heart.
Since it's not snowing anymore, the visibility is still okay, so let's keep moving forward.
After clearing the snow off the windshield, Suemo started his truck again. The steel beast continued forward at a steady pace. At this time and in these conditions, there probably aren't many players who can keep driving.
Sumo's estimate was still optimistic.
At this temperature, not to mention driving, even going out to look for treasure chests had become a hellish difficulty. Most players could only hide inside their vehicles, consuming the supplies they had gathered earlier. Some players didn't even dare to turn on the air conditioning, curling up as much as possible in thick winter coats. Opening the chat interface, the number of players had dropped to just over 6,000 overnight. The cold wind and the snow rabbit group had taken the lives of over 1,000 survivors. After the beginner protection ended, the survival world on the highway showed its fangs for the first time in front of all survivors.
Anyone who lagged behind even a little would silently disappear on the highway.
Chapter 59, The Small Shop for Survival Players. Suemo furrowed his brows and stared at the material stock in his warehouse.
The Gacha alloy was quite big if he wanted to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Checking the challenge rating. Vehicle overall rating, B+. Material overall rating, S. Personal weapon overall rating, A.
The flamethrower raised the weapon defense facilities rating to B+, but the overall score was stuck because of the survival energy facilities.
There wasn't much improvement.
To raise the vehicle's overall score to S, it would be more realistic to upgrade the vehicle to level 4 rather than pushing a single stat to SSS. The personal weapon rating was even more of a challenge. The three stats weren't too different, and there wasn't a particularly low aspect. But there were no Super S stats to pull the score up either.
Suemo would have to find a way to raise all three stats to S. With today included, there are only 3 days left.
Time is tight, and the task is heavy, Suemo frowned.
In 3 days, my physical strength will likely increase a bit.
If I can raise my mental strength to 10, it should be no problem to get my personal attributes to S level. As for weapons, it would just depend on luck.
Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he said, Xiao, whether your host can take off depends on you.
Okay. I have 8 level 2 crystals in hand, including the ones I traded for.
The extraction today should be no problem.
He scrolled through the chat channel for a bit, and noticed many players had ended early by killing the Snow Rabbit King. Initially, Suemo was surprised by how strong the players in the area were, but as he kept watching, he realized it wasn't quite right. Other survivors who encountered the Snow Rabbit King had no special evolutionary direction. They didn't have the cunning of the lonely rabbit, nor could they fully control the rabbit group. Some even charged ahead, giving the survivors a huge opportunity.
It wasn't like Sumo's.
After the battle started, his Rabbit King hid within the rabbit group. It even ran away, directing the Snow Rabbit group to block Suemo.
It was like day and night.
However, Sumo's rewards far surpassed those of other players, which made his mindset balance a little. Even the weakest Snow Rabbit King was still a D-grade mutated beast, and with a bit of luck, getting a level 2 crystal was no problem. These players who defeated the bosses probably have level 2 crystals in hand. Maybe I can trade for them all. Suemo immediately started taking action, posting a buy request in the chat channel.
In no time, many players came to inquire about the price. Suemo chose to trade for food.
With the current temperature, most survivors had lost the ability to go out and search for treasure chests.
As food stocks dwindled, prices had skyrocketed. Most players were quite willing to exchange their crystals for food. As for those who asked for an unreasonable price, Suemo simply blacklisted them all.
If they wouldn't sell, there were others who would.
Not long after, Suemo had collected nearly 20 level 2 crystals.
Including his own stock, the items for today and tomorrow have already been prepared, and he immediately decided to start drawing.
Xiao, I'm going to draw the lottery. Okay, esteemed host, greater than over equal to nablet is identical to.
As the familiar pattern began to spin again, Sumo's heart also rose in suspense. God, please bless me with something good. If there's nothing good, at least more alloys would be fine. The screen froze, but the sound of luck didn't play.
Ding, obtained 8 ordinary items, 2 misfortune items. There were no special items, not even a small note. After dealing with the summoned beast, Sumo immediately started the next 10 draws. Ding, obtained 8 ordinary items, 2 misfortune items. Ding, obtained 7 ordinary items, 3 misfortune items. Even after the 9th 10 draws, there was still no good luck, but the drop rate for fruits today was unusually high. This is the last time, it should come out now.
Sumo's voice was filled with exhaustion, and finally, the exclusive sound effect rang.
Ding ding ding, good luck. Obtained, Cloak of Invisibility *1. Cloak of Invisibility. Type, Equipment. Has unique optical camouflage and temperature isolation features. Description, I am old 6. This is a good item. Sumo's eyes shone brightly as he immediately put the cloak on himself. The next second, Sumo, sitting in the driver's seat, disappeared out of thin air.
Neither the surveillance cameras nor the thermal sensors could detect his presence.
Sumo moved slightly, and the light in the air created a faint ripple.
But the disturbance was small, and if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice at all.
After putting away the cloak, Sumo glanced at the materials in the warehouse.
Although today's 10 draws had yielded a lot of alloys, the gap was still enormous. I still need to speed up the collection.
With this thought, Sumo opened the chat channel.
Players were stuck in their vehicles with nothing to do, so they came to chat. Now, the chat channel was even livelier than before, but a few familiar IDs seemed to be missing.
Akuan, the rabbit fur sweater is so warm. A person in the wind, why are all the rewards sea level? I got a rabbit fur headgear. I'm the Emperor of Luck and I'm proud, rabbit fur coat, let me show you what real power looks like. The chat channel seemed to be discussing the rewards from this package.
As long as players survived the event, the minimum guaranteed reward was at least 1 piece of warm clothing. If enough snow rabbits were killed, and the reward package had a rating, it would definitely include at least 1 piece of rabbit fur warm clothing, though the specific part of the body would depend on luck.
The Apocalypse Night, why do I get earmuffs? As an image appeared, the chat channel instantly fell silent.
The image showed someone wrapped from head to toe in rabbit fur equipment, with a cup of steaming coffee on the vehicle's center console, and a mixed fruit platter beside it.
No luck, always losing, anyone with a level 2 crystal core can message me to exchange for food or warm autumn clothes. Call me strong man, what is this? A whole set of rabbit fur equipment? How many pieces is this? I only got 2 pieces at B level. Slacking level 1 player, at least 6 pieces, right? How warm would that be?
I'm the Emperor of Luck and I'm proud, if it weren't for the snow outside, I would think this was on Blue Star.
Strawberry flavored cat, whoa, it's strawberry, I really want to eat it, I haven't had fruit in so long. It's always just bread and mineral water. If this keeps up, I'm going to be emo. Akuan, non-lucky big brother, let me try it, just a bite.
No luck, always losing, I can exchange various materials for food, please check out the orders I posted.
I urgently need various high-level materials, message me if you're interested. With Xiao's help, Sumo split the various items into several long-term trading orders. Of course, the focus was still on high-level materials for the phone. Past clouds and smoke, damn. What did I see? There's alcohol. Don't anyone steal it from me. Milk tea without sugar, is there anyone who wants to pool together for a big fruit platter? I need 4 pieces of alloy, but I only have 2. No luck, always losing, fruits are rich in various vitamins. A lack of vitamins can lead to various negative reactions, you know. Little cake, what is this? You want to sell 1 apple for 20 servings of basic materials? Are you robbing us? Akan, I think the price is pretty reasonable. You know how expensive food is nowadays. Waiting for riches online, the smart people are already eating it. It's so sweet, I feel like I'm alive again. Chapter 60, The Auction.
Not only does it satisfy hunger, but it also replenishes vitamins. The fresh fruit in Sumo's hands sold out in no time.
At this rate, it should be almost done. But Sumo knew clearly this was impossible. In the current freezing environment, most survivors' resources were only going out, not coming in. Only the first wave had such a large quantity, and after that, ordinary survivors wouldn't have high-level materials to trade. Still, I need to figure out a way to get alloys from those survivors with better development. Sumo rubbed his chin, thinking. If nothing else works, I'll have to use the general store pass, but that's the last choice. Using the pass now is definitely the worst choice. Even if you go to the general store now, your kilometers haven't increased, and the permissions aren't unlocked, so the things you can buy are still the same. To use the pass just to buy some materials would be a huge loss. Oh right. Sumo's eyes lit up. He immediately opened the vehicle storage and took out a blueprint. Hurricane War Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Type, Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Usage restriction, only usable on vehicles with a speed of 150 or above. Usage unlocks 4th level vehicle speed upgrade, Hurricane War Vehicle. Description, pursue the limits of speed, master the power of the hurricane. This blueprint was bought at the general store. At the time, it was a good item, so he bought it right away, and later, for various reasons, it was forgotten. When he thought of the general store, Sumo remembered the treasure he had hidden away. Special 4th level vehicle blueprint, it should still have some value, right? Sumo thought to himself. From 3rd to 4th level is a turning point for vehicles. Not only do you need massive amounts of materials, but you also have to choose an upgrade direction. Once the direction is set, it cannot be changed. Unless you abandon your vehicle, take someone else's low-level vehicle, and upgrade it again. Otherwise, once the direction is set, it can only be followed. Therefore, special 4th level vehicles are always exclusive to a small number of people. The entire speed-type 4th level vehicle upgrade blueprint is especially important at this stage. I must make good use of this blueprint. Sumo's eyes sparkled as a complete brick resource plan appeared in his mind. His target could only be those guilds and players on the leaderboard. Looking at the time on the control screen, it was still early. They need time to prepare, this way the profits will be maximized. Then, I'll have to screen the participants. I could also make some profit. Sumo mumbled, my own promotional efficiency is limited. Maybe I could ask some survivors to help. Having made up his mind, Sumo directly opened his private chat interface and found the head of Procurement Department 1, Wang Hongjiang. He immediately sent the blueprint information over. Non-golden player losing every day, Hurricane War Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Before Sumo could send additional messages, a barrage of messages from the other side arrived instantly. Wang Hongjiang, head of Procurement Department 1, young friend, give us a price. We want it officially. Every word in his message was filled with determination. As expected, a department head knows how to spot good things. Sumo smiled, this will make things easier for me. He then typed a reply. Non-golden player losing every day, Brother Wang, sorry, I don't plan to sell this blueprint directly. I'm thinking of creating a group. Would the official team be interested? Wang Hongjiang immediately understood Sumo's meaning. Only with competition can there be bigger profits. The few players that the official team had been focusing on had already reached the 3rd level vehicles. At least the materials for transportation type upgrades are definitely achievable, and this is the advantage of having a team. But the importance of level 4 forces them to carefully consider the direction of their upgrades, as well as the extreme cold weather factor. Life in the guild is also extremely tough, so the plan to reach level 4 has temporarily been put on hold. The people inside still want to explore upgrade options for special vehicles, but they haven't yet received a level 4 upgrade blueprint. The one in front of them is likely one of the only 2 in the entire region. As for the other one, it is obvious that Sumo has already put it out for sale, and he probably has better blueprints in hand. Thinking about this, Wang Hongjiang couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. We've been searching for so long, but we haven't found a trace, and he actually put it out for sale. Then his eyes flashed with a sharp light, I must get this blueprint. He looked at the chat interface. Where is the unlucky guy who loses every day? Just to clarify, in order to avoid too many people in the group and causing chaos, each survivor who joins the group will need to pay a 5 alloy entry fee. The amount of 5 alloys isn't expensive, at least not for the players at the front of the survivor group, so it definitely won't be a pressure for them. Minister of Procurement Wang Hongjiang, no problem, we'll participate. Do you need us to help you promote it? Anyway, there are only a few people in the region with the strength to compete with the official guilds and a few people on the leaderboard. Sumo will definitely find others to promote it. It's better for the official side to bring it up, so we can get along with this potential and powerful little brother. Sumo was stunned. He had originally planned to promote it through ordinary players since the auction of the blueprint had nothing to do with them, and they wouldn't hide it. As long as they were paid, there would definitely be many people willing to take the job. But since the official side is willing to help promote it, that's even better. Where is the unlucky guy who loses every day? Thanks, the auction is tentatively scheduled to open at 9 p.m. Anyone who wants to join the group can privately message me. Minister of Procurement Wang Hongjiang, okay, no problem. He closed the private chat with Sumo and immediately opened a small group of only 9 people, directly starting a group voice chat. Soon, everyone entered the meeting. Minister of Procurement Wang Hongjiang, Hurricane Battle Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, I need to mobilize precious resources to exchange for this blueprint. Minister of Armament Shen Wanting, what's something that even old Wang has to personally announce? Let me see the blueprint. What the heck? Old Wang, you must get this. Minister of Development He Jing, Old Wang, where did you get this blueprint? We've been looking for so long and couldn't find it.
Minister of Procurement Wang Hongjiang, the top ranker found it for me, and he's preparing to hold an auction to sell this blueprint.
Some guilds are not weak, so I need more resource support. Minister of Resources Luo Tingxian, how much? This must require a lot of resources, right?
We're already short on resources.
Is it worth it? Minister of Armament Shen Wanting, you little kid don't understand anything. Old Wang, this thing must be secured. Research Minister Leng Ci, Shen Wanting, the reckless guy, is right. This blueprint must be secured.
The importance of vehicles has already been demonstrated. Minister of Resources Luo Tingxian, but our resources are really limited.
Passenger on Earth, Old Wang, you go ahead and prepare.
Don't worry about the resources, he definitely doesn't want basic resources that affect daily life.
Leave the special items to you. Try to get it.
Also, the intelligence department should raise his priority to the highest.
Even if we can't join, we still need to handle this well. It's now your responsibility. Miss Traveler, okay, understood. Happy New Year, dear readers.
Your Year of the Horse luck card has been activated.
Wish, get rich. Mount, galloping horse. Chapter 61, The Opening Auction.
Of course, with the help of Sumo, he wouldn't do nothing. He found a few familiar survivors with a good impression and sent them private messages.
Where's the unlucky guy who keeps losing every day? Are you interested in helping me with something? There's a reward. I'm European Emperor, and I'm proud, big boss, tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely do it.
Where's the unlucky guy who keeps losing every day? I'm planning to hold an opening auction. The item up for auction is a special upgrade method for level 4 vehicles.
Help me promote it in the chat channel.
After it ends tonight, I'll give you 10 servings of food and 5 servings of fruit. Sitting in the driver's seat, the European Emperor almost drooled.
Just a few messages, and I can get so many materials. This is incredibly tempting. The process of finding people went even smoother than expected. With enough rewards, they worked especially hard. They were so motivated that they even started cooperating with each other. I'm European Emperor, and I'm proud, the big boss of the unlucky guy has brought an absolutely amazing item, and whoever gets it will have their strength multiplied. Akan, come on, European Emperor, stop keeping us in suspense. What is this super good thing? Human engine, it can be said that this thing is definitely rare and extremely precious. I'm European Emperor, and I'm proud, that's right. It's the special upgrade blueprint for level 4 vehicles. The Hurricane War Chariot. I'm European Emperor, and I'm proud. Now, someone might ask, European Emperor, what exactly is this special level 4 upgrade direction, the Hurricane War Chariot? Akan, very cooperatively, responded, European Emperor, what exactly is this Hurricane War Chariot upgrade blueprint? Merciless Killer, alright, you guys can stop acting now. I've watched enough little skits. Player 121, what did the unlucky guy give you, that you're working so hard to promote it? Battery 1%, if sending some messages could get me 10 servings of food and fruits, I'd be willing too.
Where's the unlucky guy who keeps losing every day? Big boss, take a look at me.
Absolutely professional. Starsleep, wow, so much? I want to do it too. I'm European Emperor, and I'm proud, big bosses and guild leaders who are interested, feel free to PM the unlucky big boss.
Sumo looked at the messages in the chat channel and smiled, they're working really hard. As the messages spread, Sumo started receiving a lot of inquiries. Little European Emperor couldn't access or manipulate the system panel, so things like adding people to the group had to be done by Sumo himself. A lot of people came to inquire, but most of the survivors directly ran away after hearing about the 5 alloy tickets. Sumo didn't feel sorry, survivors who couldn't even afford 5 alloy weren't his target customers. As soon as the news about the level 4 upgrade vehicle spread, any player who wanted a higher limit and had higher ambitions for their strength was eager to act. Large guilds were the same. With such a good item in front of them, there was no reason they wouldn't compete for it. Sumo sipped his coffee and rejected the private trade requests from survivors and guilds one by one. Whether it was threats or tempting offers, Sumo was completely indifferent. The president of the Tianshan Guild really has a good figure. Sumo admired the selfie sent by the other side, then directly refused the private trade request. As for screening other players, Sumo had already entrusted it to a survivor with the nickname Sui Feng, who was also a player who often bubbled in the chat channel. He would push players willing to pay for the ticket to Sumo one by one, and then Sumo could just collect the tickets and add them to the group chat. Much easier than going through every message himself. The appeal of the Hurricane War Chariot upgrade blueprint was even greater than Sumo had imagined. The number of people in the group reached 80, which was the maximum for a group chat without a guild creation. This was the upper limit for a dead chat group. Sumo made a net profit of 400 alloys with almost no effort this time.
The 80 people clearly do not include all the capable players and guilds wanting the blueprint.
So some players who had already joined the group started selling their spots in the group at a higher price.
Sumo certainly wouldn't stop them, anyway, even if they left the group, the ticket wouldn't be refunded.
Those survivalists who wanted to join the group still had to hand over a 5 alloy ticket after buying the qualification from other players. At this moment, Sumo was standing in front of a snowmobile that had been completely twisted in an accident, dismantling the vehicle and putting it into his warehouse. Since exposing the level 4 vehicle upgrade core, Sumo had already been locked onto 4 times. These people are so kind, knowing I lack materials, they're lining up to deliver them. Sumo hummed a tune as he dismantled the vehicle.
He was in a great mood.
Many understood his hidden intentions, and Sumo wasn't worried at all, even hoping for more to come. If not for the fact that once locked onto, other players could only wait until the survivalist using the lock-on card either left Sumo's road or died, there definitely wouldn't be just this few coming to lock onto him. The heavy snow had caused most vehicles to lose their mobility, and the survivalists coming to lock onto Sumo definitely wouldn't be just these few. Except for the second player who attacked, the others had only basic weapons and armor, and even their vehicle storage was empty. Clearly, this was a guild sending players to try and snatch the blueprint. Since they dared to leak the message, Sumo naturally wasn't afraid of other players coming to lock onto him. Anyone who dared come would become part of his materials in the warehouse.
The second player had quite a few good items.
Sumo rummaged through his warehouse and found a snow tire blueprint, a workbench, and a handgun from the survival world. Among the vehicle equipment, there was also a special piece of equipment, the weapon maintenance station.
Weapon maintenance station. Type, facility. Reduces weapon wear, slightly increases weapon power. Description, weapons also need maintenance.
Nice stuff. Sumo's mood improved even further when he saw this device. As for the other items, the snow tire wasn't as good as his special tire, but it was still suitable for the current road environment, so it would sell easily.
Sumo decided to keep the handgun. Firearms from the survival world weren't weakened, and firing a few more shots could still break through Sumo's energy defenses. Sumo wasn't planning on letting these potentially dangerous weapons circulate. Just right, I thought the auction would be too simple with just one item. These few things will definitely enrich the goods. Sumo rubbed his chin. A crossbow, a snow tire blueprint, and finally, the vehicle blueprint. That should be enough. These 3 items would make the auction less monotonous, of course, with the focus still on the final vehicle blueprint.
There should be plenty of good stuff this time. Sumo finished organizing everything.
Time passed as the vehicle moved forward, and before long, the agreed-upon time arrived. Sumo lifted the mute for the group and then sent a message. The auction organized by Sumo finally began. Chapter 62, each one a big fat lamb. Who's the non-lucky guy who keeps losing every day? Thanks to all the big bosses for supporting me. Everyone's time is precious, so I won't ramble on. Without any hesitation, Sumo immediately began the buying and selling process. Who's the non-lucky guy who keeps losing every day? To ensure the blueprints are sold smoothly, please do not post irrelevant messages in the channel. First up were the crossbow and snow tire blueprints. For these 2 items, a few large guilds showed little interest. The crossbow was snatched by an individual player, while the snow tire was taken by a small to medium-sized guild. When Sumo posted the blueprint for the Hurricane War vehicle in the group, the players, who had been silent, instantly erupted. It's really a level 4 blueprint. And it's for speed. I saw a level 4 blueprint at the general store before, but the price was just too high. The early bird gets eaten by the bird, and where's the unlucky guy who loses every day? Just tell me how much you want to sell it for. Wanqing Shuyue and Naigai Pao Pao both belong to the larger guilds in this area. Wanqing Shuyue is the president of the Mission Guild, and Naigai Pao Pao is the vice president of the Yunma Guild.
They're both top players on the leaderboard, powerful survivors. They must have lots of good stuff. Where is the unlucky guy who loses every day? There aren't too many rules here, everyone can just bid freely, but we don't accept regular basic materials. Where is the unlucky guy who loses every day? But I'll say it up front, if the bid you offer isn't something I can accept, I will cancel the deal right away.
Sumo isn't here for charity. If what's being offered isn't what he wants, he can always choose not to trade. Head of the Procurement Department, Section 1, let me place the first bid then. Our Dragon Sword Guild is offering 100 alloys, 100 high-grade rubber, 5 basic vehicle cores, and a set of armor blueprints. Sumo glanced at the blueprint's description. The armor blueprint could create special metal shells that, once installed, would boost the vehicle's durability and defense. Sumo smirked at the screen. He wasn't too impressed by the bid. Sure Tian, TCH, is this all Dragon Sword has? These useless things, and you dare offer them? Our Dragon Slayer Guild offers a flamethrower, a pistol, and 50 rounds of ammunition. Tang Long's bid was basically all about personal power,
and Sumo really did need to boost his personal combat strength. To upgrade to a level 4 vehicle, Sumo would still need to challenge the heart of the fortress ruins. But as for Tung Long's items, only the flamethrower might be of some use. Then, one by one, guilds, individual mechanical survivors, and others placed their bids. Sumo recorded the bids for Xiao to note down, then compared them himself. In the end, Sumo picked out 3 trade lists that seemed the most suitable for him from the array of items. First, from the Yunmo Guild, 200 alloys, 200 high-grade rubber, 50 pieces of tempered glass, for small temperature-controlled planting boxes, 2 vehicle-mounted wind power generators, and 1 intermediate water purifier. Next, from the Mission Guild, 1 weapon upgrade card, 1 sand lizard leather armor, 1 electric harpoon, and 1 basic attribute enhancement pill, strength.
Lastly, it seemed to be an offer from an individual survivor.
Bailan Don Miran's offer, 1 multifunctional vehicle mechanical arm blueprint, disposable, and 1 vehicle-mounted catapult.
Bailan Don Miran's bid was made privately, though he was in the group chat.
It seemed he was worried that other survivors might notice his offer.
Sumo felt a little torn.
First, the Yunmo Guild's offer could greatly boost his survival energy facilities, which were currently rated the lowest among all his facilities. Next, the Mission Guild's equipment, the Sand Lizard leather armor was a full-body protection set, providing all-around defense.
The electric harpoon could generate additional electric attacks against enemies when powered up.
The strength enhancement pill was also a good piece of information, and most importantly, the weapon upgrade card.
With that, Sumo could directly enhance his Glock. This would make entering the heart of the fortress ruins even more secure. Lastly, the multifunctional mechanical arm, the arm could carry weapons and work with treasure chest detectors to automatically collect chests around the road. It would fully automate the process. The vehicle-mounted catapult could also strengthen the vehicle's attack capabilities. Where is the unlucky guy who loses every day? Now there are 3 bids that suit me well, from the Yunmo Guild, the Mission Guild, and the mysterious person's offer of a multifunctional vehicle mechanical arm blueprint, disposable, and a vehicle-mounted catapult. Where is the unlucky guy who loses every day? You can also make additional bids. Sure Tian, aren't my guns and ammo better than that lousy harpoon? Sama Ting, who's this anonymous bidder? You're not just making a random offer, are you? Milk foam bubble, isn't it because you guys are afraid that your ruthless group will just snatch it? Anonymous bidding is totally normal. Minister Wang Hongjiang of the Procurement Department 1, we're submitting a counterbid, alloy * 200, high-grade rubber * 300, wild bear armor * 1, AI core * 1. This is our highest offer. Emperor Tian, damn, going this far? You're really putting this stuff out there? Sumo was also surprised.
The official side had the advantage of firearms, and they were developing fast. They even had an AI core, and the wild bear armor had pretty decent defense. These were all top-tier items. With the Tinglong official guild leading the price increase, other guilds couldn't hold back and started raising their bids one by one. Although it was frustrating, there was nothing they could do. The special upgrade direction for the level 4 vehicle was too important. The extreme environments on the road and attacks from exotic beasts required survivors to rely on vehicles for resistance. As the pressure mounted, survivors would be forced to upgrade their vehicles. If they missed the level 4 special vehicle and went for the regular upgrade path instead, it meant they'd always be weaker than those with the special vehicles. This weakness was incredibly hard to make up for, and the strong survivors couldn't accept it. Missing out on this blueprint, no one knew when it would appear again. Don't be fooled by how powerful these guilds seem right now in their region. This is just a tiny area with only 10,000 people. Based on the population of Blue Star, there must be at least 100,000 such regions. As the population in the region decreased, they predicted that merging regions was inevitable. Fall behind slightly, and during the merge, you could get suppressed or even wiped out. The special vehicle upgrade direction, which was clearly superior to any other vehicle of the same level, was not something they'd give up easily. What the guilds were offering was bound to be of the same type, and as the prices were raised, arguments started breaking out in the group. Emperor Tian, damn it, Annihilation Guild, are you really trying to pick a fight with us in Dragon Slayer? Whatever I bid, you bid the same. Late Star, Yue, poor loser should just stay in the corner. Can't afford the bids and blame me? Maybe you should check your brain. Emperor Tian, fine. Just you wait. Late Star, Yue, everyone can talk tough. Just wait for me? What, am I your mother? Gonna give in to you on everything? No non-player character, always losing. Since everyone's bids are similar, I won't waste time. I've already chosen my trading partner. No non-player character, always losing. I'll just message him privately. Emperor Tian, you don't have more than one, do you? Trying to take everything for yourself? Emperor Tian chuckled after sending that message. Such a rare blueprint, how could there be two? But Sumo actually had two, although he needed one of them for himself.
Then, Suemo sent a message to late star, Xu Yue.
In terms of development, Suemo still decided to first improve his personal strength, not just for the upcoming Heart of the Fortress ruins, but also to prevent himself from becoming someone else's food supply. Annihilation Guild's final bid included 2 weapon upgrade cards, 1 strength and 1 spirit attribute enhancement pill, a sand lizard leather armor, a paralyzing steel pipe spear, and a pair of anti-stab gloves. Although these weren't as precious as the AI core offered by Dragon Slayer, what Suemo really needed right now was to improve his combat ability. The Annihilation Guild's list, with solid defense and attack items, even included 2 standard weapon upgrade cards. Compared to other offers, it better suited Sumo's current needs.
No non-player character, always losing, you can send me a trade request directly. Late star, Xu Yue, I didn't expect you'd choose me. I thought you'd pick Dragon Slayer Guild. No non-player character, always losing, yours is more suitable for me. It seems you've already got the AI core, huh?
I can't figure out how you managed to get so many great things on your own.
Then, a trade request popped up. After checking it, with no issues, Suemo directly accepted it. Just luck. Haha, happy trading. Next time, remember to reach out to me if you've got anything good. The other side grabbed the upgrade blueprint, clearly in a good mood. Suemo responded with a sentence before returning to the group chat. Well, now that the trade is done, I'll go ahead and dissolve the group chat. Just as Suemo was about to choose to disband it, Wang Hongjiang suddenly popped up. Hey, little brother, wait a second. We hope you can keep this group chat. Everyone in this group is one of the top survivors in this area. We're pretty much all here now. I suggest keeping this group chat as a platform for the guild and players to communicate. We can exchange resources and also use it to resolve conflicts. Suemo stroked his chin. What Wang Hongjiang said made sense. As far as good stuff in this area went, almost all of it was in the hands of the people in this group chat. With this group, he could quickly trade away things he didn't need. I think this idea is good. It really is a good idea. There were many guilds and lone wolf survivors in the group, so a trading platform was crucial. For regular resources, it wasn't so bad, but when it came to rare items, finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This suggestion was a win-win for the players in the group. Since no one has any objections, I won't disband the group chat. Having made the decision, the group chat started buzzing with conversation. Looking at the lively chat, it seemed like they were all old friends. Suemo then sent a message to another player in the group. Brother, I want to buy the mechanical arm blueprint from you. Can you offer me a price? Do you still have upgrade blueprints? No, not anymore. But if you need anything, feel free to ask. I don't really need anything. Since I couldn't trade for it, I plan to use it myself. Don't hesitate. Do you need pistol ammo? I can provide it long term. After seeing the other side remain silent for a moment, Sumo's hope was reignited. With the mechanical arm, he could rely on Xiao to open all the treasure chests around the vehicle without having to get out of the car. How much do you have? He wasn't worried about the question. What he feared was the other side just not needing it. As long as I have the materials, I can provide as much pistol ammo as needed. You actually have bullet blueprints? How many good things are in your warehouse? It's making me tempted. Since I've dared to say it, I'm not afraid of anyone causing trouble. Is this the confidence of being number 1 on the leaderboard? 666-inch, slang 4 cool. I want 300 rounds of pistol ammo. Suemo raised an eyebrow at the message. 300 rounds? Big brother, that's a pistol, not a submachine gun. The magazine is this small. Be realistic, even if I wanted a mechanical arm, it's only worth about 50 rounds of ammo. Without the AI core, the mechanical arm should be pretty useless, right? The other side was stunned. Suemo had hit the nail on the head. When the blueprint for the mechanical arm was obtained, there had been a pair, but one of them had already been used. Without other systems to support it, the mechanical arm was pretty much useless. It was like blindly grabbing things. The other side was currently using it as a snow shoveling tool. The other side was stunned, not the finished product. I'll provide the materials. It was just outsourcing. The materials could be handed over to Xiao to craft. Isn't rounding just freeloading? Where can a non-lucky person keep losing every day? No problem, but why do you need so many bullets? Lazy yet charming, that's none of your business, just make 50 shots for me first. I trust that you, as the number 1, won't scam me for materials. Soon, the lazy yet charming one sent the bullet materials, exactly 50 bullets worth of materials. It took a bit of time, meaning while leaning back with legs crossed, sipping hot milk, and waiting for Xiao to finish making the bullets, and then the 50 bullets were sent over. Then, Suemo received the blueprint sent by the other party. Multifunctional mechanical arm blueprint. Type, blueprint, one-time use. Material requirements, alloy *10, metal *120, wire *30, nails *55. Can create external facilities for vehicles, multifunctional mechanical arm, can be equipped with weapons. Description, a big mechanical hand, need a scratch? Finally got it, Suemo smiled brightly, directly consuming the materials to craft the mechanical arm. After equipping it, a huge retractable mechanical arm appeared behind the cockpit. The maximum length of the arm could extend up to 15 m. With the treasure chest detector, all Suemo had to do was drive the vehicle to the chest side. Xiaowo could then control the mechanical arm to grab the treasure chest and toss it into the truck bed. Suemo had finally achieved semi-automation for treasure chest retrieval. The only drawback was that the distance wasn't enough. For objects far away from the vehicle, the mechanical arm couldn't do anything. When not in use, the entire mechanical arm would fold and hide behind the cockpit. Equip a gun, and it turns into a moving machine gun turret, directly ramming into the cockpit beside the enemy to spray bullets. Who can withstand that? Chapter 64, The Gradually Approaching Deathly Cold. After eating 2 attribute pills, Sumo's overall rating increased again. Suemo. Nickname, where can a non-lucky person keep losing every day? Vehicle, articulated mining truck, level 3. Physique, 11, 2, continually increasing. Strength, 10, 2, limit. Mentality, 7, 2. Health, 99. Overall rating, E. Description, wow. You're basically a superhero. Special events. 1. Your scent has been collected and marked by the Deathworms, and you will face their revenge. 2. You killed the hope of the Snow Bunny, and you are now considered an enemy of the Snow Bunny clan. Suemo twitched his eye, thinking, I just participated in an event, how did I get this extra special event? Could it be because I killed that rabbit? Suifeng also killed the Rabbit King, let me ask him. Where can a non-lucky person keep losing every day? Suifeng, do you have any special events in your personal list? Suifeng, special events? Hold on, let me check. Suifeng, oh wow, I really do have one. It says the Snow Bunny clan sees me as an enemy, but I don't feel any change. Where can a non-lucky person keep losing every day, okay? Since it was caused by killing the Snow Bunny King, Suemo stopped paying attention to it. After all, snow bunnies are highly aggressive creatures. Whether they feel like enemies or not, they would still actively attack. There is indeed a limit. The Phase 1 limit is 10 points, huh? Suemo looked at the limit notation behind strength, surprised that the deathworm egg fluid could directly break through the Phase 1 limit. The effect was stronger than he imagined. Although he had materials to break through the mental phase, unfortunately, he hadn't reached the limit yet, barely reaching 7 points. Though he wanted to ask if Wanqing Suyu had any mental attribute enhancement pills, he realized that he no longer had any good items on him. Let's just gather enough alloy first, then find some time to get the heart of the fortress. Sumo shook his head and took out the extra workbench. He sent it to the group. Where can a non-lucky person keep losing every day? Selling workbenches, only 20 alloys each. Emperor Shirtian, TCH a few wooden things, and you're asking for 20 alloys? Were you poor in your last life or something? You actually dare to ask for it? As soon as Emperor Shirtian finished speaking, a system notification popped up in front of him. Ding, you have been kicked out of the group by player. Where can a non-lucky person keep losing every day? Emperor Shirtian stared at the message, stunned for a moment. His face visibly reddened. Dare to kick me, huh? He growled, then took out a lock card from the warehouse, staring at it intently, yet not moving. With a forceful motion, he threw the lock card onto the ground, cursing under his breath. The assassin he had sent earlier was dealt with in no time, and no message had come back. He truly did not dare to go up against Suemo in a 1v1 battle. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury. My brother said, if you can't endure a small annoyance, your big plan will fail. I'll remember this debt for now. His gaze remained locked on the ground ahead. The scene shifted, and in the group chat, Milk Foam Bubble spoke up to celebrate. Milk Foam Bubble, well done, I've been tired of him for a long time. All he does in the group is insult people or throw sarcastic remarks. Makes him think he's so capable. D. Shirtian's foul mouth had caused trouble for many people in the group. His reputation was at rock bottom. Not a single person spoke up for him. Suemo wasn't willing to take this insult. He was just trying to sell something peacefully, yet this annoying fly had to come buzzing around. However, in the end, only one person bought the workbench, not because the price was high, but because most people in the group were from the guild. Lone wolf players who had developed well already had workbenches in their hands. Without them, they wouldn't be able to develop. Suemo then sent the trade information into the chat channel. It didn't take long before the workbench in his hands was snatched up. I knew these people still have some good stuff hidden away, Sumo muttered, surprised at how quickly his workbench was taken.
If he had taken a little more time, perhaps the workbench could have been exchanged for some blueprints, but Sumo was too short on alloys right now.
If he didn't offer something, these survivors would hide their best items even deeper.
He then took out a reinforcement card and slapped it onto his Glock, the white light completely enveloping the gun.
Soon, a brand new handgun appeared before Sumo. Glock 17. Type, firearm. Reinforcement level, 1. Capacity, 1933.
A semi-automatic pistol after reinforcement, with greatly improved capacity, effective range, and penetration. Note, equipped with a 33-round drum magazine, it can handle anything, no need to worry about lack of ammo.
Whoa, a 33-round drum? Sumo widened his eyes. With this, won't I be turning the enemies into sieves? Moreover, this wasn't a weapon brought from Blue Star, so it hadn't been nerfed in any way. Now this firepower is enough, Sumo said, happily putting the handgun away and also storing the remaining reinforcement card. A regular reinforcement card could level up a weapon to level 1. But to reach level 2, he would need a basic weapon reinforcement card, which could be crafted by combining 5 regular reinforcement cards. Right now, Sumo didn't have any other weapons to reinforce.
For melee, he had the fuel chainsaw and tactical axe, for ranged, the pistol.
Reinforcing the tactical axe would yield too little. It was better to save it for future weapons or use it for crafting. He bit his lip. If only I had an armor reinforcement card. Sumo looked at the energy shield in his hand.
This thing had helped him more than once. The Sand Lizard leather armor was a full-body armor set, including leather pants and a leather jacket. This set was soft leather armor, much lighter than metal armor. The joints were covered with Sand Lizard scales and barbs.
Wearing it didn't affect Sumo's movements at all.
The energy protection device had limited energy, so it was best to use it only in critical moments. This leather armor, paired with tactical arm guards and puncture-resistant gloves, fully equipped his upper body.
The lower body is still a bit vulnerable, and as for the head, a metal helmet is just too cumbersome. Just to be safe, Sumo was thinking of fully arming himself before entering the heart of the fortress ruins. The heart of the fortress had different levels of quality, so if he could get better gear, Sumo would certainly give it his all. After digesting his gains, Sumo's personal weapon rating finally reached an overall rating of A. At exactly 12 o'clock, with the arrival of the leaderboard, came the piercing snow and wind, the bitter cold that could freeze one's very soul. As the snowstorm arrived, Sumo had to stop the autopilot system. It's the third day, the leaderboard score should be out now. Sumo stretched out and pressed the fur coat back against the car window. The vehicle's control system began to operate at full capacity, ensuring the vehicle's mechanisms worked properly. This brought with it a rise in fuel consumption. Can't wait any longer, tomorrow I must get the heart of the fortress. If the temperature drops any further, even stepping outside the car could be dangerous, let alone exploring ruins. Chapter 65, Open the Ruins, Unknown Creatures. Sumo had a premonition that in a few days, the temperature would definitely drop to a terrifying number. By then, forget exploring, surviving would be a struggle. Looking at the leaderboard, Sumo noticed that his rating had turned into an overall grade. This should be the special sign of entering the challenge mode. Below him, both the official Wang Jia and the third-ranked anonymous players' scores had also turned into ratings. But all were rated C, a considerable difference from Sumo's A. How many good things does this scammer have? Wan Yixing smacked his lips and looked at his own score. Ranked 9th, relying on the repeated production of devices, Wan Yixing's score was now nearing its upper limit. A Kuan, huh? Why does the big shot on the leaderboard look different from ours? Human-powered engine, I told you, they're big shots, of course, they're different from a small fry. Molybdenum enthusiast, damn, is this leaderboard score for real? How can there be such a big difference? Top slacker, I only have 355 points, I probably don't even have enough for one of the big shots projects. A Kuan, not probably, definitely. Lonely Wolf, hey, do you guys want to know what these letters represent? Sway phone, Wolf bro, stop keeping us in suspense. A Kuan, what the hell, Sway phone promised we'd be idle together, how did your score suddenly get so high? Sway phone, heh, did a little work for a big shot, got a bit of reward. Lonely Wolf, actually, this represents the challenge mode of the event, which can only be unlocked with a full rating. We worked really hard to get this. A Kuan, I get it now, the challenge mode has nothing to do with me. Sway phone, add 1. Human-powered engine, add 1. I'm the emperor and proud, so does that mean your entire guild together still can't match a non-lucky big shot? Lonely Wolf, A night passed. The wind and snow temporarily ceased their assault. Sitting in the driver's seat, Sumo held the token of the fortress ruins. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in front of Sumo, and a mechanical arm quickly reached for the car window. Master, look at how big mine is, greater than over equal to carrot.
Xiao's voice came from the speaker, and the mechanical claw was waving outside the window. The current mechanical claw had no specialized attachments, its hook position was made up of 3 large ion plates, which could both grab and scoop. Suemo waved his hand, big, go to your job. Since unlocking the control rights for the mechanical arm to Xiao, the mechanical hand had never stopped working. Got it, host, degree. Suemo watched as the mechanical arm precisely cleared the snow covering the truck. Then it started removing the large piles of snow in front of the truck. Last night's snowstorm had mixed in a lot of hail, and the sound of it hammering against the truck kept Suemo up all night. Now, the hail was mixed with snow, forming large clumps of ice. Each ice clump was quite large. If not removed, moving forward would be impossible. Fortunately, there's a mechanical arm now. Suemo took a sip of hot coffee. Watching Xiao operate the mechanical arm to move or directly crush each ice pile. The arm cleared a small ramp. The vehicle can drive on the snow surface. The snow now is no longer soft. The snow, mixed with ice chunks, has frozen hard. Driving on it is now no different from driving on ice. The summon relic token has been used. After use, the token did not disappear but turned into another item. Fortress token. Type, emblem. Holding the token allows entry into the fortress ruins and opens the trial of the heart of the fortress. Note, it might have other uses, who knows? To increase the chances, Suemo decided to finish the 10 draws for today during the trip. After finishing today's draws, I need to figure out how to get more level 2 crystal cores. Suemo counted the crystal cores in his hand, then converted 10 times for a 10 draw chance. Little O, give me some help, give your host some good stuff. Okay. Greater than over equal to caret, little O will cheer for you. The mechanical arm swayed in front of him, the grapple claws bent inward, leaving the middle part alone, as if trying to give a thumbs up. But the higher middle and lower sides looked more like an international friendly gesture. No, I mean, quietly raise the drop rate for me. Suemo rubbed his hands, giving what he thought was a friendly smile. The drop rate is a rule, it cannot be changed, closed union with serifs, closed union with serifs. Host, don't think about these unrealistic ideas. Instead, think about how to improve yourself and get a level 3 draw chance sooner. Suemo immediately stopped smiling and muttered. A level 3 draw? That would need a B level or higher danger factor. I might be going there just to die. Let's just do the draw first. He waved his hand. The mini-figure of the All Things lottery machine appeared in front of Suemo again. Common *N, bad luck *N. Until the last 10 draw chance was used up, not a single good luck came out today. Little O. How come there wasn't even a single good luck? A series of common and bad luck made Sumo's blood pressure rise. Looks like the host's luck isn't good today, keep going. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Suemo finally sighed helplessly, well, at least the common draws gave me some high-level materials and an interesting item. It's not a total loss. At that moment, a pair of stone pillars suddenly appeared on the snowfield not far away. Looks like the entrance to the ruins is here. Slowly approaching, he stopped the vehicle. Then Suemo jumped off the vehicle fully armed. He reached the stone pillars, and the token in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. 8 massive stone pillars responded to the token's call, slowly moving. They were positioned in 8 directions. Blue energy surged continuously between the stone pillars. Ding, the teleportation portal to the fortress ruins has opened. Without the token, you can't activate the teleportation array? But wasn't this ruin summoned by the token? It feels like a pointless step. Or is it protecting something? Suemo felt something strange but couldn't pinpoint the reason. However, since the teleportation portal to the fortress ruins had appeared, he decided not to think too much. Let's get the heart of the fortress first. Suemo checked his gear and then shouted randomly. Little O, our base is in your hands. Host, don't worry, *. Then, Suemo turned and stepped into the teleportation portal. After Suemo disappeared, a transparent figure slowly emerged from the wilderness. No face, no sound, not even color. It looked like a wandering ghost in the wild. The figure slowly approached the energy pillar. The stone pillars instantly emitted dazzling light. The ghost-like figure, upon contact with the energy, instantly melted and vanished, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 66, The Second Heart. Ding, you have reached the ruins of the Fallen Star Fortress. Suemo held his head with one hand, swaying slightly, as the dizziness in his mind slowly faded. If we were to say the previous teleportation felt like a gentle breeze pushing you forward. The teleportation of the fortress ruins felt more like an open-top plane with no protection, fast and violent. After trying it once, you wouldn't want to try it again. Can't this teleportation array consider the user's situation? Xiao, can you still feel the vehicle on that side?
Sumo asked. Don't worry, host. The vehicle is functioning normally. Greater than over equal to carat. Sumo felt relieved. With Xiao in charge, even if a wild beast attacked, the vehicle's combatants should be able to handle it without issue. Sumo then began looking around. The Fallen Star Fortress? Isn't this just someone's grave? Sumo scratched his head. The space around him was vast, and stone blocks, etched with various symbols, sealed off the surroundings. There was no sign of any potential exit. On the stone walls, special bricks emitted a faint blue glow, enough so that he could still see, though not clearly. The only unique feature was the high platform made of stone blocks in the center. Sumo moved his steps and climbed onto the platform. At the very center of the platform, on a stone altar, there was a pitch-black raw stone. Is this the heart of the fortress? Heart of the fortress. Status, not activated, not bound. Type, core. A new type of fortress core developed by a Y species, not yet activated. Note, it is currently no different from a rock. So, how do I activate this heart of the fortress? The unactivated heart of the fortress was obviously not usable as a material to upgrade the level 4 vehicle. However, Sumo's concern was clearly unnecessary, as the system's voice sounded in his ears. Special challenge, revival of the heart of the fortress. Note, activating the heart of the fortress requires a large amount of energy, but fortunately, the species that created the heart has already sealed the energy around it. However, the heart of the fortress in its activated state is extremely fragile, and the survivor must protect it and collect enough energy to activate it. Survivors can use any method they wish. Dripping blood on the heart of the fortress will bind it. Note, after binding, it is impossible to change the binder using any method. Forcibly unbinding will destroy the fortress core. Challenge will begin immediately after binding. Looking at the description, Sumo was a bit confused, but he roughly understood. After starting the challenge, things would probably start attacking him. It was likely similar to the crystal defense game Sumo had played before. But he had no clue how to collect energy. Never mind, there's no other choice but to stay here. Sumo finally checked his equipment and adjusted his physical condition to the best. He slid his finger across the chain teeth of the fuel saw, letting blood drip. The heart of the fortress, like a rock, instantly absorbed the blood that dripped onto it. After a slight tremor, it returned to looking like an ordinary stone. Not enough blood? Sumo, with his high physical constitution, had already fully healed from his previous injury, and decisively made a large cut on his wrist. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. However, this wound that would be fatal to an ordinary person healed at a visible rate under the effect of his physical condition, continuously sealing the wound and stopping the bleeding. With the wound not fully healed, Sumo quickly brought his wrist to the heart of the fortress. Hurry up and absorb it. I don't want to make another cut. Under Sumo's urging, the heart of the fortress greedily absorbed the blood he poured onto it. It took as much as he offered, and there was no waste. Finally, a heartbeat sounded like war drums, striking hard in Sumo's chest. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump. The sound of the heartbeat gradually became clearer in Sumo's ears. Sumo stared blankly as the grayish exterior faded, revealing a red-white metallic shell. A small red orb floated inside, constantly vibrating. The originally chaotic heartbeat gradually overlapped with Sumo's own heartbeat, resonating. At this moment, Sumo felt that what lay before him was not a mechanical creation, but his own second heart. Though weak, this heart was still trying its best to beat. Heart of the fortress. Status, activating. Binding, Sumo. Type, core. The heart of the fortress, full of vitality, will have a special effect once fully activated. Description, a top-tier technological creation, obtained by a fortunate soul. The moment the binding was completed, Sumo felt the state of the heart of the fortress, weak, extremely weak. It needed vast amounts of energy. It would suffer severe damage, as it was in its activation phase, comparable to the time a baby develops in the mother's womb. If energy was not replenished in a short time, permanent defects would occur, that is, congenital underdevelopment. Its quality would drastically decrease. Energy, I need life energy. Sumo immediately grew anxious. You promised there would be energy around for me to collect, hurry up and show up. Sumo didn't care anymore. He took out all 5 of his level 2 crystal cores from his backpack. These were all the remaining crystal cores from the lottery. Whoa, no more crystal cores, Little O's sorrowful voice echoed in his mind. Good, I'll get you more later. After briefly comforting Little O, Sumo placed the crystal cores on the stone platform. The crystal cores instantly turned to powder, swirling around and quickly absorbed by the activating heart of the fortress. Ding, the quality of the heart of the fortress has increased. Nice, effective. Sumo's eyes lit up, and in his hand appeared a bottle of transparent, sticky liquid in a mineral water bottle.
When it came to energy, the death worm egg liquid contained the most energy in Sumo's possession.
However, when he placed the egg liquid in the same position, there was no response at all. How could this be? Why isn't it absorbing? Sumo frowned.
It's in its newborn state, perhaps it can only absorb the purest energy. Little O's aggrieved voice sounded in his mind, clearly still upset over the lost crystal cores.
Though this substance contains a lot of energy, it can't extract or absorb it right now. Damn! Sumo cursed, his brows furrowed tightly. Why now of all times?
Although there were no level 2 crystal cores left in the warehouse, there were plenty of level 1 crystal cores. Unfortunately, to increase his battle strength, Sumo had not expected this situation, and he didn't have a single crystal core on him. At this moment, the surrounding stone walls began to shake, and what was once a seamless stone wall now had black holes appearing at the bottom, resembling passages to an abyss. In Sumo's sight, a creature with a black exoskeleton and multiple rotating compound eyes locked onto the heart of the fortress on the stone platform. Transparent, sticky liquid slowly oozed from its mandibles. Withered shell poison spider. A poisonous creature living in pitch-black caves. Danger level, E. Description: you've fallen into a spiderweb trap. The creature that sought to destroy the heart of the fortress had arrived. Chapter 67, The Red That Terrifies Beasts. As the withered shell poison spider appeared, several other spider-like beasts emerged behind it.
Sumo's challenge had begun.
There really are quite a few. Sumo's sharp gaze scanned his surroundings, noticing large holes on the stone walls in all 4 directions.
Within each hole, numerous beast figures were continuously surging.
However, at the moment, only one hole had beasts emerging from it.
It seemed like the vanguard of the beasts? From that pitch-black hole, Sumo couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes were watching him.
But there was no time to pay attention to that. The spider in front of him had already charged. The fuel chainsaw roared, and a devilish figure suddenly burst forth. The giant chain whirred, and the body of the withered shell poison spider split open like an apple being pried apart.
Divided evenly into 2 halves, E-level mutant beasts? Not even a single strike could withstand Sumo's hands.
The dark green blood splattered onto the stone tiles. The patterns on the tiles seemed to come alive, emitting a faint glow. The glowing patterns spread like a supervirus, quickly infecting the other patterns on surrounding tiles. 1 tile, 2 tiles, one piece after another of the stone tiles lit up. The speed increased, and the affected area grew larger.
Until the entire cave was completely taken over by a blue-white glow.
Sumo then realized that every stone tile in this space had been carefully arranged by other beings. The mutant beast's broken body vanished at the spot, and a pure energy was transmitted through the runes to the center of the space, the very heart of the fortress. As the bonded holder of the fortress's heart, Sumo clearly sensed a slight increase in the energy of the heart. Understanding everything, Sumo smiled and looked towards the mutant beast hiding in the darkness behind him, or perhaps towards the eyes that were tightly staring at him. A trace of mockery appeared in Sumo's eyes.
So, you guys are the food that was prepared, huh? The mocking voice echoed in the cave, and the mutant beasts in the darkness immediately became agitated.
His face unchanged, but Sumo's heart became vigilant. When the spider first appeared, he had always felt a faint, hidden gaze.
Low-level mutant beasts might have their own emotions, but they definitely wouldn't understand what Sumo was saying.
Clearly, among the mutant beasts sealed here, there was a special presence. Like the Snow Velvet Rabbit King, usually, such high-intelligence mutant beasts were extremely difficult to deal with.
Still not coming out? Looks like you can't come out, huh? The setup here was obviously arranged by the people who created the fortress's heart. How could they let food pose a threat to the fortress's heart? It could only be like serving dishes at a restaurant, one wave after another. These mutant beasts were the food prepared for the fortress's heart and also a test for Sumo. How much he could consume depended on the strength of Sumo, the bonded holder. After easily dealing with all the spider mutant beasts, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, first wave completed. You can choose to leave or continue the challenge. The first wave of monsters should have just activated the fortress's heart, meaning it was at its weakest. However, since Sumo had consumed 5 level 2 energy cores, the energy obtained from this wave was insufficient to further enhance the fortress's heart's quality. Leaving like this clearly didn't align with Sumo's intention. Looking at the fortress's heart emitting a faint blue glow, Sumo decisively chose to continue the challenge. This time, mutant beasts didn't emerge from a single entrance. Figures of mutant beasts appeared from both the front and rear openings. Wasteland Giant Scorpion.
A larger-sized scorpion mutant beast, having abandoned its venom, its stinger attack now possesses much greater piercing power.
Danger level, E+.
Description: the claws are the best part to eat. Looking at the system's description, Sumo couldn't help but shift his gaze to the giant claws of the giant scorpion. One giant scorpion size was similar to that of a normal-sized pet cat, and these 2 claws were much larger than the king crab claws on Blue Star. Wiping away the tears at the corner of his mouth, if these mutant beasts weren't the energy for the fortress's heart, Suemo would have really wanted to snap off a couple and try them.
Just snapping off one or two should be fine, right? Suemo mumbled. However, the runes on the ground gave Suemo no opportunity. As soon as he struck down a giant scorpion, its body was instantly transformed into energy. Not eating, fine, so petty. Sumo felt like the runes on the ground were working much more efficiently. When Suemo shot down the last giant scorpion, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, second wave completed.
You can choose to leave or continue the challenge.
Suemo made his decision without hesitation and chose yes.
The third wave, Desert Dragonfly E+, was directly shot and eliminated by Suemo. The color of the heart of the fortress, which had been flashing blue, turned yellow, raising its quality to the next level. The fourth wave's danger index was D-, and the fifth wave of D-level beasts appeared. After Suemo finished off the last beast, the color of the heart of the fortress changed from yellow to purple, emitting even denser energy. During the fifth wave, one beast almost climbed up to the stone platform of the heart of the fortress, causing Suemo to break into a cold sweat.
As Suemo confirmed the challenge, it was not just quality that increased, but quantity as well.
The number of beasts in the fifth wave tripled.
By calculation, each entrance had nearly 10 dangerous D+ beasts.
Based on Sumo's current display of strength, although he could defeat these beasts, it would take a significant amount of time.
Suemo could not guarantee the safety of the heart of the fortress under such a large number of beasts. The owner of those eyes no longer hid and stood openly at the gap, watching Suemo with a proud look in his eyes.
I never thought that the previous lottery would really help me so much, Suemo smiled faintly, completely unconcerned by this group of D+ level beasts.
He pulled out a red feed pellet the size of a watermelon from his backpack. Mysterious fisher's bait. Type, item.
Specially made fishing bait, highly attractive to beasts below sea level, fish-type beasts are the exception.
Description: this bait is the biggest failure for a fisherman.
As the feed pellet appeared, a peculiar smell spread through the air. The beasts that were originally charging towards the stone platform suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were fixed on the red bait in Sumo's hand.
A primal hunger instinct, deep in their beast genes, completely overwhelmed their rationality.
Crimson veins instantly crawled across the eyes of these insect-like beasts.
So fragrant. I want to eat it. I must have it. Want to eat? Come and get it, Suemo casually tossed it into the corner.
The group of beasts went wild and rushed toward the shattered bait.
They completely ignored Suemo.
Watching these beasts that didn't care about him at all, Sumo's mouth curled into a cruel smile. The chainsaw roared with the sound of death. In an instant, the bait was devoured, and then the beasts regained their sanity. Just as the owner of the eyes in the depths of the gap let out a sigh of relief, a familiar red glow appeared once again in Sumo's hand.
Chapter 68, Complete Awakening.
As Suemo took out one red object after another, the D-level beasts were each turned into fertilizer to nourish the heart of the fortress on the stone platform. After another bait ball was consumed, the remaining 10 beasts turned their heads in unison, staring fixedly at Sumo's hand that was tossing the bait.
No, it's really all gone, Suemo waved his hand helplessly. You're hooked on it now, aren't you? When Suemo failed to produce more delicious bait, the beast's ferocity erupted again, and they pounced on Suemo. Suemo grinned, and the chainsaw in his hand hummed loudly. But to deal with you guys, I don't need bait anymore.
The roar of the chainsaw engine mixed with gunshots. Not a single beast was able to break through Sumo's defense and reach the stone platform. As all the beasts in the area fell, Suemo sensed the status of the heart of the fortress. Suemo could feel that the heart of the fortress still had room for growth. It was just a step away from the next stage. If he left now, the heart of the fortress would remain stagnant. I'll go for it, Suemo steeled himself and chose to continue the challenge. With energy surging, the energy barrier at the entrance disappeared completely, and 4 massive figures appeared at the 4 entrances.
Upon seeing these 4 figures, Sumo's expression also could not help but become serious. Split Armor Calamity Locust.
A giant locust with terrifying power, terrifying mouthparts, able to easily bite and crush the hardest skull, possessing extremely strong vitality.
Danger Index, C-. Description: have you ever seen a locust bigger than a car? Split Blade Scythe Mantis.
Its sharp giant scythe can easily tear apart flesh, a perfect combination of extreme speed and extreme attack.
Danger Index, C-. Description: the feeling of cutting open flesh and blood is his favorite. Corrosive Armor Slug.
It can spray liquid with extremely strong corrosiveness, its soft body has extremely high endurance against blunt weapon strikes.
Danger Index, C-. Description: want to soak in slug saliva and experience the feeling of true bone-eroding ecstasy. Cold Steel Millipede. Its mineral-rich metal exoskeleton is indestructible, its sharp metal legs can easily pierce through the body of prey. Danger Index, C-. Description: metal lump, the flesh is so hard.
Still not coming out, Suemo slightly frowned, not because of the sea-level danger index alien beasts in front of him, but because the owner of those eyes still had not appeared. This time the strength of the alien beasts directly skipped D+ level and came to C-. The split-armor calamity locust shook its wings, letting out a heart-shaking buzzing sound. The split-blade scythe mantis moved its walking legs, its figure moving quickly across the ground yet without a sound. The soft body of the corrosive armor slug kept twisting, pools of strongly corrosive liquid kept dripping onto the ground.
Like deadly traps.
The cold steel millipede's thousands of legs stepped on the floor tiles, making dense tapping sounds.
Its body over 10 meters long gave off a metallic shine. Didn't expect not to meet them on the highway, but to meet them here. Suemo touched his chin and asked, Xiao, do you think I can beat them? Host is of course invincible in battle. Sounds good, love to hear it.
Suemo grinned, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, his legs kicked the ground, the huge power made Suemo burst out terrifying speed in an instant, charging straight toward the distant split-blade scythe mantis. The moment the red bait appeared in his hand, the alien beasts in the depths clearly showed a violent emotional fluctuation.
Actually, I lied to you just now, I still have a little of this thing. He raised both hands above his head, and the bait in his hand was thrown out with all his strength. The four alien beasts were instantly attracted by the bait, and there was no more reason in their eyes. The first to rush forward was the fastest split-blade scythe mantis. Suemo directly blocked right in front of the split-blade scythe mantis.
Facing the small thing blocking the road, the split-blade scythe mantis casually swung its giant scythe, the sharp blade making a tearing that air sound as it slashed towards Suemo. Suemo ignored everything, the gasoline chainsaw roared, and dark green blood splashed everywhere.
The chain deeply embedded into the body of the split-blade scythe mantis. The scythe that should have cut Suemo in half at the waist was now forcefully stuck beside Suemo by a layer of transparent energy shield. The attack was not over. The strength of the gasoline chainsaw was never a burst in an instant, but its terrifying continuous destructive power. Suemo suddenly exerted force with both hands, flesh under the chain was crushed into pieces, tissue fragments mixed with blood sprayed out.
With a dull thud, half of the mantis's body along with the giant scythe fell to the ground with the sound. A shrill scream echoed through the entire stone cave. Suemo did not stop moving. He threw down the gasoline chainsaw in one motion, pulled out a handgun, aimed at the mantis's head. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted.
Go die as Suemo pulled the trigger. The bullets from the enhanced Glock poured out. The split-blade scythe mantis heavily fell onto the ground. Then it turned into energy and was completely absorbed by the fortress heart that was howling in hunger. Suemo breathed in big rough breaths, picked up the gasoline chainsaw thrown on the ground. Among the four alien beasts, only the split-blade scythe mantis had the most terrifying mobility and killing power. Suemo had already locked his first target on it. Even if he had to take one hit, he had to trade away this biggest threat. That one strike directly consumed 3/4 of all the energy of the energy shield. Its power is so great. After absorbing this wave of energy, the heart of the fortress's purple light gradually faded away. It seemed to become an ordinary metal ball. The runes on all the stone bricks kept shifting, a wave of energy surged out, converging at the center of the stone cave. A few seconds later, a brilliant blue light exploded. Unlike before, this color was even more dazzling, ethereal, brighter than the frosty blue on the runes. It resembled a cold moon in a snowstorm. Ding, the heart of the fortress has reached its highest quality, challenge completed. Looking at the three beasts approaching, a radiant smile appeared on his face. The devilish red in his hand reappeared. I swear, this is really the last one, he said without hesitation, throwing it towards the distance. He turned and rushed toward the stone platform, picking up the heart of the fortress, which was gradually dimming. He waved at the being hidden deep in the cave, goodbye, you, I won't play with you anymore. With a flash of teleportation light, Suemo disappeared from the spot. As Suemo left, the space completed its final task. The glow of the runes gradually faded, eventually extinguishing completely. Seeing Suemo leave, the figure in the cave seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. A withered armored venom spider slowly walked out of the cave, its runes flashing continuously. The three terrifying beasts clustered around the withered armored venom spider, surprisingly bowing their heads to this weak beast. This special withered armored venom spider's 8 compound eyes flickered, gazing deeply at the stone platform. It then turned and, with the three beasts, returned to the cave. The once indestructible stone bricks shattered under the steps of the cold steel thousand-legged bug. The cage that once held them lost its function when Suemo left. Chapter 69, Upgrade. Apocalypse Heavy Truck. Quick, Xiao, help me up. Sumo's weak voice sounded as he pressed his hand against his chest. The dizziness from the teleportation was even worse this time, almost making him vomit last night's supper. Xiao skillfully controlled the mechanical arm, providing support to Suemo, who had just emerged from the teleportation portal. This teleportation is killing me. Can't it be a bit gentler? Suemo complained.
He shook his head, and the severe dizziness gradually subsided. The ruins had obviously undergone some strange changes. The food that was originally sealed should have been about the same time the heart of the fortress awakened. This unusual change had increased the strength of the beasts. Burning all energy might have taken care of the remaining 3 beasts, but there was still an old 6 hidden in the cave. From Sumo's perspective, this trial was rated C-, so what kind of terrifying thing would emerge next time? His only goal was to awaken the heart of the fortress. Now that the mission was complete, there was no need to keep fighting them to the death. Holding the heart of the fortress in front of him, the fully awakened heart emitted a ghostly blue glow, the small blue ball inside the metal shell bouncing continuously. If you carefully felt it, you could discover that the frequency of the heartbeat matched exactly with Sumo's own.
View information. Heart of the fortress, fully awakened. Binder, Sumo.
Energy furnace, the vehicle's energy can be freely allocated and converted. Super efficient energy use, reduces energy loss and transmission losses. Energy upgrade, the heart of the fortress can continue to grow. Fortress power, the defensive power and environmental resistance of the vehicle that holds the heart of the fortress are significantly enhanced. Omni Fortress, the fortress can adapt to all types of vehicle accessories. Energy reshaping, if the binder dies, they can be revived next to the heart of the fortress.
Reviving consumes a large amount of energy and time, and after each activation, a 10-day cooldown period is required. Note, all effects will take effect only after equipping the vehicle. Description, fully activated heart of the fortress. Sumo's pupils contracted when he saw the information. This is too powerful, it can still grow? 6 effects, each of them incredibly powerful. Without saying anything else, just the skill of energy reshaping. It's like giving Sumo a second life. As long as his vehicle is not destroyed, his survival ability has taken a huge leap. Sumo excitedly ran to his vehicle, gently bringing the heart of the fortress closer to the truck. Ding, vehicle level too low, cannot bind. The system's voice poured cold water on Sumo. Alright, can't use it yet, Sumo thought, itching with impatience, having no solution. He flipped through his warehouse. At least it's just the alloy I need, and I'm not far off from it. I guess I'll just have to wait. Special vehicles are great, but the materials required are massive. Just relying on myself, it would take forever. He checked the trading channel's orders, other materials were fine, but the alloy orders were as slow as an old grandma walking, barely moving an inch after a long time. Looks like I'll have to pull out something good, Sumo rubbed his chin and opened his warehouse list. If you talk about the most popular items now, it's definitely fuel and battery packs. Right after that are food. Most regular players don't have many high-level materials left, and they've probably all been squeezed dry by now. Though there's a good amount of energy supplies in stock, the fuel consumption of upgraded vehicles will certainly rise. Fuel is off limits. Now, Sumo could only try getting some from top players. No pain, no gain. Sumo winced as he looked at the exotic beast meat in front of him. These were rare, edible exotic beast meats. Not only does this exotic meat taste delicious, but consuming it for a long time also increases one's attributes. Even the exotic beast meat Sumo had wasn't much. Aside from what he directly obtained, he could only occasionally draw it from the everything lottery machine. But after looking at the heart of the fortress in his bag, he gritted his teeth and sent a message in the group. Where's the unlucky player losing all the time? I have exotic beast meat for exchange, need only alloy. Milk Cap Bubble, unlucky player, you're collecting so much alloy? Do you still have a blueprint? How about selling it to us, we can negotiate the price. Evening Star and Moon, at Milk Cap Bubble, don't even think about it, the unlucky player probably used up the blueprint in his hands, once the blueprint is used, it disappears. Milk Cap Bubble, don't flaunt your high-level players here. Showing off your stuff, and where's the unlucky player losing all the time, how much for the exotic beast meat? Where's the unlucky player losing all the time, price is cheap, negotiable, 3 pieces of exotic beast meat for 1 unit of alloy. Milk Cap Bubble, the price is fair, give me some. Evening Star and Moon, at Milk Cap Bubble, you wouldn't trade directly for the alloy, now you're easily trading it away? Milk Cap Bubble, this is a good item that can enhance physical strength, what you gave me was junk, plus, I just can't stand your showing off. Hee. Evening Star and Moon, and where's the unlucky player losing all the time, I'll buy some too. Where's the unlucky player losing all the time, Don't you need alloy to upgrade your vehicle? Right now, I'm only accepting alloy. Evening Star and Moon, alloy can be found again, but this item that enhances survivor attributes is hard to come by. The trade for the exotic beast meat went even smoother than Sumo imagined. Not long after the message was sent, the exotic beast meat in his hands was completely used up. A large amount of alloy poured into his warehouse, and he was just a step away from upgrading. By the time the sun had completely set, with the treasure chests along the way and the scattered alloy that the survivors had, Sumo finally gathered all the materials needed for the upgrade.
The cold wind howled, and the water vapor from his breath instantly froze into ice crystals. Such a cold wind couldn't extinguish Sumo's excited heart.
System, upgrade the vehicle.
Ding, please choose the direction for the vehicle upgrade.
Current options. 1. Transport type. 2. Production type. 3. Firepower type.
6. Fortress type, Apocalypse Fortress Direction Mobile Fortress, with powerful defense and crushing firepower. The vehicle is adaptable to all harsh environments and complex terrains. Level 4 vehicle, the Apocalypse Heavy Duty Truck. Choose the Fortress type, Apocalypse Fortress Upgrade Direction. Ding, please confirm the upgrade direction again.
Confirm. Sumo did not hesitate at all. Ding, all upgrade conditions have been met.
The vehicle will begin the upgrade. Survivors are requested to leave the vehicle and confirm the surrounding environment is safe. The upgrade will take 30 minutes, and once it starts, it cannot be interrupted.
Please confirm after preparing. Sumo changed into his full gear, ensuring the utmost warmth. He patted the truck's engine hood.
Old buddy, it's time for you to be reborn and become stronger. System, confirm the upgrade.
Ding, the vehicle upgrade has begun.
Watching as the vehicle was completely shrouded in white mist, Sumo became more alert to the surroundings. The 30 minutes felt especially long, as if a whole century had passed. As time slowly passed, the area covered by the white mist grew larger and larger. In no time, the mist's range had doubled.
Ding, the vehicle upgrade is complete.
Sumo's heart raced uncontrollably as the system's voice sounded, and in this cold wind, Sumo surprisingly felt a sense of heat.
Chapter 70, The Birth of the Mechanical Beast. As the white mist dissipated, a true steel behemoth fully appeared before him. 8 sets of heavy off-road tires lifted the entire body to an immense height. The composite armor reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the eerie blue lights looked like scales on the giant beast's body. The pitch-black special glass on the front reflected the starlight, and the eerie blue main lights and 4 warm yellow beams completely pierced the darkness ahead. The metallic crash beams, like fangs, gleamed with cold metal light. The seemingly large bullhorns now perfectly fit the position at the front of the vehicle. His own mining truck had already been large enough, but after the upgrade, the Apocalypse heavy-duty truck size had nearly doubled. This made the trailer behind it seem small and cute. Sumo's eyes widened, his heart pounding non-stop. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch the steel behemoth clad in thick armor. Apocalypse heavy-duty truck. Owner, Sumo.
Vehicle level, 4.
Durability, 21,000.
Fuel tank capacity, 121L/2000L. Total battery capacity, 15 kWh per 1,400 kWh. Fuel consumption, 80 liters per 100 kilometers.
Maximum speed, 140 kilometers per hour.
Description: a steel behemoth with heavy armor, combining defense, firepower, and survival into a super heavy-duty truck. Required upgrade materials: metal *100,000, alloys *50,000, special alloys *3000, high-level rubber *10,000, energy glass *2000.
Intermediate vehicle core *10, fortress proof. Upgrade conditions: Fortress Heart at Stage 2.
Seeing the materials required for the upgrade, Sumo's eyes widened. The materials needed to upgrade from level 4 to 5 were beyond description massive, containing high-level materials Sumo had never even seen before. At least for the time being, Sumo saw no hope. The fuel consumption had reached a terrifying 80. This was with both the energy recovery device and Fortress Heart working together to reduce consumption.
After the upgrade, there was also an additional function to store electricity. The Apocalypse heavy-duty truck had become a hybrid vehicle.
Looking up at the cockpit, which was taller than himself, all around was composite metal, with no handles in sight. Just as Sumo was wondering whether to jump in or climb in, the door slowly opened, and a metal plate extended from the bottom.
Host, welcome back.
Little O's voice came from the vehicle's speaker. Such technology, Sumo's eyes flashed with excitement as he stepped onto the metal pedal and entered the cockpit. The upgraded cockpit was now connected to the rear cargo compartment, giving Sumo a much more reliable living space.
No longer did he have to squeeze into the small cockpit space for everything. The cockpit had also undergone a major transformation.
The original steering wheel had been replaced by a huge metal gravity sensing ball. The complex control panel in the central console was almost as complicated as the control panel of a civilian large wind turbine. However, due to the heart of the fortress being bound, Sumo quickly became fully familiar with the operation of the entire apocalyptic heavy truck. A huge screen on the central console next to the driver's seat can also control the vehicle. It displays all the data and status of the vehicle in detail. The heart of the fortress floats inside a transparent container next to the driver's seat. The panel of the heart of the fortress, integrated into the vehicle, has also undergone some changes.
Heart of the fortress. Binder, Su-mo. Core level, small. Energy furnace.
Note, a fully activated core that can devour other energy cores to upgrade its level. Behind him was the cabin space, which was divided into 2 levels.
Su-mo could freely arrange these spaces.
The rear part of the vehicle had a space for parking small vehicles, but it was empty for now. After coming up to the second floor from the round single-person lift platform, the first thing that caught his eyes was the huge special glass to the left, right, and above. There was an armor plate outside the glass, which could wrap the more fragile glass parts during combat.
The space is large enough.
The first floor will be used as a work area, and the second floor will be a living and resting area, as well as a planting area.
Su-mo nodded in satisfaction.
If the weather is good, lying on the bed with the starry sky above, life would be so comfortable.
Those planting boxes can finally be put to use.
The entire cabin is controlled by a temperature regulation system, keeping it at a comfortable temperature at all times. Now that there was plenty of space, planting had to be started too. Without hesitation, Su-mo began to purchase various furniture and appliances from the trading platform to furnish his cabin space. Su-mo bought a lot of items that other survivors thought were useless, naturally drawing attention. However, the fact that these useless items could be exchanged for food made them very happy. As Su-mo was arranging his vehicle, time quietly passed, and it was midnight, 12 o'clock. The activity leaderboard was updated again. Su-mo was still leading by a huge margin, ranked first, but the next 2 had made significant progress, both upgraded to B level. Su-mo checked his own rating and remained firmly in first place. Although his vehicle and personal ratings had increased, the resources consumed in upgrading the vehicle had caused the vehicle's overall rating to be blocked by the survival energy facilities. In the assessment data, if any one aspect is too low, it will greatly affect the overall rating. The resource reserve rating had actually decreased. Because of this, his rating remained unchanged.
Vehicle overall rating, B+. 1. Vehicle rating, S. 2. Weapon defense facilities, B. 3. Survival energy facilities, C.
4. Special facilities, SS.
Material overall rating, A. 1. Material supplies, C. 2. Energy supplies, A. 3. Biological supplies, S. 4. Medical supplies, SSS. Personal weaponry overall rating, A+. 1. Personal strength, A+. 2. Weapon damage, A+. 3. Defense capability, A+. Overall rating, A. However, Su-mo also worried.
As for the survival energy facilities, he had the blueprint for solar panels, but he had no space to install them before. Now, with plenty of space, he could. For material supplies, thanks to the lottery machine and trading, he would quickly replenish them. Reaching an S-level rating for both vehicle overall and material overall ratings was no problem.
The most dangerous was still the personal weaponry rating.
There was not much time left, and despite purchasing so many things, he still hadn't managed to raise the rating to S. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to use the upgrade card.
Su-mo furrowed his brows.
Using an upgrade card would forcibly raise the score. However, it would only upgrade the tactical axe, which wouldn't improve his personal strength much. It would be a waste of an upgrade card. While Su-mo was still struggling, his score changes caught the attention of other players in the area. The top-ranked survivors have always been the key targets watched closely by other survivors, and the change in Su-mo's rating naturally could not escape their eyes.
Chapter 71 Fishing Law Enforcement. Little cake, this damn shoulder finally got his retribution, right? Even his points have started to drop. Squid not black, looks like our number 1 met with an accident, huh? TSK TSK TSK.
His points are not rising but falling. Su-mo, who originally wanted to curse a few words, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, opened another private chat window, and sent a message to the individual survivor he had cooperated with before. He himself quietly put up several purchase orders for medical supplies in the trading channel. So, news began to spread in the chat channel that the number 1 big shot was attacked by a terrifying strange beast, his vehicle suffered heavy damage, and even he himself was seriously injured. A Koan, unlucky guy seems to have been attacked by a dangerous level B strange beast. Dragon walks the world, no way, it's just a strange beast. Rock enthusiast, that is a strange beast with a danger index reaching level B. With the wind, that's right, look at the trading channel. Unlucky guy is buying medical supplies. Looks like this time he is badly hurt. Human engine, the big shot has started to sell quite a lot of food. Now the big shot is at his weakest time. We absolutely cannot throw stones at someone who has fallen into a well. Several people, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed Su-mo's seemingly seriously injured state. Under someone's deliberate guidance, the news that the number 1 was seriously injured and had fallen into weakness quickly spread through the chat channel. Inside the Yunma guild group.
Majestic Dragon, unlucky guy is seriously injured. Should we milk cap bubble? You even believe this? Do you want the guild to arrange a brain doctor for you?
I remember Xiao Su used to be a doctor.
Majestic Dragon, the trading channel is all spreading it, an unlucky guy is indeed buying medicine, and his rating has indeed dropped.
Milk cap bubble, I can't stand it anymore at idle Yunma above, the general under your hand, you explain it to him.
Little Su Cake, I am a forensic doctor.
Idle Yunma above, at Majestic Dragon, look at which few people shouted the fiercest about this news. Majestic Dragon, seems like with the wind, human engine, a Koan, and that lucky emperor.
Oh right, also Little Cake and Squid not black. Is there any problem? Idle Yunma above, let's not mention Little Cake and Squid not black for now. Don't you think the remaining few people look familiar? Majestic Dragon, now that you say it, I do have some impression. The ones who helped promote Unlucky Guy's auction before were them. Idle Yunma above, so it is very obvious. These people had some connection with Unlucky Guy before. And if you were seriously injured, would you let the news spread out?
Majestic Dragon, I would tell the guild leader. As for others, forget it.
I am afraid they would plot against me. Idle Yunma above, so, do you think Unlucky Guy would spread the news of his own injury? Then where did this news come from? Majestic Dragon, guild leader means this news was spread by himself? What benefit is there in spreading the news that he is injured? Idle Yunma above. Milk cap bubble, you are stupid. Isn't this fishing law enforcement? Sigh.
Idle Yunma above, Dragon, follow Xiao Su to study a bit at Little Su Cake.
Majestic Dragon, oh. Little Su Cake, ah?
Why is it also my business this the profession does not match, guild leader?
Idle Yunma above, I am going to be busy.
This kind of thing that feels wrong with just one thought, any player in the guild who has a brain would not fall for it. But there were just a few players whose eyes were blinded by greed.
If they kill Sumo, they themselves will definitely soar into the sky in one leap.
Inside the private chat channel of the Dragon Rising Guild.
Minister of Armed Department 1 Shin Wanting, such obvious fishing law enforcement, shouldn't we stop it? Minister of Development Department 1 He Jing, no need.
If one has no heart to harm others, one will not take the bait. And with fewer of these people, it is also good for the development of our region. Ding, you have been locked by player eyes open not blind. At this moment, Sumo sat inside his carriage, made a small arrangement, and the whole second floor already looked quite decent. In front of Sumo, there were all kinds of materials, and in the middle, the large pot's red oil soup base was bubbling and steaming with heat.
The weather tonight was fairly nice, with no clouds in the sky.
Thanks to the upgraded heavy truck's headlights, the autonomous driving system had no issues. To celebrate upgrading his vehicle to level 4, Sumo took out the scarce hotpot set from his stock, and after a long time, he finally had hotpot again.
The exotic beast meat, thinly sliced, cooked instantly once dipped into the hot broth.
The smooth and tender exotic beast meat, pulled out from the red oil, was then coated with thick sauce. He stuffed it all into his mouth in one bite.
The taste was simply divine. Upon hearing the news, Sumo was stunned. You can't hold back this quickly? You're too impatient. Sumo thought they would wait until evening. Little O, lower the speed to 80. No, to 40.
Okay, host, with Little O's control, the speeding heavy truck began to slow down gradually. Otherwise, with the full speed, no one would be able to catch up to the speed Sumo was traveling on the snowy ground. He had spent some materials and replaced all the tires with special ones and added anti-slip chains. The snow had no effect on Sumo's speed. If he didn't slow down, no one from the opposite side would catch up to him. However, he didn't want to stop and wait for them to catch up. After all, he didn't want to see anything unpleasant before finishing his hot pot.
At this moment, a pickup truck was speeding across the snow. Inside the cabin of the truck, a bald man with a scar on his face revealed a sinister smile, and he was beyond excited. A bunch of idiots, aren't these resources just handed to me? The number one on the leaderboard is nothing, huh? What I love most is kicking people when they're down.
The bald man's eyes started to turn slightly red as he thought about Sumo's vast resources.
Once I get my hands on these things, this area will be under my control, right?
Such a good opportunity, and these idiots are hesitating. Well, it's my lucky day. When I have it, I can sleep with whoever I want. Even the men have to offer themselves. It's clear I'm the protagonist. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as though he could already see his invincible self. His foot instinctively pressed the accelerator to the floor.
He imagined Sumo and his dilapidated vehicle appearing in front of him any second now. However, all of this was just his imagination.
Not long after, a massive vehicle appeared in front of the bald man. The moonlight was good tonight, and the thick armor of the vehicle was clearly visible under the moonlight.
What is this?
The bald man slightly opened his mouth, staring blankly at the steel beast before him. His pickup truck, under the feet of this giant, probably didn't even count as a toy. In the next moment, a blinding blue light suddenly lit up. The bald man instinctively raised his hand to block the light.
The mechanical monster slowly drove up to the black pickup truck.
By now, some rules on the roads had long been thoroughly studied by the survivors, one of which was the rule against driving in reverse. Through survivor tests, within a certain distance, going in reverse was fine. After 1 kilometer, the system would issue the first warning. If it exceeded 2 kilometers, it would issue a severe warning, and after that, no one knew what would happen.
At this moment, the bald man only wanted to scream, "There's a problem with the card." In a French accent.
Bang, 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 a series of knocks on the glass brought the bald man back to his senses.
Before he could react,
a gunshot rang out, and the car window shattered with a loud bang.
"Why are you so slow?"
The hot pot's already finished. The tone was as if between old friends, yet it made the bald man's hair stand on end. The bald man trembled and turned his head, forcing a smile on his face, trying to appear friendly, but he succeeded only in showing Sumo what it truly meant to smile more horribly than to cry. Staring at the dark barrel of the gun, the bald man swallowed nervously. He cursed the ancestors of those survivors who were spreading false information in his mind.
This is what they call a serious injury?
Big brother, The bald man had a sudden idea.
I'm here to deliver medicine to you. Oh, is that so?
Sumo smiled faintly, looking at the unfamiliar man in front of him with interest.
Yes, that's right.
The bald man hurriedly rummaged through the warehouse, but in the end, he only pulled out 2 band-aids and a packet of cold medicine.
With these things, the bald man excitedly handed them to Sumo.
At that moment, he truly felt proud of his cleverness and intelligence. Even in such a dangerous situation, he could think of a perfect and flawless solution. Sumo's eye twitched, then he sighed helplessly before pulling the trigger. He ended the life of the man in front of him. Just when Sumo thought everything was over, a red figure suddenly darted out.
Caught off guard, even Sumo didn't react in time.
His energy shield was instantly activated. A lump of flesh was slammed onto the ground.
What the hell? Sumo's pupils contracted, and he quickly stepped back. With the moonlight, Sumo clearly saw the lump of flesh on the ground wriggling.
As time passed, the movement slowed down, and eventually, it completely stopped. Sumo cautiously approached the lump of flesh, afraid it might suddenly attack him again. With the decomposing system prompt appearing, Sumo finally let out a sigh of relief and checked the information about the lump.
Embryonic parasite, stage 2.
A special life form that leaked from an experiment, a parasitic creature. It fears extreme temperatures and can also be called insect poison.
Danger level?
Description: a disgusting thing, hope it becomes extinct soon.
What is this? Sumo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Insect poison? Is it some kind of insect?
From the name, this strange alien beast seems to have different stages.
He glanced at the bald man lying in the cockpit. This guy is so dumb, could it be that part of his brain was eaten by this insect?
The more Sumo thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Fortunately, he had the energy shield, otherwise, he would have really been unlucky.
I wonder how many of these things there are. Sumo shook his head.
Parasites and things like that were too disgusting.
He immediately decomposed it, and that was the end of it. Why is there nothing? Not even a crystal core? The fact that there were no spoils made Sumo dislike this insect even more.
After decomposing, Sumo felt a bit happy as he checked the bald man's vehicle. Finally, his stock was recovering a little. The last night passed, and there was only this one transaction.
Time, 6:21 a.m.
Weather, clear. Car temperature, 23 degrees Celsius.
Outside temperature, minus 47 degrees Celsius. The temperature has risen a lot today? Sumo checked the weather while brushing his teeth.
The chat channel was full of cheers, everyone celebrating the end of the cold wave, and the events were about to finish. It seemed like everything was indicating that the harsh winter had passed.
However, Sumo wasn't at ease.
In the Snow Bunny King's event, they had been hoarding fat to fight against some kind of extreme weather. The extreme temperatures from a few days ago didn't seem like a natural disaster for the snow bunnies.
Sumo had a feeling that this cold wave wouldn't just end so simply.
But no matter what, the current temperature was within the tolerance range of most survivors. It was a perfect time for treasure hunting, especially for ordinary players with low supplies, a great chance to find chests and gather resources. I still need to find a way to improve my personal weapon rating. In the morning, Sumo had received resources from 2 kind-hearted people who came specifically to deliver supplies. After decomposing their vehicles, his resource rating had finally recovered a bit. He wandered a bit in the wilderness, originally hoping for some luck.
Maybe he would encounter a D-class alien beast.
But all he found were 2 metal chests, not even a single snow bunny in sight.
This is really strange. I couldn't find it when I didn't want to, and now it's impossible to find.
Suemo stuck the shovel of his sock boots into the ground, leaned against it, and stared glumly at the barren snowfield ahead. The snow bunnies, which were once everywhere, had completely disappeared.
With nothing to show for it, Suemo could only return to his vehicle. He checked to see if anyone was selling level 2 crystal nuclei.
Other survivors in the area noticed the same situation.
Speedy Legs, hey, guys, it seems like the wild beasts have vanished from the wilderness. I've been walking for hours and didn't spot a single one.
Got a bunch of treasure chests for nothing, ha ha.
Strawberry-flavored kitten, I thought it was just me. Is it the same where you are? Level 1 fishing expert, seriously? Does that mean we can just grab treasure chests for free? Spring blossoms, looks like the cold wave is over. Maybe the temperature is rising, and these snow beasts can't adapt anymore.
Man who goes nowhere, you could say they can't handle 20 or 30 degrees, but now it's minus 40 degrees.
Passing clouds, who cares? If they've disappeared, it's for the best. Can't eat the meat anyway.
Now, we can just focus on finding treasure chests. Spring blossoms, right, finding treasure chests is the most important.
D-class beasts were not something most survivors could easily deal with.
After the earlier sweep and with no signs of the beasts, Sumo worked hard and finally exchanged a few bottles of alcohol for 5 level 2 crystal nuclei. If this still isn't enough, I'll have to go to those guilds. Suemo shook his head, deciding to use the few he had. The heads of the guilds, each one of them was a cunning old fox. Dealing with them means only one thing, trouble. Xiao, exchange these 5 for lottery chances.
Okay, happy to serve the host, Omega. Suemo entered the living area of the vehicle, washed his face well, and rubbed his hands.
Bless me, God of wealth, bless me, give me something.
Ding, ordinary *9, misfortune *1. It's fine. 9 ordinary, not a loss, Suemo patted his chest.
A crack rat appeared in front of him, but before he could react, it was sent to the second dimension by the heavy truck.
Ding, ordinary *8, misfortune *2. Ding, ordinary *5, misfortune *5. Ding ding ding, good luck.
A beautiful sound rang in his ears, and Sumo's eyes lit up.
Finally, something good has come out. Chapter 73, Terrifying Worm Poison. Small vehicle-mounted machine gun. Type, accessory. Ammunition, 300/300. Vehicle-mounted central machine gun, the bullets fired can easily penetrate the iron defenses of ordinary vehicles. Description, do you want to become a meat pie, or a sieve? Nice stuff, and it even comes with a full magazine. Suemo immediately chose to equip it.
A heavy machine gun appeared above his vehicle's front.
Now, this filled the gap in the vehicle's long-range attack capabilities. But this doesn't add to personal attributes, Suemo pouted. Although the vehicle-mounted machine gun was nice, Suemo now urgently needed to raise his personal combat score. Looks like I really have to go to those guild members. Suemo shook his head helplessly, then used up his last 10 consecutive draws. As expected, good luck did not show up. However, he did see a long-missed piece of information on a small note. A small note is not bad, Suemo unfolded it and looked, didn't expect it to be information on that thing. Suemo casually glanced at the contents of the note.
But his expression grew more and more serious. Beast Encyclopedia, alien embryo host, a parasitic lifeform born from a failed experiment. The alien embryo host has 2 stages. Stage 1, alien embryo egg, the juvenile stage of the alien embryo host, tiny in size and hard to detect. Once it enters the host body, it will wander inside, highly resilient but cannot survive in air for long. Stage 2, alien embryo host, the final mature form. This state typically lasts only 20 seconds under normal conditions, extremely fragile. After 20 seconds, the alien embryo host will self-dissolve and release a large number of alien embryo eggs. Extreme environments will hinder the alien embryo host's self-dissolution. When exposed to an environment of minus 100 degrees Celsius for 1 minute, death will occur, including the abnormal embryo eggs. The abnormal embryo eggs will gradually consume and replace all blood vessels, nerves, and part of the brain in the infected host. During this process, the host's body will not show any signs of reaction. Once the density of the abnormal embryo eggs reaches a certain level, they will emit a special fragrance that attracts other strange beasts to devour the infected host. Infection route, abnormal embryo eggs enter the body and directly parasitize the host. The Encyclopedia of Strange Beasts reminds everyone that abnormal embryo parasites have already started spreading in certain areas. Please avoid consuming wild strange beast meat of unknown origin, Omega C. Suemo felt a shiver run down his spine after reading the information. What is the difference between this kind of explosive reproductive organism that enters the host and a virus?
A sentence from the introduction of the abnormal embryo parasite instantly appeared in Sumo's mind. Abnormal embryo parasite, Phase 2. A special life form leaked during an experiment, a parasitic organism. It fears extreme temperatures and can also be referred to as insect poison. A terrifying guess formed in Sumo's mind. So, this is the reason why the strange beast meat in the wilderness is not safe to eat? It's not some kind of toxin or poison carried by the strange beast as Sumo had guessed, but parasites. Sumo secretly felt lucky that he didn't foolishly eat the strange beast meat first and detoxify later, relying on the worm egg liquid's detoxifying function. Emitting a terrifying attraction, isn't this just like the bait from before? Sumo thought of the red bait ball. At that time, the lottery machine had directly shaken out one bag containing 15 eggs, but he had consumed them all in the fortress ruins. The bald man from before had clearly eaten strange beast meat containing abnormal embryo eggs, and even if he hadn't come to find Sumo, he probably wouldn't have survived much longer. Fortunately, with the help of the survival system, strange beast meat with worm eggs had been marked as poisonous. The abnormal embryo parasite had not spread on a large scale among the survivors this time. But undoubtedly, many people had eaten the toxic strange beast meat. After all, sometimes when they were about to starve to death, who cares whether it's poisonous or not? Better to die full than hungry, and no one knew that after eating, nothing seemed wrong. Just when these survivors were secretly relieved, their lives had already entered a countdown. Thinking about how countless worms were wriggling under their skin, Sumo got goosebumps all over. After thinking for a moment, he sent the information to the group chat from the previous auction. This parasite is too terrifying, and there are almost no means to counteract it. The only thing that can be done is to avoid infection. Although it was just his speculation, once sent, those big guilds would naturally verify it. It wasn't hard, just find a piece of toxic strange beast meat and search carefully. If too many survivors die, Sumo's material collection would face huge problems. For both emotional and rational reasons, this message should be made public. After sending the long message, the once lively group chat suddenly fell silent. Sumo added a follow-up message. This came from something that emerged from a dead survivor. The strange beast meat marked as poisonous is most likely infected with insect poison. Late Star Moon, is the message reliable? Non-lucky everyday loser, I don't know, these are just my guesses. If you have toxic strange beast meat, you can search it carefully. Although it's small, you might still find something if you look closely. After these few short sentences, the group chat fell silent again. It seemed they were going to verify it. Soon, news of the worm eggs being found was sent to the group. Procurement Minister Wang Hongjiang, abnormal embryo eggs, we found these in a piece of strange beast meat. Sumo opened the message to check. Abnormal embryo eggs, Phase 1. The original stage of the abnormal embryo parasite, extremely strong vitality, and very hard to detect. Danger index? Description, bugs and such are the most disgusting. I have this too. +1, most of the toxic beast meat has these. Since it's possible to find a way to clear it, is there one? No way, the abnormal embryos can almost disguise themselves as any part of the body, covering blood vessels, muscles, and even meridians. It can be found, but completely clearing it, there's no way right now. Sumo's eyes narrowed. The culprit behind the toxic beast meat was definitely the worm toxin. Once infected, the long-term death rate was nearly 100%. Luckily, the way this parasite attaches itself is quite simple. As long as there's no mutation, there shouldn't be a big issue. Just don't eat the toxic beast meat. Theoretically, that's true, but what if you're attacked by a beast infected with worm toxin? What if the beast's blood gets on a wound? Do you think these dead worms will infect you through the wound? This worm is disgusting. It's like a zombie. Extreme temperatures might affect the abnormal embryos, probably why the worm toxin hasn't completely spread among the survivors. But the cold wave will eventually pass. The news of the worm toxin had drawn out some players who liked to lurk, showing how severe the situation was. A slight mistake could lead to a major blow to the already small survivor group. Our Dragon Sky Guild will have the research department focus on this, to see if there's any way to deal with it. Eradicator is the same. Hopefully, we can find a solution before the cold wave ends. If not, we'll just have to avoid getting injured while fighting beasts. But who could say for sure they wouldn't get hurt? Sumo's face was grim. This worm had almost no countermeasures right now. Below -100 degrees Celsius, neither the worm nor he could survive. Sumo felt he was likely already infected with worm toxin. He'd taken plenty of damage fighting the Snow Rabbit King. Could I really lose my life to this damned worm? Chapter 74, The Changes of the Eradicator. Opening his personal attributes. Sumo. Nickname, Who Needs to Lose Every Day. Vehicle, Apocalypse Heavy Truck, Level 4. Physique, 11, 2, continuously increasing. Strength, 10, 2, maximum. Spirit, 7, 2. Health, 90, infected. Overall rating, E. Description, wow. Simply a superhero. Special events.
1. Your scent has been collected and marked by the Deathworms. You will face the revenge of the Deathworms.
2. You killed the Snow Rabbit's hope. You are seen as an enemy by the Snow Rabbit tribe.
3. You are continuously enveloped by apocalypse energy. Your attributes are slowly increasing. The declining health and the infection marker at the back said it all. I should really keep an eye on my personal status more often.
Suemo sighed and shook his head.
Then he looked at the glowing heart of the fortress beside him.
Apocalypse energy? Didn't expect it had this effect. But now's not the time to be happy about it. I need to figure out a way to get rid of these parasites. Suemo raised his hand and looked at his wrist. After realizing he was likely infected, he felt an itchy sensation under his skin, like tiny worms squirming beneath. I can't handle low temperatures. Do I really have to use my revival chance? Suemo furrowed his brows.
The heart of the fortress reshaping was his best life-saving card.
Using it on these disgusting worms. Suemo was reluctant.
But now he had no good options. Fortunately, his health was still at 90, and the abnormal embryos inside him hadn't fully developed. To suppress the growth of the abnormal embryos, Suemo had no choice but to temporarily lower the temperature in the cockpit.
I feel like I'm in conflict with these worms.
After arriving in this survival world, the insect-like beasts had caused him no small amount of trouble. Now, the Deathworms, which he didn't know where they were, could come anytime and take his life. There were still those disgusting little worms inside him.
The more I think about it, the worse it gets. No matter what, I should first figure out a way to complete the challenge, Suemo thought.
The embryonic egg's development to the second stage would take time, especially in cold conditions, which would delay it further.
At least for now, Suemo didn't have to worry. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to actively use the Fortress Heart skill.
Right now, Suemo still needed to find a way to break through the strength limit or fully charge his mental state.
Niashen should still have attribute pills. They had the most attribute pills during the trade.
Just as Suemo was about to send a private message, Niashen unexpectedly sent one first.
Wan Xingsuyu, non-lucky guy, do you have high-level healing medicine? Suemo immediately thought of his medical kit. Where's the non-lucky guy who keeps losing? Yes, who's injured?
Wan Xingsuyu, I need high-level healing medicine.
Suemo sent the information about the medicine in his kit. Where's the non-lucky guy who keeps losing? Strong healing medicine, is this okay? Wan Xingsuyu, strong?
Yes, yes. I'll trade you for whatever you need right now.
Suemo stroked his chin.
He could tell that Wan Xingsuyu seemed to be in a hurry, probably someone important got injured.
Suemo, attribute enhancement pills, but not the ones for physique. I'm not sure about the effects of this one, you can try it first and give me feedback. Suemo then sent the medicine.
Wan Xingsuyu, being the guild leader, wouldn't likely default on this promise.
For such a big guild, they can't even provide a healing potion? Suemo shook his head.
While waiting for a reply, Suemo casually flipped through the chat channel and then noticed that something serious seemed to have happened in the Miashin Guild. Feng Yuanro, the former president of the Miashin Guild, Wan Xingsuyu, harmed his own teammates and stole resources. He has now been kicked out of the guild.
Feng Yuanro, the new president of the Miashin Guild, is now President Duchuan. Duchuan, hello everyone, I am the new president of the Miashin Guild. We are offering a bounty for Wan Xingsuyu.
Anyone who kills him will receive a generous reward from the guild.
Luo Ri Guchang, you're full of shit.
President Wan Xing is so good, how could he possibly do something like this?
Please call me Strongman. Oh, is there some fun to watch? Suemo looked at the messages and stroked his chin. My reward. Do I still want it?
Wan Xingsuyu didn't seem that bad.
How did it come to this?
You'd better not die, or else my medicine would be a total waste.
Ding, Wan Xingsuyu has sent you a party card. Do you accept? Suemo was stunned as the system's voice suddenly rang out. What came wasn't a reward, but an invitation from Wan Xingsuyu to join the team. Suemo quickly realized that this was a plea for help.
Openly tearing face and even issuing a bounty order, they probably don't want to frame me, Suemo thought for a moment. Then, a slight smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the fortress heart beside him and disdainfully said, even if they wanted to ambush me, so what?
He then clicked to agree.
Ding, you have joined Wan Xingzuyu's team, a special road has appeared 5 kilometers away. Looking at the team list, there was also a player named Juing Niao Niao.
Shao, full speed ahead. No problem, host. With Sumo's command, the engine of the Apocalypse heavy truck roared.
The electric motor ran at full power.
The Apocalypse heavy truck charged like a true beast, rampaging on the road.
In no time, the Apocalypse heavy truck crashed into the special road that appeared. Soon, several vehicles appeared parked along the road in front of Sumo. Through the car windows, he could see several fully armed people blocking the area around a pickup truck. This pickup truck was far more advanced than the second-level pickup truck of the bald man before. It had to be a level 3 vehicle. Wan Xing, hand over the blueprint now, and we'll spare your life. Hidden in the driver's seat, Wan Xing Suyu was holding a blood-soaked woman in her arms. Though severely injured, the bleeding had stopped. The wounds on his body began to slowly heal. It was clear he had taken a powerful healing potion. There was no response or hint of anger between the three men, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. It was as if they were the cat, playing with the mouse. Wanqing, do you still think you're the president of the Godslayer Guild now? Lao Lu and Tianxing have already been killed by our boss, Duken. I heard, before they died, they begged our boss to spare you. Ha 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 ha. The reckless laughter cut through Wanqing Shuyue's heart like a knife. His tightly clenched fist trembled uncontrollably as his eyes fixed through the car window, staring at the three men outside. As long as the three men outside dared to launch a strong attack, he would immediately send the blueprint in his hand to someone else. Toot! Just when the three men were feeling smug, a horn suddenly blared across the entire highway. Ha! What is that? The leading man looked confused toward the other end of the road, where a steel beast appeared in his sight. The alloy armor covering the entire vehicle reflected the dazzling sunlight, and the sharp metal bumpers protruded like fangs, aiming directly at the three men. What the hell, is this a battleship coming onto land? The short survivor next to him stared blankly at the oncoming car, momentarily forgetting to dodge. Until the man next to him grabbed him and pulled him away. Still looking. Hurry and run. The three men scrambled to jump to the side of the road. However, their vehicle on the road wasn't as lucky. Whoever I point to, that's who I'll choose. Sumo's finger hovered over a yellow sports car. The smile on his face grew even brighter. It's you. Xiao, ram it. No problem, host, greater than over equal to carrot. The menacing ramming horn slowly extended from the front of the vehicle, filled with terrifying power, and slammed into the car. The yellow sports car crumpled like a napkin soaked in water. One poke and it was done for. Boom! Parts scattered in all directions as the yellow sports car was split in half. Various parts flew out. The entire car was completely shredded, leaving nothing but scattered parts and leaking fuel. TSK, so fragile. I even slowed down in advance, but the survival world vehicles are indeed solid. Despite all that, it didn't explode. Sumo's truck carved a long trail in the thick snow before slamming into the sports car and precisely stopping in front of a pickup. Ah! A scream echoed across the highway. My sports car! I'll kill you! The short man suddenly sprang up from the snow pile, his eyes bloodshot. Alone, no. The man beside him reached out but grabbed nothing. Die! Along took out a giant hammer from his backpack and swung it fiercely at Sumo's truck. This was a 50-pound heavy-duty iron hammer used in construction, capable of easily creating a big hole in concrete. The hammer slammed into the truck's composite armor, and the huge recoil sent pain shooting through Along's tiger mouth, causing the hammer to slip from his grip and fall to the ground. How is that possible? Along picked up the hammer and stared blankly at the metal hammerhead. This incredibly sturdy hammer had actually dented a little. He quickly turned to look at the spot where he had just hit, and his pupils constricted in shock. The place he struck not only didn't dent, there wasn't even a trace left. The intense pain in his hand brought Along back to his senses. That's a heavy hit, a demonic voice echoed from above, making Along break out in cold sweat. Along stiffly raised his head to see Suemo half leaning out of the window, one hand holding and playing with the all beings are equal weapon. Bang bang! Before Along could speak, 2 gunshots rang out. In the distance, 2 survivors hid behind a snow pile, watching in horror at Along, who lay in a pool of blood. Xiao Lu, look at the vehicle, this definitely ranks in the leaderboard. We can't beat him. When the time comes, I'll throw a grenade, make him retreat. Then let's run together. Get in the car and let's go. He only has a gun. Who lives or dies depends on our luck. Brother Wang. No time, follow my lead, 3, 2, 1. Run. Brother Wang suddenly threw the item in his hand. Xiaolu rushed out according to the plan, but found that there was nothing around him. Suemo looked at the snowball thrown at him with a confused expression. What is this? Trying to kill me with snow? Xiaolu immediately understood that he had become the bait. Wang Jihong, IF******. This live target was naturally not something Suemo would let go. Gunshots rang out, and just like his brother Long, Xiaolu fell in his own pool of blood. Wang Jihong seized the opportunity, successfully got to his vehicle, slammed the door shut, and started the engine.
He disdainfully said, only an idiot would rush with you. Do you really think I have a grenade in my hand? Xiao Lu, you can rest in peace. If you let me live, your death wasn't in vain.
Wang Jihong could see clearly that the powerful survivor in front of him only had a pistol in his hand. As long as he hid in the car, the probability of a bullet hitting him was extremely low. With Wan Xingsuyu still there, he would never come after him. Just as Wang Jihong was feeling proud of his perfect escape, a burst of gunfire rang out. Unlike the sound of a pistol, this sound was more violent, more rugged. Wang Jihong didn't react at all, and along with his vehicle, he was turned into a sieve.
Is it really that fragile?
Suemo rubbed his chin as the car's mounted machine gun slowly retracted.
Testing its power, Suemo was very satisfied. He got out of the car and approached the window of the pickup truck. A man was tightly holding the woman in his arms. The unique team marker told Suemo that these two bloodied people were his teammates. So, who is Wan Xingsuyu? Suemo asked slowly. The only conscious man slightly opened his mouth, then rolled his eyes and passed out with a snap. Suemo was startled. Damn, he won't be dead, right? Hey! Wake up!
Wan Xingsuyu wanted to speak but had no strength left. His vision grew blurrier and eventually went completely black. It was unclear how much time passed. Wan Xingsuyu slowly opened his eyes. The familiar coldness was gone. His body was enveloped in warmth.
Hey, you're awake, a voice suddenly sounded beside him.
Wan Xingsuyu instinctively tensed up, then relaxed again.
Suemo, so, who is Wan Xingsuyu?
Wan Xingsuyu slowly sat up and struggled to speak.
I am. Thank you, lucky guy, for saving my life.
He then struggled to get up and crawled to the woman beside him to check her condition. Don't worry, she won't die, Suemo waved his hand, casually taking out a lazy couch and lying down on it. With their current state, the energy protection ensured no threat to him.
To save you, I even used up a healing potion. What are you going to do to repay me? Suemo would not kill just for resources. That would make him no different from those animals.
However, these two were unconscious on the pickup truck at the time.
Even if Suemo didn't make a move, they would soon freeze to death. Suemo wasn't familiar with them and had no obligation to save them.
In the end, all those resources would be his. But now, he had other thoughts.
On the survival highway, the greatest resource will always be people.
Especially those with great strength. After checking the woman's condition, Wan Xingsuyu completely relaxed and returned to the wooden board Suemo had prepared for them.
Thanks, you saved me and Xiaoyu. From now on, my life is yours. Suemo was taken aback.
Although he indeed wanted other survivors to help him with things, he didn't expect Wan Xingsuyu to be so direct. Although lying down didn't affect him, he threw everything off his body one by one. All my resources are here.
The rest are in the vehicle's storage.
Since the other side said it like that, Suemo certainly wouldn't drag things out.
Say what, are you really willing? Will you not regret or anything? It would be better to be direct.
As for if he had to lie to himself, Suemo did not mind wasting one lock card.
Chapter 76 The Cold Male God?
Does not exist.
He picked up the familiar Hurricane War Chariot blueprint on the ground. Suemo let out a laugh. Did not expect this thing to go around in a circle and come back again. Then he threw it back. Tell me, what exactly happened to you all?
At this point, Wan Xingsuyu fell into silence, then let out a long sigh. Then he looked at the blueprint on the ground. Unlucky one, do you say this thing is really that important enough to make someone attack his own people? In his words there was deep exhaustion. Friends who usually talked happily together actually attacked him because of one blueprint. And this blueprint had not even decided who it would be given to.
Just call me Suemo.
Suemo looked at Wan Xingsuyu who stared blankly at the car roof.
He did not know what to say.
Managing the whole guild and still having to worry about his own people stabbing him in the back, just thinking about it made Sumo's head hurt. Wan Xingsuyu was at least the president of a big guild.
Very quickly he adjusted his state of mind. Just take it as I did not see people clearly. But some people's debts I must settle back.
A thick killing intent flashed in Wan Xingsuyu's eyes.
That is more like it. Then Suemo asked curiously.
Why did you think of asking me for help at that time? At most he and Wan Xingsuyu had done a few trades. It did not count as friendship.
At that time I was also smashing a broken jar anyway.
I could not tell which people in the guild were my own people, so I randomly invited one from the ranking list.
Looks like my luck was not bad. In the future if I follow you, maybe I can get a bit of your light.
Wan Xingsuyu looked around, very interested in Sumo's vehicle. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. He always felt it was not that he found a helper, but that the other side took the initiative to stick to him.
You do not want to rebuild a big guild? The feeling of being president should be good, right? Bullshit good. A pile of things.
Every day my head is full of how to develop the guild. When he said this, Wan Xing Suyu suddenly became excited.
Did not get any benefits, but a pile of things. Whatever I do I have to think about this and that, and in the end I still have to worry about being stabbed in the back. TSK, sometimes being a person cannot be too kind. Sumo teased.
Wan Xing Suyu continued, anyway I do not care anymore.
Too tired. But some people I will not let go.
Right now they control the resources of a big guild.
What do you use to take revenge? After Sumo asked, he found Wan Xing Suyu staring at him. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Isn't Big Brother you here, hee. Damn, do you still want face or not?
Before meeting him, Sumo thought the name Wan Xing Suyu sounded elegant, and he was also a guild president.
He should be a cold handsome guy. Now the more he looked, the more he felt this young man did not look very honest. In Sumo's heart that cold handsome guy image completely shattered. Handsome he was quite handsome, but he did not match cold at all. At this time, the woman beside them let out a light groan. Wan Xing Suyu quickly moved closer. Holding the woman's hand, his face was full of tension. Xiaoyu, how are you? Xing, where is this?
Black long hair scattered over her shoulders.
Her lips were pale, her face completely white, without a trace of blood. She slowly came back to her senses, looked at the face nervously staring at her, and showed a pale smile. After Wan Xing Suyu explained to Yuing Niao. Yuing struggled to get up.
Wan Xing nervously stepped forward to support her.
Xing, I am fine. Big Brother Su's medicine effect is very strong. After comforting Wan Xing, she then looked at Sumo with gratitude on her face. This time many thanks to Big Brother Su.
If there were no Big Brother Su, Xing and I would probably have become a pair of fugitive mandarin ducks.
It is fine, it is fine. I was not helping for nothing. Sumo waved his hand, curiously looking back and forth at the two.
Compared to Wan Xing who was a bit unreliable, Yuing instead seemed more mature and steady.
After chatting for a while, Sumo had almost gotten to know the two of them.
These two had been neighbors since childhood, truly childhood sweethearts.
After graduating from college, they got their marriage certificate and tied the knot, a very dreamy story.
On the second day of entering the highway, the two of them found each other and immediately started the Demon Slayer Guild together. After obtaining the blueprint, there had always been disputes over the right to use it. At this time, the guild's founding elder, Du Chuan, suggested meeting in person to discuss in detail and also to get familiar with each other.
Du Chuan was also an old comrade who had been there since the very beginning. Without any suspicion, they naturally stepped into the trap. At the critical moment, Yueying helped Wanqing block a few bullets, seriously injured and unconscious. With the desperate resistance of two other comrades, they managed to escape from the highway with Yueying, but were then chased by Du Chuan's people using a lock-on card and a team-up card. If they hadn't been afraid of triggering Wanqing, who was holding the blueprint for the Hurricane War vehicle and either destroying it or sending it to someone else, they wouldn't have lasted until Sumo's arrival. Little you, I think I want to follow Big Brother Sumo from now on. Without him, we can't survive.
Wanqing looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with guilt. He was the one who founded the guild, and he was the one who trusted Du Chuan. It was also because of him that Yueying got seriously injured, and two friends died. Just thinking about this, Wanqing's heart ached like it was being torn apart. But I will definitely get revenge for this. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Yueying looked at Wanqing with a soft, water-like gaze and slowly spoke.
Xing, wherever you go, I will go. Sumo, who was watching from the side, felt his teeth ache. He was trying to find someone to help with a task, but somehow ended up eating a mouthful of dog food. Alright, stop feeding me dog food in my car. What are you trying to do? Kill me with it. Wanqing wasn't the least bit embarrassed.
On the contrary, he looked proud.
By the way, boss, is this a level 4 special vehicle? Wanqing looked at the interior of the cabin with curiosity.
The alloy armor that made him feel incredibly safe, the warm and comfortable environment. When he first woke up, he thought he had returned to the old world because of the comfortable surroundings. Yueying was also curiously looking around the cabin. Although both of their vehicles were level 3, there was no comparison with Sumo's vehicle at all. The two rested for a while before unhesitatingly leaving Sumo's vehicle.
Aren't you two going to rest a little longer? Seeing the blood-soaked figures of the two, Sumo was afraid they might collapse again in the next second. No, how can a subordinate let the boss take care of us all the time?
The change in status had no effect on Wanqing.
By the way, Big Brother Su, do you need this?
Wanqing rummaged through the vehicle's storage and took out a few small pills.
There were 2 body pills and 3 mental pills. Sumo's eyes lit up, and he accepted the 5 pills without hesitation. By the way, where did you guys get these pills? It seems you have quite a lot of them. Sumo asked with curiosity.
The two exchanged glances, then turned their heads and pulled out a small machine.
This is something I got from a station at the start. All our pills come from this.
Seeing the small machine they took out, Sumo's pupils shrank sharply.
TX pill manufacturing machine trial version. Type, equipment. Remaining energy, 5%. Extracts energy from exotic beast meat to create attribute pills. Description, concentrated essence.
This machine can make 5 attribute pills every time it works, but it requires a massive amount of exotic beast meat.
Will poisonous exotic beast meat affect it? Sumo asked.
Wanqing slowly shook his head. No, the attribute pills made are confirmed safe.
But every survivor has a limit to their attributes. Once it reaches 10, it can't go any higher.
As expected, the guilds at the front have some real power.
Wanqing, since you're the boss now, I'll leave this thing for you to keep safe, big brother Su. Sumo lovingly stroked the pill manufacturing machine. Suddenly, he thought of something. Sumo turned his head and asked. By the way, since we need a lot of mutant beast meat, do we have any second-level crystal cores?
Looking at Wanqing, who slowly nodded, it seems we have quite a few. Wanqing rummaged through the warehouse and then directly took out 35 second-level crystal cores.
These second-level crystal cores are all here.
D-grade mutant beasts are hard to deal with, these were all saved by the whole guild. Looking at the handful of crystal cores in front of him, Sumo's eyes sparkled.
Also sparkling were the eyes of the little O hidden inside Sumo's body. Host, crystal cores. So many crystal cores. Little O wants them. The
urgent voice kept ringing in his mind. Then, without a flush or a skip of his heartbeat, Sumo tucked away the crystal cores.
After a brief conversation among the three, Sumo drove the Apocalypse heavy truck off the road.
Moonshadow's own vehicle was left with Duchuan and his gang.
There were quite a few supplies in the vehicle warehouse.
If they switched vehicles directly, the massive amount of resources inside would fall into the hands of Duchuan and those traders.
As long as Moonshadow wasn't dead, no matter how they destroyed the vehicle, they wouldn't be able to get any resources from the vehicle warehouse.
So, Moonshadow decided to stay with Wanqing in one vehicle for now and think of a way to get the vehicle back. Duchuan and them, as veterans of the guild, knew exactly how many resources were in Moonshadow's vehicle. They would definitely be unwilling to give it up, and would most likely keep the vehicle close, waiting for Moonshadow to die, or even actively kill him. With the resource supplement from the 3 unlucky guys, Sumo's resource stockpile was restored once again. Looking at the 5 attribute pills in his hand, these were the latest pills made by the pill-making machine.
Before he could distribute them, they were attacked.
He quickly stuffed all of them into his mouth, and his long-neglected mental attribute finally reached the 10-point limit. Then, he took out the intelligence crystal and swallowed it in one go. Suddenly, a sharp pain came to his head.
Damn, it hurts.
Sumo's forehead veins bulged, his teeth grinding tightly. Fortunately, it came quickly and left just as fast, and soon the pain completely disappeared.
Sumo lay back in the driver's seat, gasping for air. This is really bad. Before I didn't feel anything with my physique, but now with the mental attribute, the reaction is so strong. He calmed himself down and slowly opened his attribute panel. He clicked on his personal attributes. Sumo. Nickname, no such thing as a lucky guy always losing.
Vehicle, Apocalypse heavy truck, level 4.
Physique, 13, 2, continuously increasing. Strength, 10, 2, max. Mental, 10, 2. Health, 92, mild infection. Comprehensive rating, E++. Notes, wow. Simply a superhero. Special events.
1. Your scent has been collected and marked by the deathworm, you will face its revenge.
2. You killed the hope of the snow rabbit, and you are considered an enemy by the snow rabbit clan.
3. Continuously shrouded by apocalypse energy, attributes are slowly increasing.
His mental attributes successfully broke through, and his physique also reached 13 points. Ha! Why did my health increase? Sumo's eyes lit up.
As his physique increased, his health also went up by 2 points. The infection state changed to mild. It seems that increasing physique has a certain suppressive effect on the mutant eggs. As his physique increased, his body's resistance to such invaders also went up.
Maybe, if I increase my physique further, I might even be able to kill this damn worm with my body.
In any case, the infection rate going down is a good thing. At least, before the cold wave passes, I'm safe. Then, he took out the crystal cores.
35 second-level crystal cores, little O, do you think I should merge them for a second-level high-tier lottery chance, or keep them for the upcoming 10 consecutive pulls?
Here, little O still suggests the host merge them and then pull again. The reward drops are much higher.
Greater than over equal to 4 all less than over equal to. Suemo gritted his teeth. As long as there's not too much misfortune, it's a win. I don't believe it, I can be this unlucky.
Little O, transform them for me, then merge them.
Okay, host Sama. You now have 3 remaining chances for second level high tier 10 consecutive pulls. 5 chances of second level ordinary draws. Warm reminder, in advanced extraction, the beasts summoned by bad luck will also be upgraded. Host, get ready. Suemo patted the gravity ball in the cockpit. Beasts? If they come, I'll send them to the second dimension. Xiao, give me a draw. Okay, host, drawing now.
As the virtual shadow of the lottery machine began to spin, Sumo's heart also lifted.
Ding, ordinary *8, bad luck *2.
Received, intermediate vehicle core *1, luxurious beast seafood gift box *1, universal machine gun bullets *500, intermediate water maker *1, advanced fuel 200L, weapon upgrade card *2, smart lazy sofa *1, super tear resistant black stockings *1.
Giant scythe mantis, C, appeared, mutant giant zombie, C, appeared. 2 huge figures appeared not far in front of the vehicle. But they still couldn't stop the apocalypse heavy truck. Bang! *2. After 2 loud bangs, the 2 dangerous index sea beasts were directly sent flying and fell into the snow. As expected of C grade, still tough. After the violent impact, the giant scythe mantis went silent, but the mutated giant zombie actually got up again, let out an angry roar, and then chased after Suemo. But this speed was a dream if it thought it could catch up with the full-speed heavy truck. Since it couldn't catch up, Suemo didn't care about it. Let's first use up 2 chances. Suemo, deciding to try his luck, used up 2 of the ordinary draws first. Ding, ordinary *7, bad luck *3. Ding, ordinary *5, bad luck *5. Nice, nothing good came out, may the god of wealth bless me. He washed his face again, thoroughly cleaning his hands. Closing his eyes to pray, the ritual for drawing was truly maximized. With everything ready, Suemo directly chose to draw. Good luck. Come to me. Ding, ordinary *8, bad luck *2. There's still a chance, let's go again. Ding, ordinary *6, bad luck *4. Please, don't make me kneel and beg you, last chance. Ding ding ding. Good luck. Suemo admitted that the 3 consecutive notification sounds were the most beautiful sounds he'd ever heard in his life. At the moment the sound rang, Suemo felt all the pores on his body relax. Chapter 78, The True Cold Wave. CJ Dragon Tooth Shark Type Protection Suit. Type, Armor. This combat suit, with a combination of solid comfort and protective abilities, has strong extensibility and protection, and its special material can absorb most of the impact force it receives. Note, no trade, no harm. An armor. Sumo's eyes lit up. In the survival world, no matter when, survival always comes first. The protective suit was a full-body one-piece garment, covering everything except the hands, feet, and head. Let's test the defense ability first. After all, it's a second-level high-luck item, the defense should be pretty good. Suemo took out his tactical axe, and the sharp axe blade lightly scraped across. No trace was left on the armor. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. The defense is good. He directly took off his outer clothes and put on the leather tight suit inside. The tight suit clung closely to his skin, but there was no feeling of restriction. Its excellent breathability made Suemo feel as if he was wearing nothing at all. The defense level has gone up, but other things are still tricky? Suemo took out facilities from his warehouse. He just dropped the intermediate water maker for installation. Then he took out the solar panel blueprint. Previously, he made only 2 solar panels, but he didn't need much electricity. After upgrading the vehicle, the electrical energy could also serve as auxiliary power, which would save a lot of fuel. He made 8 solar panels in one go and installed them. Now, the power generation efficiency of all the solar panels had reached 10 kilowatt-hours per hour. He grimaced at the output, not very satisfied. When will I be able to make a high-level solar panel? He shook his head, then opened the activity rating interface. Vehicle comprehensive rating, S+. 1. Vehicle rating, S. 2. Weapon defense facilities, A+. 3. Survival energy facilities, B+. 4. Special facilities, SS. Material comprehensive rating, S+. 1. Material goods, B+. 2. Energy goods, A. 3. Vital goods, S. 4. Medical supplies, SSS. Personal combat rating, S. 1. Personal strength, S+2. Weapon damage, A+3. Defensibility, S+. Overall rating, S. Finally met the standard, Suemo grinned.
I didn't expect this armor to boost my defense ability to S+.
It's all thanks to little O. Hee hee, little O is amazing, right? Amazing, amazing.
If you could bring me a bit more luck, you'd be even more amazing, Suemo said with a smile. After chatting with little O for a while, Suemo began to organize his warehouse. He needed to sort through the supplies of the 3 new survivors he had just received and pick out what was useful.
There were many miscellaneous blueprints, and the workbench could also be taken out for trading.
There was quite a lot of stuff, but not much that was useful to Suemo at this stage.
As for the blueprints, the only ones with some value were the metal arrowhead blueprint and a medical bandage blueprint.
Both were reusable blueprints. Sumo's trade orders could be a bit more varied now. I feel like I'm about to open a general store, Suemo scrolled through his trade interface. He had long-term buy orders for secondary crystal cores, and now with the pill-making machine, there was also an order for exotic beast meat, with different prices for meat with and without parasites. In the trade channel, Suemo was still the only one consistently selling food. The order for drinking water hadn't been active for a long time, so Suemo simply cancelled it. Although no one was buying the drinking water orders, the alcohol orders were snapped up immediately, no matter how high the price.
There were also trading orders for warm clothing and anti-slip chains. Why are there so many orders for warm clothing?
Suemo scrolled through the trade channel and noticed many people selling various warm items, including clothing, facilities, and tools. It seemed that today's treasure chests had an unusually high number of these items.
Little O, if only you could help me manage the trade channel, Suemo said.
It was all such boring work, and as the tasks piled up, a lot of time had to be wasted. This was also the reason Suemo wanted to find a survivor to handle the chores. It might be noticed now though, Omega. Alright, Suemo shrugged helplessly.
I can only do it myself for now.
Once the situation with Moon Shadow is settled and if those two are fine, I can leave these tasks to them.
After finally organizing his supplies, Suemo was about to lie down and try the smart lazy sofa.
But then he found himself being spammed with mentions in his private chat. He opened it and saw that it was Du Chuan. This group chat was originally intended to give top survivors a platform to communicate and trade.
Suemo couldn't be bothered to manage it, so he had completely removed the entry permissions.
The group chat had a limit of 80 people, and unless someone died, anyone who wanted to join had to replace someone else. Du Chuan must have bought a spot from someone, as he had managed to join the group chat.
Now, he was mentioning Suemo in the group. Du Chuan, and why is it always unlucky me who loses? Why do you want to kill me? You saved Wan Xing Shuiyu, does Moon Shadow want to start a war with our god-destroying guild?
Du Chuan, this is an internal matter of our guild, so please do not interfere again. Du Chuan, Wan Xing Shuiyu and Moon Shadow are harming our guild members.
They are the scum of humanity. Milkcap Bubble, TSK, at Du Chuan, you can say that outside, but who would believe you? Earth Overlord, there are actually people who think we're fools. Du Chuan, and why is it always unlucky me who loses? Some things you can't even take out.
Why is it always unlucky me who loses, *** things, I'll tell you. I saved the person, and the blueprints are in my hands.
If you dare, come and lock me down.
For people who like to stab others in the back, Suemo wouldn't give them a single good look. Why is it always unlucky me who loses? If you have time, go find some treasure chests.
Don't keep flapping your mouth here.
Suemo sneered. The 3 people earlier had a perfect chance to send the message through private chats. Du Chuan knew that he had saved someone and was not surprised. They only dared to type in the group chat because they were too scared to directly compete with Suemo for control. If it wasn't for Wan Xing saying she would handle it herself and take revenge, Suemo would have already scattered his ashes this morning.
Time passed quickly.
At this moment, Suemo was standing in the second floor space of the vehicle, with 2 long rectangular planting boxes placed in front of him. Right now, there are only watermelon seeds and small tomato seeds. I don't know how long it will take for them to mature. With the space available, his little farm could finally get started. The sun set, and after a long period of clear skies, snowflakes began falling again. Inside temperature, 23 degrees C/ outside temperature, minus 52 degrees Celsius.
This temperature is dropping too fast.
Just a moment ago, the outside temperature was still at 35 degrees Celsius, and now it had fallen below minus 50.
Warning! Warning!
A powerful cold wave is approaching, with the predicted lowest temperature dropping to minus 120 degrees Celsius. The system's voice was like a hammer, striking heavily at the hearts of all the survivors. This was extreme high and low temperature. This was the natural disaster that made the snow rabbits go crazy.
Chapter 79, Huddling Together for Warmth. A scarlet countdown appeared on every player's survival panel. 2 hours 59 minutes and 35 seconds.
With each tick of the countdown, it continuously triggered the nerves of all the survivors. At minus 80 degrees Celsius, the moisture in the air would rapidly condense, and carbon dioxide would start to liquefy. Each breath would feel like swallowing broken shards of glass.
Humans without protective gear could not survive for more than a few minutes in this temperature.
At minus 100 degrees Celsius, metal would become as brittle as thin ice and shatter with a slight touch.
Exposing the human body to this environment would cause instant death from freezing.
At minus 120 degrees Celsius, the human body would freeze within a few seconds, so rapidly that one wouldn't even feel death. In such an environment, not even living humans would survive, let alone robots, which would shatter into dust from the extreme cold. A sense of despair filled the entire area.
Tian Hua said, at minus 120 degrees Celsius, I really can't help but laugh. Early worm, I must be dreaming. Didn't the extreme cold pass? It was clearly starting to warm up. Empty head, the system just wants us to die. Lonely wolf, everyone, don't be discouraged.
Minus 120 degrees Celsius won't last long. Our research group is holding an emergency meeting, and they will find a solution.
Don't disturb me while I sleep, that's minus 120 degrees Celsius, we'll be dead in seconds. Professional workhorse, isn't it just a bit cold?
Just stay in the car and turn on the air conditioning, no need to exaggerate.
Super king of singers, by then, your car might not even be able to hold up, and you're still thinking about air conditioning?
In this kind of temperature, survival would depend entirely on each person's ability. In an instant, all the orders for warm clothing and gear vanished. A large number of survivors started purchasing cotton fabric and any flammable materials. Lonely wolf, everyone, idle the engines in advance, turn the heater to maximum, and get the engines running.
Empty head, what about electric cars? Milk cap bubbles, turn on the air conditioning in electric cars in advance. If it's unbearable, set the vehicle on fire. Arrogant, exactly, just put basic materials in your backpack. Fixing the vehicle will be instantaneous. Lonely wolf, don't think about building an ice house. It's no different from a transparent coffin. Extreme cold can destroy everything in an instant. Xiao, how many survivors do you think can survive in this kind of environment?
Xiao doesn't know the situation of other survivors, but the host will definitely be fine.
Sumo's driver vehicle was made from a special alloy that had extremely strong cold resistance. The car's control system could evenly distribute the high temperature generated by the engine to every part of the vehicle.
The special rubber tires wouldn't freeze or crack due to the extreme low temperature.
Minus 120 degrees Celsius couldn't threaten Sumo's apocalypse heavy truck. In order to resist the low temperatures, besides heating tools and facilities, fuel and battery packs became the last hope for survivors. The fuel used by the survival world agents has a higher freezing point compared to the gasoline from the original world, containing more energy. The battery packs are similar, with stronger adaptability to cold environments by quite a bit. By the way, there seems to be something else in the warehouse. Sumo thought of something.
Sumo started rummaging through the warehouse, and then took out a bottle of red liquor.
Fiery thunder wine. Type, alcohol. After drinking, you will not fear the cold wind for a period of time. Description, a special liquor brewed from thunderfruit that can easily drive away extreme cold. Not afraid of the cold wind? Sumo's eyes flickered. The effect description was very overbearing. Sumo decided to do an experiment.
He poured a small cup from the bottle and then found a container, pouring the liquid into it, and a large basin of diluted liquor appeared in front of him.
Sumo felt a bit nervous as he checked the information. Diluted fiery thunder wine. Type, alcohol. After drinking, you will enhance your resistance to the cold for a period of time. Description, you watered down this liquor. The effect is reduced, but it's still effective. Sumo felt a bit excited. It seemed like he had found a glimmer of hope in this freezing wind. He tried drinking a few cups, and on the third cup, the cold resistance effect appeared on his character panel. Sumo stroked his chin. Does it require 300 milliliters to activate? Although this definitely wasn't the optimal ratio, there was only one bottle of fiery thunder wine, and Sumo didn't have any extra to experiment with. Originally, a single sip of fiery thunder wine would be enough to take effect, with the only difference being the duration based on how much you drink. After thinking for a moment, he left 4 small cups of undiluted fiery thunder wine. The rest was poured into a large basin. According to the minimum effective amount, Sumo now had 55 servings of diluted fiery thunder wine. He sent 2 cups of undiluted fiery thunder wine to Wanqing and Yueying. If the 2 newcomers he just recruited froze to death, he would have lost everything. The remaining 2 cups were placed into his space bag. With no fear of the cold, maybe he would need them in the future. Wanqing Suyu, damn, Boss Su is awesome. There's such a good thing. Since stepping down from the guild leader position, Wanqing had completely lost his idol image. He no longer maintained the calmness he used to have. This was their small group of 3, and Wanqing Suyu had fully let himself go.
Where else can you find a non-lucky person losing every time? Just drink it directly and wait for the coldest time to drink it.
Yueying Nyao Nyao, no problem, Boss Su. Wanching Suyu, no problem.
Then Suemo initiated trade requests with the people I am the European king, I am proud, and a few others. These people had helped Suemo a lot before, and although it was just trading, they had done a good job, so Suemo felt quite fond of them.
But trading was still trading. He wasn't a philanthropist. Clearly, the people knew their worth and didn't hesitate to accept the trade. Then they sent a lot of thanks. Afterwards, Suemo put all the remaining liquor on the trading channel. The price was set, and it would be up to who could grab it the fastest. The cold wave was about to arrive, and various anti-cold plans were being proposed one after another. Among them, the plan involving team cards and lock-in cards was suggested. There was still time before the cold wave hit, and as long as players used team cards or lock-in cards to gather together, sacrificing some of their vehicles and resources to resist the extreme cold. This plan had the highest survival rate but was also the most dangerous. If the plan was discussed well, the other players would use materials to compensate the ones who sacrificed their vehicles. If the plan wasn't discussed well, the fire might not only be about the vehicles. One small group after another didn't hesitate to consume their item cards, gathering on one road after another. To resist this terrifying natural disaster, perhaps the only hope was to come together in unity. Ding, you have been locked by player Wanching Shu Yue. Sumo's vision went black, and he immediately guessed what Wanching had planned. He then slowly stopped the car. Soon, a familiar vehicle appeared behind him. Beep beep beep, the horn sounded. Sumo slowly rolled down the car window and saw a grinning face. Boss, do you mind if I hitch a ride? Suemo expressionlessly replied and then helplessly spoke, do you know that your actions are very forward? He then opened the car door.
Wanching immediately pulled the little red-faced Yuing into the car.
What's so forward?
Anyway, our lives are yours now, Wanching said with a grin as they entered the car.
Resources are scarce now.
Every bit saved counts, so I came to hitch a ride with the boss. Yuing behind them blushed deeply, unable to watch her husband's shameless behavior. She shyly spoke.
Sorry to disturb you, Boss Su. Suemo crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the driver's seat. Didn't I give you some wine? He, it's just more comfortable in the boss's vehicle.
Oh, ouch. Yuing couldn't hold back anymore and gave Wanching a light smack on the head, then looked at Suemo. Boss Su, we discussed it, and we think drinking those 2 cups of wine directly would be a waste. Maybe we could exchange those 2 cups of wine for something good. The 2 undiluted cups of wine returned to Sumo's hands.
Sumo's eyes flickered.
These 2 cups of wine might be ordinary in price, but at this moment, their value was beyond imagination.
Chapter 80, the event ends, generous rewards. Time, midnight.
Weather, a cold wave is approaching. In-car temperature, 23 degrees Celsius.
Outside temperature, minus 65 degrees Celsius. Time remaining until the cold wave arrives, 1 hour.
As all the survivors made their final preparations for the cold wave, the system's voice sounded.
Ding, the event has ended. The final rankings will now be announced. First place, where is the unlucky guy who loses every day, overall rating, S+.
Second place, 6 wins, 5 subjects, Wang Jia, overall rating, B+. Third place, Milk Foam Bubbles, overall rating, B+.
Fourth place, Anonymous, overall rating, C. Fifth place, Anonymous, overall rating, C.
Ninth place, Chaos is King, total score, 8,956.
10th place, Anonymous, total score, 8,850. Damn, if it wasn't for that damn Dujuan, I wouldn't have missed the top 10, Wanching cursed, slamming the glass cup in his hand onto the table.
The wooden table shook a few times, as if it were about to fall apart. Suemo quickly steadied the small wooden table and glanced at Wanching.
If you make me spill my food, I'll throw you out.
Sorry, hee. Wanching scratched his head, his movements becoming much more cautious. On the table in front of them were all kinds of dishes, with a bubbling red broth and the electric hot pot in the middle.
Still, Boss Su's place is the best, with hot pot to eat. I've had some tough days before.
Wanching grabbed a piece of fatty beef and shoved it into his mouth. His robust physique had no fear of the heat.
Ding, rewards have been distributed. Challenge mode, S-level comprehensive development passed.
Congratulations, you have earned first place in this event's rewards.
Rewards have been distributed.
You have received Regional Leader, Title, *1, Vehicle Parts Selection Pack *1, Survival Kit Selection Pack *1, Personal Weapon Kit Selection Pack *1, High-Level Resource Pack *1, Parts Upgrade Card *1.
S-Level Comprehensive Development Challenge Gift Pack has been distributed. Check the title details. Regional Leader. Type, Title.
Increases the probability of treasure chests appearing on the road, increases the number of items dropped from chests, and increases the chance for rare items to appear in chests.
Active when worn. Note, rolling the snowball. Good stuff, Sumo was very satisfied.
Treasure chests were the most important way for survivors to get supplies. With this title, without doing anything, Sumo would naturally lead them by a large margin. Then came 3 large gift packs.
Vehicle Parts Selection Pack. Type, Gift Pack. Players can choose from an automatic defense device. The Vehicle Self-Setup Device, choose one from the Intelligent Vehicle Medical Device. Explanation, can you grab them all if you're fast enough? The 3 devices made Sumo's eyes shine with envy. The automatic defense device, which had been mentioned before, was definitely a vehicle defense artifact. The self-setup system could unlock moving cleaning, change the vehicle's paint color, and even alter the interior layout to a certain extent. In simple terms, with this, Sumo could divide the 2 large spaces of the vehicle into smaller sections. The vehicle medical device included a set of healing facilities, body monitoring devices, and medical diagnostics. The automatic defense device could enhance the vehicle's defense capabilities, while the vehicle medical device had the potential to resist parasites, and also save on a lot of medical supplies. A complete vehicle self-setup device, who wouldn't want a cool full vehicle body kit? Right now, the level 4 vehicle's defense capability is sufficient, but the problem of the alien embryos needs to be resolved quickly, Sumo pondered. Suddenly, he froze. There were 2 people on his vehicle. Why not ask for their opinions? He then shared the information with Wan Xing and Yuing. Wan Xing stared blankly at Sumo, then looked at the broken thing lying in his backpack, letting out a wail. Is the reward gap really this huge? Yuing, on the other hand, was much more reliable. After thinking for a while, she spoke, Boss Su, your vehicle's current means of defense are absolutely impenetrable. But even with improved physical strength, the human body is still fragile compared to those alien beasts. I suggest choosing the medical device. Sumo nodded. Yu Ying's thoughts were the same as his own. Then let's go with the medical device. He opened the gift box, and the familiar chip appeared in Sumo's hand. Not rushing to install it, Sumo checked the survival kit selection box. Survival kit selection box. Type, gift box. Players can choose one from the advanced water maker, fertilizer machine, and powerful wind energy generator. Explanation, can you grab them all if you're fast enough? This time, the choices were much easier. The advanced water maker, while having a significantly higher water production rate, wasn't needed as Sumo had enough water. The fertilizer machine was a planting facility, capable of synthesizing fertilizer from waste and excrement. However, at this stage, Sumo's planting scale was too small, so it wasn't very cost-effective. The only worthwhile option was the powerful wind energy generator. This type of wind energy generator was not like those giant ones on Blue Star, it was small in size but had a much stronger wind energy conversion rate. A flash of light, and the card representing the generator appeared in Sumo's hand. Powerful wind energy generator. Type, accessory. Maximum power output, 50 kWh per hour, efficiency depends on wind strength. Explanation, Mars Power Punch? This power output, if kept at low speed, might not even need to consume fuel, Sumo thought happily. He then took out another treasure chest. Wan Xing and Yuing, sitting across from him, had stopped eating and were staring blankly at Sumo as he took out one gift box after another. Wan Xing, boss, how many big gift boxes do you have? Sumo looked down at his backpack and replied, only 3 left, one of which is a resource box. Only 3 left? Wan Xing's voice couldn't stop rising. 5 big gift boxes in total? The rewards were not just far superior, they were completely crushing compared to Wan Xing's own rewards. Whoa, dear, I feel uncomfortable inside. Wan Xing immediately threw himself into Yu Ying's arms. It's okay, Xiao Xing, just work harder next time, Yuing comforted softly. If I work harder next time, will I get rewards similar to Boss Su's? If you work hard next time, you might get half, maybe a third of Boss Su's rewards, Yuing finally gave a more cautious response. And so, Wan Xing fell into a self-imposed slump. Sumo twitched his mouth, feeling as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. He decided to avoid looking at them and checked out the other rewards. In the personal armament gift box. It's all weapons and armor now, and Sumo's current defensive ability is definitely enough. In the end, he chose a boa constrictor sniper rifle. This large-caliber sniper rifle is no longer a weapon for biological targets, but a specialized anti-equipment weapon. The 12.7mm sniper bullet can easily penetrate steel plates under 10mm. Its effective range even reaches 1500 m. Unfortunately, it only has 10 rounds of ammunition. But with such a powerful and destructive weapon, it will definitely play a decisive role in certain situations.